Chapter 1. A Slap from the Campus Beauty. A foot massage parlor recently opened beneath the happy community. The yellow neon sign and pink lighting created an enchanting atmosphere, with the door curtain partially veiling the interior. Inside, a few massage beds awaited patrons, where 2 or 3 young ladies lounged, clad in revealing attire and black stockings, either sitting or lying down, engrossed in their phones flaunting their alluring figures. Upon the arrival of a man, they would obediently rise, greeting him with warm smiles. Regardless of whether it was his first visit, they would gently present him with warm, foot-soaking water, washing away the grime of the world. With their coy charm, who could resist the allure of technician number 8, who asked for nothing, neither car, house, nor betrothal gifts? Despite the brevity of the 60 minutes, she could offer warmth and tenderness during her youth, attending to his every need. Love stirred with the ticking clock, yet its cessation left a lingering ache. As Qin Feng exited the establishment, a sorrowful expression marred his face, and he lit a cigarette, crouching at the entrance to silently exhale clouds of smoke. His gaze was vacant, as if his spirit had been hollowed out. The love of adulthood arrives swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. Today, technician number 8 was absent. According to the other girls in the shop, she had returned to her hometown with plans to marry. Qin Feng shed silent tears. Just when he had mustered the courage to soothe her wounded heart, she slipped away. There is no greater agony than this. Technician No. 8 was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a girl he had once pursued at a few days prior. He had inquired about her services, which cost a mere 298 yuan, igniting a spark of temptation within him. How delightful it is to seize the moment. Earning by day and spending by night, he brought nothing home. After all, he had no intention of marrying or buying a house, so why burden himself unnecessarily? His father had passed away early, and his mother had remarried. With no one to restrain him, he felt free to indulge as he pleased. That it was only upon realizing this that he found himself at the age of 26. Previously, he had been bewitched by a deceitful woman, determined to provide her with happiness. Working tirelessly to earn money, he juggled 2 jobs, working as a security guard by day, intercepting delivery men, and at night delivering food, circumventing the very barriers he had erected. It was just a few nights ago that he had delivered food and caught sight of the girl he adored, nestled in the embrace of a middle-aged, balding man in a car, exchanging sweet nothings. His composure shattered. He questioned her via WeChat, only to receive no reply. It wasn't until the following day that she responded, claiming she had been busy at work and had not seen his message. With reddened eyes, Qin Feng spent the night in anguish, wanting to confront her, yet he could not bring himself to do so. For she was not his girlfriend, her choice of company was hers alone. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to indulge himself, seeking solace in the foot massage parlor, yearning to experience the thrill of being a bad man. But with technician No. 8 gone, his heart ached. Upon finishing his cigarette, he gazed around in confusion, uncertain of his next step. Just then, he heard the door swing open behind him. A reasonably attractive girl emerged, squatting beside him and waving her cigarette, saying, "Hey, handsome, can I borrow a light?" Her smile was radiant, and her figure enticing, evoking desire in those who beheld her. Instantly, Qin Feng's confusion dissipated, replaced by thoughts that were decidedly inappropriate. He produced a lighter and leaned forward to ignite her cigarette. The flame illuminated her colletage, drawing his gaze to her porcelain shoulders. The girl lit her cigarette and, noticing the lingering flame, turned to catch Qin Feng's dazed expression, bursting into laughter. "What's the matter? Weren't you just after technician number 8? Qin Feng mumbled, "I just wanted to put an end to things." The girl, perceiving his awkwardness, continued to coax him. "We've all been betting on when you'd finally come in. Who would have thought it would be tonight?" She added, "Why not come inside for a full-body massage? I can give you a discount. And forget about number 8, let me tell you. She has a host of gynecological issues. Clients have caused quite a ruckus over her. Our manager just told everyone she went home to get married. In reality, she's gone for treatment." Qin Feng was taken aback by the revelation. He had never anticipated that the woman he had longed for was so flawed. Just then, another girl approached, pressing her chest against Qin Feng's arm. "Hey there, handsome. I'm new to this line of work and very clean. Want to give it a try?" Qin Feng felt a surge of heat at her advances, hesitating momentarily, torn between curiosity and caution. Just then, a chime echoed in his mind, and a stream of code flashed before him, followed by a line of text. Support scanning function activated. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Was this the legendary system he had heard whispers of? Could he finally have a leg up in life? The very thought of becoming a player of extraordinary abilities thrilled him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to prostrate himself before the system in gratitude. To activate this system, please spend on an attractive individual with a charm rating of 90. Before he could fully comprehend, a blue scanning window materialized in his vision, responding to his thoughts. With a mere flick of his mind, he directed his gaze toward the girl beside him. To his astonishment, her details materialized above her head. Name: Wang Suifan. Age: 31. Charm: 72. Number of relationships: 349. Note: the number of relationships can be interpreted as the number of individuals she has been with. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. This woman had been with 349 partners, yet she claimed to be new to the profession. At a rate of one a day, she had nearly completed a year in her current role. Without the system, he might have been oblivious. Alarmed, he swiftly excused himself, realizing the potential risks. With so many partners, she was likely to carry some form of infection. He stood up, resolutely declining her invitation, and cast a glance at the shop. Not a single girl there boasted a charm rating above 80. He promptly mounted his bike and departed, ignoring Wang Suifan's desperate pleas. Activating the system was of utmost importance. He could not afford to squander time in such a dismal place. As he rode, he incessantly scanned his surroundings in search of a beauty with a charm rating of 90. However, it was late at night, and the streets were nearly deserted, with only a few passable women passing by, all of mediocre appeal. Nonetheless, as he continued his search, he discovered that the scanning function could retrieve data on any person whose appearance he could see. An idea struck him. He pulled out his phone, opened his photo gallery, and selected a picture of a beautiful woman. To his delight, the scanning function displayed her charm rating as well. He swiped through the images until he halted at an especially stunning one. Name: Xiating. Age: 25. Charm: 93. Number of relationships: 1. This was a former classmate from university, universally recognized as the campus beauty, possessing an ethereal beauty that captivated all who laid eyes on her. Qin Feng had never dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about her, believing it impossible to forge a connection. Yet, with the activation of this system, he felt emboldened to confront her. This time, he resolved to take the plunge, determined to activate his precious system. He retrieved the long-stored phone number, searched for her in his contacts, and sent a friend request. A verification question awaited him. "What is my name?" "Xia Ting." After sending the request, Qin Feng anxiously awaited the outcome, his foot tapping nervously. He had never felt so tense in his life that he feared Xia Ting might reject his friend request, worried the system might slip away, and apprehensive that it could be a subpar system. He had read countless novels, never encountering a system that required manual activation by the host. They typically just chimed and commenced. Why the need for spending on an attractive individual to activate it? Was this system merely a tool for simps? Lost in thought, he was startled when Xia Ting accepted his friend request and sent a friendly greeting. For a moment, Qin Feng was elated, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. If spending was indeed necessary, perhaps a red envelope would suffice. He clicked on the red envelope option and entered 1 yuan. But then he hesitated, pondering whether sending a single yuan might come across as miserly. What if she dismissed him for it? He hesitated repeatedly, and ultimately, with a resolve, added a 0 and sent it off. Immediately, the red envelope was accepted, and he was greeted by what he believed to be the most exquisite sound in the world. Ding! Transaction successful. Activating the Lick Dog system. When spending on women with a charm score exceeding 90, the Lick Dog fund can be utilized for settlement. Current fund balance: 0. 1 yuan in cash can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan of Lick Dog fund. Increasing a goddess favorability to 80 infatuation will result in a full cash refund of the fund spent on her. Raising a goddess favorability to 100 unwavering devotion grants you a strategy reward. Damn, he truly was a lick dog. Moreover, he had to spend money. He had always played games using pirated versions and had never spent a single penny, even reading books for free. Now, being urged to spend money made Qin Feng feel as though he had been swindled. If not for the voices echoing in his mind and the sudden appearance of a golden card, He would have found it hard to believe in this so-called lick dog system. Following the system's prompts, he hesitantly added 10 yuan to the account. Ding! System balance, 100,000 yuan. Is that really 100,000? It seems rather casual, lacking even a first-time recharge gift pack. It had a hint of a low-quality web game vibe. He smirked, unsure if this 10,000 could even be spent. After a series of operations, he linked the suddenly appeared golden card to WeChat. Just then, Xiaoting replied with a message. Who are you? You dare to send 10 yuan? Chapter 2. Is it worth it just to meet? Upon encountering Xiaoting's inquiry, Qin Feng felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. He wished to regain some dignity when suddenly, a notification for a red envelope flashed on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a 20 yuan gift from Xiaoting, accompanied by a message, returning your money, goodbye. This felt like a slap in the face. The sound of cash striking his skin echoed in his mind. 20 yuan may not be substantial, but it stung nonetheless. After all, there were many suitors vying for her attention. A 10 yuan red envelope was indeed paltry. Fearing being blocked, he hastily typed, wait, and proceeded to initiate a transfer, inputting a 1 followed by 5 zeros, and hit send. He wanted to test the reliability of the system. With a balance of just over 10,000, he thought it wouldn't go through if it exceeded his limit. To his surprise, the transfer was successful. He stared in disbelief as the app displayed. You have initiated a transfer of 100,000. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Could the system's balance truly be converted into cash? When he pressed those 5 zeros, he thought it was a jest. He had never accumulated such savings in his life. The sudden outflow of such a sum made his heart ache. He fantasized about how wonderful it would be if that money could be deposited into his account. No, his aspirations were too limited. What was 10,000? He should aim for 100 million. Then he would negotiate with the campus beauty, extract the funds, and split them 20/80, swallowing the entire sum. Notification, requesting financial assets from the goddess constitutes cheating behavior. Friendly reminder, please engage in rational gameplay. All forms of cheating are prohibited. Violators may face a ban of up to 200 years. What? Oh, bon. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. The moment he heard the word ban, Qin Feng immediately backed down. It appeared the game required him to spend money on women to enhance their affection, ultimately allowing him to convert that investment into cash. The thought that reaching an affection level of 80 would enable him to reclaim his investment ignited a spark in his eyes. He quickly deposited 5,000 yuan into the system. Gazing at the 8-digit fund, he counted it over and over, excitement causing him to slap his thigh. To be frank, if this money were to be thrown at him, he could adopt any posture imaginable. The only uncertainty lay in whether the campus beauty would be swayed by such tactics. If she regarded wealth as trivial, he would need to change his target promptly. During his university days, he had heard that the campus beauty frequently arrived in a BMW or a Mercedes, suggesting she belonged to a similar social class. However, he grew anxious as he noticed that the other party had yet to accept the transfer. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment, Xiaoting was dumbfounded after tallying the transfer amount. Having just received a 10 yuan red envelope, she had assumed the sender was a loser. Typically, when unfamiliar individuals sent her red envelopes, they would be at least a couple of hundred, sometimes even 520 or 1314. Who would be so miserly as to send a 10 yuan red envelope? After replying with 20, she was about to take a screenshot to mock the fool on her social media when the astonishing transfer of 100,000 yuan left her utterly speechless. Was this a new scam? Keeping her composure, she inquired, what does this mean? Qin Feng replied, it means nothing. I simply wish to get to know you again. Curious. Xiaoting clicked on his social media profile to discern his identity, but it displayed only 3 days visibility, lacking any personal photos, only images of feeding stray cats. After pondering for a moment without any leads, she bluntly asked, who are you? The response came swiftly, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Xiaoting recalled, digging into her memory. She finally remembered him as a classmate from university, an ordinary-looking, impoverished lad. Could it be that he had found success? Gazing at the enticing transfer information, she hesitated. She wanted to accept it outright, but feared it might portray her as materialistic. After a moment's thought, she cautiously sent a voice message. What do you want? Hearing the goddess's melodic voice sent Qin Feng's heart racing. With newfound audacity, he replied, "I want." Xia Ting recognized the innuendo, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Incensed by such brazen flirtation, she typically would block someone so frivolous. However, considering the initial transfer of 100,000, she decided to grant him another chance. Typing, "Why did you send me money? This is a small token of my appreciation. Consider it a meeting gift. Are there any hidden conditions?" "Absolutely none." Skeptical, Xiaoting wondered if anyone would genuinely use 100,000 as a mere greeting gift. What kind of person would dare to be so extravagant? She had encountered plenty of wealthy second-generation heirs, yet none had ever tossed out such a sum at the outset. Cautious due to a previous experience of being asked to return money, she earnestly asked, "Is this a voluntary gift?" Receiving a straightforward answer, "Yes." Xiaoting scrolled through the chat history again, and after confirming there were no issues, she excitedly clicked to accept. Hearing the sound of coins falling into her account, she eagerly checked her balance, which now showed an unexpected addition of 100,000. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she exclaimed, "Qin Feng, you are quite generous. Have you struck it rich lately?" Qin Feng did not respond, as he was engrossed in the new information that had appeared in his mind. Update on Goddess Database. Name, Xiaoting. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charm, 93. Occupation, beauty sales. Special trait, French kiss. Affection level, 15. Acquainted. Number of relationships, 1. Strategy reward, super strength. Amount spent, 100,000 yuan. After reading this, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." The goddess was indeed extraordinary, her traits setting her apart. The reward for his strategy was impressive as well. Super strength sounded quite formidable. Yet, he was uncertain if he could secure her with just a few thousand. Regardless, he decided to drop 1,000,000 to test the waters, as 1,000,000 equated to merely 1,000 in the grand scheme. With newfound resolve, Qin Feng replied, "I've made some investments recently. Are you still in Jiangsheng?" "Yes, I'm working in Jiangsheng, earning a meager salary, unlike you entrepreneurs." As long as she remained in Jiangsheng, things would be manageable. Qin Feng took the initiative. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet up." Xiaoting hesitated. "Just the two of us?" Qin Feng jested. "If you're worried I might devour you, feel free to invite more people." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoting glanced at the transfer record, seemingly making a decision, and replied, "All right, where shall we meet?" "You decide. Then let's meet at Wana Plaza. I work nearby." "Nice." He hadn't anticipated that securing a date with the campus beauty would go so smoothly. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling as though the game was not as difficult as he had imagined. He felt a surge of confidence from the numerous zeros displayed in the system. As the saying goes, money breeds courage. He was no hero, but he felt emboldened. Returning home, it was already past midnight. The rented space was a dilapidated flat of less than 40 square meters. It was unrenovated, with bare walls exposing red bricks, and the floor was simply bare concrete. There was not a single piece of decent furniture, but the rent was remarkably affordable. Qin Feng toiled throughout the day, utterly exhausted. Lying on the hard bed, he stared blankly at the system in his mind, a foolish grin spreading across his face. With this newfound power, why would he bother with the mundane task of being a security guard? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to indulge in leisure with the campus goddess? He dreamt of a blissful life and soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, reassured that the system was still present, he hastily dismissed his boss. He shed the uniform that symbolized his role as a sentinel and discarded it into the trash. He then rode his electric scooter to the Wanda Plaza to meet Xiaoting. Although it was a weekday, the mall was bustling with people. After parking his scooter, he made his way to their designated meeting spot. From a distance, he spotted the goddess he had long admired during his university days, standing gracefully beside the fountain in the plaza. Xiaoting was dressed provocatively. Her upper attire consisted of a V-neck white long-sleeve shirt, slightly translucent under the afternoon sun, revealing glimpses of delicate lace. Her form was both ample and slender, accentuating her petite waist. She paired it with a black mini-skirt, and her fair, supple legs adorned with black stockings accentuated her height in high heels. Her face was adorned with subtle makeup, lending her exquisite features an air of maturity. Once vibrant and enchanting, Her large eyes now brimmed with countless charms. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, reminiscent of her former self. Qin Feng gazed, somewhat entranced. This goddess in black stockings was strikingly radiant amidst the crowd, drawing glances from the passing men, some bold enough to stand still and admire her just as he did. Qin Feng. Xia Ting turned, instantly recognizing him, unchanged from their university days, and called out. Startled from his reverie, Qin Feng quickened his pace, approaching her with a cheerful smile. Xia Ting, it's wonderful to see you again. You remain as captivating as ever. For reasons unknown, despite a flutter of nerves within, he appeared remarkably composed. Thank you for the compliment, Xia Ting replied, her lips curving into a slight smile as she quietly appraised the man before her. He stood approximately 1.78 meters tall, with thick brows and large eyes. Possessing a hint of handsomeness, his smile was warm and inviting. Yet his attire seemed somewhat shabby, resembling a bargain t-shirt from an online store. She glanced down at his worn-out sneakers, and her expression shifted slightly, betraying her unease. This man's appearance hardly suggested affluence. How could he possibly present her with a 10,000 yuan meeting gift? The thought baffled her. Even if wealthy individuals dressed casually, they would not appear so disheveled. His entire outfit seemed to be of the cheapest variety, just as it had been before. Observing his bare wrist, devoid of even a watch, she questioned how he could afford such a lavish gift. In an instant, an absurd thought struck her. Could it be that this 10,000 yuan was all he possessed, solely for the purpose of meeting her? This was too ridiculous to fathom. Chapter 3. The enthusiasm of the campus belle is unbearable. Qin Feng was entirely oblivious to the fact that the campus belle regarded him as an easy target. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, he beamed with a radiant smile. I feel you look even more stunning now than you did at school. Although Qin Feng's skills in charming women were somewhat lacking, his words were imbued with genuine emotion. Back in school, the campus belle often donned skirts, exposing her bare legs, exuding an air of innocence. However, now that she had entered society and adorned herself in sheer black stockings, she not only appeared more mature, but also projected a blend of purity and desire. Really? Xia Ting responded, her heart fluttering at the unabashed compliment, though her expression revealed a hint of awkwardness. She playfully twirled a strand of hair around her finger and then, feigning casualness, inquired, I don't think I've seen you drive here. Qin Feng hesitated to speak the truth. He owned a second-hand yachty, which had a new battery and could only reach a speed of 80 kilometers. Revealing this would surely invite disdain. So he deflected. I noticed the distance was short, so I walked over. Oh, Xia Ting regarded him with a skeptical glance, choosing not to press further. After all, it would be rather rude to ask someone about their mode of transportation upon first meeting. Qin Feng sought to divert the conversation. Do you work here? Yes. Xia Ting replied naturally. I sell skincare products on the second floor of the mall. Concerned about interrupting her work, Qin Feng asked, Is it all right for you to be out like this? Of course, there are others in the store, she replied nonchalantly. Following their brief exchange, a lull fell over the conversation, leaving them in a moment of silence. Feeling somewhat nervous in the presence of such a stunning goddess, Qin Feng struggled to find words. To alleviate the awkwardness, he suggested, How about we take a stroll around the mall? Xia Ting hesitated momentarily. She had already prepared herself for a shopping date when she agreed to meet him, changing into a new outfit and applying makeup. However, she was taken aback by how casually he had dressed, seemingly not valuing their encounter. Lowering her gaze, her eyes wandered, and her expression reflected a reluctance. Shopping with someone like him felt somewhat embarrassing. What if acquaintances from the mall saw them together? She was unsure how to decline politely, especially since he had generously given her a substantial sum of money, equivalent to a year's salary. After much contemplation, she sighed, deciding to treat it as accompanying a client. After all, it was a means to earn money, and even if she spent the day with him, she would not be returning the money. Resolute, she donned a fabricated smile and replied, All right. Qin Feng reciprocated her smile. If there's anything you wish to buy, just let me know, and I will purchase it for you. Are you serious? Xia Ting lifted her gaze, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized him anew. His eyes lacked any trace of insecurity, radiating confidence and pride. Do you doubt me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow playfully. Not at all. I just feel that we are not very close yet. Spending your money feels inappropriate, she replied, her eyes flickering. After all these years of acquaintance, they still weren't close? Qin Feng teased, with such a casual relationship. Why not indulge a little? Despite his unremarkable appearance, his words dripped with an unusual self-assurance, causing Xia Ting to question her initial judgment. Could he be hiding his wealth behind a fade of modesty? Was this a peculiar quirk of the affluent? After some internal conflict, she mustered the courage to link her arm with his. Regardless of the circumstances, that 10,000 yuan was worth taking a gamble on. Let me show you where I work, she said, her smile brightening. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. My goodness, such warmth right from the start. He felt enveloped by an unusual tenderness as he glanced at her delicate hand, reminiscent of a tender sprout, and her cascading hair that drew admiration. The scene caused his cheeks to flush slightly, igniting a spark of desire within him. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at the striking couple. The girl, radiant in her alluring attire, stood in stark contrast to the boy, whose disheveled appearance was almost comical. Observing their closeness, onlookers speculated about the depth of their relationship, lamenting the beauty's choice to associate with someone they deemed beneath her. Xia Ting caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's awkward demeanor and felt a surge of pride in her allure, though she pretended not to notice. Having carefully curated her appearance, she relished the attention she garnered, reveling in the direct gazes cast her way. Once they ascended the escalator, Xia Ting could no longer tolerate his unabashed stare and playfully pinched him. Have you seen enough? Apologies, my eyes seem to have a mind of their own. Qin Feng chuckled sheepishly. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Xia Ting shot him a mock glare, feigning annoyance but still refusing to release his arm. Captivated by her charm, Qin Feng found himself entranced, intoxicated by the delicate scent of her perfume that lingered in the air. As they walked, he felt weightless, completely unprepared for the warmth of her enthusiasm. The chill of the air conditioning in the mall contrasted with her alluring attire, making her shiver slightly, prompting her to clutch her arms tightly. As a novice in such matters, Qin Feng was utterly unable to resist her allure. She felt like a flame, igniting a growing heat within him. Noticing the warmth radiating from his arm, Xia Ting curiously inquired, Qin Feng, why are you so warm? Qin Feng, unable to confess the truth, felt his face grow warm. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they reached her workplace, marked by an elegant HR logo, Helena's counter. The store, though small, was adorned with opulence, and the cosmetics sparkled under the brilliant array of lights. Inside, a stunning beauty clad in a white uniform, reminiscent of a nurse, greeted them. Upon seeing Xia Ting holding hands with an unfamiliar man, she exclaimed, Ting Ting, is this a friend of yours? Yes, Yuan, this is my old classmate, Qin Feng. Xia Ting introduced them. This is Yuan, who takes great care of me. Qin Feng nodded at the woman, who appeared to be in her 30s. Possessing an attractive visage, albeit with makeup that seemed a bit excessive under the bright lights. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, he averted his gaze after a quick glance. Chapter 4. Where's the promised display of grandeur? Sister Yuan is the manager here. She has known Xia Ting for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Feng's attire, which lacked the elegance of high-end fashion, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. Among the men she had encountered by Xia Ting's side, she had never seen one so casually dressed and unkempt. She was somewhat familiar with Xia Ting, a girl with lofty aspirations and a discerning taste in men. Normally, she would not be interested in someone as scruffy as him. What could have led to this peculiar situation? Despite her inner musings, she maintained her composure, offering a polite smile and saying, There's sofas over there. Please make yourselves comfortable. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude but did not take a seat on the sofa. Instead, he wandered around the store, meticulously examining the myriad of cosmetics. There were items like white and black bandage creams priced at 800 yuan, and a bobo, a essence costing 800 yuan. He picked up a small bottle, weighing almost nothing, yet astonishingly priced over 3000 yuan. It was rather alarming. Sister Yuan, noticing Qin Feng's careless handling of the merchandise, instinctively opened her mouth to caution him. However, She stifled her words out of respect for Xia Ting. Xia Ting's flawless skin was her living advertisement. Many customers came to her store solely because of Xia Ting, whose presence significantly boosted sales. Thus, she was cautious not to offend Xia Ting. Yet, her gaze toward Qin Feng shifted to one of disdain. He appeared to be a country bumpkin, clumsy and careless. What if he broke something? Would he even be able to compensate for it? Seeing Qin Feng toying with the expensive items, Xia Ting hastily reminded him, "Be careful. That's quite expensive." Qin Feng chuckled. For him yesterday, these items were indeed costly. But now, with the system reducing the prices, they were merely a fraction of their original value. He felt no concern whatsoever. He inquired, "Do you like them?" Xia Ting, following his lead, replied with a smile, "I do. Are you going to buy them for me?" She now held a certain expectation towards Qin Feng, despite his shabby appearance. The substantial amount of money in his phone was undeniable. Qin Feng responded, "I'm not very familiar with cosmetics. Which ones do you like? I could buy them all at once." Xia Ting was taken aback by his boldness, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Really?" The admiration in her gaze sent a thrill through Qin Feng, causing him to feel slightly euphoric. He couldn't help but boast, of course. "You could empty this store if you wish." After a rough estimate, it would only amount to a few $100,000, well within his capacity. Though somewhat pricey, as long as Xia Ting developed a favorable impression of him, it would be worth every penny. Sister Yuan, overhearing Qin Feng's boastful remarks from a distance, couldn't contain herself and laughed out loud. She found it amusing that someone dressed like that would dare to make such claims. Surely, he was not here to entertain. Qin Feng, hearing the laughter, felt exhilarated rather than offended. Finally, the moment to flaunt his wealth had arrived. He had read countless novels and was well acquainted with such scenarios. He anticipated that Sister Yuan would scoff next, followed by Xia Ting casting a doubtful glance his way. Then he would reveal a few million, dazzling them both, and perhaps even take one into his embrace. However, reality unfolded differently than he had imagined. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, Sister Yuan immediately donned an apologetic smile, even bowing slightly. Her demeanor was humble, as if the laughter had merely been a response to an amusing jest. As a service worker, she dared not confront a customer. Any scandal would see the company siding with the clientele, regardless of their financial status. Over the years, there have been few instances of employees from major brands looking down on customers. Even if such incidents occurred, they were rare, and those that made the news were exceptional cases. Most employees would discreetly gossip behind closed doors. A slip of laughter could be forgiven, but their subsequent attitude must remain impeccable, ensuring no one could find fault, and apologies were acceptable when necessary. Meanwhile, Xia Ting pretended not to have heard Sister Yuan's laughter, exclaiming to Qin Feng, "Wow, I didn't realize you're so wealthy now." Upon hearing her words, a myriad of questions flooded Qin Feng's mind. Did they have the wrong script? This was not how the story should unfold. How could he maintain his facade with them behaving this way? Xia Ting adeptly approached the counter, bending down to retrieve a larger set, saying to Qin Feng, "Can I get a New Year's set? It costs 38,000. She intended to test Qin Feng's financial capacity, deliberately selecting the most expensive option. If he truly claimed he could empty the store, he must have some means, right? Xia Ting closely observed Qin Feng's expression. If he showed the slightest discomfort, she would quickly opt for a cheaper item to save face. Qin Feng felt a wave of disbelief. Only 38,000? Was this a joke? If the foreigner next door saw him, they would think he couldn't afford it. "I'll take 10 sets, one for each of us." Fearing Xia Ting might deny him the chance to show off, he urged, "Is one box enough? Shouldn't we get a couple more?" Seeing him spend money so nonchalantly made Xia Ting leap with joy, her cuteness reminiscent of a delicate jade rabbit. "One is enough. I can use it for half a year." "Thank you, Brother Qin Feng." Qin Feng's eyes followed her movements, captivated. She was simply enchanting, and the way she called him brother was sweet and endearing, reminiscent of summer ice cream, refreshing and delightful. He longed to savor that sweetness. As Xia Ting cradled the box, a blissful smile graced her lips, boosting her affection for him. Xia Ting's favorability 5. At that moment, Qin Feng was utterly enchanted. His smile, so wide it could hold a bottle of mineral water, He genuinely wanted to empty the store for her. Are you sure you don't want more? Look around. See if there is anything else you'd like. Don't hesitate. Most items in the store were already included in the set, and Helena's skincare products were indeed on the pricier side, unaffordable for the average person. All right then, let us check out some other stores. Seeing her contented expression, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret, but did not press for more purchases. Winning a girl's heart was a psychological battle. Spending money unwisely could lead to deductions and points. He pulled out his gold card, waving it in front of the stunned Sister Yuan, reminding her, "Miss, please swipe the card." Sister Yuan finally regained her composure, taking the card with both hands and flustered, replied, "Oh, yes, of course." She had been pondering who Qin Feng truly was. Spending over 30,000 on skincare products with such ease seemed almost as casual as buying groceries. Had she misjudged him? Could he indeed be a wealthy individual? As the card transaction completed and the machine began to spit out the receipt, she cast a deeper glance at Qin Feng. After all, if Xiaoting had such high standards, how could she possibly be interested in a pauper? Chapter 5. Blushing for no reason, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Sister Yuan, hoping to catch a glimmer of mockery in her expression. She had laughed boisterously before. If only she could utter a sarcastic remark now, he would have the perfect opportunity to proclaim that classic line, "I'll take care of everything here." The failure to impress and retaliate had been weighing heavily on his mind. He watched her quietly, yearning for a chance to redeem himself. However, after a moment, he noticed that Sister Yuan's face, which wore a subtle smile, suddenly flushed inexplicably. This startled Qin Feng, causing him to shiver. What on earth? Why is she blushing? Seeing Qin Feng leaning against the counter with a playful smile directed at her, Sister Yuan misinterpreted his demeanor as interest. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and glanced at Xiaoting, who was busy packing nearby, revealing a knowing smile. With a soft voice, she remarked, "Mr. Qin truly possesses remarkable courage. You and our Xiaoting make a splendid pair." "Sister, could you not sound so flippant while saying that?" Qin Feng grimaced. Just moments ago, her gaze had felt condescending. Now that he was paying, she grinned like a blooming flower. Who knows what thoughts were swirling in her mind? He offered a perfunctory smile as he reached for the golden card she handed him, only to notice her fingers teasingly brushing against his palm. Raising his eyes, he was met with a gaze filled with flirtation. What does this mean? Am I being flirted with by an older woman? Qin Feng was taken aback, unable to voice his disbelief. No way, not her. He glanced at her figure, which could not compare to the alluring Xiaoting. The makeup on her face was thick, akin to putty. He shook his head firmly without uttering a word, fearing any misunderstanding. He was astute enough to discern the important from the trivial. He certainly did not wish to miss the big picture while fixating on trivialities. Moreover, Sister Yuan's profile indicated she was 39 years old, with a charm rating of 67 and a history of 59 romantic encounters. Quite the socialite, indeed. Sister Yuan's smile faltered. How could he so coldly reject her advances after she had initially sent him subtle signals? Was it because she had laughed at him earlier, intending to humiliate her? Anger bubbled within her, and she shot him a fierce glare. What a tasteless man! Noticing her brows furrowing in frustration, Qin Feng feared she might crease her heavily made-up face and fled in haste. Xiaoting, oblivious to their exchange, turned to Sister Yuan and said, "Sister Yuan, let us leave the items here and explore elsewhere." Sister Yuan smiled weakly, replying, "Sure, enjoy yourselves." Xiaoting naturally looped her arm through Qin Feng's, asking, "Brother Qin, where shall we go next?" After a moment's thought, Qin Feng replied, "Wherever you wish to go." Xiaoting felt a bit shy. She wanted to visit Chanel and LV, but dragging an old classmate to such expensive places might seem materialistic. Yet, with a man of his caliber, this opportunity might not come again. After some internal struggle, she timidly suggested, I'd like to see the Chanel handbags." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Let us go." Seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Xiaoting's eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly, he was a true magnate. It would be a pity to only seize this opportunity once. A more gradual approach would be wise. Observing his attire, she formulated a plan. "But I've always been the one buying. Don't you want anything for yourself?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "I'm indifferent. I dislike spending money on myself." Xiaoting pinched his shirt. "That one do look at your t-shirt, it's turning yellow. As a token of gratitude, let me buy you a few nicer ones. Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Feng pondered, since you've spent so much on me, I should reciprocate and show my appreciation. Xia Ting, with her ample experience in fishing for compliments, knew how to exhibit her concern without seeming overly demanding. Qin Feng had no valid reason to decline her intentions, and he accompanied her into the Armani boutique. Xia Ting was not one to shy away from investing in her pursuits, and with Qin Feng's financial support, she felt unrestrained. She generously outfitted him from head to toe. When they reached the checkout, the total was merely a bit over 4,000. Men's clothing is indeed quite affordable. At that moment, Qin Feng emerged looking remarkably dapper. He wore a fitted black cotton short-sleeve shirt paired with casual denim trousers and stylish sneakers that added height. He appeared revitalized, standing at 182 meters after donning the new shoes. Walking down the street, even the atmosphere felt fresher. The adage clothes make the man rang true. Originally, Qin Feng, who would have barely scored a passing 60, now approached an impressive 80 after donning suitable attire. More young women smiled at him as they strolled by. Xia Ting was immensely pleased with the transformation. Walking beside him, she felt reassured against any judgment. Her affection for him increased by 2 points. As they reached 10 p.m., Xia Ting casually adjusted Qin Feng's shoulders and inquired, "Brother Qin, don't you have a girlfriend to dress you up?" Even someone as oblivious as Qin Feng could discern the underlying question about his relationship status. He responded without hesitation, "Yes, I've been busy with work until recently, and now that I've made some money, I'm considering it." Xia Ting accepted this with confidence, believing that successful men were often too engrossed in their careers to tend to such matters. The thought that he sought her out upon acquiring wealth brought a smile to her face as she playfully poked his chest, questioning, "So, what made you think of looking for me?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "Because I've always thought you were beautiful." Xia Ting, struck by his forthrightness, beamed radiantly. "Were you secretly in love with me back then?" "Perhaps a little," Qin Feng admitted candidly. Xia Ting playfully punched him lightly, her strength barely a whisper. "How naughty. I remember you had a girlfriend in school." Qin Feng quickly clarified, "I didn't have a girlfriend in college. I did pursue a girl for 3 years, but ultimately failed." This was a part of his past he preferred to avoid discussing. Just as every good woman suffers at the hands of a scoundrel, every good man harbors an unrequited love. When love fades, it vanishes as if it never existed. He believed that if he were to encounter that woman again, he would feel no emotional stirrings. Sensing his melancholy, Xia Ting consoled him, "That is her loss. Don't dwell on it." Qin Feng merely hummed in response. Observing his demeanor, Xia Ting decided to take his hand and suggested, "Let us explore them all." Truth be told, since I started working here, I haven't had much time to shop. Qin Feng questioned, "I remember you were quite popular. How come no one accompanies you shopping?" Xia Ting replied in frustration, "Don't even mention it. They're all just superficial. Recently, I encountered a guy who rented a sports car just to show off, but when it came time to pay, he suddenly pretended to have a phone call." Chapter 6. "Oh dear, I'm practically an old aunt," Summer Ting remarked with a playful tone as she guided Qin Feng into an exclusive Louis Vuitton boutique. A sales associate approached, taking a moment to appraise the pair. The young man exuded charisma, while the young woman radiated charm, prompting the associate to smile warmly and inquire, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today?" Summer Ting replied, "We'll just look around. Thank you. Of course, please take your time. If you need anything, just call for me," the associate said cheerfully, stepping aside. Sales associates in luxury boutiques are often referred to as SAs or BAs, abbreviations for sales associate and brand associate. These professionals are not only required to possess a polished appearance and refined demeanor, but also hold at least a bachelor's degree, with proficiency in English being preferable. They are adept at reading social cues, making it difficult for anyone to feel discomfort in their presence. As Summer Ting browsed through the display cases, she picked up a sleek black handbag and draped it over her shoulder, turning to Qin Feng with a smile. "Brother, do you think this bag looks good on me?" Qin Feng, oblivious to fashion nuances, replied without hesitation, "It looks great. Let us buy it." His response startled both Summer Ting and the associate. Did he not even glance at the price before making such a bold proclamation? After all, Some handbags are luxuries that come with exorbitant price tags. Summer Ting's gaze shifted toward Qin Feng. Her expression transformed. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Brother, this one costs over 60,000. When it came to spending money, Qin Feng appeared somewhat indifferent. Did $6 even warrant mention? He smiled gently at Summer Ting, stating, "As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you." This line had been rehearsed in his mind for some time, and he reveled in the astonished expressions from those around him. Qin Feng felt an exhilarating rush, realizing why so many individuals squander fortunes to elicit a smile from someone they admire. It was merely a desire to show off in front of others, a sentiment he could wholeheartedly relate to. As Summer Ting observed his lavish display, her eyes began to glimmer with admiration. In that fleeting moment, she perceived a radiant aura surrounding Qin Feng, a manifestation of his masculine allure. Captivated by his increasingly handsome profile, she found herself inexplicably Chapter 7, where to touch. You fool, this was Qin Feng's second time embracing a girl, and he felt exceedingly anxious. He wondered if this encounter would conclude as awkwardly as the first. The woman he had pursued for 3 years had left an indelible mark on his heart. He recalled saving diligently to purchase an exquisite necklace for her, which had brought a radiant smile to her face. It was during a season when spring blossomed, and they strolled through the campus, surrounded by vibrant scenery that exuded the fragrance of young love. This moment had instilled in him a fleeting sense of opportunity. With newfound courage, he had attempted to embrace her, only to be met with a look of utter disdain that he could never forget. She had sternly informed him, "You are being disrespectful. We agreed that this could only happen after marriage." Her voice echoed in his mind, haunting him during sleepless nights, solidifying his reluctance to embrace women thereafter. He feared that Xia Ting might share a similar sentiment. His hand remained frozen, hesitant, even retracting slightly. Xia Ting, however, was puzzled. She had noticed Qin Feng's hand from the corner of her eye. Her decision not to hasten away indicated her tacit approval for his touch. The prior instance of him stealing glances was insignificant, merely a clumsy gesture of affection. She felt no anger, merely adopting a demeanor that suggested she sought some coaxing. She pulled away from his hand, recognizing his attempt to feign intimacy, and noted that he possessed a certain finesse that contrasted with his previously earnest demeanor. Xia Ting suspected that his seemingly foolish facade was a guise. Regardless of whether it was an act, there was no justification for his inaction. Her willingness to engage was evident. Contemplating this, she turned her head to scrutinize his expression, only to find him lost in thought, seemingly recalling some unpleasant experience. A hint of fear crossing his face. What could possibly induce fear in embracing a girl? A question surfaced in Xia Ting's mind. The man appeared somewhat pitiable, akin to a dog that had been kicked, yearning for closeness yet paralyzed by timidity. The more she observed, the more she suspected he was playing hard to get, deliberately projecting an attitude of having been rejected by women to elicit sympathy and draw her closer. Was this perhaps a trope from too many novels? Xia Ting smirked slightly, bemused by the peculiarities of wealthy individuals. With a silent sigh, she resigned herself to playing along with his game, recognizing his status as the dominant figure in this dynamic. She composed herself, adjusting her smile, and slowed her pace, leaning back towards his arm. At the moment their bodies touched, she felt Qin Feng's body tremble. Xia Ting discreetly rolled her eyes. He was quite the actor. She nestled closer to him and gently inquired, "What are you thinking about, big brother?" Qin Feng, feeling the smoothness of her shoulder, was momentarily flustered. He had been lost in thought, oblivious to how he had wrapped his arms around her. At her question, he stammered, I wasn't thinking about anything." Xia Ting's smile remained, teasing him, "You seem so nervous. Could it be your first time embracing a beauty like me?" Realizing she had accurately guessed his predicament, Qin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Xia Ting assumed he was still pretending to be innocent. She cast a playful glance at him, placing her hand on his that encircled her. Surprised, Qin Feng thought she intended to free herself from his grasp, prompting him to hastily prepare an apology. But he was caught off guard as she slowly guided his hand down from her shoulder, across her ribs, and finally to her waist. This left him utterly bewildered. gazing at her captivatingly beautiful face, with her teasing remark, "Big brother, don't you think it's strange to put your arm around a girl?" He had not anticipated her to be so forward, and he found himself momentarily dazed, asking, "What is strange about it?" Xiaoting shot him a glance. "Only boys do that. Do you expect me to treat you like a brother?" As he listened to her playful tone and inhaled her faint fragrance, he was struck by how much more appealing Xiaoting was compared to the woman he had once adored. He realized he had been foolish to have wasted his affections on someone unworthy, only to discover he had been nothing more than a mere tool for her convenience. He was determined not to remain a passive admirer any longer. He aspired to be a formidable contender. Xiaoting's boldness infused him with newfound courage. He tightened his embrace around her, pulling her closer and candidly declaring, "How about you become my girlfriend?" Xiaoting was not taken aback by his sudden confession. She lowered her gaze, responding leisurely, "We exchanged no more than 5 sentences during our time at university. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "I believe a faster pace could be beneficial." Xiaoting hesitated, "But I don't know much about you. I don't even know where you live." Upon finishing her sentence, she quietly observed Qin Feng and Appo's expression, eager to gauge his reaction. In truth, she preferred the dramatic narrative of a domineering figure falling for her. Moreover, considering Qin Feng and Appo's wealth and looks, he had quickly risen to the top of her list. As long as his assets surpassed 8 figures, she would contemplate a relationship with him. However, hearing Xiaoting mention a house made Qin Feng and Appo's composure falter. He presently resided in a modest rented apartment of less than 40 square meters. The thought of Xiaoting discovering his humble living situation made him anxious, fearing she would dismiss him entirely. He recognized her insinuation. She was seeking to ascertain his financial standing before proceeding. Yet, he had little to offer beyond the 50 million in the system, nothing tangible to present. He considered the possibility of risking it all on a gamble, hoping for a substantial return. But he understood the impracticality of such a notion. He could easily end up with nothing, gaining little in terms of affection while becoming the subject of ridicule. Relationships required time to nurture the gradual blossoming of feelings. Having known each other for less than half a day, it was indeed unwise to rush. Qin Feng shifted the topic. "You will find out soon enough. Where shall we go next?" Xiaoting noticed his evasiveness and the way his eyes darted, as if concealing something. This piqued her curiosity. A man as generous as him should not be living in an undesirable place. Yet, as he chose not to divulge, she buried her questions deep within, refraining from further inquiry. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time. It was past 5. "Are you hungry, big brother?" They had meandered through the day, and Xiaoting and Appo's enchanting presence had distracted him from his fatigue. Now, reminded of his hunger, Qin Feng rubbed his stomach and exclaimed, "I'm famished. I could eat a whole cow." Realizing her oversight in keeping him occupied without considering his needs, Xiaoting felt a pang of guilt. To make amends, she suggested treating him to dinner. Qin Feng immediately declined. It was absurd. He could easily cover their meal expenses. Eating to his heart's content for a single $1 was far more advantageous if he paid himself. He led Xiaoting to an upscale seafood restaurant. He ordered the most extravagant king crab, geoduck, an unidentified colossal sea conch, Australian lobster, and sea urchin scrambled eggs. For a long time, he had longed for a seafood feast, but had never dared to order such delicacies alone. At someone else's wedding, he had tasted Australian lobster, but he could not savor its flavor, as it disappeared in mere moments with each guest taking their share. This time, his wishes were fulfilled. By the end of the afternoon, including WeChat transfers, he had spent a total of 250,000 yuan. Summer Ting and Appo's fondness for him surged rapidly, currently standing at 42 points familiar. Chapter 8. My mother calls me home. This seafood restaurant, though somewhat expensive with a minimum consumption of 2,800 for a couple's private room, truly delivers a delightful experience. The primary allure lies in its visual spectacle. The restaurant features live video feeds from the kitchen displayed within the dining rooms, allowing patrons to witness the culinary process firsthand. All ingredients are showcased before the camera, ensuring that only the freshest seafood is served. The giant conch is smashed open with a hammer, its flesh still quivering, an astonishing sight. Slices are tossed into the pan, and even when merely accompanied by scallions, the aroma is utterly intoxicating. The Concanapos. Meat is firm, resilient, succulent, and extraordinarily delicious, with a delightful chewiness. The two diners are left praising the meal profusely. When it comes to seafood, the distinction between live and dead is starkly pronounced. As the emperor crab is presented, a magnificent, vibrant red in a colossal bowl, Qin Feng stands in awe. Despite having heard much about emperor crabs, he is taken aback by the sheer volume laid before him. Each crab leg is meticulously cleaned, drizzled with crab roe, the enticing red and yellow hues enhancing one and Appo's appetite. A bite reveals tender, flavorful meat, imbued with a unique freshness and a hint of salted egg yolk, its texture slightly granular. Not only is it delectable, but the portion is also generous, far too much for one person to consume. Summer Ting, however, eats only slightly more than a cat, merely sampling each dish before setting down her chopsticks. Qin Feng finds himself disheartened, grappling with the dilemma of either being unable to afford the lavish meal or overindulging. He orders a bottle of Penfold's red wine, priced at $7,500. Initially contemplating a more extravagant Lafite at over $20,000, he opts for the more modest choice, wary of appearing ostentatious and risking Summer Ting's disapproval. The server presents the wine, showcasing the label and bottle before uncorking it in front of them, pouring a small glass for Qin Feng to taste. He finds the flavor lacking compared to the exuberant Brave Adventure wine, yet he nods appreciatively, feigning approval. The server then pours wine into elegant glasses for both. Summer Ting, initially reluctant to drink, aware that it may grant the male the upper hand, finds herself unable to resist the allure of the expensive wine Qin Feng has chosen, clinking glasses with him. After dining, a soft haze has settled in her eyes, her cheeks flushed, radiating beauty. As they exit the restaurant, Qin Feng notices her unsteady gait and instinctively reaches to embrace her. To his surprise, she wraps her arms around his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Feng's heart races, his composure slipping away. The city's nightlife, illuminated by dancing neon lights, casts a captivating glow on Summer Ting's fair skin, enhancing her alluring beauty. A refreshing breeze rustles her dress, adding a touch of springtime charm to her presence. Qin Feng leans down, whispering, "Ting Ting, shall I book a room for you to rest?" His words seem to awaken a slumbering beauty within her. Summer Ting regains a hint of clarity, the haze in her gaze dissipating, replaced by a flicker of caution. Though her tolerance for alcohol is quite decent, having consumed only a modest amount, she is fully aware that the evening is the time for women to reciprocate for the expenditures of the day. However, until she thoroughly understands Qin Feng's intentions, she is reluctant to surrender herself so swiftly. Thus, she feigns drunkenness, declaring, "I can't, my mother insists I must return home tonight." Qin Feng, realizing he had rushed his inquiry, chuckles and clarifies, "What are you thinking? I merely suggested we find a place to sit and let you sober up." Summer Ting smiles, recognizing the futility of her subtle intentions. "Are you certain you only wish to sit?" Qin Feng, with utmost sincerity, replies, "Absolutely." "Trusting you seems foolish," she retorts, her glance laden with flirtation. Qin Feng is momentarily struck, his mind swirling with impure thoughts, unable to articulate a response. Noticing his silence, Summer Ting fears her refusal might have dampened his spirits. Understanding the need to nurture such a fine catch, she proposes, "Let us stroll through the park across the street. It will aid in digestion." Qin Feng dazed agrees. Together they meander along the winding stone path into the refreshing park, flanked by lush trees swaying gently in the breeze. The air infused with the delicate fragrances of flowers and grass, invigorating the spirit. Yet, Qin Feng finds himself growing increasingly agitated. The darkened surroundings seem conducive to mischief, and with every step closer to the grassy area, the faint glow of streetlights fades. Summer Ting's radiant smile continually challenges his resolve. Ultimately, he succumbs to temptation. Without a word, he positions himself before her, encircling her slender waist, gazing deeply into her eyes. Noticing her inviting expression, devoid of resistance, he gathers his courage and leans down to kiss her. Just as their lips are about to meet, a slender finger halts his advance. At this pivotal moment, stymied, Qin Feng's frustration boils over, and he bites down on the offending digit. Summer Ting gasps, taken aback by his audacity, her earlier confidence crumbling in an instant. "Stop that!" she exclaims, attempting to withdraw her finger, but Qin Feng holds her arm firmly, rendering her immobile. With no room to maneuver, she blushes, saying, "You're so annoying. Let go." The unyielding Qin Feng remains steadfast, refusing to relent. "If you keep this up, I will shout that you're being a rogue." At this hour, the park is bustling with evening strollers and joggers, many passing by without a second glance at the couple's intimate display. Parks are typically havens for romance, and public displays of affection are commonplace. However, onlookers can't help but curse Qin Feng for being so brazen with such a beautiful girl. Qin Feng, oblivious to the judgment, countered with a grin. "Are you still blocking me?" Seeing his persistence, Summer Ting first smiles in a mock plea before suddenly stepping on his foot. As he winces in pain, she seizes the opportunity to free her finger, shoving him away and dashing off, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Qin Feng hops on one foot, clutching his sore foot, before swiftly pursuing her. "You little enchantress, you think you can escape after provoking me?" Chapter 9. My desire to buy a car, though Xia Ting possessed long, elegant legs, she was hindered by her choice of thick-soled sandals, rendering her unable to outrun Qin Feng, who was clad in athletic shoes. Within moments, he caught up with her and enveloped her in his embrace, playfully teasing her. After enduring a rather indecent advance, Xia Ting managed to extricate his hand from her clothing and shot him an indignant glare. "If you continue like this, I shall ignore you." In earlier days, such a remark might have intimidated Qin Feng, causing him to retreat. However, he had since liberated himself from such concerns. With wealth at his disposal, he felt no anxiety. The world was replete with stunning women. If one did not suffice, another would. With affluence, how could he fail to find a woman who could tolerate his whims? Raising his other hand behind Xia Ting, he playfully patted her thigh amid her startled exclamation, admonishing, "Let us see if you dare to tread on my foot again." Xia Ting huffed. "You started it." Qin Feng privately mused on the delightful sensation of holding such an exquisite girl, yearning to make her his own. Yet, lacking experience in courtship, he was at a loss for how to win her over. Recalling that bars were reputed to be excellent venues for meeting women, he approached her with the suggestion, "All right then, I admit my fault. How about I treat you to a night out at a bar?" Xia Ting evaded his embrace, retorting disdainfully, "Humph, you filthy man. Trying to get me drunk, are you?" Recognizing her firm rejection, Qin Feng refrained from further advances and adopted a conciliatory tone. "I simply wish to experience the world, as I have never been." Xia Ting scrutinized him skeptically. "Such sweet talk. Your earlier behavior hardly suggests you are a good person." Qin Feng replied earnestly, "I truly mean it. I've been too busy to go out before." Regardless of the truth of his words, Xia Ting dismissed the idea of going out that evening. She had received sufficient enjoyment for the night. One must feed a fish gradually. If one dumps all the bait at once, it would satiate them and they would cease to swim closer. Xia Ting was experienced in such matters. With a slight frown, she anticipated his return the following day with gifts to charm her, at which point she would assess whether to continue their dalliance. Qin Feng pursued her, pleading, "Do not be angry. Let us communicate calmly." "Humph," Xia Ting replied, refusing to acknowledge him as she continued walking, her head turned away. Qin Feng maintained a smiling facade, trailing alongside her. He recalled reading that if a girl were genuinely angry, she would typically not respond. Her mere huff indicated her mood was not truly vexed, merely a fleeting annoyance. If words failed to placate her, a gift would likely succeed. After pondering, he suggested, "Ting Ting, please do not be upset. How about this? Within my capacity, I shall grant you one wish." Intrigued by his proposal, Xia Ting slowed her pace and regarded him with suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" With sincerity etched in his gaze, Qin Feng replied, "I should not have treated you that way earlier. I seek your forgiveness." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Xia Ting became more curious. "So you will fulfill one of my wishes? Anything at all?" Qin Feng responded confidently, "Yes, within reason." He emphasized the word reasonable, fearing she might propose something outrageous. Xia Ting chuckled at his definition of reasonable. Her wish was to buy a sports car. Was that not a normal desire? It was almost laughable. Initially, his words had sparked hope, but the addition of the word normal made her doubt. Surely a few tens of thousands could hardly be deemed a wish. She could easily find a middle-aged man to fulfill such a trivial desire without needing him. Xia Ting dismissed the notion and quickened her pace, feeling that the term wish had been insulted. While her mood might improve by tomorrow, she was not inclined to converse with Qin Feng at present. Qin Feng, puzzled by her sudden chill, could not fathom the shift in her demeanor. Why had she turned cold? He had merely been cautious of her potentially bizarre request, recalling the eccentric scenes from Stephen Chow's films that had inspired his caution. Why had she turned against him? Determined to clarify, he called out, "Just tell me your wish. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will surely fulfill it." Xia Ting, now irritated, retorted, "I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it?" This was her most fervent desire at present. Despite Qin Feng and Oppo's display of wealth, she doubted he could actually procure a car worth several million. Upon hearing her wish, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Was that all? He could easily purchase 2 of them. If she found that excessive, she could always gift one back to him. However, he hesitated, uncertain if such an act might be deemed inappropriate. Thus, he abandoned the risky notion. Calmly, he took Xia Ting's hand, wearing a confident smile, and affirmed, "All right." Xia Ting widened her eyes, re-evaluating the man before her. His tranquil demeanor suggested he was treating her request as casually as if it were for a mere $100,000 Mercedes. Yet this was a Porsche 911, worth millions. His ease in acquiescing left her questioning if he were merely jesting. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she asked, "Are you serious?" With a smile, Qin Feng confirmed yes. Xia Ting sought reassurance, "You're not lying?" Qin Feng responded earnestly, "To deceive you would be beneath me." Xia Ting scrutinized his eyes, searching for signs of deceit, but found only unwavering confidence. She possessed a certain discernment regarding truthfulness, and Qin Feng exuded sincerity and calmness, reminiscent of his composure when purchasing her handbag that afternoon. In that moment, Xia Ting felt an instinctive realization. Should she let this man slip away, she might also forfeit her chance at the 911. "Is there a condition for this purchase?" she inquired, her gaze drifting to Qin Feng's new trousers, her cheeks faintly flushed. What if he sought some form of bargain? Should she agree or refuse? If it were merely that, she could consider it. Yet she dreaded the prospect of him saying he would buy it only after they had a child. Wealthy individuals often imposed exceedingly stringent conditions, and she was well aware of this. Qin Feng, gently caressing her delicate hand, smiled nonchalantly. "I will buy it for you tomorrow. It's merely a few $100s. I feel a slight pinch, but for the sake of charming a girl, it is hardly a burden." Xia Ting gasped, "Tomorrow? That's astonishingly quick." Qin Feng inquired, "Isn't the dealership closed for the day?" Xia Ting, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to believe her ears. "Is this truly what you mean?" Her voice trembled, and her address shifted to a more affectionate tone. "Do I seem like I'm jesting?" "No, it doesn't seem like it," Xia Ting stammered. "But this is a Porsche 911. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "What of it? If it pleases you, I shall procure it. My dear brother, I adore you." Xia Ting spontaneously embraced Qin Feng, showering his face with kisses. Xia Ting's affection 10, Chapter 10. The bar is swarming with dogs. Qin Feng, adorned with numerous lipstick marks, chuckled with delight, unwilling to wipe them away. He never anticipated that even before purchasing the car, his favorability would surge by 10 points. Indeed, women are creatures of emotion. It is no wonder that some individuals can ensnare women with deceit. There are even instances where young women, deceived of both wealth and affection, steadfastly lend money to men. A truly absurd situation. Qin Feng was filled with myriad sentiments. Xia Ting eagerly anticipated Qin Feng's performance. Judging by today's display, his financial resources seemed boundless. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against him, gently murmuring, "Brother, didn't you wish to drink? Allow me to accompany you for a little." Qin Feng teased. "Didn't you say there would be no opportunity?" Xia Ting pouted playfully. "I suddenly feel like drinking again. Is that not acceptable?" Qin Feng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After indulging in their affectionate banter for a while, They hailed a taxi to a bar that exuded an air of sophistication. Aptly named Dragon Bay, the venue was expansive, a standalone structure, its exterior adorned with vertical blue neon lights that dazzled the eyes. Upon entering, a young marketing attendant welcomed them, his gaze lingering appreciatively on the beautiful Xia Ting, his smile widening. Typically, the more striking the woman accompanying a man, the greater the expenditure. "Good evening, sir and madam. Do you have a reservation? Would you like a table?" Having never visited before, Qin Feng glanced at Xia Ting, inviting her to make the decision. "Let us opt for a more upscale booth," she instructed confidently. "Very well, we have an S-class booth available. Would you like it?" Curious about the costs associated with the booths, Qin Feng inquired, "How much does it cost?" "The S-class booth is our finest area, requiring a minimum expenditure of 6,000 yuan. "Only 6,000? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The marketing attendant, witnessing his ease in securing the booth, felt a surge of excitement, anticipating their spending capacity. He promptly escorted them to booth S3, which was elevated, providing a panoramic view of the entire bar. The booth was draped with sheer curtains, and dry ice surrounded them, creating a mist that obscured the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere ethereal. The bar was dimly lit yet illuminated with vibrant stage lights, spotlights, and neon hues, conjuring a dreamlike ambience. A band played popular songs on stage, the music soothing as it was still early in the evening. Once seated, the marketing attendant presented the drink menu for their selection. Xia Ting perused the options, anxious not to choose something too extravagant that might displease Qin Feng. "Let us go with the 6,800 yuan mixed package. That should cover the booth fee," she decided. The attendant's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her choice. In this premier booth, he was expected to remain on standby throughout their stay. A mere minimum expenditure would significantly diminish his commission for the evening. Qin Feng glanced at the menu, noting offerings like Little Dragon at 38,000 yuan and Supreme Dragon at 88,000 yuan. Unfamiliar with such luxuries, he turned to Xia Ting, asking, "What is this Supreme Dragon?" Xia Ting patiently explained that that's the ace of spades, the finest champagne. The Little Dragon comes in 3 colors, while the larger one has 5, accompanied by a bottle of black gold. Most people cannot afford it. Qin Feng responded with an intrigued "oh" and asked, "Have you tried it? How does it taste?" Noting his interest, Xia Ting recalled her limited experiences with the Little Dragon, finding its taste surprisingly pleasant. It had a delicate texture, rich fruitiness, with hints of peach and vanilla, its scent refreshing. Most importantly, each sip carried the essence of affluence, a memory hard to forget. However, she hesitated to order such an expensive drink, not out of concern for Qin Feng's ability to pay, but rather to ensure that they had enough funds for the sports car purchase the following day. Pretending to be dismissive, she remarked, "It's just average, similar to regular champagne." The marketing attendant, overhearing the conversation and noting Qin Feng's lack of knowledge about the renowned Little Dragon, felt a pang of disappointment, suspecting he was perhaps unsophisticated. The prospect of spending the evening here under such circumstances made him feel disheartened. He glanced disdainfully at the well-dressed Qin Feng, feeling sorry for Xia Ting. Typically, women in such opulent venues would pressure their partners for extravagance. Yet here was a stunning woman willing to save money for her boyfriend. Such a gem was rare indeed. He could not resist prodding. "Sir, shall we proceed with the 6,800 mixed package?" Qin Feng, unfamiliar with champagne, grew curious about the ace of spades and asked Xia Ting, "Is it really that unpleasant?" Xia Ting, torn, sensed Qin Feng's desire to try it, but feared that claiming it was distasteful would dampen his spirits. After deliberation, she replied, "It's not bad. Just don't overspend. This is perfectly fine." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng's mind raced with possibilities. He queried the system, wondering if he could expense the drinks should the goddess decline them. The system responded, "All expenses for the date can be settled through the fund." Feeling reassured, he was about to order the dragon set to discover its flavor when the marketing attendant chimed in. "The mixed package suits you quite well." Observing Xia Ting's consistent support for the less expensive choice, the attendant sensed an opportunity to lower the bill, while Qin Feng appeared indecisive, seemingly attempting to appear affluent yet cautious about finances. This irritated the attendant, prompting him to make a snide remark. Xiaoting detected a hint of condescension in the attendant's tone, concerned that Qin Feng might take offense. Rising from her seat, she confronted him. "What do you mean by that?" The attendant smirked, feeling unappreciated for trying to help her see the truth about her companion. Yet she directed her anger towards him. "Apologies, miss. I'm rather clumsy with words. Please forgive any offense," he said, his demeanor polite yet insincere. Although his attitude was faultless, it felt off-putting, his smile not reaching his eyes, conveying an air of indifference. Xiaoting disliked his tone, but, recognizing his apology, refrained from losing her composure and sat back down with irritation. Qin Feng, accustomed to such disdainful treatment from his time as a delivery driver and security guard, discerned the attendant and amp oppose as condescension, suspecting it stemmed from their modest order. However, he would not allow anyone to upset his companion. If she lost her enthusiasm for drinking, he would be left to retire early for the night. Feeling it necessary to assert himself, he calmly instructed the attendant, "Please summon your manager." The attendant scoffed, feeling no trepidation. He had maintained decorum throughout, believing even the manager would adopt a similar attitude towards Qin Feng, given the relatively low expenditure for such a premium booth. Muttering under his breath, he turned away with an air of superiority, still brimming with arrogance. Qin Feng smiled at Xiaoting, reassuring her, "Do not be upset. I will handle him." Xiaoting felt a twinge of guilt, troubled by thoughts of the sports car and how her choice of drinks might portray Qin Feng in a negative light. "It's all right, brother. Perhaps we should skip the drinks," she suggested timidly. "Absolutely not. I have resolved to make a statement. No one shall deter me," Qin Feng replied emphatically. He had waited all day for an opportunity to splurge, and indeed, a bar was the ideal venue to showcase his worth. On the other side, the marketing fellow arrived at the back of the bar and sought out the floor manager. The manager, named Shifuya, was a strikingly beautiful woman exuding an air of sophistication and authority, reputed to have a formidable background. Upon seeing her, the marketing chap immediately began to complain about a table of patrons who were both frugal and fastidious, taking their time without ordering any drinks. He suspected that the two individuals were merely posing for pictures in the S-zone, now discontent with his demeanor, and urged her to intervene. Shifuya cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, feeling a twinge of disdain for this slacker who often resorted to petty tricks. This was not the first time he had drawn complaints from customers. Were it not for the fact that he was acquainted with a couple of affluent young gentlemen who frequently patronized the establishment, spending lavishly, she would have long since dismissed him. With a sigh of resignation, Shifuya accompanied him to Qin Feng's booth. Chapter 11. The way she hits the dog is truly impressive. Shifuya possesses a quintessential oval face with exquisite and ethereal features. Her skin is as smooth as fine porcelain, and the slight upward tilt of her eyes lends her a cold, enchanting allure reminiscent of a fox. Cascading chestnut curls fall sensuously down her back. She wears a simple yet elegant white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a captivating neckline. The fabric is lightweight and form-fitting, accentuating her figure. The cuffs of her sleeves are slightly rolled, exposing her slender wrists, exuding a casual elegance rich in detail. A fitted skirt perfectly outlines her curves. Its smooth, lustrous fabric paired with black stockings that elongate her legs, bestowing upon her an air of competence. Qin Feng gazes at her, momentarily entranced. This woman embodies the high and aloof demeanor of a character from a comic book. She carries herself with confidence, her gaze cool and detached, yet when she smiles, she radiates warmth akin to the gentle thaw of winter, heralding the rebirth of nature. Qin Feng employs his scanning function, glancing at her profile. Name, Shifuya. Age, 27. Charm, 90. Romantic encounters, 2. Only 2? That seems implausible. Is it possible to find such an innocent girl in a place like this? How can she maintain her integrity, working in such an environment? Qin Feng is taken aback. Upon entering the bar, he had casually scanned the surroundings and noticed that most of the women here were strikingly beautiful, with several scoring above 90. However, their romantic encounters were often in the double digits, some even reaching the hundreds. One particularly stunning woman with a charm score of 86 had reportedly had 1,000 conquests. Astonishing indeed. To achieve such a feat before turning 30, how had she allowed her lips to be tasted by so many? Qin Feng could hardly fathom it, nor did he dare to approach these women, particularly in front of Xiaoting. Testing the waters could be perilous. He needed to possess extraordinary resilience before attempting such a venture. Noticing Qin Feng's unabashed gaze, Shifuya felt a twinge of curiosity. She had encountered men with lecherous eyes and those who admired her openly, but this man's gaze seemed to penetrate her very being, filled with astonishment, as if he were beholding something extraordinary. Lowering her eyes, she quickly assessed her attire, ensuring everything was in order. She had checked her reflection prior to arriving, her makeup perfectly applied. Confounded, she approached Qin Feng, suppressing her curiosity, and smiled as she spoke. "My apologies, gentlemen. I'm the manager here, Shirya. I sincerely regret that our service did not meet your expectations. Please forgive us." She offered a slight bow, regardless of the circumstances. It is customary in the service industry to apologize first. Shifuya, seasoned in her role, continued, as a gesture of goodwill. "We would like to offer you 2 complimentary cocktails. How does that sound?" Her demeanor was impeccable, yet the marketing staff behind her wore a look of impatience. Qin Feng, reclining on the sofa, replied nonchalantly, "No need, I did not come here for drinks." "Then what do you imply?" He trailed off. "I wanted to order the Supreme Dragon set, but that fellow over there said I could only order a mix. I believe there is an issue with your service, and I wanted to discuss it with you." Shifuya was taken aback by Qin Feng's intention to order the dragon set. Glancing at his attire and the beautiful woman beside him, her belief in him strengthening. However, upon hearing that the marketing staff had denied him the chance to order, she felt a surge of indignation. This fool had a penchant for looking down on others. Just the other day, he had mocked a table of customers, insisting they sit elsewhere, claiming the VIP area was reserved for his friends. In the end, the customers at that table had spent 20,000, far exceeding his friend's minimum spend. Determined, Shifuya resolved that if this man truly ordered the dragon set, she would fire this imbecile on the spot. "I sincerely apologize, Shirya. We promise to enhance our staff training and provide you with superior service. I hope you can forgive us this time." She bowed again, this time deeper, exposing more of her fair skin through the open collar. Qin Feng, momentarily distracted, had no intentions of escalating the matter. He merely wished to voice a complaint. Why should a worker complicate another worker's life? At that moment, the marketing staff scoffed derisively, muttering, "What are you pretending for? You, with your appearance, ordering the dragon set? Surely you jest." He dismissed the possibility of these and amp. Oppos, poor souls and amp. Oppos, being able to afford such an extravagant order and refuse to humble himself before them. His voice, though quiet, was audible to those present. Shifuya's expression darkened. This fool had insulted a customer right in front of her, showing blatant disrespect. Her patience wearing thin. She turned to him coldly. "You're fired. Pack your things and leave Yulong Bay." "What? On what grounds?" "I merely spoke the truth. Someone like him wouldn't even know what the dragon set is, let alone afford it," he retorted. Shifuya shot him a disdainful glance. Realizing this unfortunate soul was the reason for the negative reviews about their service online. She had no desire to waste time. Pulling out her phone, she prepared to summon help to remove him. The young man, flustered, boasted, "Just know that my friends will never come here again." Shifuya, still on the phone, coldly instructed, "Send a few men from S03 over quickly." In this bar, her authority was significant. Everyone was under her command. Summoning a few strong men would take mere moments. Seeing her determination, the young man erupted in anger, hurling insults. "You vile witch. You're firing me for penny pincher? Damn you." With a swift motion, Shifuya delivered a resounding slap to his face. He was left stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Qin Feng and Xiaoting were equally astonished, having not anticipated such fierce resolve from her. Xiaoting had initially suspected a ruse to extract money from her brother, but the force of that slap dispelled any doubt which bar would stage such a realistic performance, especially when her brother had yet to spend a dime. At that moment, several burly men in uniforms rushed in, standing before Shifuya, awaiting orders. She coldly commanded, "Strip this fool of his clothes and throw him out." The men swiftly seized the young man and Oppos, arms and began to escort him away. With his slender limbs, he dared not protest, merely glaring at Fuya with venomous eyes. Noticing his gaze, Fuya frowned and added, "Leave nothing behind, and remember to record it." Witnessing her decisive demeanor, Qin Feng swallowed hard, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of pursuing her. Chapter 12. Ting Ting. I wish to indulge in Remy Martin. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Fuya felt somewhat weary. These young, naive individuals remain oblivious to the realities of the world unless properly educated. Regaining her composure, she offered a faint smile to Qin Feng and politely remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Everyone possesses their own opinions, and we cannot impose restrictions." Qin Feng graciously assured her that it was no bother and curiously inquired, "How much did his friend spend here?" Fuya replied nonchalantly, "Approximately over 100,000. Qin Feng, understanding the implications, responded with a smile. "Then please prepare 2 servings of the Supreme Dragon set for me, as a slight compensation for your losses." Upon hearing this, Fuya looked up in surprise. Taking a moment to assess Qin Feng, his lean yet resolute visage, distinguished features, and dark brows framed gentle eyes, lending him a hint of charm, albeit with somewhat thin lips. The manner in which this man casually dismissed spending such a significant sum, without a flicker of ostentation, suggested he was likely the scion of a wealthy family. Realizing the importance of catering to such a distinguished client, she adopted a more respectful tone, gently reminding him, "Sir, ordering such expensive beverages requires prepayment." Qin Feng nodded in understanding and promptly swiped his card for 180,000. Staying true to his frugal nature, he added, "You may use the excess for some peanuts or seeds." Fuya initially thought he was jesting. However, upon seeing the receipt from the POS machine, she recognized his stature and swiftly presented her business card, smiling, "Sir, next time you visit, please seek me out directly, and I will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her card, adding her as a friend. Summer Ting, observing Qin Feng adding another woman as a friend, instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, casting a possessive glance at Fuya. Fuya, understanding the dynamics, offered a polite smile, inquiring after Qin Feng's name before excusing herself to arrange their drinks. Summer Ting, leaning close to Qin Feng, whispered sweetly, "Brother, why are you compensating her?" The warmth of her breath against his ear sent a delightful shiver down his spine, stirring a mix of sensations within him. At that moment, Summer Ting was practically draped over him, their proximity intensified by her soft shoulder brushing against him, accompanied by her unique floral fragrance that enveloped him, rendering him momentarily enchanted. Noticing Qin Feng's dazed silence, she playfully swayed her body, teasing, "Are you attracted to that woman?" Snapped back to reality, Qin Feng quickly replied, "No, it's just that the situation arose because of me, and I felt it necessary to express my sentiments." Summer Ting huffed lightly. "But it's unnecessary to spend so much. Just one would suffice." Qin Feng, with an air of generosity, laughed, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a small sum." Upon hearing this, Summer Ting's eyes lit up. The realization that this man could effortlessly spend tens of thousands on drinks revealed his substantial wealth. If she could impress him, a luxury car for the following day seemed almost guaranteed. With excitement bubbling within her, she clung to Qin Feng, playfully nudging him. It wasn't an amp, Oppos, long before she noticed the slight blush on his face, making her hesitate, fearing he might view her as too forward. Just then, the bar and amp, Oppos' music shifted dramatically to an energetic DJ style. The booming bass reverberated through the venue, waves of sound crashing over them. A group of alluring women adorned with bunny ears emerged, brandishing sparkling black spade gift boxes, each containing a dazzling bottle of Ace of Spade champagne. They swayed their hips, parading around the bar. The DJ's voice boomed, accompanied by the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. As the patrons recognized the spectacle, they erupted in excitement, shouting congratulations to Qin Xiao of S03 for acquiring 2 sets of the Supreme Dragon, wishing him prosperity and success. A cadre of bunny girls approached the S03 booth, Placing the ace of spades on the table, they danced around Qin Feng and Summer Ting, expertly pulling party poppers, showering the area with confetti. The women at the back waved illuminated gift boxes, drawing attention. As the lights illuminated Qin Feng, the swirling confetti created an intoxicating atmosphere, allowing him to experience true extravagance. Women downstairs, spotting the dashing gentleman, erupted into high-pitched cheers, showering him with kisses. Qin Feng, overwhelmed by the cheers, pondered whether this was the exhilarating feeling of spending lavishly. Was this the lifestyle of the elite? To be honest, it was exhilarating, almost euphoric. For Summer Ting, being at the center of attention for the first time filled her with exhilaration. Previously, she had only experienced such an atmosphere among a group of women. Now, standing beside Qin Feng, she savored the sensation of being the focal point. She glanced at Qin Feng, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Summer Ting's favorability 5. Receiving a notification from a system, Qin Feng glanced at Summer Ting's profile, noting her favorability was now at 57, familiar. Total expenditure, 420,000. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy inside, though his face remained composed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Ting Ting, I noticed on the receipt that there is a bottle of something called Remy Martin Louis XIII at the bottom. Would you care to taste it? Summer Ting gasped in shock. Such liquor was priced akin to gold, costing 20 to 30,000 per bottle. She had witnessed the grand display of such beverages before, akin to a wedding procession, with a procession of women holding lanterns and muscular men carrying the gilded palanquin adorned with Remy Martin and Oppos, as exquisite black pearl. The sheer prestige of its unveiling was explosive. Summer Ting genuinely believed it was not worth the show-off. Drinking it would be better spent purchasing gold. Brother, please don't order it. We have more than enough drinks. She felt a pang of concern, wishing to save money for Qin Feng, hoping he would spend the savings on her instead. Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He yearned to indulge in more drinks to elevate his favorability. But since Summer Ting insisted against it, he refrained from forcing the issue, understanding it might backfire. After the revelry subsided, patrons gradually began to depart. A few women quietly inquired if they could remain to keep him company, but Qin Feng politely declined, shaking his head. None of them came close to an 80 in attractiveness. Their attempts at charm felt utterly contrived. It would be far more worthwhile to seek out that alluring woman who had been throwing kisses at him earlier. She was genuinely captivating. Qin Xiao, allow me to open a few bottles for you to enjoy, and I'll store the rest for you, Shifuya chimed in, approaching with peanuts and a fruit platter. Qin Feng, captivated by Shifuya and Oppos' beauty, felt a desire to delve deeper into her profile. However, the system prompted him, stating, to update the goddess and Oppos' detailed information. The host must make a purchase. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. Showering her with gifts was a simple task. Chapter 13. 10 Men in Black favor only me. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, don't keep it. If you can't finish it, just give it away. Take 2 bottles for now. This was the first time Shifuya had heard of wine being directly gifted. She was momentarily taken aback and asked, is this for me, Mr. Qin? If Qin Feng had suggested she drink, it wouldn't and Oppos' have surprised her, but the direct gifting intrigued her. As the bar manager, receiving alcohol was tantamount to receiving cash. Although her salary was quite substantial, who would ever complain about a lack of money? The ace of spades, priced at 10 to 20,000 a bottle in the bar, and the black gold, even more expensive. Qin Feng nodded, just take 2 bottles with you when you leave. They are for you. Xia Ting and Oppos' jealousy was palpable, as she clung to Qin Feng and shot daggers at Shifuya in silence. Seeing Qin Feng and Oppos' girlfriend beside him, Shifuya Kuden and Oppos' helped but smile. She speculated that he might want her to accompany him for drinks, hoping to charm her with his spending. Shifuya found Qin Feng's candid demeanor quite appealing. She opened 2 bottles, poured drinks for the 3 of them, and raised her glass, saying, then I shall thank Mr. Qin for the generous gift. May the boss thrive and attract wealth. With that, she downed her drink with exuberance. At that moment, Qin Feng heard the system's voice. Divine Goddess Database updated name, Shifuya age, 27 height, 168 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms charm, 90 occupation, bar manager specialty, judo favorability, 5 stranger, romantic experiences, 2 strategy reward, 10 biochemical bodyguards amount spent, 30,000 yuan. Qin Feng looked at the strategy reward and inquired, what are biochemical beings? The system explained, high-tech clones, possessing exceptional intelligence, proficient in various skills, with combat capabilities equivalent to elite special forces of Xia country. They lack emotions, pain perception, and gender, and possess legal status in Xia country. Qin Feng's eyes turned into hearts instantly. This was astonishing. Sending them out to work. Each would earn at least 10,000 a month. 10 individuals would yield 100,000. This was an effortless way to earn money. If only the emperors of the past could have gotten their hands on this. They would have surely laughed to death, rendering eunuchs unnecessary. After finishing her drink, Shifuya noticed the fervor in Qin Feng's gaze, reminiscent of a wolf spotting a rabbit. She wondered if he thought she was like the other bar girls, someone easily taken away. Shifuya couldn't and oppose. T help but smile, choosing not to clarify that she was different from those women. After all, he had named Amp, oppose, T explicitly asked, and hastily emphasizing her virtue would seem rather foolish. However, to encourage him to visit more often, a bit of pretense was necessary. She smiled and said, Mr. Qin, why aren't and oppose? T you drinking? Qin Feng took a sip and replied, you really shouldn't call me Mr. Qin. It sounds rather beastly. Shifuya chuckled. Then can I call you CEO Qin? Qin Feng found that title a bit antiquated, but acceptable. So he nodded. Xia Ting watched Shifuya bend over to open the wine, intentionally revealing a glimpse of her neckline, cursing her silently in her mind. Yet, she maintained a cheerful demeanor and inquired, Sister Xia, managing such a large bar must be quite taxing, right? Shifuya smiled and responded, not at all, just small matters. If you come to play every day, it would be a great support for my work. After pouring the wine, she handed a slice of watermelon to Qin Feng, then instinctively adjusted her skirt before sitting naturally on Qin Feng and Amp, Oppo's right side, with Xia Ting on his left and Shifuya on his right, both beaming. They subtly probed his background. CEO Qin, you seem quite young, yet so generous. I presume your family background is impressive? Shifuya exuded a captivating fragrance, sweet and enticing, akin to fine wine. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, unwittingly revealing his truth. There's nothing remarkable about my family. We are merely here to serve the people. This was a phrase he had often heard as a security guard, a flattering way for the other guards to elevate their own status. On the surface, it sounded noble, but in truth, it was akin to being a watchdog. Upon hearing this, Shifuya was taken aback. It turned out this man was not merely a rich heir, but rather a red second generation. Only someone with political connections would humbly refer to serving the people. She observed that he didn't seem accustomed to frequenting such establishments, indicating a strict upbringing that kept him from indulging in leisure activities. No wonder the marketing person had mentioned he was unfamiliar with certain social nuances. Her gaze towards Qin Feng shifted drastically. Shifuya's favorability 5, current favorability 10, acquaintance. Qin Feng was bewildered, wondering how he had gained favorability. Meanwhile, Xia Ting, oblivious to the nuances, noticed Shifuya and Amp, Oppo's strange look and felt a surge of protectiveness. She hastily tried to capture Qin Feng and Amp, Oppo's attention, fearing he might develop an interest in that woman. Brother, he propose a toast to you. Thank you for the many gifts. I am truly touched. Qin Feng found Xia Ting and Oppo's sudden enthusiasm puzzling. The atmosphere had shifted rather quickly. On his left, a radiant smile, and on his right, a flirtatious gaze. He pondered what he had done to warrant such attention. Shifuya realized that Qin Feng and Oppo's girlfriend was showing off and couldn't and Oppo's helped but chuckle inwardly. She dared not entertain any special thoughts about Qin Feng. His background was beyond the reach of ordinary folk. As long as such a noble gentleman could bring more friends to her bar, she would be quite pleased. Shifuya raised her glass and said, CEO Qin, I also toast to you. Tonight's atmosphere owes much to you. Thank you immensely. Qin Feng, not adept at refusal, drank for both sides. Combined with the previous wine, he felt a slight intoxication. As the energetic music filled the air, a lively crowd danced beneath the vibrant lights, fully expressing themselves. On the central stage, a DJ led the rhythm, dancing and gesturing with one hand while holding her microphone with the other. In such an exuberant environment, it was easy for one's emotions to swell. Noticing Qin Feng's growing inclination to dance, Xiaoting took his hand and led him to the dance floor adjacent to their booth. Xiaoting danced boldly before him, raising her hands high, swaying from side to side with great enthusiasm. Although Qin Feng was not particularly skilled in dancing, the atmosphere compelled him to join in, clumsily bouncing along. With Xiaoting's guidance, he placed his hands on her waist and began to sway together. This carefree dancing lacked complexity, and Qin Feng gradually picked up the rhythm. Shifuya chose not to join in, instead watching from their booth with a smile as Qin Feng stumbled through his first dance experience at her bar, feeling a guilty pleasure in leading someone astray. After a while of dancing, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. Embracing the lovely beauty without the means to fully engage left him feeling somewhat discontented. He released Xiaoting and returned to the sofa, seeking solace in conversation and drinks with Shifuya to calm himself. Seeing him in a less-than-cheerful mood, Xiaoting worried she had upset him. She hurried down to cling to Qin Feng, asking, "Brother, what in amp? Oppos? That's wrong? Don't you like dancing?" Qin Feng enjoyed dancing but felt constrained, unable to express himself fully. He didn't dare directly confront Xiaoting, so he offered a vague response, "It's fine. It just feels a bit meaningless." Shifuya glanced at Xiaoting and mischievously remarked, "Is it perhaps less enjoyable due to the lack of company?" Chapter 14. A simple kiss can fill a chapter. Xiaoting was awakened to a realization. She found some merit in Shifuya's words. After all, what man would not desire to be surrounded by a group of enchanting women? It seemed he was restrained by her presence, unable to invite some lovely ladies to liven things up, which left him somewhat unsatisfied. Therefore, she resolved to be magnanimous and ensure he enjoyed himself. After all, his happiness could lead to her dreams coming true the following day. With this thought, Xiaoting hesitated for a moment before impulsively suggesting, "How about I call a few girlfriends to join us for drinks and fun?" Upon uttering these words, she noticed Shifuya grinning mischievously, and she quickly realized her folly. She cursed herself for being foolish enough to be swept up in the moment. What kind of woman would actively summon other women for a man? What if Qin Feng developed an interest in another? At that instant, Xiaoting wished she could slap herself. Hearing Xiaoting and Amp, Oppos' proposal, Qin Feng felt elated, his imagination soaring. Being surrounded by beautiful women while being fed grapes. What man hasn't fantasized about such a scene? He never expected Xiaoting to be so generous. However, noticing her forced smile, he quickly deduced that she wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea. Indeed, what woman could tolerate her man indulging in frivolity outside? Yet, his purpose for being there was not merely for amusement, but to woo women and gain rewards. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, with a gentle voice and a smile, to say to Xiaoting, "There's no need. I prefer being with you." As soon as the words left his lips, he received a notification from the system. Xiaoting and Oppos' affection level 5. He found it effortless to engage with her. Watching the happiness blossom on Xiaoting's face filled Qin Feng with pride. As he gradually became accustomed to interacting with women, he found it increasingly effortlessly conjuring flirtatious remarks. Xiaoting and Oppos' affection level had risen to 62, intimate, within a day, which left Qin Feng quite satisfied. If things continued this way, reaching an 80 affection level for a reward would not be too difficult. Perhaps he might even aspire to achieve a perfect 100, unlocking the legendary physique. Speaking of the legendary physique, it seemed that beautiful women rated at 90 points had their own rewards. In the bar, there were 2 such stunning women. Although he had experienced a fair share of romantic encounters, he recalled the saying, "Treasure the good girls and Don and Oppos. Waste time on the bad ones." Qin Feng was curious about the rewards associated with these 2 beauties. Thus, he turned to Shifuya and said, "Sisterya, since we can't finish all this liquor, would you mind taking it over to them?" Shifuya was no stranger to the scenario of sending drinks to woo women. Recalling instances of boisterous patrons flaunting their wealth, she teased, Is Mr. Qin planning to treat everyone to a round of Ace of Spades? Should I call the DJ to announce that tonight's expenses are on Mr. Qin? Qin Feng quickly waved his hands, pleading no, no, no. That and Oppos. That's too embarrassing. I can't and Oppos. T handle that. Only a fool would engage in such ostentatious displays. Even if one had money to spare, there was no need to flaunt it so extravagantly. Shifuya chuckled lightly, knowing all too well how awkward such situations could be. Having worked in the bar for 2 years, she had witnessed such scenes before. When a wealthy patron, intoxicated, claimed he would cover everyone's tab, the crowd would cheer. And soon after, they would gleefully order the most expensive drinks. By the end of the night, the patron would often find himself in tears upon receiving the bill, only managing to pay after a significant discount. It was quite the spectacle of embarrassment. Qin Feng concurred. Everyone wants to maintain face when they go out. If I flaunt my wealth, it won't necessarily bring them joy. And how do you plan to distribute this liquor? Shifuya inquired. Qin Feng rose from his seat and casually glanced around, feigning nonchalance as he pointed to 2 tables. Just that table A06 and the 3 lovely ladies over there. You could deliver a bottle to each. Shifuya, glancing at Xia Ting, smiled and asked Qin Feng, would you like to invite them to join us? A bottle of liquor costing over 10,000 could certainly entice the ladies. Xia Ting, pouting, clung to Qin Feng's arm, expressing her displeasure. Qin Feng promptly replied, no need for invitations. He was acutely aware of the boundaries. He wooed and amp. Oppos. T dare to overstep before Xia Ting and amp. Oppos. S affection level was fully realized. Shifuya, perceptive as she was, noticed the 2 exceptionally beautiful women at the tables Qin Feng had indicated. Instantly, she understood his intentions. Observing Qin Feng subconsciously turning his phone, signaling his desire for the contact information of those 2 women, Shifuya shot him an understanding glance and remarked, I see. She filled a cooler with 4 bottles of Ace of Spades, including 2 for herself, and went off to handle the task. Once she departed, Qin Feng saw Xia Ting still swaying, so he pulled her onto the sofa and gently asked, Ting Ting, what's wrong? Xia Ting shot him a glance. You seem quite happy delivering drinks. Why do you care about me? Go drink with those girls. Qin Feng found her jealousy utterly adorable in all his life. No girl had ever felt jealous over him. He chuckled, Don and Oppos, T be upset. It and Oppos. That's just some drinks. We wooden and Oppos. T finish them anyway. If you dislike it, I won't do it again. Sweet talker. You pretended to be innocent to deceive me. I didn't deceive you. I truly haven't been out much before. I promise that whenever I come to places like this, I will follow your lead. Does that work? Qin Feng asserted earnestly. Xia Ting felt her heart warm at his earnestness, regardless of whether it was the truth or a fabrication. As long as he soothed her, it indicated he cared for her. She leaned against Qin Feng's chest, tracing circles with her finger, her tone slightly haughty. Then you can't sneak off to the bar without me. Okay, I will take you wherever I go. Trust me. Qin Feng was eager to keep her close. Until her affection level reached its peak, he could only utilize his funds through Xia Ting. Naturally, he wished to be with her at all times. Xia Ting was uncertain whether his words were genuine. However, the sweet nothings were undeniably captivating. She rested on Qin Feng, gazing at his handsome profile, momentarily entranced. The music was loud, requiring them to lean closer to converse. After straining to hear for a while, Qin Feng turned to see what was amiss. As he did, their noses bumped, followed by their lips. In that moment, their lips, akin to magnets, drew together effortlessly. Their hearts raced as they succumbed to the embrace, their breaths mingling. This marked Qin Feng's first kiss, taken unexpectedly by Xia Ting. He felt a sense of reluctance, yearning to savor her sweetness, indulging in her honeyed essence. This instinctive art of seduction required no instruction. It was innate to men. Xia Ting, breathless from the kiss, felt dazed, her body softening under the electrifying sensation that compelled her to respond to Qin Feng. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, leaving a delicate strand of moisture connecting them. Qin Feng knew that if he could utter something sweet at that moment, the night might lead to something more intimate. He racked his brain, recalling what the male protagonists in novels would say, but at this critical juncture, words eluded him. Gazing at Xia Ting's rosy complexion, sparkling eyes, and alluring lips at such close proximity, he could even feel the warmth of her breath. They locked eyes, but Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Just as he contemplated boldly asking if she wanted to take things further, Xia Ting spoke up, "Brother, I think I and Amp. Oppos. VE had a bit too much to drink." Chapter 15. The convenience of a slip dress after shouting spoke. She slightly turned her head away, her bashful demeanor making her intentions unmistakable. I will take you to rest," Qin Feng stammered. Shouting bit her lip, appearing shy, and softly asked, "Are we going to your house?" "To the hotel," Qin Feng replied, taking her hand without waiting for her consent, intent on leading her to her room. He was not a saint of abstinence, with shouting being so forward. Retreating would render him useless. Upon hearing that they were not going to his house, shouting shot him a mildly reproachful glance, feeling a surge of indignation. How could she not measure up? Even if his parents were home, her beauty would not diminish his worth. Hiding their relationship was simply not acceptable. Yet, despite her displeasure, she understood that something was bound to happen that night. Qin Feng had already spent a considerable sum that day. A mere down payment on a modest apartment was all it would take. Such a high-quality man was an opportunity not to be overlooked. Rising to follow Qin Feng, shouting instinctively glanced back at the table. After ensuring that her phone was in hand, she noticed the 6 unopened bottles of wine and hurriedly pulled Qin Feng back, lamenting. "What about the wine?" Amused by her reluctance, Qin Feng suggested, "I can get you a membership card to store them there." This brightened shouting and Amp, Oppos, mood, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with longing. Qin Feng understood the desire reflected in her eyes and took a moment to review his kissing technique with her. After a few passionate moments, her cheeks flushed and breathless, he finally released her. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Shifuya, accompanied by a candid photo. In the image, 3 girls were captured, one exceptionally beautiful, circled in red, alongside a string of digits. The accompanying text conveyed that the 2 men and 2 women at booth A06 had declined Qin Feng and Amp, Oppos' offer of drinks, which prevented him from obtaining the girl and Oppos' number. Qin Feng chuckled, unconcerned about their rejection. Sending drinks while a male was present could be seen as a slight. He appreciated Shifuya's meticulousness, as everything was clear and concise. The 3 girls had accepted his drinks, and he received a system notification indicating an update in the goddess database. Updated goddess database name, Tang Yao, age, 29, height, 158 centimeters weight, 41 kilograms charm, 90 occupation, voice actor specialty, varied voice types affection level, 0, stranger, number of relationships, 49 strategy reward, top-tier combat skills. Amount spent, 20,000 Yuan. This girl possessed commendable skills, capable of imitating various voices, from lowly to mature tones, which could certainly be entertaining. However, the number of relationships was disheartening, and the reward was less than ideal. In contemporary society, what use were top-tier combat skills? Fighting in a ring? Skills were only beneficial if one had connections and influence. While being able to fight was advantageous, it was not essential. One could always hire bodyguards. The allure of 10 bioengineered individuals far surpassed any so-called combat prowess. As for the other girl from A06, Qin Feng took a glance at her stats. Char 93. Relationships 96. He mused, the relationship count exceeding her charm. Perhaps it was best not to pursue her. He was not averse to relationships, but the thought of chasing someone so likely to be unfaithful felt off to him. Even if it were merely for rewards, deceiving someone's genuine feelings was not commendable. He preferred to engage with women like Shouting and Shifuya, who appeared far more genuine than the superficial temptations of others. He sent Shifuya a text, asking her to come assist with a membership card. Obediently, she arrived promptly. After storing the wine, Qin Feng, in front of Shouting, deposited another 200,000 Yuan. This show of affluence caused Shouting to embrace him even tighter, while Shifuya and Amp, Oppos' affection for him increased by 2 points, deepening her respect for him. It is a rarity for women to resist a man who is wealthy, powerful, and handsome. As Qin Feng took Shouting's hand, They departed the bar under Shafia's admiring gaze. Upon exiting, they sought a 4-star international hotel, swiftly making their way to the destination. A 5-star hotel was too far. Immediate gratification was sought. Upon entering the hotel, they chose a presidential suite, originally priced at $38,000, now at $9,800. It came with a dedicated butler, promising attentive service. The butler, a woman in her 30s clad in a cheap how, exuded elegance, her charm exceeding 70. In the elevator, she engaged in pleasantries, inquiring if they desired a late-night snack or a massage, and introduced the various amenities of the hotel, such as the basketball court, gym, swimming pool, and game room. Qin Feng paid little attention to these details. His only concern was the size of the bed. Upon reaching the top floor and opening the door to their suite, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a stunning view of Jiangcheng's nightscape, with its dazzling lights and stars painting a dreamlike tableau. The suite was generously spacious, approximately 200 square meters, featuring a lavishly decorated living room with extravagant sofas that exuded opulence. Outside, an expansive terrace boasted a small pool, perfect for the temperate September weather, ideal for swimming while enjoying the serene evening breeze. The scenery was delightful, yet Qin Feng was too preoccupied to appreciate it. After ensuring the female butler was outside, he eagerly embraced shouting, showering her with affection. The slip dress she wore was easily removed. With a swift motion, the straps fell away, allowing the fabric to cascade to the floor. Though Qin Feng and Oppo's actions were somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, with shouting and Oppo's careful guidance, he overcame his initial awkwardness. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, reflecting on his performance, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, his nerves had hindered his control. Meanwhile, shouting was in the bathroom, her silhouette visible through the glass. The sound of the shower created a rhythmic backdrop. After taking a moment to gather himself, Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette and joined her. "Why are you coming in?" Shouting exclaimed, a hint of shyness in her voice. Following that, they indulged in a shared bath in a luxurious tub, prolonging their time together for another hour. Chapter 16. It turns out you are a married woman at the Yulong Bay bar. Tang Yao remained lost in thought, staring at the now-empty S03 booth. She had been intrigued by the man upstairs ever since he ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. He appeared slightly younger than her, yet his eyes bore an unexpected weariness that belied his age, and he was strikingly handsome. Even when surrounded by beautiful women, a hint of shyness crept onto his face, which was utterly endearing. For a woman approaching 30, such a charming young man held an irresistible allure. Most notably, his ability to order 2 sets of the Divine Dragon suggested he was a young, affluent man. Tang Yao and Oppo's heart raced. She longed to approach him and initiate a conversation. Confident in her appearance, she rarely faced rejection from men. However, upon noticing 2 equally attractive women by his side, she hesitated. Indeed, good men are often surrounded by a throng of eager women. Having learned her lessons from previous disappointments, she was reluctant to compete with those youthful and audacious girls. Just as she resigned herself to the thought of never encountering the handsome man again, he had his assistant bring over the Ace of Spades and requested her number. Elated, she believed he was captivated by her beauty and had fallen for her at first sight. Amidst the envious gazes of her 2 companions, Tang Yao eagerly provided her number, fantasizing about how he might initiate contact. She pondered whether to play the role of the dutiful girl or the understanding older sister. Sitting in her spot, she daydreamed while clutching her phone, eagerly awaiting its ring, occasionally checking WeChat for new friend requests. Meanwhile, her 2 friends descended to dance and flirt with men, leaving her in a state of hopeful anticipation. Throughout the evening, several suitors approached her, but Tang Yao ignored them all, determined to project an image of restraint for the handsome man in S03. After what felt like an eternity, she glanced up only to discover he had already departed. Staring at the vacant booth above, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Was it common for a man to request a woman in Oppo's number and then leave without a word? Her mood soured, and just when she thought she had been toyed with, The woman who had been seated with the man in S03 returned, sitting alone and sipping her drink, as if waiting for someone. Tang Yao foolishly assumed the man would return and continued to wait. Hours passed, and her friends urged her to join them for barbecue. Yet the handsome man failed to reappear. Despair began to settle in. Meanwhile, after sending Qin Feng off, Shifuya returned to her booth to keep the atmosphere lively. She noticed the girl downstairs constantly glancing her way, puzzled by the girl's fascination. What did she be watching? At that moment, in the presidential suite, Qin Feng lay in bed with the bare-skinned Xia Ting, completely unaware of the lingering thoughts someone had for him, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. He gently caressed her smooth skin. Their bodies were entwined, and as their gazes locked, Xia Ting and Appo's shy demeanor radiated desire. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. They indulged in one another once more, sharing tender moments and reminiscing about their college days. Xia Ting recounted her post-graduation life, lamenting how her mother pressured her into blind dates with peculiar men who insisted on splitting the bill. Fearing to spend a penny on Heat Chapter 17, Do You Remember the Dreams of Youth? Qin Feng gazed absent-mindedly at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. He pondered little, for he was a man of principles. A married woman was not to be trifled with. He reassured himself that the synthetic beings were of no great concern. With sufficient financial resources, hiring bodyguards was hardly an insurmountable task. The rewards for wooing Shifuya were not the most exceptional. Perhaps the next woman he pursued would offer even greater incentives. Perhaps there existed extraordinary abilities, such as invulnerability, immortality, commanding the elements, or even reshaping the earth itself. If such wonders were indeed attainable, how delightful that would be! A mere handful of synthetic beings held no significance. After rationalizing his thoughts, Qin Feng resolved to regard Shifuya as merely an ordinary friend, casually messaging her. "Does your husband mind you're working at the bar?" Shifuya frowned, assuming he was reluctant to give up, and added some weight to her response. "Our daughter is already 5.5. What is there to mind?" Well, she even had a daughter. Hope was utterly extinguished. Shifuya and Appo's profile indicated that she had been intimate with only 2 individuals, signifying her loyalty to her husband. Given her captivating appearance, it was likely that they shared a loving relationship, working together to raise their child and create a warm home. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "How fortunate!" This had once been Qin Feng and Appo's dream. Yet now, he had shed such naivety. Even for the sake of the system and Appo's rewards, he would have to play the role of a scoundrel. He would not sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. "Huh! Fortunate indeed," Shifuya replied nonchalantly, her smile tinged with bitterness. The widow and Appo's path was fraught with gossip, and with the additional burden of child. It was evident how arduous her life had been in recent years. Fortunately, her husband had been well regarded during his lifetime, having connections with many influential figures. The bar she worked at was owned by a friend of her late husband. This friend appreciated her capabilities and allowed her to manage the establishment. However, as time passed, her husband's death gradually faded from public memory. The bar's owner, her husband's friend, began to harbor inappropriate desires toward Shifuya, persistently suggesting he wished to maintain an affair with her. From harmless flirtation to increasingly bold advances, he continually implied she should share his bed. Shifuya, possessing a strong sense of pride, refused to become a mistress to a married man. Yet, for the sake of her child, she had to retain her job, enduring her boss's advances in silence. To outsiders, her demeanor suggested an affair with the owner. Shifuya did not offer an explanation, lost in thought at the mere mention of happiness by Qin Feng. Happiness? In her blossoming youth, she bore such burdens, long since detached from the essence of joy. The cold text revealed no emotions, and seeing her disinterest in the conversation, Qin Feng attempted to engage in trivial banter, suggesting he would visit her bar for a drink. Shifuya replied, "We await your esteemed presence, Mr. Qin." He closed the chat window, only to receive a message from another young woman. Glancing at the red circle atop her WeChat profile, he smiled. Her name was Jiang Manchua. It was usually Qin Feng who initiated contact, making her reaching out today a rarity. Upon opening the chat, he noted their last conversation occurred 6 days prior, where she explained, I was too busy with work last night to see your message. The current message read, Qin Feng, did you go to the bar? Qin Feng scrolled through her photos, noting her charm rating of 82 and a romantic history of 21 encounters. The number 21 stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He had invested all his earnings into this woman over the years, yet she had consistently withheld affection, claiming she wished to reserve it for their wedding day. He had mistakenly believed her to be as virtuous as himself, only to discover she had been intimate with many others. After 3 years of devotion, he was left with nothing to show for it. Qin Feng felt foolish, realizing that the role of the devoted admirer had yielded him naught. How could you go to a bar? Didn't we agree to work together to save for a house? Do you have any regard for me? Upon reading Jiang Manchue's accusatory message, his blood pressure surged, and a torrent of exasperation flooded his mind. He had not anticipated her audacity to reproach him, especially when he was on the verge of engaging with another man. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. It was not worth getting upset over such a woman. With a cool detachment, he replied, I'm not your boyfriend. How am I in the wrong? Jiang Manchue responded, We know the nature of our relationship. Must it be explicitly stated? She continued, You're not trying to pressure me into being your girlfriend by going to bars. Are you? How childish. You speak of becoming a man on your social media. It's truly revolting. You've disappointed me greatly. So this was a game she wished to play? Qin Feng, incensed, transformed into a verbal maestro. Dear lady, wake up. Look in the mirror and see how to spell and amp. Oppose, disgusting, and amp, oppose. I find it unworthy to even scold you. A person of your caliber wouldn't even be noticed by garbage collectors. I was blind before, but my vision has cleared. Please refrain from disturbing me in the future. Thank you. To further vex her, Qin Feng added, by the way, I forgot to mention, I won 90 million yesterday, but sadly, you lack the privilege to spend it. Jiang Manchue, taken aback by his insults, found herself at a loss for words. She could not fathom that a man like Qin Feng could win such a fortune. In this age, lottery companies were only focused on profit. How could an outsider actually win? Despite his harsh words, the thought of discarding him seemed a waste. Among her many suitors, Qin Feng was the most naive, consistently showering her with gifts worth several thousand each month. And seeing him dressed so well at the bar, who knew if he might indeed become wealthy? Jiang Manchue suppressed her anger and typed, What is wrong with you? Have you been disturbed by something? Qin Feng replied sarcastically, No, I just suddenly have money I can't share with you, and it makes me a bit melancholic. Jiang Manchue implored, Can we speak civilly? We were fine before. He retorted, You said before, now you are you, and I am I. There is no connection between us. Alarmed by his resolute tone, Jiang Manchue quickly asked, Have you fallen for another woman? Qin Feng replied curtly, That's none of your concern. I'm going to bed. Farewell. Come back and clarify. Who is that woman? Jiang Manchue pressed, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's sudden change in demeanor. Over the years, she had found him exceedingly compliant, obediently acceding to her every whim. Even in the depths of winter, should she crave spicy food, he would rise from bed to fetch it for her. Whenever she displayed anger, he would immediately soften, donning a conciliatory demeanor. Had it not been for his relatively low income, she might have even considered granting him the title of boyfriend. Now, however, his declaration of their severed ties left her feeling profoundly distressed, akin to nurturing a fish for years only to have it inexplicably slip into another and oppose as pond. She yearned to reclaim Qin Feng, sending a stream of messages. Do you have any regard for me? After all these years, you would end our relationship because of another woman? I wore the necklace you gifted me every day, despite others mocking its $8,000 price and deeming it ugly. Yet, I continue to adorn myself with it, for it serves as a reminder of your presence beside me. But what have you become now? Have you truly forgotten the vows you once made? Chapter 18. Thank you for helping me grow Qin Feng. I'm sorry, Jiang Manchue, upon seeing his apology, felt her anger dissipate slightly. She surmised that he might have spent a considerable amount of money at the bar that night, leaving him in a less than stellar mood. She intended to forgive his earlier offense, but was taken aback when another message from him arrived. After letting you go, I realized the beauty of the world. Thank you for helping me grow. Jiang Manchue was perplexed and sent a message seeking clarification, only to find an infuriating exclamation mark preceding her text. That infatuated fool had deleted her message. Jiang Manxue felt a pang of anger. She promptly added Qin Feng to her blacklist, vowing that even if he begged on his knees, she would not grant him reprieve. Jiang Manxue firmly believed that a man like Qin Feng, lacking both a car and a home, would soon be discarded by any woman, and at that point, he would inevitably come crawling back to her. Should he fail to purchase her an Apple phone when that day arrived, she would never forgive that sycophant. Qin Feng rose from the lounge chair on the balcony, glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly 2 o'clock. Remembering he needed to buy a car for Xiating the next day, he hurried inside to sleep. He meticulously switched his phone to silent mode and laid down beside Xiating, careful not to disturb the sleeping beauty beside him. However, Xiating woke up, sensing someone nearby. Half awake, she opened her eyes and confirmed that it was Qin Feng, the one who had promised to buy her a sports car in her dreams. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around him, her delicate nose brushing against his cheek, detecting a faint scent of tobacco. She mumbled, "Smoke less. It's bad for your health." One had to admit, her unconscious concern carried more weight than any words. Qin Feng responded softly, observing her obedient demeanor, his thoughts swirling. At that moment, the moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a gentle glow on the girl's profile, enhancing her already stunning beauty with a dreamy hue, resembling a celestial fairy. Unable to resist, Qin Feng pressed a kiss on her cheek, eliciting a soft murmur from her in her sleep. He settled back down, falling into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Xiating woke early. Glancing at the time, she realized it was still early and tried to close her eyes to continue sleeping, but found it impossible. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the Porsche 911. After enduring a long wait, she finally reached 8:00 and Oppo's clock and playfully teased Qin Feng with her hair, attempting to rouse him, but to no avail. Pushing him gently yielded no response. He was sleeping like a log. Xiating hesitated to wake him loudly, fearing his grumpiness might ruin their plans for the day. She pondered a gentle way to coax him awake. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Qin Feng, sensing someone calling him, groggily awoke from his dreams. Having exhausted himself the previous night, he was reluctant to rise so early. Yet, Xiating seemed somewhat anxious, insisting that he get up. After a few minutes, she headed to wash her face and brush her teeth, while Qin Feng remained motionless in bed, like a meditative monk. After refreshing themselves, they both dressed impeccably. Xiating wore a long black strapless dress that accentuated her fair skin. The deep neckline revealed her alluring collarbones, while delicate lace details enhanced her figure beautifully. The high-side slit offered tantalizing glimpses of her legs as she walked, complemented by chic high heels that exuded a mature elegance. This outfit was also purchased the previous day. The more Qin Feng looked, the more he found her stunning. She resembled the daughters of wealthy families seen on television. When visiting the dealership, one should dress a bit more appropriately, Xiating remarked while twirling before a full-length mirror. There is no need to be so formal. We're just buying a car, after all. It's not a big deal, Qin Feng said, wrapping his arms around her waist. Standing side by side in their tailored attire, they appeared quite the perfect match. Xiating sensed the casualness in his tone, as if buying a car worth several million was as trivial as grocery shopping, and she didn't doubt his sincerity. The previous night's figures, ranging from 4 to 500,000, had left a strong impression on her. "All right, I'll just do my makeup quickly," she replied. "I'll be ready in no time." Observing her intention to apply makeup, Qin Feng decisively pulled out his phone and launched a game. When a girl says "in a moment," it typically indicates at least a half-hour wait. Sure enough, he lost 2 rounds before Xiating finished her makeup. However, once completed, Xiating radiated brilliance. The light bangs framed her face delicately, subtly revealing her charming eyes, exuding a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of a neighborly girl, yet with an alluring and captivating aura. Her rosy lips were slightly pursed, stirring the hearts of those who beheld her. Gazing at the dazzling Xiating, Qin Feng had no complaints. With everything in place, they exited the building and descended the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, the female housekeeper approached them, promptly handling their checkout. She kindly inquired if they required transportation. Qin Feng nodded, and she immediately summoned a Mercedes-Benz van. Upon hearing that their destination was the Porsche dealership, the housekeeper's eyes sparkled with recognition. She had been wondering why the couple hadn't arrived in a car. It turned out their vehicle was at the dealership for maintenance or servicing. Building relationships with wealthy clients was undoubtedly essential. The housekeeper hurriedly went to the counter, retrieved her business card, and presented it to Qin Feng, offering her services for any future needs. Satisfied with her assistance, Qin Feng added her on WeChat. They arrived at the Porsche dealership, and as soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, a beautiful saleswoman approached them with a warm welcome. Her service was enthusiastic, her smile radiating as if they were long-lost friends. "Sir, madam, may I ask if you are here to browse or to test drive?" Qin Feng appraised her. She was quite attractive, with an admirable figure and meticulously applied makeup. He glanced at the system, noting the impressive sum of over 40 million, and confidently replied, "We're here to look at the cars." The saleswoman smiled. "Very well. Do you have an appointment?" Qin Feng inquired. "Is viewing the cars not allowed without an appointment?" The saleswoman quickly shook her head. No, that's not it. What I meant was, if you don't have an appointed sales representative, may I assist you?" Ah, so that was the case. Qin Feng had assumed that high-end car dealerships operated with an air of exclusivity, denying entry without appointments. He scanned the saleswoman's profile in the system. Name: Peng Jinyan. Age: 26. Charisma: 81. Number of romantic relationships: 7. Not bad, quite average. A sales representative at a luxury car dealership with such self-awareness indicated she was not the type to act recklessly. "All right, you'll do. Please show us the 911. Qin Feng said casually. "Of course, please follow me," Peng Jinyan replied with a smile, gesturing for them to follow. One could discern a person's confidence from their manner of speaking. The handsome young man before her spoke with assurance, and with his stunning companion by his side, the likelihood of a purchase seemed quite high. Peng Jinyan's demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. As a luxury car salesperson, her appearance might seem glamorous, but in reality, her situation was quite challenging. The store manager was rather unpleasant, requiring all salespeople to submit a daily motivational fee of 100 yuan. Those who closed deals would receive the entire amount. It was a true pay-for-performance environment. This week, she had yet to make a sale, so she was particularly attentive to Qin Feng's needs. Chapter 19. The thrill of the drive as Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed the sales representative into the Porsche dealership. They were greeted by 3 charming female salespeople who bowed and smiled at them. Qin Feng politely nodded in return. It is rumored that for every Porsche sold, a female salesperson disappears. The truth of this claim remains uncertain. Noticing Qin Feng and Oppo's admiring gaze lingering on the saleswomen, Xia Ting huffed softly, reminding him of her presence. Qin Feng quickly reassured her with a smile, explaining that he was merely curious as to why the staff was entirely female. Xia Ting shot him a glare, but chose not to comment further. It was a crucial moment, and she didn't wish to quarrel over something trivial. After all, they were just here to look, and she didn't want to appear overly possessive. The trio entered the main hall, where 3 magnificent vehicles awaited them: the renowned Yuan, the Panamera, and the illustrious Porsche 911 Carrera. Upon seeing her dream car so close, Xia Ting's eyes sparkled with delight. She excitedly grasped Qin Feng's arm, her grip tightening until her manicured nails pressed into his skin, causing him to wince in pain. He suspected her action was intentional, a playful yet pointed reminder of her jealousy. Realizing her overreaction, Xia Ting quickly rubbed Qin Feng and Oppo's arm, her voice softening as she apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. Did I hurt you?" Though he felt the sting, Qin Feng maintained a composed smile, feigning indifference as he replied, "It and Oppo's. It's nothing, really." Internally, he was lamenting the discomfort and resolved to subtly suggest she trim her nails in the future. "Why don't you sit inside and take a look?" Qin Feng suggested, enduring the pain as he opened the passenger door. The moment the door swung open, Xia Ting was captivated by the exquisite interior, completely forgetting about Qin Feng's discomfort as she plopped down inside, eagerly exploring every detail. "Do you like it?" Qin Feng inquired, watching her excitement blossom. Xia Ting, her mouth agape in awe, nodded fervently. Qin Feng moved to the other side, leaning against the window, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "So, is this the one?" Not considering any other options? With uncontainable enthusiasm, Xia Ting declared, "This one." Pang Jinyan, the dedicated saleswoman, seized the moment, keen to showcase their prime offering. The 911 is the most iconic sports car in the world, with a sleek and elegant exterior and a minimalist yet luxurious interior. It features a 3.0T engine with a maximum horsepower of 385, complemented by sumptuous leather seats. As the sales pitch unfolded, Qin Feng settled into the passenger seat. The brown-red interior exuded a certain flamboyance, embodying the essence of a luxury vehicle. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance, elevating the ambience. The steering wheel prominently displayed the Porsche emblem, a symbol of prestige that would undoubtedly enhance any photo opportunity. The leather upholstery enveloped him in comfort, and with his height of 178 meters, he found ample space. Although the rear seat seemed ill-suited for passengers, a design flaw typical of two-door cars. Intriguingly, the gear shift was compact and positioned conveniently forward, allowing for ease of movement. Positioned in the passenger seat, Qin Feng playfully leaned his head into Xia Ting's lap, exchanging a knowing glance as he gestured toward her thigh. Understanding his cue, Xia Ting pushed his head away, feigning annoyance with a sweet, "You're so annoying." Qin Feng laughed heartily, teasing, "I said nothing. What are you being annoyed about?" A faint blush crept upon Xia Ting and Appo's cheeks as she glared at him. Too embarrassed to respond, Qin Feng feigned a stern demeanor. "Young lady, you shouldn't dwell on inappropriate thoughts." Unable to resist, Xia Ting playfully nudged him before wrapping her arms around his, cooing, "Stop it. Darling, are you really going to buy me this car?" The term darling sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, his heart melting at her affectionate tone. "As long as you love it, I will buy it for you," he replied indulgently. Xia Ting squealed in excitement. "Darling, I love you." Qin Feng smiled gently. It was evident that modern women possess an undeniable weakness for the allure of shopping, and Xia Ting was no exception. After their intimate night, her favorability toward him had risen to 72, intimate, leaving only 8 points to reach 80, adoration. Reflecting on his own efforts from the previous night, Qin Feng couldn't help but lament the toll it had taken on him. He needed to bolster his stamina for future endeavors. Pang Jinyan, observing the affectionate exchange, felt a pang of envy. Here was a man willing to spend over $1 million on a car for a woman who, despite her beauty, appeared somewhat naive and inexperienced. She couldn't help but feel a bitter pang, wondering why such romantic tropes seemed to elude her own life. "Excuse me, is this vehicle available?" Qin Feng interjected, noticing Pang Jinyan's momentary distraction. "Yes, indeed, sir," she replied, snapping back to attention. "What is the total price for this car?" he asked nonchalantly. Seeing his serious intent, Pang Jinyan quickly dismissed her previous thoughts and focused on providing details. "The base price for the Carrera is $1.37 million. Including taxes, insurance, and registration fees, the total will be around $1.6 million. She paused before continuing. "May I ask your surname? If you're satisfied, we can discuss pricing further in the consultation room." "My name is Qin Feng," he said, turning to Xia Ting for confirmation. "So is this the one? Should I proceed with the payment?" Without hesitation, Xia Ting nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the car that would soon be hers. At this moment, even the most peculiar request from Qin Feng would seem reasonable to her. However, his intentions remained pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. He handed his card to the saleswoman, stating calmly, "Let us proceed with the payment. I want to negotiate the price, but do ensure that you include any complimentary fuel cards or maintenance gifts within your discretion." Pang Jinyan accepted the card, her expression one of astonishment. She had never encountered a customer who would bypass pleasantries and dive straight into a transaction. Observing Qin Feng's composed demeanor, a flicker of hope ignited within her. "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Would you like to add any additional features, such as an electric sunroof or a surround sound system?" Chapter 20. Darling, I desire it. Qin Feng deliberated for a moment. He realized his expenditures on Xia Ting were somewhat meager, currently totaling only $430,000. The system stipulation was a cashback at a favorability rating of 80. Given the present rate of progression, he anticipated achieving this objective imminently. He sought confirmation from the system regarding the singularity of the cashback opportunity. The system responded, upon the genesis of amorous sentiments within the goddess towards the host, a comprehensive reimbursement of all expenditures incurred upon her may be effectuated once. Post-exceedance of a favorability rating of 80, invested funds are ineligible for cashback. In simpler terms, no monetary return would be possible beyond 80. Previously, he had lacked a thorough comprehension of the system's mechanics and, coupled with his limited capital, had exercised a degree of frugality. Now, with victory looming, he deemed it the opportune moment for an all-in commitment. Qin Feng, with a grand gesture, authoritatively declared, "Enhance the specifications. Incorporate everything to the utmost degree." The optional features for luxury vehicles entail considerable variation. A complete selection of all available options would likely entail an additional expenditure of several hundred thousand. Peng Jinyan, rendered defenseless by such lavish spending and the manifest adoration for his paramour, experienced an accelerated heartbeat and a flush upon her cheeks. Were it not for Xiaoting and Appos as presents, she would have eagerly sought proximity. The prospect of such an affluent and attractive man as her own suitor evoked dreams of unadulterated bliss. "It is unnecessary. I find it quite satisfactory as it is," Xia Ting interjected, disrupting Peng Jinyan's reverie. She demurred. Additional features would be imperceptible to others. The mere emblem of Porsche suffices. There is no need to squander funds. Her reticence did not stem from a lack of desire for the enhancements, but rather from the protracted waiting period of several months associated with bespoke customization. Xiaoting preferred immediate gratification, desiring possession of the vehicle without delay. Qin Feng, presuming her concern for his financial prudence, generously asserted, "No expenditure on your behalf is ever deemed wasteful." Xiaoting, encircling Qin Feng's neck, playfully cajoled, "It is but a trifling economy for your sake. Moreover, the selection of options proves onerous, as I am afflicted with indecisiveness." Peng Jinyan, observing Xiaoting and Appos' feigned solicitude, harbored a surge of contempt, inwardly denouncing her as a hypocrite engaging in disingenuous pretense. However, she outwardly offered a conciliatory rejoinder. "Miss, many of our clientele opt for bespoke customization when acquiring a 911, encompassing the vehicle's hue, wheel selection, interior components, and comfort features. The entirety may be assembled according to your predilections, affording you possession of a singular, inimitable sports car." Qin Feng concurred. "Indeed, the inclusion of additional features imparts distinction. For a lady, such as yourself, the somberness of a black vehicle is ill-suited. A brighter hue is more aesthetically pleasing." Xiaoting, her diminutive hands intertwined, evinced a conflicted countenance. Qin Feng and Appos' pronouncements held merit. The black hue did possess a certain austerity. Moreover, the imprudence of foregoing the opportunity for enhancement, thereby projecting an image of parsimony, was undeniable. However, her aversion to the extended wait persisted. Consequently, she inquired of the sales representative, "Do you possess a fully equipped vehicle readily available?" Peng Jinyan paused to reflect, then elucidated. "I recall a prior female client who commissioned a convertible Turbo S, replete with opulent features. Regrettably, her enterprise encountered unforeseen circumstances, resulting in a cessation of funds and a consequent breach of contract. The vehicle has remained in our possession since that time. I am amenable to escorting you for a perusal. However, the absence of a key precludes entry and impedes observation of the interior." The aforementioned vehicle had remained in their inventory for several months, failing to attract a prospective purchaser due to its flamboyant scarlet exterior, feminine design, and extravagant accoutrements, which collectively contributed to an elevated price point. Qin Feng, possessing a limited conceptualization of automobiles, deemed the mere observation inconsequential and acceded. "Let us proceed to examine it." Peng Jinyan, animated, led the procession, her curvaceous posterior undulating rhythmically as she furnished Qin Feng with an exposition of the vehicle and Appos' specifications. This vehicle features gray carbon fiber rims, adaptive sports leather seats with ventilation and heating, ambient welcome lighting, Matrix headlights, a Racetex GT Sports steering wheel with heating, a Sport Chrono package, a full-image parking assistance system, and a Burmester high-end surround sound system. Qin Feng, devoid of comprehension, perceived the features as impressive. The party arrived at an indoor parking facility wherein a vehicle, concealed beneath a protective cover, remained quiescent. It resembled a rose, yet to unfurl its petals, inconspicuous and unremarkable. Upon the removal of the cover by a staff member donning protective gloves, a resplendent scarlet sports car materialized before the assembled group. Its streamlined contours redolent of dynamism, and every detail embodied consummate craftsmanship and unparalleled quality. The juxtaposition of a scarlet exterior and a black interior imparted an aura of flamboyant enthusiasm tempered by inherent restraint and dignity. The radiant scarlet luster of the vehicle's exterior, in particular, exuded an unparalleled allure. Complemented by a black soft-top convertible fabric, it evoked the image of a princess adorned with a black chapeau. At first sight, Xiaoting was irrevocably captivated by the vehicle. The preceding model paled in comparison. She tentatively extended her hand, yearning to caress the vehicle. Peng Jinyan promptly interdicted, "Regrettably, miss. The vehicle is not to be touched under extant regulations." Her verbal expression of contrition belied a lack of genuine remorse, her smile tinged with a hint of disdain. She recognized Qin Feng as the ultimate arbiter of financial transactions, whose pronouncements held sway. Had Qin Feng extended his hand, she would have refrained from admonition and, if necessary, would have sought authorization for him to experience the vehicle firsthand. The seating was enveloped in protective film. A brief sojourn would be inconsequential. However, Xiaoting was manifestly devoid of such entitlement. In Peng Jinyan's estimation, Xiaoting merely exploited her superficial attractiveness, fortuitously ensnaring an affluent gentleman, rendering her unworthy of obsequious deference. "I merely seek to touch it. No harm will ensue," Xiaoting retorted, her tone laced with asperity. "Regrettably, this is a pristine vehicle, subject to observation only. I trust you would not desire the presence of extraneous fingerprints on your prospective acquisition." Peng Jinyan responded with a saccharine smile. The verbiage was ostensibly innocuous, yet it engendered a sense of disquiet. Xiaoting furrowed her brow, refraining from further comment, and reluctantly retracted her hand, her gaze fixated upon Qin Feng. The convertible, based solely on its aesthetic attributes, was demonstrably more costly than the preceding one. 3 million model. She hesitated to explicitly express her desire for its acquisition, hoping that Qin Feng would apprehend her sentiments through her ocular expressions. "What is the price of this vehicle?" Qin Feng inquired perceptively. The previously agreed-upon price with the client was 2 million. Peng Jinyan responded, glancing at the documentation and offering a saccharine smile. Xiaoting, upon hearing the sales representative's quotation of 2 million, experienced a surge of inner trepidation. She surreptitiously scrutinized Qin Feng's countenance, discerning an expression of hesitation and ambivalence. Xiaoting surmised that the vehicle's cost exceeded his budgetary constraints. Indeed, in comparison to the preceding model, this vehicle was twice as expensive. Such a predicament would engender hesitation in any individual, which was perfectly understandable. However, her profound affection for the vehicle persisted. In the instant of its unveiling, she experienced a sense of identification with the vehicle, as if she were an embodiment thereof. Similarly obscured by mundane concerns, unable to find an appreciative audience, she remained isolated in a corner, indulging in solitary contemplation. Her desire for its acquisition was overwhelming. However, Qin Feng's silence engendered a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. Qin Feng stroked his chin and emitted a sound of mild disapproval. He acknowledged the vehicle and Oppo's aesthetic appeal, but harbored reservations regarding the price. A mere 3 million? Such a sum was derisory. It was widely known that the protagonists of tomato novels each possessed a Lamborghini poison. The ownership of a $3 million vehicle would render one inconsequential in their presence. Given the current favorable valuation of Xiaoting and Oppo's stock, the failure to invest in a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle seemed imprudent. The pedestrian Porsche lacked a vehicle in the multi-million-dollar range available for conspicuous consumption. Darling, might we acquire this one? Xia Ting gritted her teeth and implored, I still have over 300,000 saved up. Please, let me know how much more is needed. If necessary, I can take out another loan. Chapter 21. There are no shortcuts in life. Upon hearing Xia Ting's proposition of procuring a loan, Qin Feng chuckled, taken aback by her apparent lack of faith in him. His concern was merely that insufficient expenditure would diminish the cashback reward, not an inability to afford the vehicle. With a gentle tap to Xia Ting and Oppo's delicate nose, he was on the verge of acquiescing to her desire for the car. However, observing her longing gaze, an idea sparked within him. Given her willingness to invest her entire savings into this convertible, her admiration for the vehicle was undeniable, even to the point of considering a loan. Thus, he could assume the role of a financial institution, lending her the necessary funds. Furthermore, by employing her to manage his household affairs at a rate of $20,000 per month, amounting to $240,000 annually, he could potentially enjoy her companionship for over a decade. Envisioning their future domestic life, a radiant smile graced Qin Feng's countenance. Nevertheless, two minor concerns lingered. Firstly, he questioned whether lending money would qualify as a purchase. Secondly, he wondered if her potential decision to sell the car and repay him would be construed as cheating by the system. Erring on the side of caution, Qin Feng decided against taking such a risk. With ample resources at his disposal, there was no need to exploit the campus belle, especially considering their camaraderie. Petty advantages were acceptable, but nothing more. Devising a compromise, he proposed, I desire 5 Oppos, obedience cards and Oppos, from you. Xia Ting, momentarily bewildered, inquired, what are Oppos? Obedience cards and Oppos. I shall purchase this vehicle for you in exchange for 5 handwritten cards, each promising unwavering obedience to my commands. Qin Feng replied with a mischievous grin, gently lifting Xia Ting's chin. Each time I present an obedience card, you must comply fully with my request. Do you comprehend my meaning? Xia Ting paused, her mind instantly flooded with lascivious thoughts. She surmised that this audacious man had indulged in too many adult films and sought to experiment with unconventional activities. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she cast a coy glare at Qin Feng, murmuring, anything too extreme is out of question. I would not appreciate that. Qin Feng feigned innocence, exclaiming, my dear, what are you imagining? I am referring to mundane tasks such as laundry and cooking for a week. With exaggerated surprise, Qin Feng inquired, surely, you are not thinking of anything risky? Xia Ting, now thoroughly mortified, playfully struck Qin Feng's shoulder with her fist, only to find her efforts futile. Abandoning all pretense of refinement, she opened her mouth to bite Qin Feng and Oppo's arm. Qin Feng, with a playful grin, swiftly begged for mercy. Their playful banter created an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. Peng Jinyan, however, found the scene unbearable. She reflected on how some women were fortunate enough to drive a Turbo S for merely performing household chores for a month, while she was subjected to the whims of her supervisor and forced to maintain a servile demeanor toward clients. Her composure shattered. Her thoughts spiraled into impropriety, contemplating shortcuts in life. This desire intensified as she witnessed Qin Feng embracing Xia Ting with tender affection. She made a silent resolution. A man of such quality deserved to be pursued relentlessly. Competing for a boyfriend was not illegal. Moreover, the couple did not appear to be married. Married couples would not engage in such playful antics as obedience cards. With newfound determination, Peng Jinyan smiled and addressed the couple. Excuse me, Mr. Qin, are you certain about purchasing this vehicle? Qin Feng, preoccupied with teasing Xia Ting, gestured with one hand and replied, the card is with you. Simply swipe it. In that case, please accompany me to sign the contract. I can offer you certain exclusive benefits, Peng Jinyan hinted, hoping to engage Qin Feng in a private conversation in her office to gauge his interest in her. She possessed confidence in her appearance, boasting a slender waist, long legs, and shapely hips. As a former model, she had even mastered the splits. Given the opportunity, she would gladly write obedience cards for Qin Feng and fulfill any request. Qin Feng, oblivious to her suggestive undertones, had no interest in women who did not offer system rewards. Intent on completing the transaction, he interrupted Xia Ting and Amp, Oppos, S antics, took her hand and gestured to Peng Jinyan. Let us proceed. Peng Jinyan responded with a smile. Only the purchaser is required to sign. I will arrange for this lady to receive a car key so she can examine the vehicle and Oppos, S details and craftsmanship. Xia Ting was tempted, but considering the imminent purchase of the car, she saw no immediate need. Furthermore, sensing the female salesperson and Oppos' suggestive glances at Qin Feng, she hesitated to leave them alone. No need. I will accompany you, she asserted. Qin Feng, puzzled, turned to Peng Jinyan and inquired, she is the owner of the vehicle. Does she not need to sign? Peng Jinyan was taken aback. Are you implying that the vehicle will be registered under her name? She asked, assuming that the car was merely intended for the woman and Amp, Oppos, ensues, who would bestow a car worth over 3 million as a gift to a girlfriend. Yet, the man and Amp, Oppos' nonchalant demeanor suggested that such an amount was inconsequential to him. Peng Jinyan's gaze toward Qin Feng intensified with infatuation. Indeed, I had intended to transfer the funds to her so she could purchase it herself. But large transfers can be cumbersome, and I feared she might become impatient. Qin Feng replied with a doting smile to Xia Ting. Xia Ting, struggling to contain her joy, cast a bewitching glance at Qin Feng and playfully retorted, impatient? Never. Qin Feng responded with a mischievous grin. Then why were you so eager to rush me this morning? You are insufferable, Xia Ting exclaimed, playfully attempting to pinch him. Peng Jinyan, uninterested in their morning activities, concealed her frustration at his reluctance to be alone with her. Very well, please follow me, and I will guide you through the formalities, she relented. The trio returned to the reception area, where Peng Jinyan instructed an attendant to serve tea before presenting the purchase contract and POS machine. After outlining the benefits, including complimentary lifetime maintenance, complimentary gifts, and a 20,000 fuel card, Qin Feng promptly made the payment. As the transaction was completed and all formalities were concluded, Xia Ting remained in a state of bewilderment, clutching the pen as if fearing the car would vanish if she released it. She had never imagined that her first vehicle would be a 911, and a fully equipped version at that. As she exited the reception area in a daze, the dealership and Oppos' sales representatives stood on either side, bowing and smiling in unison. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the Black Horse Golden Shield safeguard your noble life. The sales manager then led the applause, and the group erupted in enthusiastic celebration. Xia Ting was completely overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. When the salesperson who had been ogling her man presented her with the keys, Xia Ting finally regained her senses. Trembling, she accepted the keys, basking in the envious gazes of those around her. However, she recognized that all of this was thanks to Qin Feng. She turned and embraced Qin Feng, burying her face in his chest and asking with anticipation, "Darling, is this real? Am I dreaming?" "It is real, my dear. If it were a dream, you would have awakened the moment you posed that question," Qin Feng replied with a tender smile. Only then did Xia Ting truly relax. Gazing at the handsome man before her, she posed a classic question, "My love, why are you so kind to me?" Chapter 22. She bears a striking resemblance to my mother. This is a facile question, quite elementary. It is akin to when a child is asked by their mother whether they favor her or their father. A sagacious child knows to express their preference for their mother in her presence, while a candid one might divulge their genuine sentiments. A rebellious child might retort with insolence. Qin Feng, a somewhat introverted yet honest fellow, was well versed in the Confucian classics, and thus knew the correct response. Your beauty merits such generosity. Xia Ting's affection 5. Upon uttering these words, Qin Feng received a system notification. A subtle curve graced his lips, and his spirits lifted considerably. This was tantamount to answering correctly. However, he was merely 3 points shy of the coveted 80-point affection threshold. Observing Xia Ting's current state of blissful contentment, he surmised that a rebate would soon be forthcoming. He needed to devise a strategy to expend more funds. But where could he lavish money upon her? Qin Feng, embracing Xia Ting, pondered this matter with deep contemplation. Xia Ting, upon hearing Qin Feng and Oppos' compliment regarding her beauty, felt a surge of sweetness and elation. She nuzzled his neck affectionately, her nose confirming her attachment to her beloved. Raising her head, she gazed upon his handsome and confident countenance, a sense of insecurity creeping into her heart. "Dearest, you won't abandon me, will you?" She herself was oblivious to the fact that, in a mere 2 days, this man had indelibly etched himself into her heart. Although she knew full well that Qin Feng would never answer in the affirmative, she yearned to hear his reassurance. "Rest assured, even if the heavens were to fall, I would never forsake you," Qin Feng reassured her with a smile. Xia Ting was immensely gratified and, in full view of the public, boldly rose onto her tiptoes and bestowed upon Qin Feng a tender kiss. The onlookers, disinclined to witness such public displays of affection, averted their gazes. The supervisor, discerning that they were no longer needed, dismissed the staff to their respective duties. Several female sales representatives gathered together, engaging in hushed discussions. Yanzi remarked that the car was purchased by the man for the woman, and in full. "Wow, this man must be exceedingly wealthy. Is he perhaps a scion of some aristocratic lineage? It is truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. That woman is no different from us. Yet her fortune is such that she has found such a wealthy and handsome man. If you're dissatisfied, then make your move. They do not appear to be married as yet, so you still have an opportunity. Then I shall ask Yanzi for his telephone number presently. I envy you singletons, who are free to pursue your desires. I, on the other hand, am shackled by marriage and have no freedom whatsoever. Even a minute in oppose, delay in returning home results in a quarrel. Your husband is far too petty. Were I in your position, I would have sought a divorce long ago. Zhao and Amp, Oppo's husband is a decent man, always solicitous and readily available. It is evident that his affection for her is genuine. What is the value of sincerity if he cannot purchase a Turbo S for me? Even if he were to philander, I would turn a blind eye." Peng Jinyan did not partake in their conversation. At that moment, she was holding various forms and materials, standing beside the couple, enduring their public display of affection. After what seemed like an eternity, she saw them part and seized the opportunity to interject. "Excuse me, the car and Amp, Oppo's registration will require some time. It will be ready by the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Would you like to obtain a temporary license?" Peng Jinyan inquired. Qin Feng released the ardent Xia Ting, concealing his ardor, and replied, "There is no need for such trouble. Simply inform us when it is ready, and we shall return to collect the vehicle." "Very well. I shall contact you this afternoon when it is time to select the license plate. Also, I have notified the original buyer of this vehicle, and she has requested your telephone number. May I provide it to her?" Peng Jinyan asked. "Certainly," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Xia Ting opened her mouth as if to speak, but then remained silent, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, oblivious to her gaze, was engaged in confirming certain details regarding the new vehicle with Peng Jinyan. Once that was completed, Peng Jinyan departed with a stack of documents to submit. He then turned around and noticed Xia Ting pouting, her face a picture of displeasure. "What is the matter?" he inquired, perplexed. Have I done something wrong?" Qin Feng scratched his head, still a loss. Xia Ting retorted sullenly. "You are not to give your number to other women indiscriminately in the future. Do you understand? Are you becoming jealous?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Yes, I am. You are not to provide any opportunity to other women," Xia Ting declared sternly. "Very well, I accede to your wishes. I shall not. Qin Feng offered a series of soothing words, and Xia Ting, recognizing the importance of not pushing her luck too far, refrained from excessive temper tantrums. It would be imprudent to antagonize such a radiant man. After purchasing the car, the couple emerged from the dealership, debating where to have lunch. Peng Jinyan hastened after them to see them off. Upon observing that Qin Feng was preparing to hail a taxi, she immediately interjected, "Did you not drive here, sir? Perhaps I could offer you a ride?" Xia Ting eagerly declined. "There is no need. We prefer to take a taxi." She harbored a dislike for the way this woman gazed at her man, a look tinged with undisguised desire. As a woman herself, Xia Ting could easily discern the longing in her heart. "It is no trouble. I can use a company car," Peng Jinyan replied with a smile. Qin Feng, standing by the roadside at midday, was disinclined to wait. Just as he was about to accept, he caught sight of Xia Ting's evident reluctance and immediately changed his mind. "There is no need for such trouble. Please return to your duties." Peng Jinyan, undeterred by the rejection, smiled and said, "Very well. I shall not linger here as a third wheel. I wish you both a delightful time." She then offered a slight bow, her demeanor impeccable. Xia Ting cast a meaningful glance at her, and Peng Jinyan returned her gaze with equal candor, a hint of assessment in her eyes. While her physical appearance might be slightly inferior, she possessed her own advantages. For instance, her repertoire of amorous techniques and positions undoubtedly surpassed those of these reserved young women. Some forms of intimacy held greater appeal to men than mere physical beauty. She did not believe that any man was immune to temptation. If she could only find an opportunity, she was confident that she could seduce Mr. Qin. Peng Jinyan turned and departed, inwardly bolstering her resolve. Qin Feng, watching the curvaceous saleswoman depart, lamented the missed opportunity. This woman possessed a remarkable figure, well-proportioned and alluring. She was a paragon of beauty. However, without a system reward of 90 points or higher, it would require a considerable investment of genuine currency to pursue her, which was not cost-effective. Nevertheless, considering her evident interest in him, perhaps he could exploit the situation for free. He would wait until after the rebate before making any decisions. After all, one could not expect someone to cover the cost of a hotel room without compensation. "You are still looking at her," Xia Ting exclaimed, shaking off Qin Feng and damp, Oppo's hand in annoyance. Qin Feng then realized that he was not alone. He hastily apologized. "I am sorry. I was admiring her back. Qin Feng struggled to find an excuse, then suddenly snapped his fingers and said, "She reminds me of my mother. Yes, she resembles my mother." Xia Ting was dumbfounded by this clumsy fabrication, momentarily forgetting her anger. She had never encountered such a shameless man, one who would even invoke his own mother as a shield. She could not resist asking, "Does your mother also walk with such a suggestive sway?" Chapter 23. Perhaps I should gift you a phone. Seeing the astonished expression on Xia Ting and Oppo's face, Qin Feng, fearing she would doubt him, hastily explained, "The last time I saw my mother, she looked just like this, dressed similarly." Though Xia Ting remained skeptical, she keenly grasped the crux of his words. "Where did your aunt go?" "I don't know. It was a long time ago. I can't recall." Xia Ting scrutinized Qin Feng, noticing he did not appear to be lying. Hesitantly, she inquired, "So, are you from a single-parent family?" "No, Qin Feng Chekiv." Xia Ting sighed in relief, speculating it was merely that his father had remarried, forming a blended family. She refrained from pressing further, concerned that Qin Feng might find her inquisitive nature tiresome. If their relationship continued to develop, she would eventually learn more, so there was no need to rush. Qin Feng, too, did not wish to broadcast his status as an orphan, so when Xia Ting ceased her inquiries, he chose not to elaborate. For a moment, both fell into silence. He took out his phone, intending to check the ride-sharing app, only to find his phone unresponsive, frozen in place. He muttered, "Damn, what a lousy phone." Curious, Xia Ting asked, "Why do you use such a phone?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. During their first meeting, she noticed Qin Feng used a low-end model, appearing somewhat worn, as if it had been in use for ages. Initially, she almost assumed he was financially strapped. However, after witnessing his generous spending on her, she gradually came to believe he was affluent. Lost in the allure of his financial generosity, she had forgotten to inquire until now. Hearing him complain, she finally voiced her curiosity. Qin Feng awkwardly replied, "It's a cheap phone. I wouldn't feel bad if I lost it." Xia Ting stared at him with skepticism, suspecting that this might be a phone gifted by a former partner, one he was reluctant to replace. A man who could effortlessly pull out $3 million to buy a car surely wouldn't be sentimental over a 1 or 2,000 yuan phone. Losing one daily would amount to an entire year without concern. Since you don't care about it, why not just toss it? Xia Ting probed. Why throw away something that works? Qin Feng countered, unwilling to part with it. Despite its issues, it was functional. Buying a new one would cost over 1,000, and he was mindful of his finances, especially with his balance soaring 1,000-fold. It was prudent to wait until his cashback arrived before making any purchases. Seeing his reluctance, Xia Ting grew more convinced of her assumption. The man dared to hold onto memories of his ex. She felt a pang of anger. Yet, she hesitated to snatch the phone from him, opting instead to cross her arms and turn her face away in silence. Qin Feng, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Recalled that he had previously tried to cheer her up, not realizing that she was now upset. He placed a hand on her shoulder, turning her to face him, and asked, Ting Ting, what's wrong? I don't want to talk to you. Xia Ting sulked, pouting. Why not? Could you give me a hint? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Even when angry, a beautiful girl retained an alluring charm that rendered him powerless. About the phone, Xia Ting snapped, her frustration evident. What about the phone? Qin Feng, still oblivious, thought she was merely impatiently waiting for their ride. He glanced at the screen, noting, the app says the driver is just a kilometer away. They and AMP, Oppos, I'll be here shortly. Xia Ting shrugged off his hand, retorting coldly, you know what I mean? Don't change the subject. Qin Feng's eyes widened in confusion, clearly not understanding her point. Stop pretending. Xia Ting snapped, her brow furrowed, her tone firm. Could you provide a clearer hint? Qin Feng asked cautiously. Xia Ting fell silent, feeling that he was evading the issue, which only deepened her dissatisfaction. The more he clung to the memories of his ex, the more her heart ached. She considered that if she were to clarify her feelings, it might only lead to disappointment. If he insisted on keeping the phone, she would be powerless to change that. With a sigh, she decided against confronting him, reasoning that perhaps it was a good thing that he was emotionally committed. At least it meant he wouldn't stray. Ding! The car arrived. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand, noticing her token resistance, but he held on firmly. He assumed she wasn't genuinely upset and smiled apologetically, saying, let us discuss this in the car. It's hot out here. Xia Ting, her expression still frosty, silently entered the vehicle alongside him. The driver, diligent and professional, closed the door for them while wearing white gloves, reminding them to fasten their seatbelts and informing them that there was bottled water available. The air conditioning inside the car was refreshing, providing a welcome relief. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver, then fastened Xia Ting into Oppos' seatbelt while neglecting his own. Leaning closer to her, he continued to coax, Darling, don't be upset. Feel free to ask for anything. I promise I'll do my best to fulfill your requests. Such sweet words. Xia Ting responded with a hint of melancholy. You're clearly insincere, pretending to be magnanimous, you scoundrel. Why don't you go first? How can I know if you don't say anything? With the air conditioning alleviating the heat, the intimate setting allowed Qin Feng to grow bolder, his hands finding their way to Xia Ting, one arm around her while the other playfully roamed. The driver, understanding the situation, discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror, ensuring it no longer captured their intimate moments, while maintaining his silence. As the car glided smoothly, Xia Ting felt her cheeks flush, her hands gently pushing against Qin Feng and AMP, Oppos. You asked me to speak up, she reminded him. Then say it, he urged, captivated by her presence. After some contemplation, Xia Ting fixed her gaze on Qin Feng's phone and proposed, I'll buy you the latest top-of-the-line phone, and you must promise to use only the one I give you, okay? Both Qin Feng and the driver were taken aback. What is this? Is he a kept man? How impressive. The driver mused silently, recalling how the stunningly beautiful woman had appeared aloof when they first boarded, while the handsome young man had donned a look of devotion. He had assumed they were merely a pair of admirer and idol, but it seemed the roles were reversed. The driver couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of this remarkable scene, only to find that his adjustment had rendered the view of the couple obscured. He shook his head, feeling a mix of admiration and pity. Such a wonderful woman destined to belong to another. Qin Feng, elated by Xia Ting's offer of a new phone, felt a surge of joy. He had long coveted that model, yearning to acquire it as a symbol of patriotism, yet the price had always deterred him. Previously, he had been entangled with a woman who demanded exorbitant gifts, from birthday presents to makeup, and even insisted on monetary consolation during her frequent ailments. Over the years, he had unwittingly squandered tens of thousands on her whims, though he had never kept a precise tally. His bank account had never seen significant growth. Every payday, she greeted him with newfound enthusiasm. Yet, Qin Feng held no regrets. Life requires lessons, and he considered that expenditure as tuition fees. He felt fortunate to have bought his freedom from that relationship through monetary means rather than enduring a lifetime of torment. In contrast, Xia Ting was not only beautiful, but also considerate and understanding. Witnessing his frustration with his sluggish phone, she even offered to buy him a new one. Qin Feng gazed at Xia Ting, increasingly captivated by her charm. "Sweetheart, you are truly beautiful." He leaned in excitedly, eager to engage in a sensual dance of tongues with Xia Ting. She, however, resisted by placing her hands against him, stating, "You have yet to fulfill my request. I promise you, from now on, I shall only use the phone you purchase for me." Qin Feng replied earnestly. "Now that is more like it," Xia Ting said triumphantly as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her eyes shimmering with vitality, like rippling azure waves. She willingly offered her delicate lips to him. Chapter 24. A plea for the wheel. The confines of the compact space served to ignite primal desires. Seated in the cramped rear of the vehicle, their initial kisses gradually escalated into more ardent advances. After an extended interlude, their lips parted. Summer's bosom heaved, her respiration quickened, and her delicate mien flushed crimson, akin to a ripened peach, a sight that provoked palpable longing. Beneath her long, curled lashes, her captivating eyes fluttered, beseeching with unspoken yearnings, veritable pools of spring. Qin felt an irresistible urge to touch her, yet his advances were met with vigorous resistance. "Be compliant, my dear," Qin murmured, his voice a silken enticement in her ear. He heard her whisper a reluctant no, her voice barely audible. Beset by mounting desire and facing an impasse, Qin reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of her lower body, redirecting his attentions to her upper form. Soon, her attire was disarrayed. It was only when Summer gazed at him with imploring eyes, signaling her desire for him to desist, that Qin curtailed his more overt actions. However, he persisted with subtle caresses, punctuated by her occasional startled gasps. The suggestive sounds painted vivid scenes in the imagination, causing the driver in the front to lament his auditory faculties. His clientele predominantly consisted of affluent individuals, and such individuals rarely lacked female companionship. These magnates had often engaged in indiscretions in the back of his car. Yet, a woman as exquisitely beautiful and demure as Summer was indeed a rare sight. Moreover, her vocalizations possessed a certain quality that bordered on incitement. Wang and Amp, Oppos, eyes burned with envy, and he yearned to interject vociferously. However, compelled by financial considerations, he dared not utter a word. Generally, those who engaged in such behavior in his vehicle would offer a gratuity for the inconvenience. He had even received tips that nearly equaled the car and Oppos' value. At that moment, Summer was flushed and utterly bashful, nestled against Qin. Her body as pliant as if devoid of bone. Qin, observing her disheveled state, whispered in her ear, "You are utterly irresistible in this state." I find myself struggling to maintain control. Clinging to her last vestige of reason, Summer resisted the tantalizing sensations, replying, Not here." The ubiquitous presence of cameras in contemporary taxis presented a potential threat. Should their tryst be recorded and disseminated online, she would be ruined. "This agonizing suspense is unbearable," Qin lamented. Summer cast a furtive glance, noting his evident distress. She retorted playfully, "Serves you right for your indiscretions." Qin inadvertently soiled the rear seat. Being a man of principle, and knowing that the fare was reimbursable, he generously offered the driver an $800 cleaning fee, considering that a professional detailing typically cost around $500. The $800 was intended to expedite the matter. To his surprise, the driver was amiable, displaying no resentment at the mess. He expressed his gratitude, presented Qin with a business card, and assured him of his availability at any time. Despite his burly physique and intimidating presence, he exhibited a surprisingly agreeable temperament. Qin examined the card, noting the name, Wang Gang. The driver possessed regular features, an honest countenance, and, as evidenced by his earlier discretion and thoughtful adjustment of the rearview mirror, a keen attention to detail. Qin began to contemplate the possibility of recruiting him. He felt it prudent to secure a temporary bodyguard before receiving the system and Oppos' reward as a precautionary measure. A woman as captivating as Summer could potentially attract unwanted attention. A bodyguard standing sentinel would deter potential troublemakers. Wang and Oppos' blend of physical strength and inner gentleness aligned with Qin and Oppo's requirements. Furthermore, his driving skills would prove convenient for future intimate moments with Summer in the back seat. The only uncertainty lay in Wang and Oppo's trustworthiness. Qin, his ardor abetted, considered the matter with meticulous care. He decided to tentatively extend an offer. After all, self-interest drives most actions, and adequate compensation should alleviate any concerns. However, Summer and Oppo's consent was essential for the system to reimburse the expense. Qin took Summer and Oppo's cleansed hand in his and said softly, "What do you think about hiring Wang to be our personal driver?" Summer responded with surprise. "Didn't an Oppo's you just buy me a 911? If you don't an Oppo's you want to drive? I can drive for you. Why hire someone else?" Qin explained, "We'll need him occasionally. It's tiring to drive yourself, and it's safer to have someone protecting us." Seeing that Summer was about to ask more questions, Qin stopped her with a smile and said, "You and Oppo's so beautiful. What if some idiot tries to flirt with you? Do you want me to fight him?" Summer thought about the few times she had been flirted with before and didn't think it was a big deal. Those people were timid and only dared to whistle and flirt a few times. Just ignore them. They wouldn't Oppo's dare to do anything. After all, fighting is expensive now, and violating women and Oppo's wishes is a serious crime. She was mainly worried about what would happen if a gangster saw Qin and Oppo's money. It and Oppo's it's always good to have someone to protect them. So she nodded in agreement. Qin smiled when he got Summer and Oppo's approval. He raised his voice to the driver, Wang Gang, and said, "Brother Wang, how much can you earn a month driving a taxi?" Qin and Summer didn't and Oppo's lower their voices, so Wang Gang could hear their conversation. At this moment, Wang Gang was a little excited. Did this man give her a Porsche? Regardless of whether it was true or not, someone offering him an olive branch was a recognition of him. Wang Gang quickly said humbly, "Just call me Little Wang, boss. I don and Oppo's deserve to be called Brother Wang." After being polite, he answered Qin's question, "My job also depends on luck. Sometimes the platform gives me a few orders to pick up passengers at the airport, and I can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. If I work overtime at night and am more diligent, I can sometimes earn 20,000 yuan." Wang Gang didn't and Oppo's tell the truth. This kind of taxi business is not like running errands, where you only need two wheels. They invest a lot of money, maintenance, insurance, fuel costs, platform commissions, etc. If you can save 10,000 yuan a month, it and Oppo's considered good. And the car also costs money, at least 200,000 yuan for a taxi. In addition, relying on the platform to make a living, they can only endure some disgusting rules and customers. The last time a woman peed in the car, she only gave him 500 yuan. He just bought this car. How can anyone stand it? So every industry has its own difficulties. On the surface, earning 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month looks good, but in reality, it and Oppo's that's not as good as carrying bricks. Chapter 25. Although he could cook, he was not a gourmet like Wang Gang. "Have you considered changing jobs?" Qin Feng casually inquired. "I would like to change. Driving every day has taken a toll on my lumbar disc, but I'm not particularly bright and struggle with communication. I'm not great at interacting with people." Wang Gang chuckled foolishly. Upon hearing Qin Feng and Oppo's intention to recruit him, he felt an inner eagerness. Someone like Qin Feng, who casually spent 800 yuan on a car wash, would undoubtedly offer a generous salary. "You heard us earlier. We think quite highly of you and would like to hire you as a driver and bodyguard. The hours may be late, requiring your full-time presence. What do you think would be a suitable salary?" Qin Feng stated. Wang Gang did not anticipate that Qin Feng would allow him to propose a salary, leaving him momentarily flustered. He first drove the vehicle smoothly to their destination and then contemplated quietly. Qin Feng did not disturb him, understanding the gravity of the matter. It was wise to ponder it thoroughly. He engaged in soft conversation with Xia Ting, exchanging sweet words. Wang Gang appeared troubled, unsure of what amount would be appropriate. He feared being perceived as greedy if he asked for too much, yet he did not wish to settle for too little. Although they had only known each other for less than half an hour, he was not apprehensive about the possibility of it being a scam. He was a man of principles. If paid, he would work. If asked to pay, he would walk away. He refused to pay any fees for joining groups or signing up for anything, regardless of what others claimed about the benefits of participation. He was not envious in the slightest. His only concern was that others might covet his car, a recent purchase, an electric SUV, with less than 10,000 kilometers on it, costing 280,000 yuan. Wang Gang cherished it dearly. After much deliberation, he hesitantly asked, "Does the boss need to use my car for transportation?" Qin Feng promptly declined, stating, "No need. I'll arrange a more prestigious vehicle for you later." Qin Feng planned to buy a car adorned with wings, as he had heard wealthy individuals often drove such cars, which carried a certain prestige. Wang Gang was relieved to learn that Qin Feng only wanted him as a person. In this modern, harmonious society, he thought it unlikely that someone would kidnap him to sell him off to northern Myanmar. Considering his options, he felt that Qin Feng did not seem to be someone in need of money. So he mustered the courage to propose a salary that he deemed ideal. "How about 20,000 yuan, boss?" He paused, quickly adding, "I used to be a soldier and still train daily, so I can easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. Besides, I'm not only a driver. I've also worked as a chef and traveled extensively." Qin Feng was pleased with Wang Gang as a person, but found the proposed salary unsatisfactory. 20,000 per month was insufficient. Human nature is not resilient to temptation, especially in roles like a bodyguard or driver. If one were to accept bribes and drive to an abandoned building, the consequences would be dire. Such close associates must be attracted with substantial remuneration. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "All right, let us go with your figure of 20,000, but it will be a probationary period of 1 month." Wang Gang felt an immediate surge of joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations." For him, earning 20,000 a month would double his income. He had no reason to decline the bodyguard position, even if it meant more arduous work, greater danger, and diminished dignity. "I am Qin Feng, and this is Xiating. We shall entrust our safety to you, Brother Wang," Qin Feng said courteously. Wang Gang quickly smiled and replied, "Just call me Xiao Wang, Boss Qin." Qin Feng chuckled. This thoughtful bodyguard appeared far more engaging than a soulless automaton. However, he maintained, "You seem older. Let us stick with Brother Wang. Titles are not worth fussing over. What matters is doing the job well." Continuing, he said, "There is no need for a contract. Here is your salary for this month, a probationary 20,000. As Qin Feng transferred the money, he noticed Wang Gang's expression of astonishment and added, "Once you become a permanent employee, your salary will double, and thereafter, as long as your performance is satisfactory, you'll receive an additional 1,000 each month for 5 years. If you demonstrate genuine commitment, I'll surprise you at year-end." Wang Gang was left utterly stunned. Double the salary? An additional 1,000 each month? Was this a stroke of fortune? He turned to Qin Feng, realizing he did not appear to be jesting. His heart raced as he observed the notification of 20,000 yuan received. And though he believed it, he felt somewhat dazed by the windfall, confirming, "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course, the better you perform, the higher your salary," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Wang Gang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was at a loss for words, his mind racing with thoughts of kneeling to express his gratitude. Was this not a blessing from the gods? If he performed well, an extra 1,000 each month? Such an arrangement was unheard of in his life. Calculating in his mind, he realized that with the proposed raises, his annual income could approach 600,000 yuan. Over 2 years, that would exceed 2 million yuan. The prospect was staggering. Yet for someone like him, who struggled with numbers, it felt daunting to achieve. Nevertheless, the opportunity lay before him. Wang Gang was rendered speechless by the excitement. With 2 children growing up, their modest home felt increasingly cramped for the 6 of them. He contemplated selling their current home for a 4-bedroom apartment. However, with existing car loans and responsibilities for his parents and children, the couple's combined salary left little room for additional mortgage burdens. Wang Gang genuinely believed that disregarding his family's opposition to purchasing a 280,000 yuan car for ride-sharing was a gamble that paid off. Only by encountering someone like Boss Qin could life improve. If he could work for Qin Feng for 2 years, he might finally afford a larger home where his family could comfortably reside. Boss Qin, whatever you need me to do, I'll give my all to ensure your safety, Wang Gang declared, thumping his chest with fervor, his local accent surfacing in his excitement. Xiaoting nestled against Qin Feng, observing the man whose enthusiasm was so easily ignited by a few thousand yuan. He appeared somewhat simple, as if he had never encountered the finer aspects of life. If he were to learn that Qin Feng had purchased a car worth over 3 million yuan for himself that morning, one could only wonder how he would react. However, a touch of innocence was reassuring. Xiaoting leaned her chin against Qin Feng and Oppo's chest and addressed Wang Gang. Rest assured, we are quite safe. No need for violence. Qin Feng smiled and added, indeed, there's no need for you to risk your life. Just serve us earnestly. Matters of conflict will be handled by others. Wang Gang nodded, unperturbed by the idea of a wealthy individual employing a cadre of bodyguards. I understand, boss. From now on, Wang Gang will follow you. Let us go. First, we need to buy a phone. Wang Gang immediately exited the car, opening the door for Qin Feng and extending his hand to shield him from bumping his head. Qin Feng, unaccustomed to such service, found it slightly awkward. He was unsure if this was standard procedure for a chauffeur or if it was a special courtesy due to his new role as Wang Gang's employer. Having worked in the service industry himself, he felt that such ostentation was unnecessary. So he requested Wang Gang, no need for such formalities in the future, unless we are attending a formal event where appearances matter. For everyday situations, we need not go to such lengths. Understood, boss, Wang Gang replied promptly. Chapter 26. The honest man only wants to cling to the powerful. As Xiaoting emerged from the car, she glanced at the midday sun, her brow lightly furrowing. Yet she remained silent. Wang Gang, perceptive to her expression, promptly opened the trunk and retrieved an umbrella, raising it to shield them from the sun. Following closely behind, he wore a smile akin to that of a devoted servant. Xiaoting was thoroughly pleased with Wang Gang's performance. In September, the sun was not overly fierce, but the distance from the parking lot to the mall was still considerable. Having someone hold an umbrella not only protected her skin from the sun, but also filled her with a sense of vanity, as if announcing her grand arrival. Thank you, Brother Wang, Xiaoting chimed with a sweet smile. Wang Gang responded with a low bow and a grin. Clad in a shirt, dress pants, and white gloves, he adopted a submissive demeanor, resembling more of a servant than a bodyguard. The trio strolled flamboyantly towards the mall, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Passers-by, upon witnessing the couple with an attendant holding an umbrella for them, whispered and pointed. Some gazed with envy, others with disdain, and some felt a mix of both. In contrast to Xiaoting's natural elegance, Qin Feng felt his cheeks flush under the scrutiny of the crowd. He, an ordinary man, found it difficult to adjust to being catered to. It felt disingenuous and excessively formal, leaving him uncomfortable. After a moment in Oppo's reflection, he reached for Wang Gang and Oppo's umbrella, deciding to hold it for Xiaoting himself. The gesture of a boyfriend shielding his girlfriend from the sun felt less awkward than having a bodyguard do so. Thank you, brother, Xiaoting exclaimed sweetly as Qin Feng took the umbrella. She mistakenly assumed he was feeling jealous, her tone becoming even more playful. It's the least I could do, Qin Feng replied with a smile. You and Oppo's, you're not upset, are you? Xiaoting asked, stealing glances at his expression. She was aware that some wealthy individuals could be particularly possessive, and having laughed so joyfully with Wang Gang, she feared he might feel threatened. Upset? Why would I be? Qin Feng replied, momentarily taken aback. Xiaoting softly clarified, I was merely expressing my gratitude to Brother Wang out of politeness. Yes, and then what? He inquired with curiosity. Upon confirming that Qin Feng was not feigning indifference, Xiaoting relaxed and explained, people saw you quietly holding Brother Wang and Oppo's umbrella and thought you were jealous. Qin Feng was a loss for words. I just thought he was being too ostentatious. It felt a bit uncomfortable. Xiaoting teased. As long as you and Oppo's We're not worried about Brother Wang. That is all that matters, haha. Qin Feng offered a faint smile, but chose to remain silent. Noticing his understated demeanor, Xiaoting recalled their initial encounter when he wore old clothes, blending in with the crowd as an ordinary person. No one could have guessed that this young man was, in fact, exceedingly wealthy. It seemed that the affluent often had a talent for disguise. Xiaoting felt fortunate to have refrained from blocking him on social media the previous night. Missing out on such a man would have left her at a loss for forgiveness. The memory of sending a 21 red envelope the night before made her flush with embarrassment as she avoided looking at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, realizing that his employer was not particularly fond of superficiality, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Having served in the military, he prided himself on his straightforwardness. But his inability to flatter had led him to this position. The earlier display of servitude felt akin to being trampled underfoot, yet for the sake of his job. He had to humble himself like those portrayed on television. This was what maturity entailed. He had anticipated a future filled with such subservience, but to his surprise, this boss showed genuine concern for his dignity, which moved him deeply. How many employers were both considerate of their subordinates and willing to offer raises? Wang Gang resolved to cling to Qin Feng's coattails, vowing never to let go. The repeated emphasis on sincerity from his employer indicated that loyalty was valued more than mere appearances. Yet, Wang Gang believed that loyalty alone was insufficient. One must also work diligently and earnestly to remain beside his employer. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he was unknowingly engaging in a self-imposed psychological game. He simply felt awkward for not having been wealthy before. He believed that once he possessed wealth, he would inevitably become corrupt. The trio arrived at Yintai Plaza. Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping, glanced at his watch, and said to Xiaoting, "Let us eat first." "All right," Xiaoting nodded. Most of the restaurants in the mall were reasonably priced, averaging around 100 or 200 yuan per person, though establishments like Heideleo could be slightly pricier. Qin Feng had had the fortune of dining there a few times, but found the exaggerated, servile treatment off-putting. The forced smiles were so contrived that they made his skin crawl. He could not enjoy such experiences. After wandering for a while, they casually selected a well-decorated restaurant called Fengmenting. Qin Feng and Xiaoting found a 4-person table in the main dining area, only to notice that Wang Gang still stood nearby. It was peak dining time, and with his towering stature of nearly 2 meters, he looked as conspicuous as a beacon. "Brother Wang, please have a seat with us. Don't be polite. There will be plenty to eat," Qin Feng urged. "No need, boss. I've already had lunch." Wang Gang declined. "Given your size, another meal won't hurt. Please sit down. Standing there is not appropriate." Qin Feng insisted, motioning for him to take a seat. Wang Gang had never seen a bodyguard dine at the table with clients, and as a mere attendant, intruding upon a couple's meal felt utterly inappropriate. Realizing he was in the way, he quickly suggested, "Then I'll sit outside." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, settling on a bench outside to observe Qin Feng and Xiaoting through the glass. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation and ordered a beef fried rice for Wang Gang, leaving it to the server to deliver it to the towering figure. Regardless of whether he chose to eat it, Xiaoting paid little attention to these trivial matters, focused instead on the menu. She scanned the QR code on her phone and ordered scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried yam with black fungus, spicy kidney stir-fry, garlic vermicelli seafood pot, including oysters, sauced eels, chestnut chicken soup, and stir-fried lamb with scallions. As the dishes arrived one by one, Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What did this mean? Had he not performed well the night before? "Woman, are you playing with fire?" He glared at Xiaoting, who wore a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. "Brother, you should eat more to restore your strength," Xiaoting said cheerfully, placing an oyster into Qin Feng and Appo's bowl. Qin Feng scoffed, asserting, "You'd better not regret this tonight." At that moment, the only part of him that felt robust was his mouth. After such fervor yesterday, and 2 more encounters that morning, he truly felt drained. Rubbing his waist, he thought, "Once I achieve peak physical condition, I will make you regret it. I'm concerned about your health since you've been so reckless these past few days. Let us keep it simple tonight and allow you to recover," Xiaoting said. Completely unembarrassed, finding Qin Feng and Appo's strained expression amusing, laughing heartily. "No need for that," Qin Feng declared, swallowing the oyster with a hearty laugh. Xiaoting laughed until she could hardly contain herself. Chapter 27. My ultimate move, unmatched by anyone. After finishing their meal, the two casually strolled through the mall. Perhaps it was the invigorating effect of the oysters, but within just half an hour, Qin Feng felt rejuvenated. He cast a provocative glance at Xiaoting, who met his gaze with a playful smile, her eyes unwavering. Qin Feng was almost tempted to challenge her in the car, but remembering that she still needed to buy him a significant gift, he quickly quelled that impulse. After all, matters of importance took precedence. His phone was painfully sluggish, only allowing him to scroll through 5 videos on Douyin before it would freeze for several seconds. Streaming live broadcasts was even worse, akin to a PowerPoint presentation. He was unable to accomplish anything. Now that he had the ability to reward online hosts, he was consumed with urgency, pondering how many captivating hosts were waiting for him in Douyin and what enticing rewards they might offer. Would investing 10 million stir any reactions? What special acknowledgments would those hosts provide upon receiving their payments? His anticipation was palpable. However, he knew he could not rush it. Xiaoting was about to receive her cash back, and securing her support was the best course of action. Patiently, Qin Feng accompanied Xiaoting as they wandered through the mall. Their first stop was Starbucks. After inquiring whether Wang Gang, who had been trailing behind them, wanted a milk tea and receiving a resolute shake of his head in rejection, he ordered Xiaoting a strawberry white chocolate frappuccino, but refrained from ordering for himself. He felt somewhat embarrassed as a man to indulge in such a feminine drink. A man, he mused, should enjoy a bold cola. Yet, the alluring whipped cream atop the frappuccino tempted him, and he found himself yearning to taste it. Fortunately, while accompanying Xiaoting, opportunities to grab a milk tea were plentiful. In a quaint jewelry shop, as Xiaoting adorned herself with hairpins, Qin Feng seized the moment to hold her frappuccino, pretending to casually bring it to his lips and taking a hearty sip. Instantly, his eyes narrowed with delight. It was sweet and intoxicating. No wonder milk tea was a staple for shopping trips. A single sip lifted his spirits, making everything seem joyful. Regrettably, the medium cup was insufficient, emptying after just 2 gulps. Next time, he resolved silently, he would opt for a larger size. At that moment, Xiaoting reached out to reclaim her frappuccino from his hands, only to discover it was empty. Annoyed, she playfully slapped his arm and scolded, "You're so annoying. Stealing my milk tea." Qin Feng, unabashed, replied with a grin, "It was just too delicious. I couldn't resist." Xiaoting scrunched her cute little nose and shot him a playful glare, her demeanor utterly adorable. As compensation, Qin Feng bought her a pair of sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The hat exuded an air of sophistication, with its pleats and bow design imparting a youthful charm to Xiaoting, making her face appear petite. The brim was reinforced with metal wire, allowing her to shape it to suit her style. Xiaoting arranged it into several shell-like folds, donning it atop her head, and paired it with a strikingly white-enhancing black dress, resembling a pure beauty ready for a seaside vacation. So fair and delicate, Qin Feng was utterly captivated. "Do you think it looks good?" Xiaoting inquired. Although the hat was not particularly expensive, Qin Feng and Appo's unwavering gaze filled her with joy. "Absolutely," he fervently nodded. "Given your honesty, I shall forgive you," she said with a chuckle. "Let's go buy a phone now." She packed her items and handed them to Wang Gang, then effortlessly linked her arm with Qin Feng as they made their way to the Huawei Experience store. This was when the importance of having a bodyguard became evident. With assistants carrying their belongings, they avoided the hassle of lugging around heavy bags. Had they had a bodyguard the previous day, the items Qin Feng bought for her wound tea have needed to be delivered back and forth, which had been quite bothersome. Upon arriving at the Experience store, Xiaoting inquired with the staff about the most expensive Huawei Porsche model. After receiving confirmation, she wasted no time and requested a black one to be brought over, promptly scanning to make the payment. Her decisive and straightforward manner earned Qin Feng's admiration. This model, said to be endorsed by a celebrity, was considered a financial asset in the smartphone realm, maintaining its value remarkably well. As he unwrapped the Mate 60 RS, drool practically dripped from his mouth. The rear camera featured a star diamond octagon, and the material of the back cover, enhanced by metal and ceramic, radiated high-end sophistication and distinctiveness. The moment he powered it on, he was smitten. Its smoothness and color vibrancy far surpassed the subpar phone he had previously owned for over 1,000 yuan. Truly, one gets what one pays for. It was indeed exceptional. Do you like it? Xia Ting asked, noticing his infatuation with the device, her face lighting up with the hope of praise. This phone cost over 10,000 yuan, and while she might have hesitated before, now she felt no remorse. After all, considering the Porsche from earlier that day and the 100,000 yuan Qin Feng had gifted her just days prior, she had effectively spent not a dime, purely a windfall. As long as Qin Feng remembered that it was she who bought the phone whenever he used it, it was an absolute win. I absolutely love it. Thank you for this wonderful gift, Qin Feng beamed, holding Xia Ting's face in delight. If you truly love it, then you cannot continue using your old phone. She gently squeezed his hand, attempting to rein him in. With this phone, how could I possibly use that old piece of junk? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Huh, who truly knows what men think? Xia Ting laughed dismissively, hinting at something. Once I transfer my data, I will just sell my old phone, Qin Feng assured her. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wishing to insist that he dispose of the old phone in front of her, but fearing that such a firm stance might provoke his displeasure. She merely huffed playfully, teasing, that phone would sell for a max of 200. Why not sell it to me? Qin Feng was taken aback. What would you want of my old phone? Xia Ting gazed silently into his eyes, and Qin Feng, feeling a bit flustered under her stare, smiled sheepishly. He had briefly entertained an unworthy thought. Perhaps he could sell the new phone and buy a 2,000 or 3,000 yuan model, thus pocketing an additional 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in cash. After all, a 3,000 yuan phone was quite functional. The extra funds could be added to his system, allowing him to unleash his generous gifting mode for the delightful female hosts online. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that Xia Ting's affection was paramount. What if she were upset upon seeing him with a different phone? A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. With his thought, Qin Feng steadied his resolve. Now that he had acquired the Mate 60 RS, he could initiate his ultimate move to elevate Xia Ting's affection to new heights. This was the strategy he had devised earlier that morning while purchasing his car. He felt confident that deploying this approach would undoubtedly enhance his charm with most women. With a heartfelt tone, he inquired, Ting Ting, do you live with your parents currently? Chapter 28. Wealth cannot grant absolute freedom. Xia Ting, unable to comprehend, noticed his evasive response regarding the old phone and the subsequent change of topic. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she casually replied, Yes. My mother disapproves of me renting a place on my own, insisting that girls must maintain a sense of propriety. Glancing at Qin Feng, she complained, It's not like I'm cohabiting with another man. I merely wish to live with my best friend. They refuse to agree, and I have to report in if I stay out late. It's infuriating. Living alone can be quite challenging, Qin Feng consoled. I once encountered women living independently while delivering food at night, and the sight was rather alarming. Their pallor suggested they were on the brink of collapse, and their homes resembled crime scenes, messy, chaotic, with instant noodle boxes piled high. They seemed to be in worse shape than I, a grown man. He found Xia Ting's obedient nature more commendable, as at least she had someone to care for her and keep her in check. I'm not that kind of girl. Xia Ting told it, You think my mother is right? Then would you agree to her demand that I must be home by 10 tonight? Qin Feng faltered, recognizing the discrepancy in their perspectives. He was keen to experience the luxury of a 5-star presidential suite and had no intention of sending Xia Ting home. Sensing the conversation was veering off course, he quickly corrected himself. That and oppos. That's not what I meant. I was asking if you would like to own a place that entirely belongs to you. Xia Ting's expression shifted instantly upon hearing the word house. He wants to buy her a home. This felt too sudden. Having only been together for 2 days, they hardly knew each other well enough to discuss matrimonial housing. Startled by her own thoughts, she felt a rush of emotion. Are you serious? Yes. Do you have a particular property in mind? Qin Feng asked casually. Xia Ting stared at him, her mouth agape and her eyes vacant. His question felt so natural that she misheard it as, Do you have any favorite outfits? I can get you a couple. In that moment, Xia Ting cooed in and oppos, T helped but feel a burgeoning affection for him, akin to the thrill of discovering love, the kind that, once fully realized, would lead her to love him without reservations. Affection level for Xia Ting. 2. Qin Feng clenched his fist, secretly thrilled. Excellent, very good. He had feared that uttering those words might catapult Xia Ting and Appo's affection level to 80. Leaving a touch of mystery was just right. Once he purchased the house, he could further enhance her feelings, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Since we have some free time this afternoon, let us go and secure it, Qin Feng urged, noticing Xia Ting's dazed expression. Her affection level of 79 was precariously close to tipping over. One misstep in conversation could grant him another point, jeopardizing his acquisition of the property. He aimed to strike while the iron was hot and finalized the purchase. Xia Ting was bewildered by this sudden proposition. Are we really going today? Though she had no doubts about Qin Feng's capabilities, the pace of their progress was overwhelming. What girl could handle buying a car in the morning and a house by afternoon? Life's major milestones seemed crammed into a single day, making her wonder what the future would hold. The prospect was exhilarating, particularly considering the car was a Porsche and the house would at least be a villa, right? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Come on, tell me if you have a house in mind. Qin Feng encouraged with a smile. Yes. I previously saw a stunning villa. Xia Ting eagerly pulled out her phone, searching for the solitary villa she had found on a social media platform. Located in the same city, the property was a standalone garden villa priced at $8 million, urgently for sale. It was said that the owner had bought it for $10 million, with over $2 million spent on renovations. Spanning 3 stories, the villa covered an area of 420 square meters, featuring traditional Chinese architecture and a 180 square meter garden. What captivated her most was the 60 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor, complete with an enormous floor-to-ceiling window offering breathtaking views of flora and fauna. The spacious terrace, adorned with various plants and flowers, was perfect for lounging on deck chairs, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. What do you think of this one? Xia Ting asked, excitedly showing Qin Feng the video on her phone. It's decent. The surrounding area is filled with villas, but it seems a bit desolate. Living there might lack the vibrancy of life, Qin Feng assessed objectively. Unlike his small apartment, where stepping out to buy groceries meant addressing a barrage of nosy neighbors, he relished the idea of anonymity that wealth could afford. Honestly, I want to shout to the world that I didn't just buy broccoli and potatoes today. I also acquired a Porsche, Xia Ting teased. She had envisioned living in that villa with someone she adored, even if it meant sacrificing years from her life. Imagining a routine devoid of work-related stress, filled with yoga, gardening, and caring for dogs, waiting for her partner to return home, made her long for such a life. If she could live carefreely until 70, she would consider it a dream realized. But now, a man was proposing to gift her that villa? Was fate conspiring against her longevity? Xia Ting was once again lost in thought. Observing her rapt fascination with the villa, Qin Feng resolved to secure the property quickly. With an investment of $8 million plus the previous $3 million. If he could successfully claim a refund, it would provide him with ample funds to indulge for some time. Using Xia Ting's phone, he contacted the real estate agent to inquire about the property and expressed his desire to view it immediately. Fortuitously, the agent was available and had the keys on hand, making it convenient for them to proceed. After confirming the address, Qin Feng cheerfully told Xia Ting, "Let us go and see your future home." Xia Ting leaped with excitement and clung to Qin Feng, initially intending to wrap her legs around his waist. However, realizing the public nature of the setting, she opted to keep her feet on the ground, instead showering his face with kisses to express her elation. "Brother, I adore you. Not so fast. Let me purchase the house first before you declare your love," Qin Feng playfully deflected. "How much money do you actually have? What company do you invest in?" Xia Ting inquired, her curiosity piqued. Though she knew it was inappropriate to pry, Qin Feng's composed demeanor ignited her desire to discern the extent of his wealth. "That's unnecessary to discuss. As long as it's something you desire, I can acquire it for you. Just don't be unreasonable," Qin Feng replied with confidence. 1,000 multiplied by 10,000 equated to a substantial fortune. While he wouldn't claim to be fabulously wealthy, he could certainly afford to indulge her whims. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Wang Gang, who had been waiting at a distance, to head to the parking lot. The confidence he exuded at that moment made Xia Ting's heart flutter once more. She admitted to herself that she was captivated by Qin Feng's opulence and charm. Gazing at him with rapt attention, she bit her luscious lower lip, her eyes brimming with unmasked affection. Containing her excitement, she climbed into the car, obediently settling into the back seat. At this moment, no matter how excessively Qin Feng may behave, she would not feel anger. In fact, she even yearned to take the initiative. She declined the seatbelt that Qin Feng offered, instead leaning against him and wrapping her arms around his neck, gazing at him with her soulful eyes. The springtime radiance in her features was boundless. It seemed that with merely a subtle hint from Qin Feng, she would lower her noble head to partake in actions previously unconsidered. Chapter 29. The Love of an Honest Person. Elusive yet disappointing, however, Xia Ting felt disheartened. Qin Feng did not respond to her. Instead, he lowered the car window and called out to Wang Gang, who was standing outside and avoiding eye contact. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Get in and drive." Wang Gang hesitated for a moment. After witnessing Miss Xia's enthusiastic demeanor, he assumed they were engaged in something intimate in the car. Fearing he would intrude upon their moment, and not wanting to sully his ears with their exchanges, he refrained from entering. Only upon hearing Qin Feng's voice did he muster the courage to sit in the front seat, mentally preparing himself. Such situations would likely arise frequently. He needed to remain calm and accustomed to it. "For the next few days, I'll borrow your car. I'll arrange for a new one in a few days," Qin Feng said, ignoring Xia Ting's affectionate gaze and feigning casual conversation with Wang Gang. "What do you think is better, a Bentley or Mercedes?" Now composed, Qin Feng felt the need to take it easy. No matter how youthful he was, he could not be so reckless. Previously, he had felt as if he were suffering from some debilitating condition, but he could not show weakness in front of Xia Ting. Summoning Wang Gang was merely a pretext to shield himself from her advances. Wang Gang, bewildered, replied earnestly, "When I was in the army, I thought driving a Hongqi was the most prestigious. After leaving, I grew fond of spacious RVs. They allow for travel anywhere." Qin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He found the idea of an RV appealing. Who among the youth did not harbor dreams of traveling? An RV could serve as a place to spend the night anywhere and could allow him to stargaze with a companion. How much does a decent RV cost? A good one is around 700,000 to 800,000. The price can vary greatly, from hundreds of thousands to millions, primarily due to the expensive modifications inside. Xia Ting, already having a car, did not wish for Qin Feng to converse about vehicles. Noticing Qin Feng's indifference, she wriggled in his embrace like a siren, attempting to capture his attention. She then steered the conversation towards the subject of their home. "Brother, will this house be under both our names?" Qin Feng paused for a moment, and after receiving a response from the system, he sighed and reluctantly said, "It will only be under your name." Xia Ting noticed a peculiar expression on Qin Feng's face, but did not dwell on it. Upon hearing that the house would be solely hers, her heart raced with excitement. In her eyes, Qin Feng transformed into a dazzling treasure, radiating an irresistible golden light. She harbored no doubts about his ability to afford the 8 million yuan property, as his earlier comment in the mall suggested his savings might very well exceed 9 figures. "Perhaps it should be under both our names. After all, it is our home," she suggested politely. "This house holds a significant meaning, unlike a car. Having it in just one name makes it seem as though I am after your property," she added. "Just your name is fine. I want to provide you with enough security so that you can feel at ease taking care of me at home." Qin Feng fabricated insincere reasons, weaving lies to appease her. He yearned to have his name on that 8 million yuan house, yet the system forbade it. The goddess must hold absolute autonomy, it insisted. How infuriating! The system truly knew how to pander. Seeing that Xia Ting did not press the issue further, he felt relieved. After all, her acceptance meant she was not being unreasonable. Yet, the thought of cohabiting with this man made her anxious about her potential shortcomings. She timidly suggested, I'm rather lazy. I don't want to handle the chores in such a large house all by myself. Can we hire a maid to help?" Given that this man paid his bodyguard 50 to 60,000 a month, affording a maid for 10,000 should pose no issue. However, the request sounded somewhat embarrassing coming from a woman. It made her feel as if she would merely lounge around at home, indulging in leisure without ambitions, akin to a dreamless sloth, relying on others for care. Fearing Qin Feng would look down on her, she felt her cheeks flush and her ears grow warm as she made the request. Of course, we should hire help, cooks, gardeners, private doctors, personal trainers, everything arranged for you, as long as you remain happy and content. Qin Feng envisioned a beautiful future for her. He too longed for such comforts, but it was contingent upon achieving a successful return on investment. Xia Ting, overwhelmed by Qin Feng's grand promises, felt a sense of disbelief. After years of graduation, she had encountered countless individuals. The harsh realities of life had gradually dimmed her dreams of marrying a super-rich husband. As she matured at the age of 26, she had lowered her standards to men with savings in the seven figures, with the additional stipulation that they be within 3 years of her age and show sufficient care for her. Xia Ting believed her qualifications were not lacking and her expectations not exorbitant. Surely, she would find a husband. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. The young wealthy heirs she dated were reckless, indulging in gambling and other vices. The older men were miserly, espousing that money was for showing off to women, not for their expenditure. Such outrageous statements warranted a swift reprimand in her social circle. There was one potential candidate, young, decent-looking, stable in his job as a civil servant, though not wealthy. After dating for half a year, he expressed concern that her beauty might lead her to betray him, prompting him to end their relationship. How absurd. She thought, I only fish for one fish at a time. Her friends, who were less attractive and had petty minds, managed to secure husbands worth 9 figures, albeit being a decade older than her. Meanwhile, she had yet to encounter a suitable man. Recently, she followed her mother and Aunt Oppo's advice and began dating. Almost every man she met remarked on her impressive qualifications, questioning why she was seeking a match, their eyes filled with suspicion. The caliber of these suitors was dismal. Mama and Oppo's boys. Neckbeards, recluses, and lecherous types. Her bizarre dating experiences could fill a 1,000,000-word novel. She had anticipated that within a year or two, her standards would further diminish. Yet, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. A former classmate who once harbored feelings for her had become quite affluent and treated her with kindness. Xia Ting was moved to tears. Her nose tingled, and her eyes misted as she gazed at Qin Feng, asking, Darling, will you love me forever? Women are inherently emotional beings, and when feelings arise, they can be uncontrollable. She longed to hear Qin Feng's heartfelt declaration of love, but to her dismay, he responded with a nonchalant, Xia Ting instantly withdrew her tears, feeling a sense of melancholy. Yuan and Damp, Oppos, do you mean it at all? She lamented. Qin Feng knew the right answer, but feared that saying it would only increase her expectations. After all, they had yet to secure the house. Fortunately, such emotional states are fleeting. Not receiving a system notification, he relaxed and smiled, reassuring her, I love you. Look, I'm buying you a house. Isn't that a testament to my affection? It is bewildering how contemporary perspectives on love have become somewhat distorted. A mere house can serve as proof of love. In the past, he would never have dared to express such calm confidence in loving a woman. But now, with the support of this sycophantic system, he could endlessly validate his devotion. Chapter 30. Even if I die, even if I jump down from here, I will not be your mistress. Seeing that he had already bought a house for her, Xia Ting felt it was inappropriate to throw a tantrum. Although she did not receive the answer she desired, she could discern from Qin Feng's gaze's affection for her. The thought of soon having her own home, coupled with the fact that her partner was both handsome and gentle, with ample wealth, left her exhilarated. She found herself a bit impatient with the pace of their relationship and wished to accelerate its progress. She leaned entirely on Qin Feng, playfully poking at his chest with her fingers and suggestively asked, Does this mean something special that you bought me a house? Qin Feng, focused solely on improving their rapport, had not anticipated the question. His gaze faltered for a moment, and he replied somewhat casually, I just want you to have a little freedom without your family's control, so we can live a bit more freely. Xia Ting felt a twinge of disappointment. This was not the answer she had hoped for. So, you merely want to buy a house for us to live together? Um, Primarily, we need a place to live before discussing anything else. Qin Feng chuckled while scratching his head. But of course, I will have to tell my parents about us living together. Xia Ting fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, earnestly asking, what if they want to meet you? Will you go? Qin Feng felt a surge of pressure. He understood Xia Ting's implication. Meeting the parents inevitably leads to discussions of marriage, after finally accumulating some wealth and not yet having the chance to enjoy it. He felt he was being pushed into the grave of love. He tactfully deferred, of course I will go, but we should wait until we understand each other better. After all, we've only been together for 2 days, and there are still many habits we do not know about. Upon hearing this, Xia Ting froze momentarily, as if caught in a glitch, remaining silent and still. He curiously inquired, what is wrong? Suddenly, Xia Ting seemed to have recalled something. Raising her head to look at him with a complex gaze, yet she said nothing. She released her grip around his neck, shifted her seat, and distanced herself from him, adopting a cold demeanor reminiscent of their university days. Affection level with Xia Ting -1. Affection level with Xia Ting -1. Affection level with Xia Ting -1. Qin Feng was taken aback. He never expected that the affection level could actually decrease. The system indicated a slide from 79 down to 69. Observing Xia Ting's frosty expression, he felt a cold sweat break out. He hurriedly moved closer to salvage the situation. Darling, please don't cry. I was just a bit nervous when I mentioned meeting your parents later. Don't be upset. Seeing her remain unresponsive, he bit his lip and conceded. You can arrange it. I promise to meet your parents tomorrow. Xia Ting continued to remain silent, her gaze icy, as if she were looking at a scoundrel. Qin Feng, sweating under her scrutiny, was baffled as to why she was upset. He had bought her a car and a house, yet his affection level still fell. Unable to contain his rising frustration, he raised his voice slightly. What more do you want from me? Just say it, and I will do it if I can. Unexpectedly, Xia Ting scoffed and retorted with a hint of defiance. I want the house to be under both our names. Can you do that? Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an impossible request. How could they proceed under such conditions? He would like to have his name on the deed, but the system forbade it. Besides, was it not better to have it solely in her name? Feeling a sense of urgency, he furrowed his brow in silence. The atmosphere in the car grew tense and oppressive. System notification. Affection level with Xia Ting -1. What on earth is happening? If this continues, I will lose all affection. Qin Feng anxiously raked his hair in frustration, feeling a desperation he had not experienced the previous night. Calming himself, he asked earnestly, is adding a name really that crucial? Xia Ting, her emotions flaring, seized upon the issue, demanding, are you willing to add your name? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. If someone had offered him a villa, he would have treated them like royalty. Yet with Xia Ting, despite her diminishing affection, she had placed an impossible condition upon him. He genuinely did not want to end up with nothing after coming so far. Despite his frustration, he chose to endure, hoping to salvage the situation. I truly cannot add my name to this house, but I can for the next one. Isn't that fair? Xia Ting and Amp, Oppos. S heart ached. She longed to scream. Are you saying you and Oppos? LL add your name only after you get divorced? But she held her tongue. This man had never made any promises, and she felt she had no right to accuse him. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her rosy cheeks, leaving trails of moisture before finally dripping onto her chest. How foolish she had been, believing there was a man in this world who would love her like an angel. In truth, they were all devils from hell. It was time to awaken from her dreams. Wangge, pull over, she choked out. Her sobs startled Qin Feng, who had been deep in thought. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his heart softened. He enveloped her in his arms, soothingly saying, Darling, please don't cry. I promise to add your name. Xia Ting struggled to push him away, her voice trembling with indignation. Get away from me, you scoundrel. She longed to proclaim to Qin Feng that even if no one wanted her, she would never settle to be his mistress. Wang Gang, hearing the commotion from the back seat, slowly maneuvered the car to the right, but did not stop, merely ensuring Xia Ting did not impulsively open the door and cause an accident. Qin Feng, now irritated, thought the situation was absurd. After spending so much money, to be labeled as a scoundrel was intolerable. Can you please be reasonable? What have I done to deserve this? As his words faded, Xia Ting fell silent, her head bowed, her expression pained, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking into her clothes. The car was enveloped in silence. The atmosphere heavy and suffocating, as if the air had solidified, creating an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. After a long pause, Xia Ting gradually calmed down, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Qin Feng, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, she felt as if her dreams had shattered. She should have seen it coming. When she mentioned going to his house, he had been evasive. Inquiring about his investments was met with secrecy, and he had shown reluctance at the thought of meeting her parents. Even in intimate moments, he had never uttered a promise. Now, he hesitated even to add his name to a property, fearing exposure. What did this signify? If he had nothing to hide, why was he so apprehensive about adding a name? And why mention a second house? How many houses did he intend to acquire? Xia Ting was now certain that Qin Feng was indeed a married man. He wanted to buy a house, to keep her, treating her like a gilded cage bird. As seen in dramas, the very thought made her tears flow uncontrollably once more. Chapter 31. The System. You're a hopeless host. 30 chapters in. And you can enamp, oppose, even manage a simple, innocent girl. The portrayals of mistresses in television dramas had profoundly impacted Xia Ting, precluding her from ever considering such a role. In her estimation, honest labor was preferable to being a mistress, an unsanctioned, legally unprotected position. Any offspring would be illegitimate, relegated to the shadows, and she would possess no authority over her paramour. Crucially, there was the ever-present threat of being caught in flagrante delicto by the wife, with consequences ranging from public humiliation to acid attacks. The mere thought of such a scenario sent Xia Ting into a frenzy. Qin Feng, she declared emphatically, abandon any hope you harbor. I would rather perish in poverty than become your mistress. Wiping away tears, she reiterated to Wang Gang, Wang, pull over. Wang Gang found himself in a quandary, having never encountered such a dispute between employer and lover. Uncertain whether to comply, he cautiously decelerated, maintaining a speed of approximately 15 kilometers per hour. Receiving no objection, he brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside, content to observe the unfolding drama from the driver's seat. Qin Feng finally comprehended the source of her apprehension, exclaiming in bewilderment, "Who suggested you become a mistress?" Xia Ting, perceiving his evasion, immediately launched a series of pointed inquiries. Then why conceal your residence? Why are you so guarded about your phone? Why not include both our names? Witnessing his speechlessness, Xia Ting, her eyes brimming with tears, accused him with a poignant tone. You have a wife, yet you still pursue me? Unable to provide satisfactory answers, Qin Feng extracted his identification card in an attempt to prove his marital status. You may verify my marital status with this, he offered. His candor momentarily stunned Xia Ting, rekindling a flicker of hope within her despairing heart. You are truly married? She inquired hesitantly. Qin Feng gestured dismissively. Indeed, I am not. Xia Ting, suspecting she had misjudged him, blushed slightly. However, for reassurance, she pressed on, you pledge that I am your sole girlfriend? There are no other fiancés or women. Driven by the desire to improve his standing, Qin Feng vowed, I swear, there are absolutely no other girlfriends. Elated by his sincerity, Xia Ting could not resist pushing her luck further. Then you promise there will be none in the future? Qin Feng hesitated, gazing into Xia Ting's doe-like, tearful eyes, her nose red and swollen from crying, 2 tear tracks adorning her delicate face. He was captivated by her poignant beauty. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and offer solace. However, he was a man of integrity. He would not make promises he could not fulfill. Money and affection he could offer, but the pledge of lifelong exclusivity was beyond his capacity. He was unwilling to relinquish the entire forest for Xia Ting, nor would he deceive her by posing as a deceptive scoundrel. If Xia Ting could not accept his involvement with other women, then their relationship would have to end. Though he would not receive a cashback reward, he had enjoyed her company. He could consider the sports car as payment for the night. There was a great number of beautiful women in the world, and he was sure to find one who would be more tolerant of his lifestyle. Moreover, he had heard that the women who did live broadcasts were more pragmatic, but he did not know if this was really true. He embraced Xia Ting, caressing her head. and remained silent, allowing her to draw her own conclusions. He chose to place the decision in Xiaoting and Oppo's hands, allowing her to make her own choice. If she continued to be with him, it would not be a permanent relationship for now, and there would definitely be other women involved. Xiaoting waited expectantly, but did not hear the definite answer that she yearned for. As the minutes ticked by, her heart slowly sank. She understood that the man was telling her in this way that she would not be the only woman in his life from now on. So after all, she would still be a mistress. She thought that she, a recognized campus belle of Jiangda, would fall to this point. She felt sorry for herself. Tears welled up, and she embraced the man in front of her tightly, burying her face in his arms and crying in a muffled voice, venting her emotions by wetting his clothes with her tears and wiping her snot on him. Qin Feng was filled with guilt, allowing her to vent her emotions on him. "How many girlfriends will you have?" Xiaoting choked out. "I don't Oppose. Tino." Qin Feng answered honestly. "Scumbag." Xiaoting cursed. But she also knew that this kind of boy was indeed very attractive to the opposite sex. Come to think of it, it was true that a boy who was so young, rich, and good-looking, why would he only like her? It was not like a youth romance drama. But Xiaoting just could not control her sadness. It was the first time in her life that she had met such a good man, and she did not want to give up like this. After crying for a long time, she finally recovered. She raised her head. Her face looked like a kitten with the makeup all smudged, and her eyes were a little red and swollen. She asked in a sobbing voice, "What if your girlfriend comes and splashes me with sulfuric acid in the future?" Xiaoting was making the worst plan. "No, I will arrange absolutely reliable bodyguards for you." Qin Feng said seriously. "What's the use of that? If someone secretly sprays it over, no one can stop it." Xiaoting was frightened. On one side was the temptation of the villa, and on the other was the threat of sulfuric acid. She did not know what to choose, and wanted to bite the scumbag on the shoulder to let him know how conflicted she was. "Let me calm down and think about it." After saying that, she pushed him away forcefully, wiped her face randomly, opened the car door, and was about to get out of the car. Qin Feng grabbed her and asked, "Where are you going?" Xiaoting shook off his hand and retorted coldly, "Going home. Where else can I go?" Qin Feng said with a smile, "I'll take you." "I don't want to see you now, scumbag." Xiaoting got out of the car and slammed the door shut. With a bang, Wang Gang in front was heartbroken. Seeing that she was so determined, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said to Wang Gang, "You take her home. I'll get a taxi." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang replied. Qin Feng got out of the car. Seeing Wang Gang turn around and drive against the traffic to catch up with Xiaoting, he honked the horn and said a few words to her. Then he saw Xiaoting turn her head and glare at him, and then obediently got into the car. When they passed in front of him, Xiaoting did not roll down the window. Qin Feng smiled and waved to her, and then stood by the side of the road, watching the car drive away, until it disappeared. Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. A man who can't lie really loses points. He should have been thick-skinned and tricked her into getting 80 points, and then revealed the truth after getting the cash back. He secretly vowed that he must be a heartless scumbag in the future. Qin Feng walked silently on the road, constantly reflecting on himself, not even afraid of being exposed to the sun at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After walking for a while, he recovered. He raised his head blankly, not knowing where to go. He turned his head and looked around, and the scenery on the street was a little familiar. He remembered coming to this street when he was delivering food. It was very lively, and there were many shops. Not far away, there were coffee shops, barber shops, internet cafes, boutique foot massage shops. His attention was attracted by the foot massage shop. Staring straight at the coquettish sign, his steps did not stop, and he walked into the internet cafe resolutely. It's not that he can't afford to go to the foot massage shop, but the internet cafe is more cost-effective. The same as happiness, 3 yuan an hour, and 298 yuan an hour, who would not choose at a glance. Qin Feng, who had only 5 or 6,000 cash left in his hand, kept comforting himself. Chapter 32. Even dogs don't play ADC upon entering the internet CAF. Qin Feng boldly seized a bottle of cola and topped up his account with 10 yuan. After receiving a sweet smile from the cashier, who had just scored 69 points, he settled into the 3 yuan area of the hall. While waiting for the computer to boot up, he took out his newly purchased phone to check his messages. 3 new female contacts awaited him on WeChat. He clicked into the first girl's moments. Her selfies seemed somewhat familiar, and the system awarded her an impressive score of 81. Upon further inspection, he noticed the frequent appearance of a Porsche emblem on the steering wheel in her photos, accompanied by some motivational quotes. It suddenly dawned on him that this was Peng Jinyan, the alluring saleswoman from earlier that morning. Qin Feng accepted her request. Soon after, she sent a cordial greeting. However, lacking interest in her at the moment, he left her hanging. The second girl, named Betsy, had few posts in her moments, consisting mostly of scenic photographs paired with life reflections. Her note indicated she was the owner of a Porsche. Qin Feng recalled that she was the female driver of the Turbo S he had ordered. Feeling a flicker of interest, he clicked to accept and sent a direct message. "Beauty, send me a selfie." After having been through the trials of summer, he found himself bolder and unafraid to speak his mind. Requesting a selfie was also a way to save time. If she scored below 90, the conversation would end swiftly, as he had no energy to waste on others. The third contact was Jiang Manxue. Her note read, "What were you doing at the Porsche dealership?" Earlier that day, he had posted 2 photos of the Porsche on his moments, garnering over 20 likes and playful comments about buying one. He surmised that she must have heard about his visit from a mutual acquaintance. Qin Feng smiled slightly, his mood lifting. He considered adding her back just to retort, "What is it to you?" but deemed it a bit beneath him. After all, he was a man with an identity card. There was no need to flaunt superiority in front of someone like her. Instead, he declined her request and blocked her. Indifference, he believed, was the most cutting of remarks, akin to her previous disregard for him. Only those who have endured such emotional violence can truly grasp its horror, like molten lava trapped beneath layers of ice and snow. Qin Feng wished for her to feel that sting. After dealing with these contacts, he casually placed his phone on the table, revealing the octagonal star diamond camera. Amidst the envious glances from his companions, he launched League of Legends. Of course, a visit to an internet CAF required a few exhilarating rounds before venturing out to find women for streaming later. He had been playing this game on and off for 7 or 8 years. While his skills were mediocre, he had mastered a few slick tricks. The new version was brimming with innovations, perfectly suited for a player like Qin Feng. As the game commenced, he chose Will Mother, starting with the Hydra as his first item and followed by Heart of Steel. He decisively pushed back against the enemy's Lion Dog, leaving it questioning its existence. In the current version, damage was explosive. Even supports could pursue ADCs. The ADC had no need to carry, simply building tank items to draw fire while clinging to the mid and jungle like a lifeline would suffice. This was the correct strategy in this terrifying game. Having amassed an array of top lane gear, Qin Feng found himself alone in the enemy and Oppo's mid lane, successfully luring the opposing Yasuo. He took a full brunt of Yasuo's ultimate and was chased halfway across the map without being slain. By the time his teammates arrived to encircle Yasuo, the latter was still intent on landing a final blow on Qin Feng. They enjoyed a 5-man advantage as they initiated the Baron. In a crucial moment, it was Qin Feng, the ADC, who executed a magical claw to pull the Lion Dog from the brush. He stood his ground, engaging fiercely. The Lion Dog, having exhausted all its abilities, was horrified to discover that Qin Feng still had half his health remaining. Once his teammates eliminated the Lion Dog, it could only express confusion through question marks. Qin Feng and his team claimed the dragon, secured kills, and pushed towers, bringing the match to a swift conclusion. It was exhilarating. This version was truly heaven for ADCs. Gone were the days of cautious positioning and dodging skills. Now, one could simply build tanky and serve as a utility player. Winning or losing mattered little. Even late-game tower pushes no longer required ADC damage. This left Qin Feng feeling immensely at ease. "Mom, you need not worry about me being taken out in one fell swoop anymore." As he contemplated another match, a call from Wang Gang interrupted him. He informed Qin Feng that he had safely returned Xiaoting and was inquiring about his whereabouts to pick him up. Qin Feng opted against having Wang come over, feeling it strange to have such a large man standing behind him while he played. He conveyed to Wang Gang that he would later meet him at the bar, suggesting that Wang find somewhere to relax in the meantime. Wang Gang had assumed the job required constant companionship and had prepared for long hours, but was taken aback to learn that after just 2 hours of work, he was free to rest. He sat in the car, staring blankly at his phone, disbelief washing over him. After hanging up, Qin Feng planned his evening at the bar, intending to confide in Shifuya about his heartbreak, while also seeking a suitable companion for the night, someone with whom he could share a room without any intentions of intimacy. He could assure himself that he would not touch her. He simply wished to avoid returning to his cramped 40-square-meter apartment after having enjoyed the comfort of a 4-star bed. At that moment, his phone vibrated. The female Porsche owner he had just accepted sent him a message. "Betsy, Mr. Qin, it and Oppos. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing that she had an Oppos, T sent a photo. Qin Feng initially considered ignoring her. However, boredom struck during the champion selection phase, prompting him to ask casually, "Qin Feng, what an Oppos? It's up? Betsy, I think we share similar tastes, and I wanted to get to know you better." Qin Feng, no picture, no point. Betsy, in her office. Su Beishi stared blankly at her phone, contemplating the message. She had assumed that a man interested in the car she had selected would share her refined taste. To her surprise, the first thing he requested was a photo, and his tone struck her as flippant, akin to that of a brash, self-assured loser. Su Beishi considered herself magnanimous, believing it too hasty to judge someone based on a single comment, so she decided to learn a bit more before forming a conclusion. Yet, after those 3 exchanges, she was convinced that this man was either a loser or the foolish son of a wealthy family. Such a man, lacking in sophistication, was someone she would typically avoid. However, she was quite confident in her looks. Throughout her life, people had complimented her, likening her to a princess. Reluctant to send a photo and appear as if she were hiding her face, Su Beishi took a moment to snap a selfie and sent it over. "Betsy, image, Qin Feng." Leering, as soon as the photo was sent, she quickly received a reaction from him. Su Beishi smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. Confident in her beauty, she was now firmly in control of the conversation. "Can we chat?" Chapter 33. The Power of Wealth. Qin Feng gazed intently at her photograph, captivated by its allure. This oval face, those luscious red lips, and the double eyelids paired with enchanting almond eyes. Truly, her gaze was as clear as water. Her features painted like a masterpiece, with pearly white teeth and vermilion lips. Such a stunning visage, complemented by her porcelain skin. Her lustrous golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, reminiscent of a resplendent lotus emerging from the water. At first glance, she was indeed breathtaking. Yet, Qin Feng harbored doubts about the authenticity of the image, fearing it might be digitally altered or artificially created. He promptly activated the scanning function for verification. Name: Su Beishi. Age: 25. Charm: 92. Number of relationships: 2. Incredibly, she was indeed a true goddess. What was there to hesitate about? He resolved to take decisive action. "You initiated a transfer of 100,000. After completing the transaction, Qin Feng boldly declared, "Show me your legs." He had learned his lesson from Xiating. Wealthy individuals ought to dispense with romance and simply throw money at the situation. No need for frivolities. He contemplated gathering several women and showering them with his wealth. With a fortune of 100 million at his disposal, he was confident that at least one woman would fall for him. This 10,000 served as a test to gauge the lady in Oppo's appetite for financial gain. A woman who could afford a Porsche was likely a wealthy one. If she lacked interest in his lavish spending, he would bid her farewell without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Beishi, perceiving his audacity in requesting to see her legs, felt her expression darken slightly. However, the glaring sum of 100,000 dissuaded her from blocking him. In the past, had someone offered her 10,000 for a photo of her legs, she would have dismissed the proposition entirely. But circumstances had changed. After her father's mishap, her restaurant business had plummeted. Coupled with negative publicity, her loyal customers clamored for refunds. The bank was reluctant to lend, and former friends had vanished. She was struggling to make ends meet, on the brink of insolvency. This restaurant, built over years of hard work, was not something she wished to see collapse. While 10,000 was not a fortune, it could alleviate her immediate crisis. Yet, to merely photograph her leg. A flicker of determination crossed Su Beishi's eyes as she accepted Qin Feng's money. Raising her phone, she aimed it at her smooth, flawless leg and captured the image with a click. "Betsy, Image as she sent the photo, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Her face flushed. Qin Feng, upon seeing her long, shapely legs, grinned lasciviously. At that moment, the system confirmed the transaction and AMP, Oppos, as success. Goddess database updated name, Su Beishi age, 25 height, 170 centimeters weight, 50 kilograms charm, 92 occupation, restaurant owner features, stunning figure favorability, -5, indifferent, number of relationships, 2 strategy reward, understanding women and oppos, as hearts amount spent, 100. 000. This strategy reward seemed quite promising. If he could truly discern a woman's thoughts, his endeavors to win over other ladies would become exceedingly simpler. As for her stunning figure, while he felt a stirring attraction, his career took precedence. Romantic entanglements could wait. Once he regained his strength, he would delve deeper into understanding just how captivating her figure was. However, the current issue was that Su Beishi's favorability rating was alarmingly negative, which perplexed him. Could it be that gifting her 10,000 had actually decreased her favorability? This presented a rather troublesome situation. Realizing that his earlier request for her to photograph her legs might have displeased her, Qin Feng hastily endeavored to restore his image. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. It's fine. Thank you for the red envelope, Mr. Qin. No need for thanks, Miss Su. Your photograph is truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Su Beishi regarded his feigned admiration with considerable disdain. System notification. Su Beishi's favorability -5. Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's notification. It was one thing to lose favor through arrogance, but to experience a decline despite his courteous demeanor was bewildering. Very well, if she wished to play this game, he would not feign politeness any longer. He initiated another transfer, inputting 200,000 and sending it. Miss Su, I apologize for my earlier boldness in purchasing your car. To express my regret, may I invite you to dinner? This time, Qin Feng intended to communicate face-to-face, using his wealth to impress her and showcase the might of his financial power. Su Beishi stared blankly at the 200,000, hesitant to accept. She felt flustered by Qin Feng's overwhelming generosity. To casually offer 30,000 to a stranger, was this man excessively extravagant? Was he a foolish heir or a nouveau riche? Regardless, he was undoubtedly affluent. Such individuals could be amiable when in good spirits, but if their desires were thwarted, they could become exceedingly troublesome. She was not keen to provoke someone of his caliber. Initially, her motivation for seeking out Qin Feng was not only due to their shared tastes, hoping to forge a friendship, but also to potentially borrow some funds to navigate her current predicament. However, this extravagant man made her wary, fearing that his money might come with strings attached. If he drained her resources, she would have no recourse. Despite the glittering allure of the 200,000, Su Beishi resisted temptation and declined. I'm sorry, I have plans tonight. Plans are no issue. Keep the money. Since you own a restaurant, consider it a meal on me. How do you know about her profession? Su Beishi filtelarms. While it was not surprising that he knew her name, perhaps gleaned from the car dealership, the fact that he was aware of her job was unsettling. Could he have uncovered her name and profession from a mere photograph in a matter of minutes? This man was undoubtedly formidable. She steeled herself, responding, Mr. Qin, you're joking? A meal hardly warrants 20,000. Dining with a beauty like you is worth every penny. Aha! Mr. Qin certainly knows how to flatter. I prefer to be straightforward. If you find it insufficient, I can increase the offer. That's enough, Mr. Qin. Please don't be upset. I truly have something to attend to tonight. With a wry smile, Su Beishi realized she had been ensnared. If he persisted in raising the stakes, she feared he might hand the money to someone else and incite trouble. 30,000 was already a significant sum that could tempt many to flirt with the law. Given the current situation, she felt utterly at a loss and typed out, Is tomorrow evening suitable? I'll be waiting for you at Zui Xianlu. That works. After a moment and oppose, as thought, Qin Feng added, By the way, does your restaurant have rooms available? He recalled that Zui Xianlu was a high-end establishment, and as its owner, she should be able to arrange accommodations for him. System notification. Su Beishi's favorability -10. Current favorability -20. Contempt. Qin Feng. He scrutinized his previous remarks and recognized the potential ambiguity in his words. Excellent. She had misconstrued his intentions. He merely sought a place to rest, harboring no thoughts about her alluring form. Even if he did, it was but a fleeting notion. Though he wished to clarify, he ultimately decided against it. Let her hold her contempt. This woman, despite the money spent, still reduced her favorability. Quite the conundrum indeed. He felt perplexed and chose not to dwell on it. If his approach had been flawed, perhaps she was simply difficult to please. Su Beishi clutched her phone, seething with indignation as she read Qin Feng's insinuations. Her chest heaved with anger, causing her to tremble, her eyes reddening. Unconsciously, she gripped her phone tighter, filled with rage at the thought of returning the money and blocking him on WeChat. Worst-case scenario, she could retreat for a couple of days, pretending she had never entangled herself with this man. Yet, the crisis at the store lingered in her thoughts, causing her to furrow her brow in silent contemplation. Chapter 34. Unexpectedly, "You're such a live streamer." Su Beishi sat quietly in her chair, lost in thought. After a while, she let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, she chose to endure. She decided to pretend she did not understand his insinuations. If he came to dinner tomorrow, she would find a way to ply him with more drinks, hoping to distract him with 2 girls instead. She contemplated that it would be best not to return the money. Su Beishi mused to herself, having learned a few tricks to deal with men after running her business for several years. With her resolve set, she turned off her phone screen, adjusted her emotions, and tidied her attire and makeup in preparation for her appointment. That evening, she was to meet her boyfriend of 2 years, who had just returned to the country and expressed a desire to discuss some matters with her. His tone during their phone conversation had been somewhat grave, leading Su Beishi to speculate about the nature of their discussion that night. Misfortunes tend to cluster together. She had grown accustomed to this reality. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat in an internet CAF, equipped with a gift of Bluetooth headphones, opening Douyin to seek out a captivating live streamer. He was curious to see how much affection he could garner from a woman by investing 300,000 yuan in her. Surely, it couldn't result in a negative outcome. Could it? He scrolled through various streams, noting that all the female streamers were strikingly beautiful. None could be deemed unattractive. Each face was breathtaking, adorned in exceptionally sultry attire. Be it a cheap house slit to the waist, impossibly tight yoga pants, or ultra-short skirts complemented by colorful stockings, or a red garter wrapped around their smooth, lovely legs. They posed and twirled, exuberantly showcasing the beauty of femininity. Particularly mesmerizing were the multi-girl dance streams, where 5 enchanting women took turns dancing, each a dazzling sight, exuding charm and grace. As gifts were sent, they danced in a captivating loop, with a colossal moon as their backdrop, appearing as celestial beings delivering a delightful performance to mere mortals. Qin Feng's heart raced, his eyes glued to the screen. No wonder it was difficult to find attractive women on the streets. They had all retreated into the realm of live streaming. He initially believed that with so many beautiful women present, he would easily discover a few goddesses rated at 90 points or above. However, upon employing the scanning feature, it was as though he had wielded a mirror revealing true appearances. In one popular dance stream, among the top 10, the first dancer on the left had a charm score of 68. Whether due to excellent makeup or high beauty filters, she appeared like a stunning gem in the streaming room. Yet in reality, she was less appealing than the internet CAF's front desk attendant. Dressed in a cerulean qipao, she moved with graceful elegance, her waist twisting alluringly, slender as if struggling to support her bosom, evoking an instinctual desire to assist her. Yet, upon seeing her score below 70, Qin Feng hesitated, feeling disheartened yet unable to look away. The second dancer, rated 79, wore a similar qipao but exuded a more sultry allure. Occasionally, she would turn to reveal her thigh and playfully adjust the hem of her dress, deliberately accentuating her alluring curves. The third girl held the center position, boasting a high system rating nearing 100, though it was based on the number of romantic encounters. Her true charm score was only 82. While she was indeed attractive and photogenic, prolonged viewing revealed an artificial quality to her features as if sculpted by a masterful hand, making her resemble a wax figure of a celebrity. Beautiful, yes, but not suited for extended gazing, as it fostered an impression akin to observing a robot. Among the 5 girls, none reached the coveted 90 points. Nevertheless, the audience was substantial, exceeding 10,000 viewers online. Qin Feng marveled quietly. He scrolled past this stream, continuing his search for a genuine goddess worthy of his investment. After several minutes, he encountered only those who appeared overly polished and excessively fair-skinned. The number of individuals engaging in live streaming had surged, and with the advent of beauty filters, even a man donning a wig could achieve an enchanting allure in the streaming room, not to mention those with even a modicum of beauty. They layered their faces with thick makeup, utilizing various powders to create effects of highlights and shadows, achieving a 3-dimensional appearance. Vivid lip colors adorned their lips. Double eyelids were created, and heavy false eyelashes framed their eyes, transforming them into ethereal beings before the camera. Through their flirtatious poses, they sought to entice both wealth and affection. Conversely, genuinely attractive women often found their viewership lacking due to inappropriate banter or a naturally aloof demeanor, resulting in lower popularity compared to those more exuberantly engaging. After a long day, they might earn a mere couple of hundred yuan while enduring the audience's crude remarks, leading them to lose confidence in live streaming, becoming increasingly scarce. Qin Feng, disheartened, continued to navigate through streams, clicking through dozens without encountering a single worthy contender, all falling within the 60 to 80 point range. His spirits plummeted until, just as he was about to surrender, a youthfully charming round face captured his attention. She had a petite mouth, a small nose, and remarkably large eyes, adorned with a beautiful tear mole at the corner that evoked a sense of tenderness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with long bangs obscuring her brows, giving her an innocent and somewhat naive appearance. She wore a simple white round-neck t-shirt, neither revealing nor conspicuous, paired with a blue skirt that reached her knees, exposing only a glimpse of her fair, tender calves. This modest attire starkly contrasted with the flamboyant outfits of other streamers. Name: Zhong Wanjing. Age: 21. Charm: 95. Romantic encounters: 00. What a miracle! Qin Feng was elated. Not only had he found a goddess, but her romantic encounters were non-existent. His efforts had not been in vain. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. At that moment, Zhong Wanjing appeared lost in thought. Noticing a newcomer in her stream, she cheerfully remarked, "Welcome, White Thief Sage, to the stream. Please consider following for support." Qin Feng was taken aback that even his low-level account could garner attention from the streamer, and he promptly followed her as instructed. He had participated in live streaming infrequently before, never having been acknowledged by a streamer and never having spent money, focusing solely on companionship, determined to uphold his freebie stance. Thus, he adopted the name White Thief Sage. "Would you like to join the fan club? It's only 10 cents, Zhong Wanjing inquired, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a follower. She mustered a shy smile, utilizing the streaming techniques she learned the previous day. Qin Feng, however, was preoccupied with making a financial contribution. Recharging 5,000 yuan on Douyin at once was somewhat cumbersome. Such a rare beauty deserved more than mere pennies. He aimed to make a significant impression. Zhong Wanjing noticed that the new viewer remained silent and did not send gifts, and with a name beginning with White Thief, her smile faded slightly. Many viewers tended to be pragmatic. Even if affluent, they were reluctant to squander their wealth. Earning a follow was already a commendable feat. She chose not to say anything further, her gaze dimming. Chapter 35. The frightened female streamer Zhong Wanwan gazed blankly at the screen. At that moment, a high-level viewer in the live stream spoke up. 55, Super Cilantro Lover. Streamer, dance a seductive jig for us, and I'll reward you with a sports car. Despite his level, his words were rather rude. Zhong Wanwan and Amp, Oppo's expression stiffened as she awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a dance streamer." She truly lacked the skills, and her ample bosom would make any attempt at dancing look rather ungraceful. 42, Wandering Slipper. ISN and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T dancing a basic skill? If you can in Oppos, T do that. What kind of streamer are you? This comment instantly provoked a response from another viewer in the chat. 10, Elegant Blossom. Our bunny is a pure and charming streamer. not one to engage in suggestive dances. Wandering slipper, laughable. What era are you living in to still cling to innocence? Elegant blossom, if you want to see suggestive dances, go elsewhere. We prioritize a serene atmosphere here. Wandering slipper, you think you could just tell me to leave? Elegant blossom, bunny streamer, those two are in cahoots. Let us not pay them any mind. Zhong Wanwan gently furrowed her brow and lowered her head, remaining silent. The lack of civility exhibited by some wealthy individuals online made her feel quite uncomfortable. Super cilantro lover, why does the streamer wear such a sour face? Are you no longer interested in the sports car? Having streamed for over a week with little audience and minimal earnings, she was unwilling to lower her dignity and dance merely to appease these loathsome viewers. Thus, she chose to ignore the message, hoping that the individual would find the interaction dull and leave the stream of their own accord, as many others had before. However, to her dismay, the two continued to escalate their remarks. Super cilantro lover, is there something wrong with this girlesque gaze? She doesn't even know to come and flatter us high-level viewers. Wandering slipper, exactly, dressed like a country bumpkin. Super cilantro lover, look at her silly expression, as if she's waiting for something. Wandering slipper, perhaps the streamer is waiting for that and oppos, freeloader sage and oppos, to gift her a fan light board, haha. Super cilantro lover, she doesn't and oppos, to even know how to earn money. What a pathetic streamer. Wandering slipper, maybe she enjoys being taken advantage of by level 1 noobs. 1. Freeloader sage. Qin Feng, who had worked tirelessly to accumulate 2 million, stumbled upon comments about freeloading and switched over to the stream. He found himself being inexplicably mocked and was quite perplexed. Had he said anything to warrant such ridicule? Was having the username and oppos, freeloader sage and oppos, a crime? He slowly typed a question mark. Super cilantro lover, level 1 noob, don't speak up, freeloader sage. Wandering slipper, do you even have the right to ask a question? Freeloader sage. Qin Feng and oppos, S expression darkened, suspecting that these two were not quite right in the head. Unable to hold back, he typed, is it forbidden to speak while watching a stream? Wandering slipper, just obediently be a freeloader, don't seek attention. Super cilantro lover, demanding money while spewing nonsense. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhong Wanwan finally timidly spoke up. See, could you please not argue? Her voice was soft and lacked authority. Super cilantro lover, whose real name was Zhou Chirui, considered himself a person of status. He disliked conversing with level 1 losers, finding it increasingly irritating. To avoid seeing Qin Feng's messages, he sent a Porsche worth 120 yuan. Super cilantro lover sent a golden sports car. This was the 6th sports car he had given out today, hence the golden effect. Regular sports cars were red. Super cilantro lover, streamer, grant me a moderator. I'll help clean up the trash viewers. Zhong Wanwan quietly expressed her gratitude, although she disapproved of his attitude. He had indeed gifted her 60 yuan, and she felt it was only right to thank him. However, she did not grant him moderation rights and gently advised Qin Feng, freeloader brother, perhaps we should talk about something else. Wandering slipper, oh, this streamer is quite generous, addressing you as brother without gifting anything. Why not call me brother too? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhong Wanwan's eyes, her displeasure almost palpable on her face. She contemplated asking this individual to leave, but appeared that in amp, oppos, slipper and amp, oppos, and in amp, oppos, cilantro and amp, oppos, were acquainted, which left her feeling conflicted. At that moment, a spectacular effect burst onto the screen. Pink cartoon blocks adorned the bottom, while piano keys spun in a circle, cradling a giant bass speaker-like stage. Several small figures in traditional opera costumes played drums and gongs below. At the top, the words carnival shone in neon lights, continuously rotating and showcasing its dazzling value. This was Douyin and Amp, Oppo's most extravagant gift, worth 3,000 yuan. Freeloader Sage sent the carnival one Zhong Wanwan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the gift effect, her large, astonished eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the screen, momentarily forgetting to express her thanks. This was her first time receiving a carnival. When the effect graced the live stream, she initially thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the chat exploded with messages from lurking viewers that she realized it was indeed real. Brother, don't do this. Elegant Blossom, Goodness. My brother, are you that easily excited? Charming one. Is it really that impressive? I love monster girls. Chapter 36. Woof 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 woof. Yuan regained her composure and softly uttered, "Thank you for the carnival, dear brother. The rabbit bows to you." Her live stream was called Lucky Rabbit, hence she referred to herself as Rabbit. Mimicking other female streamers, she rose, placed her hands together on her knees, and deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle towards the camera. Although it was the same gesture of bowing, her demeanor starkly contrasted with the exuberant streamers. She stood with her legs straight, head lowered, and eyes cast downwards, resembling a shy girl who received a red envelope but felt too bashful to express her gratitude, refraining from shouting or cheering. Lacking the vibrant feedback the host desired, she inadvertently cast a somewhat serious atmosphere. However, Qin Feng found this endearingly naive little girl quite charming. Upon successfully receiving a tip, the system unveiled additional information. Qin Feng glanced at it briefly. Deity database updated name, Yuan, age, 21 height, 160 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms charm, 95 occupation, university student traits, soft-spoken and delicate favorability, 10 acquaintance, number of relationships, 0 strategy reward, resurrection armor amount spent, 30,000 yuan. Qin Feng pondered. Without discussing her traits, the strategy itself left much to be desired. Calling it impressive would not affect his current life, while dismissing it as worthless would imply that everyone could benefit from such a trait. If it could be sold, it would fetch a handsome price, as billionaires would undoubtedly be willing to pay a premium for it. In fact, to be precise, those wealthy individuals would not even qualify to compete for it. For influential figures from various nations would certainly be intrigued by such a rarity. This illustrates its preciousness. Yet, in Qin Feng's hands, it seemed trivial, akin to donning a resurrection armor that merely emboldened him a bit, allowing him to act with less hesitation. Perhaps it would make courting women somewhat easier. Who wouldn't oppose? To be intimidated by a dashing, wealthy man willing to go to great lengths for you. The livestream was bustling with excitement, as numerous viewers were drawn out by a carnival, fervently commenting. It wasn't that they had never witnessed others tipping during a carnival. Rather, it was the spectacle of someone clashing with the host that stirred their enthusiasm. The public's eagerness to witness such drama was palpable. Viewers chimed in, "Bro, that was bold." In and oppose, as perfectly normal for youthful exuberance. If you don an oppose, T agree, just challenge them. Worst case, you and oppose. LL be eating steamed buns this month. Streamer, hurry and send the manager to offer our generous big brother a thank you. Dear Cilantro boss, they've tipped for the carnival. What are you waiting for? Super love Cilantro, Jo, Chire. Noticing that the freeloader saint had sent a gift, scoffed dismissively. Then, seeing someone him to send a gift, he typed a message on the public screen. Super love Cilantro. I have no interest in such a streamer. She doesn't T-dance, ISNT engaging, and her expressions are silly. Aside from being somewhat pretty, she has no redeeming qualities. And who knows if that face ISNT just filtered. There are far more beautiful streamers in other rooms. Jo Chire genuinely looked down upon this awkward streamer, and his previous tip of a luxury car was simply an attempt to kick that level 1 account out. Qin Feng had initially intended to send 10 carnivals, but was delayed by looking at the deity and amp, oppose, as data. Upon seeing this individual mock his goddess, he immediately typed in defense. 30, the freeloader saint. If you don't appreciate her, why not leave? After spending 3,000, his level rose to 30, and his emblem transformed into a distinguished golden hue, no longer a small blue frame. Super love Cilantro. This is hilarious. Spending your salary to show off. Is that really you? Drifting slippers. Haha. This fool is getting agitated. Drifting slippers. You dare send 3,000? I respect you, haha. Fenghua. Mate, don't get carried away. One carnival is quite costly. Yuan, noticing their comments about the freeloader saint exhausting his salary to tip, felt immediate concern. Big brother saint, thank you so much for your gift. But please do not squander your salary. Qin Feng had been slightly irritated by those two clowns, but upon hearing Yuan and amp, oppose, as earnest advice he couldn't and amp, oppose, he help but smile. This girl truly possessed an endearing innocence. Freeloader Saint, don't worry, Rabbit, it's just a small amount. Drifting Slippers, starting to show off after sending one carnival. Super Love Cilantro, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty here? Freeloader Saint, sent a carnival 1. Freeloader Saint, sent a carnival 2. Freeloader Saint, sent a carnival 3. Qin Feng smiled faintly and began to unleash a torrent of gifts. He intended to see what those two clowns would say after he sent 100 carnivals. After all, it was merely money. In the presence of a stunning beauty, he had more than enough. With a swift motion of his thumb, he sent gifts at an impressive pace. As the dazzling carnival effects flashed repeatedly in the live stream, all viewers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, witnessing the cascade of gifts that appeared before their eyes, each worth 3,000 yuan. Questions and exclamations filled the air, while some quick typists praised the host in Oppo's extravagance. However, the public chat was completely overwhelmed by the carnival effects, making it impossible to read the conversations without blocking the display. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Drifting Slippers, whose real name was Pang Pin and was Zhou Chirui's lackey, was momentarily taken aback. He was adept at discerning his boss's mood and making him laugh. Whenever he sensed Zhou Chirui and Oppo's displeasure, he would step in to reprimand the offending party. As a skilled pianist from Zhu and Oppo's, and his typing speed was exceptionally fast, he had just crafted a comment. Bragging after sending just one carnival is truly ridiculous. However, upon witnessing the Freeloader Saint send yet another gift, he paused his action. He had not anticipated that this level 1 account could bestow such a multitude of carnivals. He deleted the number 1 from his message, curious to see the extent of this person's capabilities. Yet, as he watched the count of carnivals escalate from 10 to 20, then 30, and still showing no signs of stopping, a grave expression crossed his face. When a number reached 40, 50, and 60, fear began to seep into his eyes. He promptly deleted all previously composed messages. He was not foolish. Someone capable of sending such extravagant gifts was undoubtedly not a mere lackey to be trifled with. He dared not provoke the individual further. After all, if he angered this person, they could easily retaliate against him. While taking it out on his boss would be a different matter entirely. It was far wiser to tread carefully. Chapter 37. Zhong Wanwan was stunned in the live broadcast room. The female anchor Zhong Wanwan's eyes were wide open, her pupils dark and bright like a startled fawn. Her delicate lips parted slightly, mirroring the incredulous expressions of the other viewers as they stared at the computer screen. She held her breath in nervous anticipation, her pores standing on end, rendered motionless, unable to recover from the shock. When she received her first carnival gift, she was filled with joy, yet also a hint of worry, concerned that Bai Piao Sheng was stretching his finances to support her. To her astonishment, he soon began to shower her with gifts at an astonishing pace, sending out carnival gifts 71, 72, 73. As if money were burning a hole in his pocket. This left her utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Influenced by her roommates who claimed that live streaming was lucrative, she had decided to give it a try. However, after more than a week of streaming, her earnings barely amounted to 100. After today's broadcast, she felt disheartened about continuing. Yet, unexpectedly, a benefactor emerged, showering her with such lavish gifts. Today, she truly witnessed what it meant to be wealthy. Her expression grew increasingly dazed as her mind raced, contemplating how to express her gratitude to her benefactor. After sending 100 gifts, Qin Feng finally paused, having completed his task in just over a minute, faster than double-tapping the like button. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his speed. Glancing at the bustling chat, he searched for the two fools who had yet to speak. With the gifts amounting to 300,000, the live stream and Oppo's popularity surged, with hundreds of viewers flooding in and the comments multiplying rapidly. Black, the boss is confused. Weatherchild, rich daddy, do you need a leg accessory? Not buying Maybach. The Sheng is amazing. You can end Oppo's, deny it. Invincible, big pineapple. What is going on? Is it New Year's? Delicious you. I don't know either. Everyone is cramming in here. Charming. Low-key boss is showing off his wealth. Everyone stay calm. Xin, Brother, check my private message. There's a special surprise. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This anchor looks so adorably naive. Qin Feng couldn't find the comments from the two individuals and assumed they were simply stunned into silence. He slowly typed a question mark. Bai Piao da Singi. This question mark, reminiscent of the last time, caused Zhou Trui's expression to darken, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination. He was in a foul mood, feeling like a stepping stone for others. The audacity of this so-called Bai Piao da Sheng to flaunt himself over him was intolerable. 100 huazi was nothing. He could easily afford 200 or 300. Super love for cilantro. I like to show off, huh? Super love for cilantro. Just you wait. After sending his message, Zhou Trui exited the live room, and upon seeing his leader leave, Pang Pin quickly followed suit. Qin Feng chuckled at their hasty departure, unconcerned with their intentions, focusing instead on the matter at hand. At that moment, the anchor's cherry-red lips were parted in a cute, dumbfounded expression, inciting a playful urge within him. By Piao de Sheng. Anchor, aren't you going to thank me for the carnival? Having joined the fan club before sending rockets, his level of intimacy was notably high, making his comments stand out in a different color. Zhong Wanwan, seeing the barrage of comments, was still unsure of how to express her gratitude. Her hands nervously covered her mouth, her words stumbling as she spoke. Thank you for the carnival, brother. By Piao de Sheng. Is that all? Zhong Wanwan felt this response lacked sincerity, yet she was at a loss for words, her face flushed crimson. Suddenly, recalling her roommate's expressions of gratitude, she blurted out in a moment of panic, I want to give the boss a monkey. The room fell silent. No one typed a word, as if the comment section had frozen in time. No one expected the innocent girl to utter such bold words, and the impact was palpable. Qin Feng and Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up with excitement, jumping from the couch. Are you serious? He typed eagerly. Zhong Wanwan and Amp, Oppo's face turned beet red, the beauty of her blush hidden beneath a veil of embarrassment. She regretted her words, having heard them repeated by her roommates during their streams, and in a moment of distraction, she had unwittingly echoed them. Now, seeing Qin Feng and Oppo's earnestness, she felt bashful, her eyes darting nervously as she oscillated between believing he was joking and fearing he was serious. Her conflicted expression elicited amused smiles from the live audience. Then, the live broadcast room erupted once more in extravagant carnival animations. By Piao de Sheng sent out carnival gifts 1, 2, 3. Qin Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, could only express his exhilaration by showering her with gifts. This unexpected turn of events left Zhong Wanwan in a state of shock once again. She had never imagined that a single phrase could provoke such an outpouring of generosity from a benefactor. For a moment, she was left speechless, her eyes wide in amazement. Qin Feng and Oppo's speed escalated further, and in the blink of an eye, he had sent carnival gifts 97, 99, 100. Zhong Wanwan sat dazed for over a minute. The live stream was devoid of music, and the anchor was silent. Only a slightly clueless rabbit remained on the screen. As the gifts continued to ascend, the audience could no longer restrain themselves, typing fervently, Rich Daddy, do you want a son? This is unbelievable. I've been streaming for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such generosity. Father above, I bow to you. Has this anchor been stunned by the money? Why is she just sitting there? Of course, with that much cash being thrown around, who wouldn't be stunned? Gradually regaining her senses, Zhong Wanwan rubbed her eyes, which had grown sore from staring. Shyly, she managed to utter, Thank you for the gifts, Sheng brother. She appeared both anxious and dazed, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement, resembling a frightened little rabbit, endearing to the extreme. Qin Feng, entranced by her charm, continued to shower her with gifts. By Piao de Sheng. Carnival 100, 101, 102. Chapter 38. Brother, please stop at this moment. Pan Fugue, who had just returned from the restroom, was about to sit down next to Qin Feng and continue browsing the internet when he noticed Qin Feng engrossed in his phone, grinning lewdly. Curiously, he leaned over to sneak a glance at the screen, realizing that Qin Feng seemed to be showering gifts on a female streamer in a live broadcast. Pan Fugue felt a twinge of disdain. What kind of money could someone in an internet CAF possibly have to lavish on a streamer? Perhaps a few flowers or hearts at most. However, as he focused more intently on the gifts Qin Feng was sending, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, he witnessed a flurry of carnivals being sent, 178, 179, 180. And it showed no signs of stopping. This was impossible. Pan Fugue was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend. He glanced up at Qin Feng, who wore a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, effortlessly showering gifts. In an instant, Pan Fugue grasped the situation. It must be a fake Douyin. Surely it was one of those dubious live streaming platforms that imitated Douyin, creating a similar facade. The carnival gifts must only cost a few dimes. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so enthusiastic about it. Feeling a surge of pride in his own cleverness, Pan Fugue nudged Qin Feng and inquired, "Bro, where did you download this live streaming app? Can you recommend it to me?" Qin Feng removed his headphones and turned to look at him. The man was of similar age, albeit with a somewhat lewd appearance and slightly protruding front teeth. His smile resembled that of a weasel. "Brother, you don't know Douyin?" Qin Feng retorted. "I do, but a legitimate carnival costs 3,000 yuan. You're sending them as if they're free." Pan Fugue pointed at Qin Feng's phone, perplexed. "You've sent nearly 200 already. If it were a real carnival, how much would that cost? Even if you were using a Porsche phone, it wouldn't be plausible to send that many gifts." Pan Fugue mused internally. He had never encountered anyone wealthy enough to sit in an internet CAF, playing live broadcasts and showering gifts worth hundreds of thousands. "Not much, just pocket change," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to share and feigning ignorance, Pan Fugue chose not to press the matter further. He chuckled lightly and returned to his seat, speculating that the app might not be publicly promoted and was likely membership-based, accessible only through personal referrals. He imagined that the female streamers were akin to those from foot massage parlors, more liberated and carefree. He had heard that some extraordinary women could even open beer bottles with their mouths. However, to enter such circles, one would have to frequent massages regularly. Pan Fugue shook his head, dismissing his envious thoughts. He was a respectable person and would never venture into such places. It was more critical to focus on his gaming endeavors. Yet, the images from Qin Feng's phone lingered in his mind. The live broadcast appeared incredibly authentic. With the female streamer's name crystal clear, it seemed to be Lucky Rabbit, a girl with an innocent and beautiful visage. In Lucky Rabbit and Oppo's live stream, the carnival gifts continued to soar. In the blink of an eye, they reached 201, 202, 203, still showing no signs of slowing down. The viewers prepared to record the spectacle, intending to capture the moment and share it online, branding it with an impressive title to inform all the aspiring dreamers still in the stream how a true benefactor gifts. "Big brother, please stop. You've already given so much," Yuan called out in a flurry, noticing that Qin Feng had surpassed 200 and was still sending gifts. She felt a wave of anxiety. If converted to cash, this person had gifted 300 carnivals in just a few minutes, totaling an astonishing 900,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be alarmed? In her village, that amount could marry 5 wives. If this continued, would she really have to bear his children? The thought of 2 strangers, devoid of affection, coming together solely for monetary gain, left Yuan feeling flustered. Qin Feng was very receptive to suggestions. If she said no, he would comply. If she said stop, he would cease. If she said to keep going, then they would take it slow. This matter could be addressed later. He felt a slight ache in his waist. Though he was eager to combat foes, he felt powerless in the moment. He longed for the rewards from Xiating and Amp, Oppo's strategy. Upon reaching the round number of 210, Qin Feng finally paused his fingers. At that moment, he had become a level 50 high-ranking warrior. The oval icon next to his name had turned a rich purplish red, adorned with an ostentatious emblem resembling a multifaceted gemstone. After gifting for so long, his private messages had accumulated numerous red notification dots. As he opened them, he discovered that the majority of the avatars were strikingly beautiful women, their names suggestive and alluring. They sent him their WeChat IDs and phone numbers. Several female streamers even shared their live stream IDs, hoping Qin Feng would check them out. One bold girl even stated outright, 1000 for a nationwide flight. Rich man, seek to support me. Just one carnival, and I'll send you abalone to replenish your vitality. Boss, care for a bubble bath? Qin Feng felt a fleeting thrill at her words, but quickly regained his composure. Engaging in online encounters posed risks. What if a middle-aged woman showed up instead? He certainly did not wish to hear the phrase, "Then I'll leave." And with such breathtaking beauty before him, seeking out an unknown older woman would be sheer folly. He adjusted his settings to prohibit private messages from users he didn't follow. Subsequently, he sent a private message to Yuan and commented in the public chat, "Streamer, check your private messages." Yuan opened her private messages and saw that he was requesting her contact information. She speculated that this seemingly generous benefactor might want to meet her offline. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to send her number. Online gifting and meeting in hotels was something Yuan had heard about, but she always thought it was far from her realm. She never anticipated it would happen so suddenly. She had no idea what he looked like, whether he was tall or short, fat or thin, old or young. The very thought of him possibly being a balding, greasy man sent a shiver down her spine, and she dared not contemplate it further. With a cautious tone, she tentatively remarked, "Brother, I was actually joking earlier. You would really want me to bear your children, would you?" Chapter 39. The non-dancing hostess. Upon hearing the hostess and Oppo's attempt to backtrack, the audience in the live stream erupted in amusement, playfully teasing, "Poor boss. Throwing away a fortune on a property, only for the hostess to renege." The boss and Oppo's 5-minute performance, with 300 carnivals, is truly remarkable. It deserves a place in history. I never expected you to be this kind of hostess. Others generously tip you, and you even contemplate having a child as revenge. If the boss were to shower me with those 90,000, not only would I be willing to have a child, but I would also entertain him as a monkey. Boss, if you desire a child, do let me know. Although I am male, I can still be your child. Go away. You are unworthy to converse with my father. Yuan read the viewers and Oppo's comments, her eyes brimming with tears, unsure of how to respond. Qin Feng was not surprised by Yuan and Oppo's antics. After all, she was an inexperienced girl, and feeling shy about childbirth was entirely natural. It was essential to lower her guard to seize an opportunity. The generous benefactor playfully remarked, "I was just joking, casually gifting, no need to be anxious." Yuan was taken aback, thinking, is this what casually gifting looks like? However, it seems she wouldn't and Oppo's have to bear a child herself. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, and she felt a hint of delight, though there lingered an inexplicable emotion. Could it be that Brother De Jong held little interest in her? After all, she wasn't into Amp, Oppo's unattractive. Shaking her head, Yuan dismissed such thoughts. Regardless, he had genuinely gifted her nearly 1 million. She ought to express her gratitude sincerely. With heartfelt sincerity, she proclaimed, "Brother De Jong is truly kind. I wish him an early arrival of a precious child and all the best." System notification. Yuan's affinity 10. This girl is genuinely innocent. Her affections increasing by 10 points each time. Even Qin Feng felt a pang of guilt for teasing her. The benefactor replied, "I spent 900,000. And this is what you say? What should I say then?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yuan instantly felt deflated. Even at this moment, she could scarcely believe she had received over 300 carnivals. Unsure how to express her gratitude to such a wealthy patron, she felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate in whatever way she could. The audience, ever enthusiastic, began offering suggestions. Say, and Oppo's, "I love you, husband," and Oppo's, "You silly girl. Isn't the hostess supposed to wish herself and the boss an early arrival of a child? You all are too mischievous. The hostess looks so innocent. Those comrades upstairs have unhealthy minds. I suggest they be thoroughly investigated." Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment from the teasing comments. Lowering her gaze to her fair, delicate legs, unable to bear looking at the public screen. Observing her bashful demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't resist teasing further. "Huh, about calling me master?" Yuan lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she repeated, "A master?" The words escaped her lips without much thought, in a state of unawareness. Yet, That soft utterance of master left Qin Feng highly satisfied. His audacity grew bolder as he issued a new demand. Be a good girl and dance for me. Yuan and Appo's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Qin Feng would be so audacious, asking her to call him and Appo's, master and Appo's, and to dance. The thought of her roommates dancing wildly made her feel somewhat aggrieved as she replied, I can only sing. I have never danced. At that moment, the screen was filled with playful jabs at the hostess and Amp, Appo's naivety. The boss has spent so much. As a hostess, how can you not dance? The audience felt pity for the boss while simultaneously ribbing Yuan. Yuan felt a twinge of guilt from the viewer's remarks. Empathizing with the generous benefactor who had spent 90,000, she felt that merely uttering master lacked sincerity. After a moment of internal conflict, she shyly said, If you wish to see me dance, I could learn and dance simultaneously, but please don't laugh if I do poorly. Qin Feng assessed her figure. Although she wore an oversized t-shirt that covered her modesty, it was evident that she possessed an alluring silhouette. Without ample confidence, one could hardly support such curves. Her delicate waist and playful navel occasionally peeked out, further piquing his imagination of her dancing. He swallowed hard, eagerly tapping away at his phone's keyboard. Just do a simple and amp, Appo's, big swing and amp, Appo's. A little twist is good for your health. The boss is generous. Brothers, we have a treat. I adore watching girls who can in Appo's dance. Give it a try. This little lady is quite the figure. Hurry up, hurry up. After all the money the boss has splashed. The hostess shouldn't be so shy about dancing. Yuan bit her lip, resignedly searching for a tutorial on the big swing. As the video played, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. The dancer in the video slowly raised her arms above her head, delicately cradling the back of her neck, opening her elbows as she swayed to the ethereal rhythm of the music. Dressed in a flowing short skirt, the hem danced upward in tandem with her movements. Paired with a teasing expression, the enchanting gaze left Yuan, a girl herself, utterly mesmerized. It was all too seductive. The thought of dancing like that made her face burn and her ears feel as if they might ignite. She stammered, Brother, I and Appo's live streaming in my dorm. My roommates could return at any moment. Could we switch to singing instead? The audience was displeased. Singing seemed trivial. A flirty dance was the true essence of live streaming. Moreover, wouldn't it be more amusing if her roommates returned? After all, the wealthy benefactor was here, ready to splurge. So why not let them all dance together? In an instant, comments flooded in, urging her to dance. Ignoring the audience's clamor, Yuan and Appo's gaze remained fixed on her beloved Dajon brother. Her face aglow with embarrassment, she cast aside her shame and gathered the courage to plead, Please, Brother Dajon. Chapter 40. Do not underestimate my abilities. Upon hearing this address once again, Qin Feng felt as though his soul had been rejuvenated, soaring to ethereal heights. His expenditure was aimed at enhancing his affinity, not to witness the girl's missteps. Moreover, it felt somewhat peculiar to see the girl he fancied flaunting her charms in the live stream. Surely, it would be far more delightful for her to perform a private dance just for him in the confines of their room. At that moment, he could request her to shed a few garments and reveal the true essence of her being. The system prompted him, Yuan and Appo's affinity 10. Thank you, dear brother. Allow me to sing my favorite song, and Appo's. A journey of blossoms, and Appo's, she exclaimed, her joy palpable as she revealed her adorable little tiger teeth in a smile. She hastily opened her music application, selected the track, and initiated the accompaniment. As the melody filled the air, a pure and sweet voice emerged from the live stream. The evening glow over the sea resembles a youthful painting, waiting for the seagulls to carry it away. Her singing possessed a unique charm, both pristine and melodious. It evoked the carefree ambience of walking home from school with a childhood friend, filled with innocent laughter and carefree melodies, an experience that brought tranquility to the heart. This enchanting performance alleviated some of Qin Feng and Appo's mischievous thoughts. Yuan and Appo's petite face radiated a youthful beauty, her somewhat naive demeanor complemented by an alluring figure. In his heart, He had already awarded her 100 points for her charm. Such innocence was indeed a treasure in this world. The only drawback to Zhong Wanwan's singing was the absence of professional equipment. No pitch-correcting sound card or high-quality microphone. Though her voice was delightful, it paled in comparison to professional singers who dedicated themselves to this craft. With her modest earphones, the sound quality was not on par with those who utilized expensive equipment, leading to a dwindling interest among the audience. Most viewers lacked patience. Upon realizing her singing did not meet their expectations, and she was not dancing, many promptly departed. "Stop singing and start dancing," one commented, while another remarked, "Wow, the boss truly has money to waste, spending 900,000 for a song." Such remarks grew increasingly ungracious, and some even took to moral high ground to criticize Qin Feng for his ostentatious spending. This female streamer is so shameless, not dancing or singing. Yet the boss is foolishly throwing money at her. Qin Feng, now equipped with administrative privileges, swiftly dealt with the personal attacks. Without a second thought, he transformed into a guardian of the space, ejecting offenders one by one. "Why should I justify my expenditure? Even Jesus doesn't an amp. Oppos, to manage my affairs." Fortunately, a majority of the audience held a sound perspective. Upon witnessing the disparagement of their benefactor, they rose to defend him. If the boss wishes to give, let him. Why the envy? As the comments flooded in, Zhong Wanwan, engrossed in her song, noticed the distasteful remarks, causing her voice to falter. She felt a pang of guilt for not performing well enough in light of the generous gifts. Yet, upon seeing Qin Feng's messages of support, a wave of warmth enveloped her. "Brother, consider this money as a loan. Once I find work, I shall repay you," she declared earnestly, believing it was the only way she could reciprocate without compromising her integrity. Qin Feng, amused by her innocent sincerity, chuckled at her adorableness. He sent 3 additional gifts, fearing she might attempt to return the money. "Your singing is truly enchanting. I am quite fond of your voice." "Really?" Her earlier guilt dissipated upon receiving his affirmation, her eyes sparkling anew. "Then allow me to sing in amp. Oppos, 7ly fragrance and amp. Oppos for you. Indeed, for every song you sing for me, I shall bestow gifts upon you," he replied. "You need not send so many gifts. This is more than sufficient," Zhong Wanwan quickly protested. "Gifts symbolize affection. You cannot strip me of my right to express my fondness for you," he insisted. Zhong Wanwan and Oppos' eyes widened in surprise, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inner turmoil as her delicate hands fidgeted. At just 21 years old and a second-year student, she was undeniably beautiful, yet she often appeared unadorned, her long hair obscuring her face and donning glasses to prevent myopia. Thus, few suitors pursued her, especially given her reserved nature and tendency to withdraw from conversations, making her seem aloof and unapproachable. In truth, Zhong Wanwan was not cold. Her struggles with social intricacies often rendered her dazed when overwhelmed. Moreover, her petite stature meant that when she lowered her head slightly, her eyes would become invisible to others, leading to misunderstandings of her demeanor. When someone generously gifted over 300 carnival prizes, professing their admiration, Zhong Wanwan felt a flutter in her heart, though a lingering fear surfaced. What if this benefactor was an elderly man? The potential awkwardness of such a revelation weighed on her. "Thank you for your affection. I shall strive to improve," she said shyly before resuming the accompaniment, letting her voice mask her embarrassment. Soon, her sweet melody filled the live stream once more. As Qin Feng listened to her pure tones, he couldn't help but smile, showering her with hearts of encouragement. His fondness for this endearingly Na'vi girl grew, and with an expenditure of 930,000, her affinity had reached a remarkable level of 40, familiar. Just a few kind words, and her affection blossomed. He mused that she might be the first goddess to grant him a return on his investment. However, an unwelcome voice disrupted the atmosphere. Does the streamer dare to accept a PK challenge? Zhou Chirue had enlisted a familiar female streamer to challenge Lucky Rabbit in a competition, but despite repeated requests, Zhong Wanwan had declined, ultimately disabling the PK feature altogether. Zhou Chirue swiftly approached the live streaming room, mockingly addressing Zhong Wanwan. Your elder brother has bestowed upon you 100 carnivals. Yet you dare not accept a single PK challenge? Are you truly playing mind games? Upon reading his words, Zhong Wanwan furrowed her brows, realizing why there had been multiple PK requests during her singing. It was this insufferable individual causing the commotion. She had never been fond of PK challenges, regardless of who proposed them. Although she understood that participating could yield greater rewards, she found herself unable to bear the associated penalties, such as the demeaning, cute voice requests, running squats, or writing on her face. These notions filled her with embarrassment. In an effort to maintain her focus on singing, Zhong Wanwan attempted to exercise her management authority to remove this Elantra user. To her astonishment, she discovered she was unable to do so. The system indicated, this user is a distinguished super VIP member, possessing privileges that prevent removal or muting. At a loss for how to proceed, she could only lower her head and feign earnestness in her performance, deliberately ignoring the comment. Unexpectedly, however, Brother Dashung emerged to defend her. Brother, you and Oppos, a grown man, must you always involve your mother in your speech? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Indeed. Damn it. Qin Feng chuckled softly, noting that this fellow could barely curse. His eagerness to teach left him no choice but to demonstrate himself. Fool, you scoundrel. Chapter 41. Youth and Amp. Oppos, ignorance of value in Zhong Wanwan and Amp. Oppos, live streaming room. The arrival of influential figures instantly captivated the new audience. They eagerly fanned the flames of excitement, reveling in the spectacle. The Coriander Boss, commanding a high level, garnered agreement from viewers who exclaimed, I believe the Coriander Boss is right. How exhilarating. It is my first time witnessing 2 level 50 bosses in a heated argument. Gentlemen, do not hesitate to spend lavishly in this duel. The loser must concede. Just a reminder, the Great Sage just gifted 210 carnival tokens. The count was mistakenly reported. He initially gifted 100, making a total of 314. My goodness. So the 52 level freeloader has just leveled up? Zhou Che, previously agitated, narrowed his eyes upon reading the comments, his expression turning grave. Over 200 carnival tokens indeed signified considerable prowess, warranting a serious response. Dare to challenge? Let us see what you've got. White freeloader Great Sage. Qin Feng, amused by the provocation, laughed heartily. He was at a loss on how to present his gifts, as the girl was too shy to accept money, and he didn't wish to impose. Unexpectedly, this fool provided him with the opportunity to shine. Don't shed tears if you lose, little one. Damn, let your girlfriend handle the PK. Darling, let us play a round with him. Fret not. Victory is assured. Though Zhong Wanwan despised PKs, she understood that when men displayed aggression, resisting was unwise. In such moments, their pride demanded respect. Denying them could be perceived as conceding defeat. I've activated the PK. Great Sage, do not fall for their traps. Winning or losing doesn't matter. If it comes to it, I can simply stop streaming, she quietly advised. She was already content with the 30,000 she had received today and wished to prevent Qin Feng from squandering money in a moment of impulsiveness. Do you not trust me, darling? It's not that. I merely wish for you to avoid rashness. Money should not be spent frivolously. It could be allocated towards many meaningful endeavors. Zhong Wanwan expressed with concern. Spending money on you is the most meaningful thing I could ever do. Upon reading this, Qin Feng noticed Zhong Wanwan's stunned silence. Her chin rested in her hands as she gazed vacantly at the screen, her eyes gradually losing focus, as if she might drift into the cosmos at any moment. Could one mere phrase leave her so dazed? Qin Feng mused, finding amusement in her adorableness, pondering if she would faint in a more intimate setting. System notification. Zhong Wanwan's affection 10 for this endearing girl, whose affection increased by 10 points with each interaction. Qin Feng found himself utterly defenseless. Even in the absence of a resurrection item, he resolved to pursue his intentions wholeheartedly. Zhou Chirue, witnessing someone dare to engage in flirtation before him, was immediately incensed. Damn it, how brazen to play with a female streamer and flatter her so shamelessly. His comment incited a wave of mockery in the live stream. where some spectators derisively noted this white freeloader great sage might be new to streaming, unaware of the depths of this realm. Perhaps the two bosses should penalize the streamer by turning off the beauty filter, allowing us all to witness the reality. In this moment, Qin Feng felt remarkably composed, ignoring the distractions around him. Are you still in this? Super love coriander. I'm ready for the PK. Let us do this. Ru Ime Mei. Zhong Wanwan, somewhat dazed, managed to locate the PK invitation from End Oppos, Ru Ime Mei and Oppos, and clicked to accept. The live stream split into two screens. On the right, a quintessential internet celebrity appeared, with large eyes, a pointed chin, and cheeks adorned with rosy blush. Dressed in a red, strapless mini dress that accentuated her figure, she exuded femininity. However, her expression was fierce as she pointed aggressively at the camera. Who dares to disrespect my coriander boss? It's you, an immature little imp. So oblivious to your own insignificance were you hiding for. You act tough, but shy away from a challenge. You shameless imposter. Pretending to be innocent, apologize to my boss immediately, or I'll ensure you can't survive in this streaming world. Startled by her audacity, Zhong Wanwan was equally taken aback. Qin Feng, unable to tolerate such a brazen woman, quickly advised, Rabbit, mute the opposing side. Lacking experience in PKs, Zhong Wanwan took a full minute to find the mute button amidst the barrage of insults. As a result, a significant portion of the audience departed the live stream. Qin Feng was perplexed by her audacity to speak so boldly. He activated a scanning feature to assess her rating, only to be astonished by the data presented. Name, Shi Hongyan. Age, 42. Charm, 50. Romantic encounters, 6. Goodness. Ani, at 42, is it not a bit strenuous to be streaming? He mused. The number of romantic encounters was rather dismal. The streaming world truly allowed anyone, regardless of their background, to participate. With the beauty filter applied, she appeared no older than 23 or 24, quite alluring indeed. Without the scanning feature, he might have easily been misled. Is this woman your partner? How can you even entertain that notion? Super love coriander. Mind your own business. Let us begin. How do you want to play? Let us settle this in one round. The loser must change their name to I'm an idiot. After a moment of contemplation, a daring idea surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. I agree to change my name if I lose, but if you lose, you need not change yours. However, your streamer must turn off her beauty filter, appear without makeup on screen, and declare her love for you in the live stream. After spending so much on her, surely this is a trivial request? Imagining the look on the face of the individual who had squandered so many gifts on a middle-aged woman, Qin Feng anticipated an amusing reaction. He was essentially aiding a misguided youth, contributing to society in a remarkable way. Feeling a surge of pride in his own moral standing, he believed his metaphorical red scarf burned even brighter. Zhou Qirui was oblivious to any potential issues. Though he had never seen the streamer in person, their previous video calls on WeChat had confirmed her appearance was consistent with her live persona, fair-skinned and sharp-featured. It was common knowledge that video calls could not be misleading. Fine. If you lose and do not change your name, I will find you in real life. With that, Zhou Qirui entered the opposing live room, instructing his beautiful streamer to commence the PK. The attractive middle-aged woman, aware of the rivalry between her boss and the opposing gentleman, was eager to engage in a fierce financial showdown, her excitement palpable. She cleverly selected a 10-minute match duration. Live stream PKs typically lasted for 5, 10, or 15 minutes. Although she initially considered the longest duration, fearing it might reveal her strategy, she settled on 10 minutes. This time frame would suffice for the bosses to fully engage and unleash their resources. With the PK bar appearing and the countdown commencing, the match began. Chapter 42. Dear Sir, do you want a son? In the center of the screen appeared a red and blue health bar, the score standing at 0, 0. The left side represented Zhong Yuan and Oppos' livestream with a red health bar, while the opposing side displayed a blue one. The gifts rewarded by fans transformed into sound wave points, augmenting each respective streamer and Oppos' health bar. The adversary struck first. Zhou Qirui unleashed a 3,000 value dragon-themed gift, filling Mei Mei and Oppos' livestream with the image of a grand dragon, instantly boosting her score to over 30,000. thus overshadowing Zhong Yuanyuan's health bar. Snap back to reality. Zhong Yuanyuan noticed the PK bar being overwhelmed, a shadow of concern flickering in her eyes. It wasn't Apos, the fear of defeat that troubled her. Rather, it was the thought of those online who lavishly shower gifts on female streamers, leading her to worry that her elder brother, in a moment of impulsiveness, might do something foolish like selling his house to support her. Unsure of what to do, she pondered the implications of him giving all his money to her. What if he ended up unable to afford meals? Would she then have to return the funds? No, that was out of the question. His impulsive nature would likely lead him to squander any money refunded. She resolved to provide for him, ensuring he had a safety net. Yet, this line of thinking made her question whether she was, in essence, supporting him. As these thoughts swirled through her mind, Zhong Yuanyuan's gaze drifted, lost in a reverie, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to her expressions. He was busy preparing to unleash his full potential. Free gift master, sent out Carnival 1, 2, 3. The points surged rapidly to 33,000. The health bar quickly caught up and successfully surpassed the opponent in Apos. A few minutes later, Lu Fuguwei at the adjacent seat exploded a weapon worth 200, grandly ordering the internet CAF staff to prepare himself a cup of instant noodles. As he stood to stretch, he noticed Qin Feng still engrossed in sending gifts on Douyin. Leaning over, he glanced at the screen, finding it amusing that after all this time, Qin Feng was still in the Lucky Rabbit and Apos' livestream, revealing a scarcity of female streamers on this app. His envy dissipated. The 200 he had just earned filled him with good cheer, and he hummed a tune as he approached the female streamer. "Brother, are you not tired? You seem to be sending gifts nonstop. Are you on mission?" "Oh, I and Apos am engaged in a PK," Qin Feng casually replied. "Seems quite intense. Your opponent in Apos' speed appears to match yours," Lu Fuguwei remarked, observing the PK score. His side at 3.6 million sound waves, and the opponent at 3.4 million, very close. In terms of Douyin currency, 3.6 million sound waves equated to 360,000 yuan. "Indeed, they insisted on challenging me. My thumb is getting sore," Qin Feng complained. Lu Fuguei noted the stiffness in Qin Feng's thumb. The rate of his gift sending was slowing, suggesting he might soon be overtaken. "Why not let me assist you? My right hand can perform at lightning speed," Lu Fuguei grinned. Qin Feng and Apos' eyes brightened. He truly was feeling fatigued. Sliding gifts upward was draining his energy, especially after having been preoccupied with flirting and chatting with Zhong Yuanyuan. With the offer of help, he handed his phone over, saying, "That would be great. I need to use the restroom." Qin Feng felt no anxiety about his phone being taken. The internet CAF had become increasingly regulated, requiring ID and facial recognition to access the internet. With a plethora of cameras around, anyone daring enough to steal a valuable phone would be apprehended almost immediately. Lu Fuguei took the metallic phone, feeling its weight, and began swiping the screen to send gifts. The smoothness of the device captivated him. "This phone is incredible. I must get one when I have the funds," he mused. Free gift master, sent out Carnival 169, 170, 171. His right hand moved swiftly, stretching the score further apart. Amidst this, he took a moment to admire the two female streamers in the room. The one on his side appeared rather lackluster, while the one opposite exuded fiery enthusiasm. Although the sound was muted, her frantic gestures indicated she was nearing a peak of excitement. Looking at the interface, identical to Douyin, Lu Fuguei chuckled, feeling the authenticity. However, as he read the audience's comments, he sensed something amiss. "Boss, you're on fire. Why isn't the streamer saying anything? Do you realize you and Apos about atop the Douyin popularity chart? Damn, the boss is going all in on this PK, sending over 200 gifts without stopping. Tomorrow, he'll surely make headlines. Everyone, rush over to hear the streamer call for daddy. It's thrilling. That call sounds more affectionate than a real father's." Comments flooded the screen with over 5,000 viewers online. Flattering remarks continued to appear, some begging for sponsorship, others expressing a desire to bear the boss and Apos as children. Each comment served as a reminder that this live stream might very well be genuine and the brother beside him could indeed be a true tycoon. A cold sweat trickled down Lu Fugue's forehead. If the gifts he was clicking on were indeed worth their weight in gold, that meant the 2 million sound waves he had just accumulated translated to a staggering 200,000 yuan. When had his fingers ever held such value? Heart-pounding, Lu Fugue realized he could easily verify whether this was indeed a Douyin livestream. He simply needed to search for the streamer's name on his own phone. Multitasking, he entered the name and clicked search, discovering the Lucky Rabbit's livestream, which was currently ranked first in the region and among the top 20 on all of Douyin. Trembling, he clicked in and was immediately dazzled by a vibrant carnival effect that nearly blinded him. The streamer on display was indeed the seemingly dazed young woman. A quick glance at the ever-increasing names of big spenders revealed Free Gift Master, sending out gifts 302, 303, 304. And here he was, holding the very phone of the Free Gift Master, which was continuously sending gifts. Oh my goodness, this is real, Lu Fugue exclaimed, standing abruptly, fearful of dirtying Qin Feng and Appo's seat. The realization that he was in the presence of a wealthy individual left him utterly bewildered, his mind racing with profound questions. Who is he? What does he seek? Does he need a son? Upon returning from the restroom, Qin Feng found his friend had successfully boosted his score to 6 million sound waves, while the opponent remained at 5 million. Thank you, brother, he said with a smile. Lu Fugue stammered, and no need to mention it. Thank you, big brother. Qin Feng, puzzled, wondered who was thanking whom, but dismissed it, exchanged a few pleasantries, took his phone back, and resumed sending gifts. Brother, the opponent has stopped sending gifts. We need not waste any more money, right? Lu Fugue urged. Noticing Qin Feng va apos, et felu motion. Despite his earlier confusion, his fingers had not paused. Seeing the opponent and Appo's halt, he too ceased his actions. If they continued, Qin Feng's score would have reached 9 million sound waves. Oh, I'm just guarding a tower, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Chapter 43. Don't be timid. Throw money at me with all your might, as the influential figure in Appo's words echoed. Pan Fugue felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Who was this extraordinary brother, leading by a staggering 1 million, yet still insisting on defending the tower? Was there no path to survival? He glanced down at his phone, which displayed the white payer saint resetting the gift count back to 1. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. His gaze frequently darted toward Qin Feng, and even the instant noodles brought by the network administrator lost their appeal. His mind swirled with thoughts of how to best embrace Qin Feng and Appo's leg, or what words might resonate with this powerful figure in Appo's heart. Qin Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under the strange gaze fixed upon him, one filled with longing, resembling the eager expression of a woman dressed provocatively beneath a street lamp. He momentarily thought that this fellow might be signaling for a tip. Catching sight of the instant noodles on the table, Qin Feng pondered briefly before rising to buy a sausage at the counter, handing it to Pan Fugue and saying, "Here, buddy, let me treat you to a sausage." Pan Fugue was taken aback. What did this mean? What was he trying to convey? In an instant, a light bulb went off in Pan Fugue and Appo's mind, and he felt he had deciphered the influential figure and Appo's hint. He shouted woof, then promptly picked up the sausage with his mouth, crouching down to look at Qin Feng with an innocent expression. Qin Feng was startled, his heart racing. Was this guy insane? The intensity of Pan Fugue and Appo's gaze sent shivers down his spine, and he quickly moved to a seat further away. Pan Fugue, feeling dejected, watched as Qin Feng departed, experiencing a heartache greater than if his girlfriend had dumped him. At that moment, there were just over 4 minutes remaining in the PK time. To his surprise, the opposing team had quickly surrendered, leaving Qin Feng feeling somewhat odd as he continued to send gifts alone. Zhong Wanwan had been dazed from the beginning and had now been lost in thought for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. The atmosphere in the live stream seemed frozen, with silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The public screen below was bustling with chatter as numerous viewers voiced their opinions. "Can't take it anymore, Saint. Hurry and withdraw your powers. The live stream is a daze, and you're raking in millions daily? Saint brother, I just turned 18. Please message me privately. The opposing team has already thrown in their votes, yet you continue to send gifts? Are you laundering money? The opposing team is utterly insane. That female streamer is putting in so much effort for gifts, shouting to feed the boss mouth to mouth. Really? Let us go over there and take a look. Upon reading the comments, Qin Feng felt his curiosity piqued. He wondered if the fragrant vegetable would still be able to eat after seeing the female streamer and Oppo's true face. He paused his gifting actions and clicked into the opposing live stream, where he was greeted by the exhilarating cheers of the beautiful streamer. Brother Fragrant Vegetable, hurry up and charge. We can't let them look down on us. Life is all about fighting for this breath of air. If I were you, I would sell everything to regain my dignity. If you back down now, you and Oppo's LL never recover your face again. The other big brothers in the live stream help send gifts to show what a man should be like. Welcome the 58-level White Payers Saint. Please come help us out. This PK is crucial. We cannot afford to lose. The background music in this live stream was loud and fervent. The female streamer wore an intense expression, her voice slightly hoarse, imparting a sense of hysteria. White Payers Saint, I'm the big brother of Rabbit. Let us see what your big brother is up to. Upon recognizing that a big brother from the opposing team had arrived, streamer Mei immediately donned a charming smile and exclaimed, "Oh my, big brother, you hit so hard that you and Amp Oppo's V left someone with bruises. Don't you feel embarrassed not to offer some medical fees?" Qin Feng sent a 10-cent beer gift. This money was from the PK red envelope snatched by that weasel earlier, requiring no expense on his part. He suspected that this streamer would soon face a grim reality. Thus, he sent a gift to express his goodwill. White Payers Saint, is your big brother still around? Ask him if he can still go for it. Streamer Mei immediately responded, absolutely, he can still go for it. My big brother is wealthy. This little bit of money is nothing to him. Brother Fragrant Vegetable, your big brother has come knocking. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and show them some color. At this moment, Zhou Chirui was desperately calling friends to help without a moment to spare for the female streamer. Seeing that her boss was silent, Mei thought he had conceded and began to lament, Fragrant Vegetable boss, you've really put me in a tough spot. How can any female streamer go live without beauty filters? If I go live barefaced, you might as well say goodbye to my career. She understood her situation well. Once she appeared without makeup, her streaming career would be over. Therefore, she planned to evade this punishment at all costs or simply log off. Losing one boss was better than losing them all. Super love for Fragrant Vegetable. Stop whining, let S continue. White Payers Saint. Zhou Chirui not only called in friends, but also injected 100,000 from his father into the game. This money was initially intended for starting a gaming company, a plan he had concocted with his father. However, now ignited by the competitive spirit stirred by Qin Feng, he disregarded everything else. If necessary, he could just ask his father for more money. Super love for Fragrant Vegetable sent out another Dragon Knight Ranger gift, and Mei felt a surge of hope upon seeing Fragrant Vegetable and Oppo's boss back in action. If possible, she didn't end Amp Oppo's want to abandon this generous benefactor who had contributed nearly $1 million. Where else could she find such a fool willing to throw money without even meeting in person? She once again opened the battle song, rallying her troops with fervor. With a racing heart and trembling hands, let us follow the big brother. Thank the heavens and the earth for having a big brother who is righteous and loyal. May my big brother never lack for money, and if you remain steadfast, I shall be by your side through thick and thin. My big brother is the most formidable. The atmosphere in the live stream was incredibly vibrant, and the female streamer's cries seemed to shake the roof. Her guild's morale team began commenting, fully supporting their boss, lavishing praise on him for his generosity and prowess. Let us help our boss out. The score is quite close, and we must turn the tide. Mei is worth our protection. Let us charge with our boss. Let's crush that silly opponent. Indeed, some viewers were stirred to join in shouting. This live stream was truly exciting. The streamer was beautiful and uninhibited, prompting one viewer to send a marry you and take you home gift. Mei, I love you, but I've already sent 10 sports cars, and my living expenses for this month are nearly depleted. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, feeling a sense of worthlessness for them. returning to his own live stream. The atmosphere felt significantly more serene. Despite the audience count nearing 100,000, each participant spoke with rationality, maintaining a calm demeanor. There was no exuberant streamer, only a rabbit still lost in thought. Zhong Wanwan appeared dazed and as if she had just awakened from slumber. Qin Feng decided to tease her with a comment. "Dear, it's time to wake up." Zhong Wanwan, very attentive to Qin Feng's remarks, was successfully roused by his comment. Oblivious to any impropriety in his words, she responded blankly, Seeing that she showed no aversion to his affectionate address, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight. As he noticed the opposing team beginning to intensify their efforts, he hurriedly opened the gift list and clicked on the carnival option, continuing with the final sprint. Chapter 44. The Summer Ting Yuan has arrived. Summer Ting stood at her doorstep for a moment, wiping away her tears and taking a couple of deep breaths before she entered the house. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard a stunning woman sitting on the sofa watching television yell at her, "You little brat, you finally know how to come home." This graceful woman was Summer Ting and Appo's mother, Ming Meihui. Approaching 50, her skin remained remarkably youthful, fair, smooth, and radiant. The passage of time had left only faint traces on her face, save for a delicate crow's foot at the corners of her eyes, hinting at her maturity. Her features were exquisite, bearing a resemblance to Summer Ting. Both shared an oval face, elegantly arched eyebrows, and rosy lips. Particularly striking were her vibrant eyes, which defied the stereotype of a middle-aged woman. Upon seeing her daughter return, she cast a glance and continued her tirade. "Where were you last night? You and Appo's, nearly 30 and still so irresponsible, always out causing a ruckus, refusing to go on proper blind dates." "Mom, please stop," Summer Ting interjected, not wanting to hear any more. She slipped off her shoes, donned her slippers, and walked with a huff toward her room. "What is wrong with me saying a few words? Just look at the kind of people you've been associating with. The last guy you dated got arrested for slurping noodles. When will you learn?" Ming Meihui scolded, her brow furrowed in frustration. "This child in Appo's temper truly gives me a headache. She shuns decent, honest men in pursuit of the wealthy. As if rich men are so easily found. I was once the belle of the village, yet after years of searching, I never found a sincere wealthy man. In the end, I married a humble schoolteacher. I'm telling you, I've set you up with a decent young man introduced by Aunt Wang for tomorrow night. I and Appo's am not going," Summer Ting coldly retorted, not looking back as she entered her room. Just as she was about to shut the door, her mother suddenly stood up and sternly commanded, "Stop." Summer Ting scoffed, but didn't dare close the door, lowering her head in anticipation of a reprimand. However, her mother did not scold her as expected. Instead, her tone softened. "What happened to your eyes? They're so red." A mother knows her child well. With just a glance, Ming Meihui discerned something was off. She quickly approached Summer Ting, lifting her face to examine her closely. Her large, inherited eyes clearly showed signs of recent tears. Ming Meihui and Appo's anger flared. "Which scoundrel bullied you this time? I'll go settle the score with him." Summer Ting shrank her neck and weakly replied, "No one bullied me." "Don't you dare lie. After all these years, I know exactly what you're up to the moment you return home. You think I wouldn't know if you were mistreated? I'm telling you, no one really. Humph. Don't think that just because you've been crying, I won't punish you. Speak the truth, or I shall take matters into my own hands." Summer Ting bit her lip and glanced at her mother. Though her mother stood with arms crossed and a fierce expression, she knew deep down that her mother genuinely cared for her and didn't want her to be hurt. The grievances that had been pinned up inside her surged forth, and tears brimmed in her eyes once more. Lowering her head to hide her tears, she spoke with a tremor in her voice. "No one bullied me. It was my own choice." Ming Meihui understood. Her daughter had undoubtedly fallen for some wealthy heir, fluttering toward him only to discover his true nature, leading her to return home in tears. She poked Summer Ting and Appo's forehead and scolded, "You silly girl. How could I have given birth to someone so foolish? You waste your beauty on those unworthy. It's always the same. You have no judgment whatsoever." After a few scolding words, Ming Meihui noticed her daughter's shoulders shaking and her heart ached. She quickly pulled her into an embrace, stroking her head in an attempt to comfort her. All right. It's over now. Those wealthy men are never good. Open your eyes and look for someone honest who will love you, like your mother did. Life passes swiftly, and you're still young. Unable to contain herself any longer, Summer Ting burst into tears. But I'm not willing to give up. Why should I? What's wrong with me? My dear child, luck is unpredictable. Sometimes it's on your side, sometimes it isn't. It's completely normal. But I really like him. I don't want to just let go. Not wanting to give up will only lead to deeper wounds. You are already 26. How many more years can you afford to squander? Ming Mei patiently advised. When your youth has passed, and you look back only to find yourself with nothing, you want to even have the chance to cry. After weeping for a while, and as her emotions calmed somewhat, Summer Ting finally managed to say, I want to be left with nothing. He promised to buy me a villa, and if he leaves me when I'm old, I can just sell the villa and travel across the country. Ming Mei scoffed lightly, her hands grasping Summer Ting and damp Oppo's shoulders as she pulled her from her embrace, mocking, a man's words are mere lies. Do you think your mother has never heard such phrases? P.S. Dangling a carrot in front of you, you foolish girl. Ming Mei scrutinized her daughter with concern. Tell me, last night, he didn't take advantage of you, did he? Were you safe? Summer Ting and damp Oppo's gaze faltered momentarily. I didn't have time to buy the pills. You're going to drive your mother mad. Ming Mei exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she reached out to pinch Summer Ting's arm, muttering under her breath, you should have respected yourself, not gotten bewitched by him. Stop. Summer Ting could no longer endure the pinch, and with a shout, she flung her shoes away and jumped on her bed, stubbornly declaring, he said he would buy me a villa, and he definitely will. All right, Ming Mei said, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at her daughter, repeating all right 3 times. She then turned and left the room, preparing to retrieve the disciplinary rod she and T used in 2 years. Mom, listen to me. Summer Ting, sensing the impending doom, quickly leaped down and wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, explaining, he's a good man, reliable. Yesterday, he promised to buy me a Porsche, and this morning he really did. The contract is in my bag. Ming Mei paused, turning with a face full of skepticism. Are you sure he really went to the Porsche dealership? It wouldn't be some staged act funded by someone else, would it? Oh, please. Do you think your daughter is that foolish? Summer Ting burrowed back in her mother's embrace, twisting her body playfully. Let me show you the contract. If he dares to forge a purchase contract, I'll take him to the police for fraud. Ming Mei raised her voice. Bring it out. I refuse to believe this is real. She had only seen men go to such lengths to woo women on television. Chapter 45. Could she be a sorceress? Xia Ting hastily rummaged through her purse, retrieving the car purchase agreement, transfer receipts, and various insurance documents, thrusting them all into her mother and Oppo's hands. Ming Mei accepted the contract, first casting her gaze upon the Porsche company's seal before inquiring, what was the price of this vehicle? 3,200,000, Xia Ting declared, raising 3 slender fingers. How much? Ming Mei exclaimed, utterly astonished. 3,200,000, Xia Ting reiterated, pointing to the sum written in bold on the contract, emphasizing 3,200,000. Ming Mei perused the contract, lifting her head to ask incredulously, are you the registered owner of this car? Yes. When will you take possession of it? The day after tomorrow. Ming Mei lapsed into contemplation. After a moment, she resurfaced from her reverie, her gaze upon her daughter imbued with complexity. So, how old is he? What does he look like? He's not older than your father, is he? Mother, how could you harbor such doubts about your own daughter's taste? Xia Ting stamped her foot, extricating herself from her mother's embrace, and retorted, he's a university classmate of mine. Over 6 feet tall, strikingly handsome, and was once a very honest person. He and Oppo's has harbored a secret affection for me since then, and recently. He and Amp Oppo's has become quite prosperous and wishes to pursue a relationship with me. Ming Mei approached Xia Ting, touching her forehead, and questioned with bewilderment. You don't seem to have a fever. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? It's true, mother. Xia Ting gesticulated wildly with both hands and stamped her foot once more. So? Ming Mei inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. You came back here, weeping and wailing, just to boast to me that your boyfriend gifted you a Porsche? Ming Meihui and Amp. Oppose. S temper flared anew, and she tossed the contract onto the sofa, turning to survey her surroundings for a suitable weapon. This girl needs a good thrashing. I thought something terrible had happened, seeing her with reddened eyes, and it gave me quite a scare. Little did I know it was tears of joy. Confound it. If you weren't my daughter, I would have lost my temper with you long ago. Ming Meihui mused inwardly. That's not it. It's just that he. Xiaoting and Amp. Oppose. S voice dwindled as she recalled that Qin Feng was a cad. Ming Meihui, observing her daughter and Amp. Oppose. S demeanor furrowed her brow, a premonition of misfortune flickering in her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously ventured, is he impotent? Xiaoting was taken aback by the coarse nature of the inquiry. No, don't jinx him, Xiaoting retorted. Her face flushed and whispered, he's somewhat better than my previous boyfriends. Ming Meihui's gaze drifted towards the clothes rack on the balcony. Plastic, it shouldn't cause any bone fractures. Alas, he has other women vying for his attention, and I fear that in the end, I wanted Amp. Oppose. T prevail, Xiaoting proclaimed, sensing the murderous aura emanating from her mother, and hastily interposed herself between her mother and Amp. Oppose. S gaze, offering a troubled explanation. He and Amp. Oppose. S not married, is he? Ming Meihui inquired. No, he ISN and Amp. Oppose. T. Xiaoting responded. If you truly care for him, just let things unfold naturally, Ming Meihui advised. If you were to become pregnant, and he dares to shirk his responsibilities, you can confront him and discipline his offspring. Xiaoting was rendered speechless. If he still refuses to marry you, I and Oppose. LL go and tear him apart, Ming Meihui declared forcefully. But what if another woman bears his child first? Ming Meihui exhorted. How will you know if you don't try? Disregard everything else for now, and have him purchase a villa for you. Ming Meihui coaxed. Remember, it's best if the house is registered solely in your name. Understood? Xiaoting demurred. But Wu and Amp. Oppose. That be someone improper? Ming Meihui retorted. How is it improper? Otherwise, you can emulate me. Find someone to live a mundane life with, as you please. Ming Meihui, noting her daughter and Oppose, as silence, sighed and said helplessly, you claim to be fond of him, and he reciprocates your affection. Rather than fretting about the intrusion of others, you should strive to secure your position. Xiaoting and Oppose. S expression betrayed a hint of acquiescence. Ming Meihui, pleased to see her daughter heeding her counsel, offered a gratified smile and said, once you and Amp, Oppose, acquire the villa, I want to reside there as well, to experience the life of the affluent. Xiaoting and Amp, Oppose, S eyes darted about, and she boldly proposed, then you and Amp, Oppose, LL have to pay rent. With that, she dashed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Ming Meihui was momentarily stunned, then rolled up her sleeves, vociferating, I see you and Oppose, re-itching for a beating. Open this door. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Normal University, within a female dormitory, Zhong Wanwan was roused from her slumber by Qin Feng and Oppose S messages. She glanced at the PK scores, 11. 25 million sound waves versus 7. 95 million sound waves. Initially, she believed her eyes were playing tricks on her, and she had miscounted the zeros. She hastily rubbed her eyes, and after scrutinizing the figures once more, her mind was once again rendered inoperative. What in the world is this 8-figure PK sound wave score? She wondered, am I hallucinating? Zhong Wanwan began to suspect she was dreaming, and she patted her cheeks before counting the digits again. She was utterly bewildered. Previously, she had intended to provide him with financial assistance when he was destitute, but a man capable of casually squandering over 1 million yuan hardly required her to provide for his sustenance. Zhong Wanwan chuckled at the absurdity of her own naive notions. At this juncture, a multitude of female streamers had converged upon Zhong Wanwan and Oppose live broadcast room to glean insights. From the inception of the PK, they had been scrutinizing Zhong Wanwan, dissecting her attire, styling, and the angles of the background lighting, among other things. They diligently recorded their observations with pen and paper, hoping to transcribe the persuasive techniques that Zhong Wanwan employed to induce wealthy patrons to lavish funds upon her. That was until her benefactor had lavished over 300,000 yuan upon her. This streamer, known as Lucky Rabbit, had uttered a single word throughout the entire event. Then, lost in thought, she had inexplicably broken into laughter. Her entire demeanor was endearingly foolish. The female streamers were utterly dumbfounded. Lucky Rabbit hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy. Admittedly, she was undeniably attractive, but they were equally comely. They couldn't oppose to comprehend why others could earn money simply by spacing out while they contorted themselves into pretzels. Yet their patrons remained tight-fisted. There must be some special broadcasting techniques that we haven and oppose yet discovered, they speculated. Undeterred, they persistently sent private messages to Lucky Rabbit, beseeching her to offer guidance, and they were willing to pay tuition fees. This time, Zhong Wanwan, having emerged from her reverie, did not open the private messages. She noticed that the streamer named Rui Mimi, who resembled a snake spirit, was ecstatically jumping and gesticulating wildly on the other side of the broadcast screen. She was seized by a sudden curiosity. She wanted to hear how others expressed gratitude to their patrons, and she attempted to emulate them. Thus, she activated the other party in Oppo's audio stream. Thank you, Daddy Coriander, for the 200th Azure Dragon. I love you, Daddy Coriander. I would die to marry you in this lifetime. The thumping background music, coupled with the high decibel shrieks, startled Zhong Wanwan, and she hastily muted the audio. However, the other party in Oppo's words had been deeply ingrained in her mind. So, men enjoy being addressed in this manner? Should I call him that? Perhaps I should call him an Oppo's master, an Oppo's, daddy and Oppo's. Feels too peculiar. Zhong Wanwan resolved, opening her mouth to address Brother Dasheng as master. However, due to her inherent shyness, the words became lodged in her throat, and she felt too embarrassed to utter them. Her face flushed, her mouth slightly agape. Her expression was particularly endearing. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng lavished even more funds upon her. Chapter 46. The system is quite tolerant. As time ticked away, the duel between the two reached its final minute. Zhou Chirue, amidst the vibrant music echoing in the live broadcast, relentlessly sent over 500 dragon gifts. It was only when the platform displayed a white prompt urging him to recharge that he finally ceased his actions. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, fixated on the scoreboard above the stream. The opposing side, with a staggering 25 million in audio waves, felt like a mockery to him. In contrast, despite rallying friends to assist him, he could only muster 19 million audio waves. Everyone was astute. Who would squander real money just to make acquaintances? A mere 30 or 50,000 would suffice to show support without any genuine commitment. With only a minute remaining, he found himself out of funds. The disparity was glaring. From the beginning, he had been relentlessly suppressed by the opponent, left with no opportunity to breathe. Zhou Chirue had to concede defeat. The individual on the other side had poured over 3 million into the event for a simple girl. It had directly shattered his wallet. All the savings he had accumulated over the years had been thrown away, yet he still couldn't secure a win. This time, he accepted his fate. He was willing to gamble, but also willing to lose. He entered the live room of Lucky Rabbit and typed in the public chat, "I and Oppos." V already informed her to turn off the beauty filter. Just wait and see. At that moment, in Oppos, Lucky Rabbit and Oppos, live stream was bustling with activity. Within just 2 hours, over 1,000 carnival gifts had been showered upon it, propelling it to the top of Douyin rankings. The number of online viewers surpassed 1 million, with new spectators streaming in continuously. As they witnessed a wealthy patron showering gifts, many viewers began to express various flattering remarks, hoping to catch his attention. A smaller portion was captivated by the naturally beautiful Zhong Yinyin, who stood out among the myriad of enchanting streamers. The lively scene overshadowed Zhou Chirue and Oppos' messages, which were met with indifference. Concerned that his words would go unnoticed, he repeated them several times. Qin Feng, who was engaged in conversation with the audience, noticed Zhou Chirue's first message, especially since the splendid emblem of level 63 was quite eye-catching. "Looking forward to your performance," Qin Feng remarked, his own level slightly higher. He urged Zhong Yinyin to turn on the opposing streamer and amp. Oppos. Audio, eager to witness the reaction of the girl when she realized that the lavish spender was, in fact, a middle-aged woman. Although it felt somewhat unethical to undermine the other streamer's livelihood, was it moral for that woman to deceive viewers under the guise of beauty? Moreover, having already received 2 million as consolation, surely that was enough for her to pursue other endeavors. Streaming should be left to the young women in need of money, while older ladies should refrain from encroaching on the younger girls' opportunities. Qin Feng sought various justifications to soothe his conscience. Shortly thereafter, he observed the opposing streamer, Mimi, receiving a phone call. Upon her return, her expression was notably grim. "Coriander Daddy, please don't do this. Any other punishment would suffice, but I simply cannot show my bare face." Mimi began to lament, revealing that she had just received a call from her guild, stating that she must accept T. Chapter 47. Old M.O., I crave rabbit in the live stream. Mei wailed dramatically, rolling on the floor and pleading with Zhou, True, Cilantro Daddy, you cannot treat me this way. I have agreed to everything you asked. That day when you wanted to see my figure in the video, didn't you say you wouldn't pressure me anymore? Oh heavens, just let me die. You've turned off my beauty filter. How can I face anyone in the future? Her lamentations were akin to a scene from a tragic accident. Zhou Chirei was taken aback, feeling nauseous and disoriented. The memory of this woman once declaring she would marry him sent him into a panic, prompting him to hurl his phone out of the window. However, to his astonishment, the silly dog in his villa and Oppo's yard sprinted out joyfully and retrieved the phone for him. Miraculously, the phone was unharmed, but it was filled with the deafening sound of her cries. You heartless creature, unable to compete with others. You take it out on me. I'm a respectable girl. Have I ever wronged? Zhou Chirue felt a surge of anger, nearly suffering a heart attack. He kicked the wagging-tailed dog away, then grasped the phone and pressed the power button, plunging the screen into darkness. The world fell silent. Yet his mind was anything but calm. He knew that a multitude of onlookers in the live stream were mocking him, and most distressingly, his friends were among them. In that moment, Zhou Chirue wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide and disappear from this noisy realm. Laughing to death here. Someone spent 2 million on an older lady. Haha, I must share this online. Henceforth, the world gains another heartbroken soul. I can only guess that this amp, Oppos, Rabbit and Amp, Oppos, is also a dim-witted streamer. Does she dare to turn off her beauty filter so our esteemed boss can experience the pain as well? Boss, quickly have the streamer turn off her beauty filter and see if your money was well spent. Qin Feng chuckled. He had no desire to prove anything to anyone. Yet, men often revel in showcasing their treasures. Having a beautiful woman by his side brought him immense pride. He urged Zhong Wanwan to turn off the beauty filter, so everyone could see what true beauty looked like. Zhong Wanwan was still reeling from the earlier incident. The aunt and Oppo's cries had been terrifying, her tears ruining her makeup, and in her struggle, her wig had fallen off, revealing a head of wild, wavy hair. Thankfully, she had enough strength to break free from the man holding her down and swiftly shut off the computer, ending the live stream. Otherwise, lingering on that scene would surely haunt her. Returning to reality, Zhong Wanwan noticed Shanggu requesting her to turn off the beauty filter, and she promptly complied. She had utilized the filter due to the poor lighting in her dormitory, which made the visuals appear rather dim. With the filter removed, she felt indifferent. Moreover, she was concerned that Deshang might mistakenly think she was akin to the ant. This is what Rabbit looks like. I'm not deceiving you, brother. Zhong Wanwan timidly stated. The live stream's visuals dimmed slightly. The girl in front of the camera appeared relatively unchanged. However, without the cold, white lighting effect, her face appeared more genuine. Beneath her long lashes were bright, dark eyes, and her slightly deep-set eyes accentuated her pert nose, lending her an exotic charm. Her rosy, cherry-like lips bore no lipstick yet looked vibrantly alluring. Her features resembled that of a porcelain doll, with the most distinctive beauty mark situated at the corner of her eye, clearly indicating that this was not merely a trick of the beauty filter. The lighting in her dormitory was indeed inadequate. After disabling the filter, it felt like stepping back 20 years, reminiscent of video chatting with a lovely girl online. How beautiful. Could this be the rarest beauty in 5,000 years? Streamer, you have successfully reminded me of my first love. The thought that such beauty would ultimately kneel before the wealthy benefactor pained his heart severely. Oh no, was that the feeling of infatuation? This streamer looked so petite. Was she truly an adult? The sweet nothings from millions of viewers left Zhong Wanwan blissfully lost, grinning foolishly. However, with the modern advancements in beauty technology, even in dim lighting, one could still achieve a beautiful appearance. Many seasoned viewers doubted the existence of such a Barbie doll, inundating the comments section with skepticism about her looks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The streamer must have only turned off the brightness. She certainly has an oppose. T disabled all the effects. I believe this girl must still have the beauty filter on. Does the streamer dare to cover her left cheek with her hand and let us examine the details of her face up close? Cover half of your face with an A4 paper, including your eyes, and let us see if your nose and mouth change shape. You all are so out of touch. Just show us your ID. The last comment garnered unanimous agreement from the audience. In that moment, at least 1,000 similar comments flooded the live stream, with everyone sounding like a chorus demanding the female streamer to present her ID for proof. Zhong Wanwan did not perceive this as a significant issue and obediently stood up to fetch her identification. Qin Feng, concerned that she might forget to obscure her ID number, sent her a WeChat message as a reminder. After acquiring the document, Zhong Wanwan quickly replied with an acknowledgement and hurried back to her seat. Holding her ID in front of the camera, she shielded the lower part of the ID with her hand, revealing only her portrait. Now, do you believe me? Zhong Wanwan had lost her ID once and had recently applied for a new one. The photo was recent, and her features had not changed much. However, during the photo shoot, following the police officer and Oppo's instructions, she had pulled all her hair back and combined with her short stature and the downward angle of the shot. It made her forehead appear unusually broad and shiny. Their essay saying that aptly describes it, a full celestial dome. Wife, looking at your face, you're destined to be missing me. This little head of hers clearly exuded intelligence. Wow, she truly is a stunning beauty. What a find for the benefactor. This gorgeous girl I have to follow. Rabbit is so adorable. I wish I could snatch her away. Think twice. The brother upstairs has already spent $3 million this afternoon. You can't afford to play. The live stream buzzed with excitement, with chatter filling the air. Qin Feng felt exhilarated, yet worried that Zhong Wanwan might be led astray by the viewers. He messaged her to end the broadcast promptly, as he was ready to initiate his offline strategy. Zhong Wanwan behaved obediently, bidding farewell to the audience in the live stream. Viewers begged her to stay and inquired when she would broadcast again. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I don't know. Now that she had money, she saw no necessity for live streaming anymore. She merely thought that perhaps Desheng would want to hear her sing, hence her vague response. The audience, witnessing her newfound wealth, lamented, another beauty is about to leave the live stream. Over 3 million in one afternoon. If she comes back a couple more times, she'll reach the pinnacle of life. With a benefactor supporting her, it must be exhilarating. Why can't I be a girl? I could just lie back and enjoy. Bro, did you know that guys can lie back too? Zhong Wanwan paid no mind to these comments and decisively clicked to end the stream. With over 100,000 viewers online, the broadcast ended just as abruptly as it had begun. She then quietly awaited Qin Feng and Oppo's message. Chapter 48. Our Jiangxing spicy hot pot is exquisite. As dusk approached, Qin Feng felt his stomach rumbling with hunger. He first messaged Wang Gang, asking him to pick him up for dinner at a bar. Turning to Zhong Yuan, he inquired, I'm heading out to eat. Would you like to join me? Zhong Yuan stared blankly at her phone, lost in thought. Had she finally succumbed to the urge to meet? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her eyes filled with a hint of panic. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely replied, I'm in Modu. Seeing the distance wasn't too far, Qin Feng calculated that with a swift drive, he could reach her in just over 2 hours. I'm in Jiangxing. Will you come? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Zhong Yuan quickly typed back, I'm not hungry. What a pity. Our spicy hot pot is sweet and utterly delicious. However, I have classes tomorrow. I can only go out on weekends. All right then, how about Saturday? Will you come? Qin Feng pressed on, fearing that the opportunity might slip away. It was Tuesday, leaving 4 days for her to gather her thoughts. Yuan Yuan hesitated. Qin Feng asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to meet me?" "Not really," Yuan Yuan replied, her expression a mix of confusion. "I was just wondering what my brother looks like. I've heard that wealthy people live in luxury, eating and sleeping all day." She was concerned that the person on the other end might be a 300-pound man. Without hesitation, Qin Feng snapped a selfie and sent it over, stating, "I can't help how I look. It's what my parents gave me." When Yuan Yuan enlarged the photo, she saw a strikingly handsome man with sharp features and a high nose. He was undoubtedly attractive, though his lips were a tad thin. People often said that men with thin lips were typically cold-hearted. She wondered if that held true. However, he was infinitely better than the rotund uncle she had imagined. Yuan Yuan felt reassured and replied, "You're very handsome. I really like you." Qin Feng chuckled, teasingly responding, "Well, I like you too." Yuan Yuan, caught off guard, simply smiled foolishly without replying. System notification. Yuan Yuan's affection level 10. Impressive. The investment of over 3 million was certainly paying off. Qin Feng seized the moment, asking, "Shall I book you a flight?" Yuan Yuan hesitated, feeling a bit apprehensive about being devoured by Qin Feng. Although she didn't dislike him, she found it hard to accept the idea of offering herself to someone she had only known online for a few hours. "Perhaps I could come to you instead?" Qin Feng typed with a mischievous grin. With a goodwill level of 60 and a plethora of gifts, he couldn't fathom any reason she would refuse. Surely, she wouldn't say it was due to her period. Before Yuan Yuan could make a decision, her roommate returned. "Yuan Yuan, who are you chatting with? You look so smitten." Xiaoli rushed over, spotting their adorable dorm goddess chuckling at her phone. With experience, she recognized that it was the kind of silly laughter one exhibits when chatting with a man. No, Yuan Yuan thought, wanted to hide her phone from her roommate. "Hey, let me take a look. I'll give you some advice," Xiaoli said, using her height advantage to snatch the phone from her. She opened the chat history and hurriedly scrolled through it with Junjun, who had just entered. "Give it back," Yuan Yuan exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tiptoed to retrieve her phone, but Xiaoli held it too high for her to reach. Upon reading Qin Feng and Oppo's messages, Xiaoli exclaimed, "What's this guy saying? He inviting you for spicy hot pot?" Junjun, stroking her chin, remarked, "I think he seems quite sincere. At least he can offer a plane ticket." "Yuan Yuan, don't let yourself be fooled. A mere bowl of hot pot from a guy like this isn't worth it." "Oh, their SA photo? He looks decent and is wearing Armani. He seems affluent." "Affluent? Did you not see that his backdrop is a net CAF? What kind of rich person would frequent a net CAF? Could it be possible that he is the owner of the net CAF?" "Owner? Yuan Yuan, shall I reply for you and invite him over? That way, we can accompany you and keep an eye on things." Although Xiaoli asked for Yuan Yuan's opinion, she had already sent a message. "All right, see you on Saturday. I'll wait for you." With only 3 girls in their dorm and one living with her boyfriend, Xiaoli couldn't bear to see her sweet and innocent friend fall victim to deception. She decided that no matter where the two of them went, she would follow along, even if it meant being a third wheel to ensure her safety. She couldn't let her be taken advantage of by a bad person. After retrieving her phone, Yuan Yuan hastily attempted to retract her message, but saw that he had already sent an okay gesture. She sighed, lowering her head with a hint of embarrassment. Junjun, mistaking Xiaoli's eagerness to respond as a source of distress for Yuan Yuan, consoled her, "Don't be upset, Yuan Yuan. If you don't want to meet him, you can still back out. Just say you suddenly remembered that your period is coming this weekend. I guarantee he won't pursue you any further." Xiaoli protested. "We're helping you here. Some things can only be verified in person. No matter how charming someone sounds online, it's all just empty promises." Yuan Yuan quietly said, "I'm not blaming you. It's just Yuan Yuan felt conflicted. What if she met him and he made some unreasonable demands? She was not mentally prepared for such a leap, and her heart raced with anxiety. Seeing her hesitation, Junjun grinned, leaned closer, and peered in her eyes. "Wow, you remind me of a shy maiden from ancient times, bashful and hesitant, with a touch of uncertainty about the future." Xiaoli frowned. "Has our Yuan Yuan taken an interest in someone? Be honest, how did you meet? Is he from our school?" Yuan Yuan replied truthfully, "We met online." Seriously? You trust someone you met on the internet? Junjun exclaimed incredulously. We met in a live stream. He sent me a lot of gifts. Yuan recalled the over 3 million gifts, and her eyes momentarily glazed over. He sent gifts? He sent you a carnival? Junjun teased, look at you. Falling head over heels for a mere carnival. Speaking of live streams, Yuan, I think you'd be better off as an online tutor. You're not as bold as Junjun, who dares to say all sorts of nonsense, Xiaoli advised. Xiaoli, who came from a well-off background and had tried her hand at live streaming, held a poor impression of it, believing it was filled with odd characters and inappropriate discussions that could corrupt innocent young girls. Yuan was a diligent and well-behaved girl, destined to be a great teacher in the future. Xiaoli wanted to protect her from the negative influences of live streaming. He seems to have sent 1,146 gifts, Yuan recalled with certainty. Despite zoning out during the live stream, her brain automatically registered everything she saw. This ability had accompanied her since childhood, explaining her excellent academic performance, which led her to a prestigious university in Modu. Junjun asked incredulously, are you talking about hearts or roses? Yuan emphasized, I'm talking about the carnival. Chapter 48, Teaching by Example. Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. This silly girl had never been one to lie. If she spoke, it was always the truth. Where? Let me see. Xiaoli, aware that Yuan was live streaming on her computer, promptly rushed to fetch her laptop. As she opened the screen, she was immediately stunned by the figures displayed on the live streaming settlement page. Total earnings, 35. 9 million. New followers, 67,000. Viewers, 1.05 million. She had surpassed 99. 9 of streamers. Xiaoli knew that one wave of sound equaled 0. 1 yuan, which meant this girl had received over 3 million in gifts. Her eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she pointed at the numbers on the screen. Yuan, is there a mistake? Did the platform add an extra and oppos? 10,000 in oppos. Yuan lowered her head shyly, succinctly explaining. I had no classes in the afternoon, so I streamed for a bit. A big brother got into a bet with someone and asked me to do a PK. And that in oppos. That's how I ended up with so much. To Junjun and oppos' ears, this revelation was akin to a thunderclap. She couldn't and oppos. T help but exclaim, what? Just from one afternoon and oppos. SPK. And you earned over 3 million? Junjun felt utterly flabbergasted. After diligently streaming for over half a year, self-studying various techniques, applying to join a guild, and incurring substantial costs, she had finally managed to secure some resources for management. Yet after all that effort, she had only earned a meager 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan, in less than a week of streaming, had garnered earnings equivalent to her projected income for the next 20 years. Who could she even complain to about this? That guy you were just chatting with. Yuan pointed to a photo of Qin Feng on her phone. You. Junjun felt a surge of envy that nearly brought her to tears, her thoughts a jumbled mess. The realization that this fortunate girl had encountered a generous benefactor on Douyin, transforming her into a wealthy little princess, made Junjun's eyes well with tears. There was nothing more disheartening than witnessing someone close suddenly amass wealth. However, Junjun also recognized that this girl, in both appearance and figure, surpassed her significantly. It was merely due to her shy demeanor, often hiding her face behind long locks of hair, that she had not been discovered by any affluent suitors. She predicted that if one day Yuan decided to enhance her appearance, perhaps donning white stockings, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of wealthy admirers. Xiaoli, after a moment of excitement, gradually calmed down. She was not the type of girl burdened by financial woes and was not particularly shocked by the prospect of 1 or 2 million. She took Yuan into AMP, Oppo's phone, scrutinizing the photo of Qin Feng, and, after flipping through their chat history, concluded, this guy clearly has experience with women. He's trying to seduce you. Does he think of us as mere commodities? 3 million is a lot. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate. Junjun and AMP, Oppo's mouth watered at the thought. Yuan stared blankly at the two, uncertain of what to think. Yuan, now I really want to accompany you. Not all wealthy individuals are good people, Xiaoli said earnestly. Yudan and Oppo's Teeth understand the struggles of us poor folk. It's easy to speak from a place of comfort. Turning to Zhong Wanwan, Jun continued, Wanwan, let's share our fortunes. Please take me along when the time comes. A hint of flattery crept into her tone. Unbeknownst to her, Jun's attitude toward Zhong Wanwan had become increasingly polite. Oh, Zhong Wanwan nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Qin Feng joyfully closed the chat with Zhong Wanwan. Once in Wang Gang's car, he called Shifui, inquiring about available snacks at the bar. Instant noodles would suffice. At that moment, Shifui was at home preparing dinner for her daughter, Yi. Hearing the phone ring, she wiped her hands on her apron and stepped out of the living room to answer. Seeing Yi had scattered her toys all over the floor, she elongated her voice. Calling Yi? The 5-year-old girl looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. You need to clean up your things, all right? Shifui gently instructed, her tone soft and nurturing. But I haven't and Oppos. T finished playing yet? Yi replied in a childish voice. Put them away first. Look at that Ultraman in the corner. Its head is all twisted off. As Shifui spoke, she picked up her phone. Upon seeing it was Qin Feng calling, she found it rather odd. She had thought that after moving out yesterday, the red second generation would be too intimidated to call her again. It was eaten by the monster. Yi ran over to her mother, triumphantly displaying a toy. Mommy, look. It has no energy left. Shifui held a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and then answered Qin Feng's call. Hello, Sister Xiaoya, are you at the bar? Mister. Qin, you're coming to the bar to drink so early? Shifui chuckled. Yes, I have nowhere else to go, so I can only sit at your place. Qin Feng replied with a hint of helplessness. Hee, we don't open until 8. There's still a 2-hour wait. Ah, so I can only resort to instant noodles? How tragic. Didn't end Amp, Oppos, T that girl you brought yesterday offered to cook for you? She called me a scumbag and dumped me. Qin Feng lamented. How pitiful. Would you like me to introduce you to a sweet and obedient little beauty to soothe our wounded Mr. Qin? Shifui teased, I have plenty of girls here. Qin Feng's heart soared at her words, just as he was about to agree when a childish voice piped up from the background. Mommy, I and Amp, Oppos, am also a sweet and obedient little beauty. The voice sounded distinctly like that of a child. Realizing that Shifui was married with a child, Qin Feng quickly apologized. I and Oppos, am sorry for disturbing your time off during non-work hours. Mr. Qin, you and Oppos, being too polite. As marketers, we are actually here to entertain guests during this time, Shifui replied, managing the situation with grace. Covering her phone, she turned to Yi and said, Dear, you mustn't Amp, Oppos, to interrupt Mommy while she and Amp, Oppos, is working. Oh, can I go comfort the uncle over there? Yi asked, her innocent, wide eyes filled with curiosity. At 5 or 6 years old, she was at that age where the world was a source of endless wonder. Having seen characters in animated shows comforting each other, she eagerly volunteered to help her mother. Shifui was taken aback by her daughter's words. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she released her grip on her phone. Seizing E and Amp, Oppos, arm and raising her voice slightly. Who taught you to say such things? Chapter 49. Does emotional infidelity count as infidelity? Mom said that, E lamented, eager to assist her mother. Shifuyan suddenly recalled her earlier words, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, E and Oppos' pained cry pierced the air. Mom, it hurts. It turned out she had unknowingly gripped her daughter's arm too tightly. Shifuyan quickly released her hold, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Despite the pain in her arm, E nodded in understanding, forgiving her mother. Yet her expression was one of quiet grievance, evoking sympathy. The thought that her work could have such a profound impact on her child filled Shifuyan with distress. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle tone, advising E, sweetheart. You mustn't Amp, Oppos, say that again, understood? Why not? E asked obediently. It an Amp, Oppos, just not permissible. No comforting phrases for uncles, all right? Shifuyan and Amp, Oppos, mood darkened, and her voice grew stern. E felt even more aggrieved, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at her mother. She couldn't comprehend why her mother could say such things while she was forbidden from doing so. Though she felt a twinge of defiance, she refrained from voicing her discontent, stubbornly turning her face away. Seeing this, Shifuyan grew anxious, her brows knitting together as she raised her voice. "Did you hear me?" Startled by her mother's sudden fervor. And Appo's lips quivered, and she burst into tears. "Mommy is a bad person." The wail jolted Shifuyan back to reality, realizing she had unjustly scolded her daughter. Guilt washed over her. She scooped into her arms, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I promise never to say such things in front of you again." Cried even louder. "I want Daddy. I want Daddy." After attempting to console her for a while, Shifuyan, feeling utterly drained, considered letting her play with the phone for a bit of comfort. Upon checking her phone, she discovered the call was still active. Instantly, her exhaustion deepened. "Mr. Qin, I apologize for the interruption. My child can be quite mischievous. I'll take her to her grandmother's now. Goodbye." Without waiting for Qin Feng and Appo's response, she abruptly ended the call. As Qin Feng listened to the busy tone, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Every family has its own struggles. It sounded as though Shifuyan was preoccupied with work, neglecting her child's upbringing and communication. Hearing the little girl's cries stirred a pang of sympathy within him. He contemplated transferring a substantial amount to Shifuyan, hoping it would afford her more time to spend with her child. After all, it was just a modest sum. Perhaps it would even enhance his standing with her. Even without physical intimacy, a bond of admiration could still be cultivated. However, as an outsider, it felt inappropriate to offer her money uninvited. And if her husband were to find out, he would undoubtedly be furious. He wondered what Yi's father was doing, still absent at such a late hour. With a sigh, Qin Feng mused that one of the couple must prioritize their child. Relying solely on grandparents could diminish a child and Appo's confidence. He resolved to inquire about it when he saw Shifuyan later. With a sense of concern, he sent a brief message. "Let me know when you're at work." He then reclined his seat and closed his eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. As time passed, it approached 8:00 and Appo's clock. The night descended, and the dim streets transformed into a vibrant spectacle of lights and revelry. The Yuan bar, situated in the city center, buzzed with activity, surrounded by jewelry stores, luxury boutiques, beauty salons, and hotels, all aglow with dazzling lights that beckoned customers. The area was bustling with people and cars. The streets were congested, and one could easily find themselves ensnared in traffic. In this prime location, the Yuan bar boasted a surprisingly spacious parking lot capable of accommodating 40 to 50 vehicles. However, the parking fees were exorbitant, with a sign declaring 30 yuan per hour. At this moment, Wang Gang had parked his domestic SUV there for nearly 2 hours. He had never parked in such an upscale lot and felt a surge of anxiety. Every few minutes, he glanced at the time. Calculating the cost, 50 cents per minute meant he had already spent 5 yuan in just 10 minutes. If the boss decided to linger for a couple of hours, the parking fees would soar into the hundreds. Who could afford that? Though the expense would ultimately be covered by the boss. It seemed unnecessary to squander money in such a manner. Moreover, the lot was filled with luxury vehicles, with the least impressive being a BMW 5 Series. His modest car felt out of place, standing out amidst the wealth. As the clock struck 8, he followed the boss and Appo's earlier instructions and roused Qin Feng from his slumber. Qin Feng, lost in dreams of roasted chicken, awoke in a fit of anger, ready to confront whoever dared disturb his feast. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the imposing figure of a man who towered over him, with arms bulkier than his own. His irritation dissipated as soon as he recognized Wang Gang's familiar face. Noticing that Wang Gang had dutifully waited in the car for 2 hours, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. "Wang Gu, thank you for your hard work." No worries, Wang Gang chuckled, his demeanor sincere. Checking his phone, Qin Feng noted that Shifuyan had messaged him earlier, stating she had arrived at the bar. He intended to enter the establishment, find Shifuyan, and engage in conversation while enjoying a meal. As he placed his hand on the door handle, a graceful figure caught his eye from a distance. Squinting to discern the identity, he confirmed it was indeed Shifuyan. Clad in a form-fitting dress paired with a white blouse, her chestnut curls cascaded down her shoulders, and her enchanting fox-like eyes captivated all. The only difference this time was the absence of black stockings, leaving her smooth, fair legs exposed to the night air. Striding in high heels, her long legs appeared particularly elegant and shapely. Accompanying her were two similarly attired young women. What could she be doing at the parking lot? Was she perhaps there to fetch him? Qin Feng thought, his heart swelling with self-importance. Just as he opened the car door, a luxurious Maybach glided to a stop in front of Shifuyan, positioning itself between them. Two individuals emerged from the vehicle, both clad in black t-shirts and camouflage pants. They were robust and imposing, their expressions stoic and their gazes sharp, surveying the surroundings. Upon spotting Qin Feng, they scrutinized him intently, ensuring he posed no threat before shifting their focus to Wang Gang, unwavering in their scrutiny. Qin Feng speculated they were likely bodyguards. Meanwhile, Wang Gang calmly exited the car, avoiding any eye contact with them. The last to emerge was a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, his bald head gleaming. He puffed on a cigar, exuding the air of a villain straight from a television drama. As soon as the rotund figure stepped out, a greasy laugh escaped him. "Sister-in-law, I told you not to come out to greet me. Look at you, being so formal." Chapter 50. Luo Yanhua, in a delicate tone, said, "Young Master Qin, come and play." Luo Gu returned to his home, and for those of us working under you, it is only natural to come and greet you. Shifuya chuckled warmly, though a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. She had intended to take a day off to accompany Yi, but her boss insisted on coming to the bar, so she reluctantly entrusted Yi to her mother's care and hurried to the bar to welcome her boss's inspection. Her boss, Luo Yanhua, was her husband's sworn brother. He rarely visited, only coming occasionally to check the accounts and see how things were running, while also taking advantage of the situation. You just love making things difficult for yourself when you could be resting in bed," Luo Yanhua remarked with a knowing smile, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around Shifuya and Amp, Appo's slender waist. "I can't end Amp, Appo's, help it. The fortune teller said I'm destined to be a hard worker." Shifuya replied with a cheerful smile. She did not shy away from Luo Yanhua and Appo's embrace, but maintained a distance with her hands. A flicker of disdain passed through her eyes, though well concealed so that no one noticed. "Dear sister-in-law, I'm serious. This month, I intend to divorce my wife. No matter what others say, as long as you agree to be my woman, this bar will be yours." Luo Yanhua and Appo's hands wandered indecently, sliding down Shifuya and Appo's waist. Seeing his boldness, Shifuya hurriedly pushed him away, stepping back to escape his inappropriate touch. "If you and Appo's in the mood, shall I call the girls to attend to you?" Shifuya said with an awkward smile. "You know I'm rather dull and only enjoy serious matters. I really cannot satisfy you in that regard. Sister-in-law, you should listen to me. After all these years, it and Appo's, it's time to let go. He cannot grow up without a father." Luo Yanhua pressed forward undeterred, once again pulling her close, speaking earnestly. "If you come with me, I may not be able to give you a legitimate status, but I assure you that Yi will have everything other children possess." Today, Shifuya was particularly irritable, her patience worn thin. A strong urge to abandon the situation flickered in her mind. She endured, but when this man placed his hand on her rear once more, her expression turned cold, her gaze emitting a chilling aura. Shifuya contemplated saying something diplomatic to part ways amicably, recognizing the care he had shown her over the years. She did not wish to ruin their relationship entirely. They were not far from Qin Feng, and their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones. Qin Feng stood by his car, stunned. So, Shifuya and Appo's husband was gone. No wonder he was yearning for a father. Had it not been for this encounter, he would have remained oblivious to her struggles as a single mother. Qin Feng's impression of Shifuya was profound. This woman, decisive in character, appeared gentle and refined, yet acted with unwavering resolve. Her demeanor was neither too distant nor too familiar, always courteous, yet she was quick to take action when necessary, never lingering in indecision. Her intellect was equally remarkable, managing the bar with deft precision. Qin Feng was filled with admiration for her. Yet this man Luo Gu was shameless enough to flirt with a widow caring for a child. How could he even consider such actions? At that moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of righteousness. Convinced he must do something within his means to assist this beautiful widow, he strode towards them, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, two bodyguards rushed to block his path, signaling him a halt. Their disdainful glares and arrogant demeanor clearly communicated their intent to keep Qin Feng away from their boss. Wang Gang followed closely behind, his expression serious and his gaze indifferent. Leveraging his height, he looked down at the two bodyguards, unafraid of confrontation. Having secured third place in mixed martial arts during his military service, he felt confident. The bodyguards appeared imposing, yet their unsteady footing and labored breathing suggested they had not maintained their fitness in recent years. Their intimidating physique would not translate to swift movements in a fight. He could take them down in a minute at most. However, the consequences of engaging in a brawl could be troublesome, whether with the public security or with such formidable-looking opponents. He could protect Qin Feng from harm, but if he were to strike, Wang Gang found himself in a dilemma. He would need extra compensation. Brothers, step aside. I wish to discuss a business matter with your boss. Qin Feng said calmly to the bodyguard. Absolutely not. The bodyguard retorted firmly. Are you the one to speak on behalf of your boss? Qin Feng raised his voice slightly, coldly inquiring, his demeanor composed as if he genuinely had business to discuss with his own boss. His self-assured attitude caught the bodyguard off guard. The commotion quickly attracted Shifuya and Luo Yanhua's attention. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Shifuya's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Luo Yanhua and Appo's brow furrowed in displeasure at the interruption. He quietly asked, who is he? Shifuya quietly introduced him. He was a guest here yesterday, ordered 2 sets of Shenlong, and even gifted me 2 bottles. After a moment in Appo's thought, she added, his family seems to be in public service. Luo Yanhua and Appo's frown deepened. Qin? As in Qin Shi Huang? Yes, Shifuya confirmed. There aren't any prominent figures with the surname Qin in Jiangxing. Could he be from outside? Luo Yanhua mused. He had seen this man emerge from a domestic vehicle and initially assumed he was just passing by without much thought. However, upon hearing Shifuya mention his order of 2 sets of Shenlong, he was taken aback. A man willing to order lavish gifts would drive such a vehicle? Could he be a wealthy heir who preferred to remain low-key? Looking at the imposing bodyguard behind him, whose disdainful expression suggested he cared little for the 2 bodyguards, Luo Yanhua suddenly grasped something and immediately donned a flattering smile, hurrying toward Qin Feng. Before he even arrived, his laughter preceded him. Ha ha ha! Luo Yanhua chuckled, pushing aside the bodyguards blocking his path, grasping Qin Feng's hand enthusiastically. Mr. Qin, it's a pleasure to have you here. I am Luo Yanhua, the owner of this establishment. I apologize for that young man and Appo's rudeness. Please don't take offense. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, observing the greasy, portly man before him with a faint smile. The earlier claim of gifting Shifuya the bar sparked a realization in Qin Feng. Since Shifuya was now a widow, why couldn't Appo's offer her something? Lacking money and influence, he was in dire need of a sustainable source of income. Why not find a clever and sensible goddess and gift her a bar? A smart woman would likely not require any hints from him. She might even proactively share the profits each month. As long as she was regarded as the owner, he could transfer millions to her for the establishment. With no words exchanged, the system would not hold him accountable, right? With this thought, Qin Feng's smile grew warmer as he beckoned. Let us go to the bar and discuss further, as if the establishment were already within his grasp. Please, after you, Luo Yanhua said, bowing and extending his hand in welcome. Chapter 51. Bring me the 12 golden flowers. Luo Yanhua, a man of the underworld, held a natural fear of the government. From a young age, he learned a fundamental truth. In this realm, the one with the mightiest fist dictates terms. He could challenge anyone in this territory, except for the scions of influential families who claimed to serve the people. Despite his relatively successful endeavors, the increasing scrutiny from above forced many of his enterprises to either pivot or relocate. Gradually, he felt a tightening grip around him. His only escape now lay in cultivating connections with the powerful, lest he be swept away. At present, He had yet to ascertain Qin Feng's true identity. However, he was acutely aware that the illustrious Qin family was the foremost of the four great families of the capital. Observing Qin Feng and Amp, Appo's serene smile, Luo Yanhua sensed an aura of ambition, as if he intended to acquire the entirety of Shanghai's underbelly. His demeanor was undeniably ostentatious and impressive. Thus, he treated Qin Feng with utmost courtesy. "Mr. Qin, what would you like to indulge in tonight? I assure you, arrangements will be impeccable." Luo Yanhua instructed a young man behind him. "Call for our 12 golden flowers from Jiangsheng to join our Mr. Qin for drinks." Qin Feng politely declined, saying, No, I and Appo's am a respectable person. I can't handle those ladies. Just having Sister Xiaoya with me, like yesterday, is quite sufficient." "Respectable person?" "Exactly," Luo Yanhua mused, partially convinced. Yet, doubts soon crept in. Could it be that this man had designs on his Xia? Luo Yanhua held a certain fondness for Xia. She was intelligent, resourceful, and stunningly beautiful, adept at managing affairs. Her arrival had doubled his bar and Appo's revenue. Who wouldn't want a capable and charming woman by their side? Yet, her fiery temperament made him wary of any forceful advances, fearing her wrath if provoked. He had been patiently biding his time, anticipating the moment she might willingly come to him. To his surprise, it seemed a powerful figure had taken notice of her. Reluctant to part with such a gem, Luo Yanhua felt torn. However, if the big shot genuinely favored her, he had little choice. After all, one could not fight against the inevitable. In his mind, women were akin to garments, plentiful and easily replaced. If one possessed wealth and power, women would flock to them without any effort. Only a few, like Xia, were foolish enough to cling to what was worthless. "Xiaoya, you must take good care of young Master Qin tonight," Luo Yanhua said with a grin. "Of course, boss," Xia replied, forcing a smile at Qin Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of regret. She planned to resign privately later, leaving Qin Feng to her boss while she returned home alone. The parking lot was dimly lit, and Qin Feng remained oblivious to Xia and Appo's expression as he calmly walked alongside the two into the bar. They ascended to the VIP area, accompanied by a handful of followers. The bar's ambience was tranquil, with soothing music and few patrons, ideal for conversation. The trio settled on a sofa, while the others found standing spots outside the booth. "What would you like to drink tonight, Mr. Qin?" Luo Yanhua inquired. "We have a limited edition of Louis XIII, which is usually not for sale. Would you care to try it?" This wine, a rare version of Louis XIII, was limited to only 786 bottles worldwide, each uniquely numbered, fetching around 800,000 at auction. Luo Yanhua and Appo's offer was not merely a gesture of goodwill. It was a subtle indication of his ability to provide monetary favors. If Qin Feng accepted, it would secure their connection. Qin Feng was indifferent. He had little knowledge or fondness for alcohol, finding the expensive beverages lacking in distinction. He shook his head and turned to Xia, asking, "Sister Xiaoya, what do you enjoy drinking?" "It's on me." Taken aback, Xia hadn't expected to be included. After a moment in Appo's thought, she suggested, "I think the ace of spades is quite good. Shall I bring you the one you had last time?" Reluctant to touch the bottle that belonged to Xia Ting, he hesitated, fearing her potential ire should she discover his visit to the bar. "Let us not use the previous one. If you like ace of spades, I'll purchase a fresh bottle." "I'm fine with whatever you decide," she replied. As Qin Feng chatted casually with Xia, Luo Yanhua and Appo's smile faltered. He anticipated such disregard for his authority. Yet, it further solidified his belief that Qin Feng was indeed a person of significance, as few in Jiangsheng dared to overlook Luo Yanhua and Appo's words, especially when courting his interest. "Mr. Qin has given you the freedom to choose. Feel free to order whatever you wish," Luo Yanhua interjected, encouraging Xia to fetch the Louis XIII. "Sister Xiaoya, please also order some beef, spicy chicken feet, and pig and Appo's head meat as snacks to accompany the drinks," Qin Feng instructed. Xia paused briefly before responding, "Okay, Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin is indeed a person of temperament," Luo Yanhua remarked, clapping his hands with a grin. I enjoy both red and white wines. But I have a particular fondness for these specialty delicacies, duck intestines, beef tongue, pig tails, and the like, far superior to those trite delicacies like foie gras or escargot. Qin Feng had ordered these dishes out of hunger, secretly wishing for fried rice. However, consuming fried rice in a bar seemed undignified, particularly while conducting business. Observing Luo Yanhua and Amp, Oppo's physique, it was evident he indulged in such fare regularly. Life is about enjoying food and drink, Luo Yanhua prodded, given your youth and accomplishments. May I inquire where you are employed? A vagrant, Qin Feng grinned, the pride in his tone unmistakable. Naturally, one would smile if they had money to spend without laboring. Luo Yanhua thought, unable to gauge Qin Feng's depth. He deftly shifted the topic towards the capital, but Qin Feng, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the city, chose silence. This reticence only bolstered Luo Yanhua and Oppo's belief that Qin Feng was indeed connected to the Qin family of the capital. As a minor local landlord, gaining the attention of such a prominent family would shield him from fear in Jiangqing. Excitedly, Luo Yanhua sought to deepen his rapport with Qin Feng. He summoned several dancers, each adorned in striking attire, to liven the atmosphere at the booth. In the dim, sultry light of the bar, these women moved enticingly, striving to capture the attention of the two men on the sofa. After scrutinizing the scene, Qin Feng chose to focus on the delectable dishes Xia had brought, engaging her in light conversation about her daughter. Noticing Qin Feng and Oppo's disinterest in the women, Luo Yanhua mused that he truly was a member of the elite, possessing discerning taste. He had initially planned to invite the 12 golden flowers, but seeing Xia's lively interaction with Qin Feng, he deemed it unnecessary to squander money on them, as their fees surpassed even that of the limited edition Louis XIII. Luo Yanhua uncorked the premium bottle, filling Qin Feng and Oppo's glass before raising his own in a toast. As their glasses clinked, he deliberately lowered his cup to 1 inch below Qin Feng and Oppo's, adopting a humble demeanor. No one would suspect that this man, who oversaw hundreds and operated 3 casinos, a spa, and a bar, would treat a young man with such deference. Chapter 52. Where should I place Brother Luo and Oppo's dignity? Qin Feng was unfamiliar with Luo Yanhua, believing the bar owner to be merely an ordinary wealthy individual. In terms of finances, Qin Feng possessed over 100 million in liquid assets, all converted into dog-licking currency. Coupled with his height advantage, he felt no intimidation from a stout and short Luo Yanhua. Thus, he exuded confidence, appearing cultured, albeit to a limited extent. He generously clinked glasses with Luo Yanhua, then took a sip of the liquor, savoring its rich and aromatic flavor. While it was delightful, it did not suit his palate. Qin Feng discreetly placed his glass on the table and picked up another, pouring himself a glass of ace of spades. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yanhua's heart sank, a sense of panic enveloping him. Could it be that his counterfeit liquor had been detected? Was the discerning palate of this aristocratic youth truly that formidable? The exquisite bottle of limited edition Louis XIII had cost him a staggering 800,000 yuan at auction. He had simply consumed it a few too many times. Whenever he encountered someone of stature, he would present this bottle to impress. However, he had already indulged in it 7 or 8 times. The bottle was genuine, yet the contents had been skillfully reconstituted by a professional sommelier. Luo Yanhua found the taste remained largely unchanged, but it seemed today the truth had come to light. Luo Yanhua felt utterly embarrassed, his face reddening further, resembling a roasted pig. Over the past few years, he had seldom faced humiliation, but this moment was a significant blow to his pride. At that instant, among the dancing girls in the club, one stumbled and fell. Damn it, if you can end Oppo's dance, get out. Luo Yanhua seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. He raised the Louis XIII and hurled it onto the floor. With a resounding crash, the glass bottle shattered, sending liquor splattering everywhere. The girls shrieked in shock at the sudden commotion. At that moment, Wang Gang, standing outside their booth, rushed in upon hearing the ruckus. His hand delving into the inner pocket of his suit, he had brought along a can of pepper spray, which he had whimsically decided would be useful as a bodyguard in crowded situations. He also intended to purchase a stun baton, but no one in the market dared sell such items, compelling him to order one online instead. Wang Gang presented a striking figure, tall and imposing, with a stern expression. As he reached into his coat, it appeared as if he were about to unveil something of great significance. His entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. The girls ceased their screams, and Luo Yanhua fell silent, as did his subordinates, who paused in their efforts to remove the girls. They mistakenly believed the shattered glass signaled an impending escalation. The atmosphere grew eerily tense. Qin Feng was the first to react, smiling as he addressed Wang Gang. "Brother Wang, I and Amp, Oppos, am fine. No need to be anxious." Wang Gang glanced at the shattered bottle, which lay a considerable distance from Qin Feng, then nodded silently and returned to his previous position. At that moment, Luo Yanhua harbored no doubts about Qin Feng. No wonder he was bold enough to venture out with just one bodyguard. It turned out he was armed. While Luo Yanhua possessed such items as well, he dared not carry them with him. In earlier, less stringent times, he had equipped several loyal subordinates with firearms. But an incident with the police had nearly implicated him. After spending a significant sum to appease influential figures, he had narrowly escaped the situation. The authorities were now particularly vigilant regarding such matters, and he had no desire to be the one sacrificed. "Mr. Qin, please forgive my inability to control my emotions. It truly dampens the mood. Allow me to punish myself with a drink." Luo Yanhua lifted a glass filled with over 40 degrees of brandy and downed it in one go. After finishing, he puffed out his cheeks, presenting the empty glass to Qin Feng for inspection. "Boss Luo possesses a remarkable capacity," Qin Feng remarked with a smile, observing the comical bulge in Luo Yanhua's cheeks. Reminiscent of a frog, his laughter was genuine. Faced with Qin Feng and Oppos' unwavering gaze, Luo Yanhua felt compelled to dismiss his subordinate holding a towel. He prided himself on his drinking ability. The glass contained a substantial amount, and while it wouldn't intoxicate him, it would certainly leave him feeling lightheaded. Oh, Luo Yanhua sighed deeply after finishing, placing a slice of beef in his mouth to counteract the effects of the alcohol. "This foreign liquor is truly dreadful. I need a moment to recover." He slumped back on the sofa, rubbing his forehead. With his other hand, he discreetly signaled to Shifuya, urging her to encourage Qin Feng to drink. A subordinate approached and whispered, "Brother Luo, should we go back and retrieve our weapons?" Luo Yanhua waved his hand dismissively. The subordinate cast a lingering glance at Qin Feng before retreating. Shifuya, having been startled by Wang Gang earlier, hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to stand her ground. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and apologized to Qin Feng with a smile. "My apologies, Mr. Qin. Our boss tends to become excitable when drinking. Please don't take offense." Shifuya clinked the glasses together before offering one to Qin Feng. "Here, to you. Xiaoyu drinks to you. I'll finish mine. You may drink at your leisure." Qin Feng, not inclined to let a lady drink alone, immediately stood and declared, "I am not one to indulge casually. Let us drink together." He finished his drink in one go. Shifuya accompanied him, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she continued, "Then let us double our good fortune with another round?" "Very well," Qin Feng replied, handing her his glass for a refill. The sparkling wine was of low alcohol content, only in the teens, making it manageable to consume several glasses. After the second glass, Shifuya poured again. "How about this third glass? Wishing Mr. Qin great success and prosperity." "Xiaoya, are you trying to set me up?" Qin Feng replied candidly. Shifuya and Oppos' cheeks flushed, unsure if it was the alcohol or the directness of his words that caused her embarrassment. She averted her gaze, pouring the wine absent-mindedly. "Xiaoya, don't pour too much," Qin Feng said, rising to snatch the glass from her, grasping her hand holding the cup, lifting it upwards. "We still have matters to discuss, so let us not rush. After we finish our conversation, we could drink. 3 rounds of drinks before discussing business is customary. I trust Mr. Qin can handle it." Shifuya retorted, harboring a slight fondness for the young man. However, she had resolved to quit her job, believing whatever he wished to discuss did not pertain to her. Moreover, Shifuya feared leaving any impression that might lead him to say something awkward, which would render her uncomfortable. Thus, she struggled to pour the wine, intent on getting him inebriated. Despite the low alcohol content, 3 glasses could still lead to a haze. Qin Feng had matters on his mind and was not keen on drinking. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, causing some wine to spill and dampen Qin Feng's clothing. "I'm so sorry," Shifuya exclaimed, hastily setting down the bottle and taking out a napkin to assist him. Their proximity was intimate, and as Qin Feng inhaled the fragrance of her hair, he felt the softness of her gentle touch. His gaze wandered down to her delicate neckline, causing a slight stir within him. Chapter 53. "You have such a grand bar. You're not moved?" Qin Feng was about to utter some playful banter to tease Shifuya, but upon catching a glimpse of the flickers of regret and sorrow in her eyes, he gradually composed himself. This woman, who clearly possessed the means to live comfortably, stubbornly opted for the most arduous path. She endured the lewd advances of patrons and the harassment from her employer, toiling relentlessly to earn a living while caring for her child. Qin Feng sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for her frail yet resilient figure. "Sister Xiaoya, how long have you been here?" Qin Feng inquired softly. "This is my 3rd year. Why do you ask?" Shifuya lifted her gaze, only to meet the compassionate eyes of the man, almost triggering the memories of grievances she had endured over the years, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Fortunately, her hardened heart, tempered over the years, swiftly dispelled these fleeting sorrows. Shifuya broke into a broad smile, jesting. "Mr. Qin, are you trying to persuade me to reform?" Qin Feng nodded earnestly in response. "Ha ha," Shifuya chuckled lightly, turning to toss the used napkin into the trash. "Why do you gentlemen always feel the need to meddle in others' lives?" Though her expression remained concealed, Qin Feng could sense the chill in her words. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted as Shifuya took a deep breath, turning back with a radiant smile. She raised her glass once more and said, "I apologize, Mr. Qin, for venting my frustrations. Please accept this drink as a token of my contrition." As her words fell, she lifted the glass to her lips, but Qin Feng hastily reached out to stop her, his hand pressing against her arm. The wine once again spilled, this time drenching Shifuya. A patch of her collar became wet, the white shirt clinging to her smooth skin, the glistening droplets casting an alluring sheen upon the fabric. Qin Feng was left momentarily entranced. Shifuya glanced down, realizing her attire was slightly askew, and quickly turned away to compose herself. Realizing his blunder, Qin Feng apologized profusely and offered her a napkin. Recalling that she had just helped him clean up, he cooed and oppose. He helped but asked politely, "Would you like me to assist you in cleaning up?" Shifuya replied nonchalantly, "No need, thank you." Qin Feng felt helpless. Meanwhile, Luo Yanhua had regained his composure and observed the playful wine-spilling game between them. He contemplated opening a bottle of champagne to join in the fun, but hesitated, fearing it might drive Shifuya away and displease Qin Feng, so he reluctantly abandoned the idea. "Mr. Qin, I apologize. Our Xiaoya has a rather aloof nature, unlike the other ladies in the establishment. Please do not take offense," Luo Yanhua said. "Yes, I understand," Qin Feng replied. "Xiaoya, why don't you call over all the lovely ladies in the bar, so that Mr. Qin can select 2 to accompany him?" Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. She nodded, preparing to leave, but Qin Feng halted her, saying, "Wait, I would like to discuss a business matter with you first." "Please go ahead," Luo Yanhua encouraged. Qin Feng, not one to prolong the suspense, delved straight into the subject. "I wish to purchase this bar and present it as a gift to Sister Xiaoya." His tone remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet his words left everyone astounded. Luo Yanhua squinted, scrutinizing Qin Feng, seeing that he did not appear to be jesting. A tempest of astonishment surged within him. "What does this mean? I have invested 20 million in this bar. If it were to be sold, it would fetch no less than 50 million. Setting aside whether he can muster such cash, what does it mean to gift a bar to a woman?" Luo Yanhua was taken aback by Qin Feng and Appo's seemingly nonchalant attitude. Spending tens of millions to woo a woman? Is this for real? Shifuya stood frozen, momentarily unable to fathom what she had just heard. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the man might be seeking to acquire a bar to establish his own connections, preferring her to take on the public role of owner while he operated from the shadows. To her, it would merely mean a change of boss. Shifuya maintained a composed demeanor, offering a gentle smile. Mr. Qin, you have quite the audacity. This bar does not come cheaply. Xiaoya is profoundly grateful and wishes to toast to you again. Noticing her expression diverge from his expectations, Qin Feng speculated that she might not take him seriously. He inquired, Sister Xiaoya, do you doubt my sincerity? I believe you. However, I hold that there is no such thing as a free lunch. One must pay a price for what one desires, Shifuya replied, taking a seat, crossing her legs, and taking a small sip from her glass. A smile gracing her lips. Mr. Qin is a person of stature. I have no grounds to negotiate with you. Yet, I must apologize, as I intended to resign from my position today. I appreciate your kind offer. I see. Qin Feng mused, asking, you no longer wish to work at the bar? Yes. Shifuya nodded, omitting the reason relating to her child. What business do you wish to pursue? I can provide you with some startup capital, Qin Feng offered earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your recognition, but I have not yet decided. I plan to take some time off to rest. Shifuya politely declined. As the conversation seemed to stall, Qin Feng remained patient, while another person grew anxious. Xiaoya, do not be willful. It is rare for Mr. Qin to hold you in such high regard. Luo Yanhua implored, shaking his head. He genuinely intended to sell the bar. He had acquired it 3 years prior, simply out of boredom, and few knew of it. Recently, after a quarrel with his domineering wife over divorce, she had begun to investigate his affairs. Hence, he initially mentioned gifting the bar to Shifuya. Should this woman remain with him, her financial resources would still ultimately benefit him. It was merely a matter of changing the name on paper. The bar was thriving primarily due to Shifuya and Appo's efforts. However, with her now being eyed by a wealthy suitor, he feared she might soon be whisked away. Rather than allow the bar to fall into neglect, it would be wiser to sell it. After a few words of persuasion, Luo Yanhua managed to silence Shifuya. He then turned to Qin Feng to recommend, Mr. Qin, my bar has a good reputation in Jiangshan, averaging daily revenues of 1 to 200,000, and even more during festive events. All connections have been established, making it convenient for whatever you wish to accomplish here. Have you truly considered it? Qin Feng casually inquired, what is the asking price for this bar? Just this figure? Luo Yanhua held up 6 fingers before Qin Feng, who surmised it to be 60 million. If it were indeed, as he claimed, with daily revenues of 200,000, such a lucrative establishment could see a return on investment within a year. Qin Feng felt tempted, yet if Shifuya was unwilling, he had no course of action. He sighed regretfully. If you find the price steep, it is negotiable, Luo Yanhua said cautiously. The price is of no concern. It is merely that Sister Xiaoya does not want it, which renders purchasing the bar meaningless, Qin Feng replied coolly. Chapter 54. Grant us a lifetime of peace. Luo Yanhua, understanding the situation, approached Shifuya and urged, Xiaoya, reflect on the years we have spent together. Have I ever treated you poorly? I have provided you with financial support, personnel, and anything else you desired. Why would you resign? Consider the effort you have invested to build this place. Would it not pain you to abandon it for someone else's gain? What alternatives do you have? Can you find a higher salary elsewhere? I genuinely provide you with a 5% share of the profits annually, nearly amounting to $1 million, with E soon approaching school age. Are you not keen on sending her to an elite institution? And your father's health is not great either. The future is. Enough. Shifuya's cold interruption startled Luo Yanhua. Had this foolish woman, now backed by someone, grown bolder? A glint of menace flickered in Luo Yanhua's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. At this moment, he could do nothing against her, yet he silently vowed to play with her once her favor diminished. Shifuya keenly detected the fleeting ruthlessness in Luo Yanhua. She was acutely aware of the temperament of this short, stout man. He bore a small heart, yet was exceptionally patient. He appeared indifferent, as if nothing were amiss, but once he found an opportunity, he would metamorphose into a frenzied beast. His cruel methods against adversaries were always spine-chilling. Currently, he was evidently dissatisfied with her demeanor. If she insisted on resigning, he might very well turn his attention towards her. Shifuya was indifferent to her own fate. She could easily conceal a knife in her hair and confront him on the bed, trading life for life. However, she could not bear the thought of her daughter being left alone in the world. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose to relent. Fine, I shall accept the bar, Shifuya declared resolutely. Ah, now that's the spirit. Luo Yanhua beamed with delight. The bar gifted by President Qin is a tremendous fortune. You must celebrate with him. Thank you, President Qin. Shifuya managed a bittersweet smile as she filled Qin Feng and Amp. Oppos. S-glass and presented it before him. System notification. Shifuya's affection level -1. Qin Feng was taken aback. What is this attitude? I'm not offering poison. Why the grievance? I have no intention of causing you distress. Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng inquired, Sister Xiaoya, do you not appreciate the gift I have given? No. Thank you for your generosity, President Qin. Shifuya forced a strained smile. Qin Feng fell into contemplation. The 60 million was no trifling sum for him. His cash flow was limited. His decision to invest in Shifuya was based not only on her intelligence and capabilities, but also on her adherence to the principles of womanhood. A woman with conviction and perseverance is worthy of trust. Moreover, as a single mother, she naturally elicited his desire to assist her. Yet, her reluctance to accept the bar raised alarms in Qin Feng and Oppo's mind. Something was amiss. Determined to address her concerns, Qin Feng resolved to speak candidly and share his heartfelt intentions. Let us not rush to drink, he said, taking both glasses from her hands and placing them on the table. He then grasped her hand and continued, Sister Xiaoya, may we have a private conversation? Shifuya attempted to withdraw her hand gently, but he held on tightly. She cast him a resigned glance, her eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. President Qin, I am not the woman you envision. You may be wasting your efforts. Luo Yanhua immediately interjected. What kind of talk is that? President Qin's attention is a blessing for you. Do not be ungrateful. Qin Feng frowned at Luo Yanhua, perplexed by his sycophantic behavior, which made him appear as if he were exploiting and dominating her. Luo Yanhua fell silent under Qin Feng's gaze, awkwardly chuckling in embarrassment. Shifuya sighed, all right, let's go to a private room. It will be quieter there. Yet, fearing Qin Feng's intentions, she contemplated warning him of her judo skills, but dismissed the thought. The new boss was still a boss. If she could endure a little advantage taken, she would. If it became unbearable, she would issue a warning. No need. Let's find a spot downstairs. Qin Feng suggested, sensing the atmosphere below would suffice. He led Shifuya downstairs, surveying the bar. It was just around 10 o'clock. The music was soft, the lighting dim and warm, casting a mellow ambience typical of the early hours of a bar. Guests were steadily arriving at the entrance. On the first floor, numerous men and women gathered around small tables, engaging in drinking games, laughter echoing through the air. Among them were clusters of young women, many of whom had been lured in under the guise of free drinks to bolster the bar and amp, Oppos, as patronage. The presence of women was essential to attract male customers, and those women, holding free passes, relished being surrounded by men. They were carefree and exuberant, their eyes lighting up at the sight of attractive men, willing to pay for companionship. Qin Feng, possessing only a hint of good looks, attracted the attention of several young women. Had it not been for his intimate demeanor with Shifuya, some might have already approached him, remaining composed amidst their unabashed stares. He thought little of the women who did not meet his standards. He settled down with Shifuya at an available table, still not releasing her hand. Sister Xiaoya, do not be afraid. I'm not a good man. Qin Feng spoke candidly, leaving Shifuya momentarily bewildered, her expression puzzled. With a gentle smile, he continued, You are remarkably beautiful. Your smile lights up your eyes like crescent moons, and I truly enjoy seeing you smile. I confess that I initially harbored improper intentions. Any man would have such thoughts about a woman as enchanting as you. But do you know why I suddenly offered you this bar? We have only met a couple of times. What do you think attracted me to you? Shifuya gradually became engrossed in Qin Feng's words, pondering his meaning as he toyed with her hand. Is it because I possess the capability to manage it well? Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Her expression darkened as she self-deprecatingly remarked, Is it because I am a widow without connections, making me easier to manipulate? Not at all, Qin Feng replied earnestly. From the beginning, I never intended to control you. Moreover, given your beauty, I believe many would be willing to be your protector, should you desire. Shifuya felt a twinge of embarrassment at Qin Feng's forthright compliments. She lifted her sparkling gaze to scrutinize the man before her and jested. Then it cannot be that President Qin has fallen for me at first sight, wishing to bestow upon me wealth and grant me a lifetime of peace. Can it? Chapter 55. The overbearing CEO falls for the divorced mother. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He wished to offer her a lifetime of tranquility, yet did not desire to do so in such a harsh manner. In this era, the notion of love blossoming over time has become more prevalent, while the idea of love at first sight has lost its charm. He burst into laughter, remarking, "How could that be? You girls just love to indulge in fantasies of an overbearing CEO falling for you." Shifuya smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of melancholy. Once, she had dreamt of an overbearing CEO falling in love with her, but now those dreams had transformed. Her current aspiration was for an overbearing CEO to fall for a divorced mother like herself. Perhaps in the future, she would dream of an overbearing CEO falling for the captivating woman she would be at 58. Shifuya chuckled at her own naivety. Hearing Qin Feng and Amp Appo's playful banter eased her heart. At the very least, he spoke with sincerity. Having worked in a bar for so long, she had witnessed many fleeting encounters. Yet true love at first sight had eluded her. What is it that Qin Feng sees in me? Shifuya couldn't and Amp Appo's help but ask, curiosity piqued. Qin Feng stifled his laughter and spoke slowly. You possess a remarkable ability to care for others. You resemble a woman I and Appo's often envisioned in my dreams. Who is she? Shifuya inquired. My sister, Qin Feng replied. Hearing that she resembled his sister softened Shifuya's tone as she asked, Do you have a sister? No, but I have always wished for one, he said, gazing up at the ceiling lights with a somber expression. From the moment I first met you, when you stood up for me against that waiter, I felt a sense of being cherished. Your demeanor and tone when you accompanied me for drinks mirrored that of the sister I had imagined. I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be if you were my sister. But when you texted me about your happy family, I hesitated to intrude on your life, burying my feelings deep within. However, upon seeing you tonight and hearing your boss mention your situation, I was filled with profound anger. Not because you deceived me, but because someone dared to take advantage of you. I am a possessive man, unable to tolerate anyone exploiting my sister, even in the parking lot. I felt the urge to confront that short, plump man. As he spoke, Qin Feng became engrossed in his own words, gripping Shifuya and Amp Appo's hand a bit tighter. He slowly turned her body to face him, his eyes brimming with affection as he declared, Sister, I want to protect you and ensure that no other man dares to bully you. I aspire to be E and Appo's uncle, and I wish for you to endure less hardship in the future. This money is willingly given. This bar will wholly belong to you. I will merely come by for the occasional meal and will not interfere with anything. Shifuya was momentarily dazed by his heartfelt confession. She gazed at him with wide eyes, seeking to confirm whether he was jesting. Yet, he spoke with an earnest demeanor. If you doubt my sincerity, I can transfer the money to you right now so that you can purchase this bar yourself. She was stunned, her heart skipping a beat, feeling flustered, and as though the world around her had faded into emptiness. Her eyes brimmed with shock and confusion, struggling to believe what she had just heard. As time passed, Shifuya gradually emerged from her state of disbelief. She had no doubts about Qin Feng's financial capability to buy the bar. Rather, she found it incredible that she resembled the sister he had envisioned. No wonder his gaze felt peculiar when they first met. Had he truly seen her as a sister? Qin Feng, please, Don and Appo's, say such things. I am not your sister, Shifuya stammered, flustered. This bar is worth tens of millions. No matter how similar we may look, I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me as your brother, I will always regard you as my sister, Qin Feng asserted firmly. But Shifuya was exceedingly anxious, her words tumbling over one another as she struggled to express herself. Qin Feng, with sincere eyes, halted her words, gently advising. I simply wish for you and EE to have something to rely on. You may use these 60 million for the bar, or even to open a hotel. The goal is to establish a tangible source of income, ultimately helping you save for EE and Oppos, as future. The thought of EE struck a chord within Fuya, causing her composure to falter. It was for EE and Oppos, as future that she had decided to resign. If she could become the bar owner, she would no longer be subject to a boss and Oppos' whims or endure unwanted advances, allowing her more freedom to spend time with her daughter. Yet, with such a large sum of money, she was at a loss for how to repay him. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she faltered, Qin Feng, I. Once more, Qin Feng interrupted her. Sister, I want to help support your family, to care for both of you. In that moment, the icy depths of Fuya's heart were warmed by the radiant sun, melting away years of hardness and coldness in an instant. She found herself at a loss for how to respond to such heartfelt intentions. Her trembling lips longed to articulate her thoughts, yet in the face of such genuine emotion, they felt utterly inadequate. Looking into his eyes, devoid of any desire, Fuya yearned to embrace Qin Feng, to accept him as family, to unleash years of pent-up grievances in a cathartic cry. However, the harsh realities of life had fortified her heart with a thick shell, making her hesitant to accept anyone easily. After a long gaze at Qin Feng, she finally wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand and forced a smile, saying, Qin Feng, please, let us not joke like this. It's inappropriate to tease a widow like me. Qin Feng, irritated, responded, after all the effort I've put into my appearance, you dare to suggest I'm joking? Inevitist. Sister, if you don't believe me, I can go right now and withdraw that 60 million to confront that short man. Wait, don't. Fuya exclaimed, quickly pulling him back. Please, don't be so impulsive. I believe you. I'm not being impulsive. It just pains me to hear you call me Qin Feng so distantly, he replied, grasping her wrist with fervor, his eyes filled with sincerity. Please be my sister. I cannot. Fuya's heart raced, her gaze evasive. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to secure a place to enjoy life in case the system abandoned him, allowing him to live off others and even ask for pocket money without shame. However, with the atmosphere shifting, he found himself moved by his own sentiments, his voice laden with enticing warmth. Sister, may I grant you freedom? Fuya bowed her head, concealing the tears brimming in her eyes. Each heartfelt utterance of sister melted her defenses, softening her heart. Qin Feng noticed her facade of strength crumbling. They were on the brink of something profound. After what felt like an eternity, Fuya finally lifted her head, revealing a faint smile, a smile that shimmered with tears, as beautiful and radiant as plum blossoms in winter, captivating and poignant. What brother bestows upon his sister as a greeting gift? Qin Feng, overwhelmed with joy at her acceptance, could not contain himself and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, Then let this be my gift to EE for the new year. Fuya allowed this young man to envelop her in his embrace, instinctively burying her head in his chest, her arms encircling his waist as though fearing he might dissipate like mist. A smile remains upon her face, yet her garments are dampened with tears. System prompt. Favorability of Fuya 60, Chapter 56. The most terrifying aspect is the unknown. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had been embracing Fuya, feeling a certain stirring of desire due to her soft form. However, upon witnessing such a frighteningly high affinity level, he recoiled in shock. Adding to the previous 11 points, Fuya now possessed an affinity of 71 points. Good heavens! Xiaoting only had 68 points, and Zhong Wanwan had 60. The 71-point affinity was currently the highest among the 90-point beauties Qin Feng knew. This familial bond was indeed overbearing. Once accepted, it nearly maxed out the affinity level. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced that he hadn't lost his composure earlier, or the newly gained affinity might have vanished instantly. Romantic matters could wait. Prioritizing affinity was key. Moreover, this woman held the potential for 10 super special forces king-level strategy rewards, which were incredibly enticing. He was still 9 points away from a rebate. He must exercise restraint. Furthermore, he was determined to spend these 60 million. Qin Feng embraced Shifuya and silently vowed to himself. After a while, noticing that the girl in his arms was no longer trembling, Qin Feng released Shifuya, eager to take her upstairs to sign the contract. However, she objected. This bar ISN and AMP, Oppos, T worth 60 million in the current market. That Luo fellow is trying to rip you off, you know? Shifuya wiped away her tears, displeased with his impatience. What? ISN and AMP, Oppos, T the daily revenue, supposed to be 200,000? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. That and AMP, Oppos, that's only when they occasionally encounter naive spendthrifts like you. Showing off with extravagant displays, Shifuya poked Qin Feng's arm and rolled her eyes at him, continuing. The bar usually only generates a revenue of a little over 100,000. It gets higher when they do promotions, and it can reach up to 1 million when they invite internet celebrities to advertise. But overall, the annual revenue is only around 50 million. Moreover, maintaining connections requires a significant amount of money, nearly 7 to 8 million for gifts and networking. Then there are the rent, equipment, labor, alcohol, advertising, and celebrity costs. The net profit is less than half of that annually. If you have 60 million, we could completely open a new establishment in a first-tier city. Qin Feng vaguely heard the end and seized on the key point, slamming a fist into his palm. You want to open a new establishment? Shifuya sighed. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to start from scratch. After all, I'm familiar with things here. Qin Feng nonchalantly replied, then we'll just buy it. Shifuya sighed again. But 60 million is too much. Let's go upstairs and talk to Luo. 50 million. If he doesn't agree, we'll go our own way. Initially, Qin Feng was a bit anxious when he said he wanted to invest 60 million, as he didn't in Oppos to have much cash on hand. But now that he had gained such a high affinity level, he wasn't worried in the slightest. If he could successfully get a rebate, he would buy hundreds of such bars and give them away. Silly boy, you have so much money you can end AMP. Oppos, T spend it all? You and AMP. Oppos, are you going to spend 50 million on something worth 30 million? Qin Feng grinned foolishly. I don't and AMP. Oppos, T know much about business. How about this? I and AMP. Oppos, LL give you 60 million, and you can handle it however you see fit. Whether you want to start anew or buy it, I'll support you. Shifuya was stunned. She stared at Qin Feng blankly for a while, and when she realized that he genuinely intended to do so, she couldn't and AMP. AMP? Oppos. T helped but laugh. Her fox-like eyes curved into crescents as she teased. You trust me, a stranger, that much? I and AMP. Oppos. He already made up my mind about you. Who else would I trust? Qin Feng said resolutely. Aren't and AMP. Oppos. T you afraid I and AMP. Oppos. LL take the money and run? Shifuya looked at him with a smile. Yes, Qin Feng said seriously. I'm more afraid of losing you and you being bullied by others outside than losing money. Shifuya's heart fluttered from Qin Feng's sweet words. It had been a long time since a man had said such romantic things to her. She was incredibly excited inside, but she pretended to be calm on the surface and chuckled. Save those words for the young girls. Your sister ISN and AMP. Oppos, T buying it. Those young girls aren't in Oppos. T as beautiful as you, so I don in Oppos. T won't waste my time on them. Such a smooth talker. Confess, how many young girls have you charmed with that mouth? Qin Feng and Oppos. S eyes darted around, and he said assertively, just one yesterday. Shifuya gave him a look that clearly said she didn't end AMP. AMP, Oppos. T believe him, but she didn't end AMP. AMP, Oppos. T call him out on it. She casually asked. That one from last night seemed pretty good. She had clean eyes. What happened? Why did she call you a scumbag? Well. Qin Feng and Oppos. S mind raced. He absolutely couldn't and Oppos. T admit that he wanted to build a harem, and she disagreed and stormed off. Shifuya drawled out the sound. She didn't and Oppos. T realized that she was using a tone similar to the one she used with her daughter. It was a kind of affectionate interrogation. Qin Feng, feeling pressured, vaguely summarized, I bought her a villa, but she insisted on adding my name to it. I refused, and then she left. Why didn't in Oppos? T you add your name. Shifuya was quick-witted and understood everything after a moment in Oppos, as thought. She glanced at the mysterious young man and wisely chose not to inquire about his family background. Then let's go upstairs and talk to Brother Luo and see what the lowest price is. Ever since Qin Feng and Shi left, Luo Yinhua had been ordering people to investigate Qin Feng. Boss, my friends in the capital Kuden and Oppos. Find anyone named Qin Feng in the Qin family. Impossible. Could he be an illegitimate son? However, we did find a local Qin Feng who looks very similar to President Qin. Oh, he has a clean background, no businesses, and has been delivering food since graduating from college. Some people have even seen him wearing a security guard and Oppos S uniform. Luo Yinhua and Oppos S expression darkened, and he didn't Oppos say anything. And the tall guy at the door, Wang Gang, is a Didi driver. Are you saying I've been played by a food delivery guy? Luo Yinhua raged. The subordinate was worried about making a mistake and causing trouble that couldn't be resolved. As underlings, they would be the ones to take the blame if things went wrong, so they had to be cautious. Moreover, Qin Feng and Wang Gang's auras didn't seem like those of a food delivery guy and a Didi driver. The subordinate defended them. Maybe those identities are fake. It's easy for people like us to get fake IDs. Identities can be faked, but money can't. Check that kid's spending records from yesterday and see where the money in his account came from, Luo Yinhua sneered. If he found out that he was just a nobody, he would have some fun tonight. He would show this punk how easy it was to ruin him. We checked right away. The problem is here, the subordinate said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Luo Yinhua said lazily. His dragon card has a balance of 43. 2 million. But the source of the funds can't be traced, the subordinate said, trembling. Can't be traced? Luo Yinhua exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, it's as if someone deleted the transaction records. There are only withdrawals, no deposits, the subordinate said, equally bewildered, having never seen such a situation before. Which bank? Dragon Bank. Luo Yinhua Kuden and Oppos. Helped but exclaimed, damn. That's a world-class bank. Someone actually dares to tamper with it? The subordinate said bluntly. Moreover, President Qin spent 8 million today alone and bought a sports car, but it's not registered under his name. Luo Yinhua fell into deep thought. Chapter 57. I cherish you as a brother, yet your mind is filled with. A shiver ran down Luo Yinhua and Oppos' spine at the mere thought of his own imaginings. Regardless of Qin Feng and Oppos' true nature, he knew he must steer clear of him at all costs. Cease the investigation at once. Under no circumstances must we be discovered, Luo Yinhua urgently commanded. Such powerful figures typically detest being scrutinized. It is perceived as an affront. At that moment, Qin Feng and Shi strolled up, hand in hand. Luo Yinhua hastily composed himself, plastering on his most obsequious grin as he approached them. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Judging by your expression, I knew you would achieve a swift victory. Ha ha ha. Amused by his enthusiasm, Qin Feng chuckled and responded, my esteemed sister possesses a magnanimous heart and has graciously accepted my offering. As he spoke, he raised Shi and Oppos' hand, displaying it to Luo Yinhua. Upon hearing Qin Feng refer to Shi as my sister, Luo Yinhua was visibly taken aback, though he quickly recovered, erupting in boisterous laughter. Mr. Qin's sister is as good as my own. Sister ya, I shall rely on your guidance and care in the days to come. He even clasped his hands in a respectful bow, his deference boundless. Shi, unfazed by his shameless demeanor, replied politely, Brother Luo, please refrain from jesting. Mr. Qin and I are merely siblings in name, not in truth. It is I who must rely on your continued support. Qin Feng, eschewing further pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. We were just discussing matters. What is the absolute minimum price you would accept for this establishment? Give us a figure, and if it suits us, we in Oppos' proceed with the contract. Luo Yinhua found himself in a predicament. If his counterpart truly possessed the ability to obscure banking information, he could not inflate the price with impunity. With a heavy heart, Luo Yinhua grudgingly offered a bottom line of 40 million. He was loath to sell for any less. While he acknowledged that the bar industry was ephemeral, with establishments losing their novelty over time, necessitating costly renovations and rebranding, his current bar was projected to remain viable for at least 2 to 3 years. Coupled with the reputation and recognition it had garnered in Jiangsheng, 40 million was already a substantial offer. Qin Feng remained silent, his expression inscrutable. He demurred from negotiating, preferring to let Shi Fuya handle the discussions with the proprietor. However, to his surprise, Shi Fuya remained equally taciturn, simply pouring him a glass of wine and keeping him company as he sipped it. Luo Yinhuai surmised that his initial offer was too high, and Qin Feng was deliberately ignoring him. Seething with resentment, he reluctantly reduced the price by another 2 million. With a pained expression, he declared that he could not possibly go any lower, lest he preferred to relinquish the establishment gratis to Mr. Qin as a gesture of goodwill. Shi Fuya conferred with Qin Feng in hushed tones, and Qin Feng ultimately acquiesced to the revised price. After all, they still needed Luo Yinhuai to oversee this establishment. Luo Yinhuai and Shi Fuya deliberated on the specifics of the transfer, summoning their respective legal counsel to the office to draft the contract. Unable to assist in these matters, Qin Feng, upon learning that Shi Fuya and Oppo's bank account had no transaction limits, promptly deposited 5,000 into the system. Subsequently, he transferred 60 million to her, allowing her free rein. He then ventured outside, hoping to encounter a stunning young lady gracing the bar with her presence. Dragon Bank and Oppo's transfers were remarkably swift, with the funds arriving within minutes. Shi Fuya stared in disbelief at the colossal sum in her account, her thoughts inscrutable. Only then did she truly relinquish all reservations and place her complete trust in this man. System notification: Shi Fuya and Oppo's affectionate. Upon receiving the notification, Qin Feng and Oppo's rhythmic swaying abruptly ceased. He glanced at Shi Fuya and Oppo's profile, noting an affection level of 79 and expenditures totaling 60.03 million. Confound it, so close. He muttered. Could it be that 80 is the pivotal point, requiring a gesture of profound emotion to break through? Qin Feng recalled the enchanting night he had spent with Xia Ting, where he had gained a solitary point. Perhaps I should contrive to intoxicate Shi Fuya tonight, then carry her to a hotel. I would exert myself to see if I could gain one more point. Qin Feng pivoted, leaning against the railing, his elbow propped on the wooden banister. His gaze lingered on Shi Fuya, his mind awash with calculations regarding the feasibility of his plan. He also wondered what style of judo Shi Fuya practiced. The bar and Oppo's lights flickered, casting erratic beams. The shifting illumination danced across Qin Feng and Oppo's visage, lending his intent slightly mischievous expression and air of dark allure. Shi Fuya inadvertently met Qin Feng and Oppo's gaze, startled by the predatory intensity of his stare. She averted her eyes in disarray, remembering that he had repeatedly addressed her as sister. She was incensed that he dared to look at her with such eyes. She rose abruptly, striding purposefully toward Qin Feng, each step radiating an aura of impending retribution. You impudent brat! How dare you look at your sister like that? Qin Feng, startled, instantly dispelled his lascivious thoughts, straightening up and adopting an attitude of subservient contrition. Hee, the light is too dim. I merely wish to observe more closely. Shi Fuya reached out, pinching both of Qin Feng and Oppo's cheeks, pulling them back and forth. Just because you and Oppo's giving me money doesn't Oppo's mean you can trifle with your sister. Qin Feng and Oppo's mouth was stretched open, his speech slurred. Ouch! Sister. Shi Fuya found the cheek pinching amusing, using her palms to compress Qin Feng's face, puckering his lips into a fish-like pout. Now tell me, what were you thinking about just now? I was thinking how beautiful my sister is, Qin Feng mumbled, his voice muffled. Complimenting a woman and Oppo's beauty was a panacea, applicable to any situation. Upon hearing this, Shi Fuya and Oppo's anger visibly subsided. She was now genuinely prepared to regard him as a younger brother. But Qin Feng and Oppo's earlier gaze had made her suspect that his previous words were disingenuous, his sole aim being to sleep with her. Now, seeing his sincere demeanor, she reasoned that no one would spend 60 million solely to seduce a woman. Smooth talker. Don and Oppo's think you can deceive me with sweet words. Next time you disrespect your sister, I won't allow you to call me sister anymore, Shi Fuya warned. Then what should I call you? Wife. Qin Feng dared not voice his true thoughts, instead offering a sheepish grin. I wouldn't amp, oppose, t-dare, I wouldn't amp, oppose, t-dare. For now on, you and amp, oppose, re my own flesh and blood sister. Sherfuya and oppose. S eyes widened. Is that how one uses the term and oppose? Flesh and blood and oppose. Just an oppose, sister and oppose, sister and oppose will suffice, right? Qin Feng grasped her hands, preventing her from further tormenting his face. Remember what you and amp, oppose, VE said. Your sister here has a rather short fuse. When I and amp, oppose, am in a foul mood, I might take it out on you. As a younger brother, you must endure it and give me a way out, understand? Sherfuya said earnestly. Though her expression was solemn, the curve of her foxy eyes betrayed her elation. She was loath to lose this younger brother and was preemptively mending fences. Qin Feng asked in bewilderment, are you acting as the elder sister or the younger sister? There and oppose. That's no reason for you to vent your anger on me. Shuden and oppose. It be the younger brother acting up, while you, like a caring mother, are burdened with worries? Qin Feng and amp, oppose. S words embarrassed Sherfuya, and in an attempt to conceal her discomfiture, she resumed kneading Qin Feng and amp, oppose, S face. I and amp, oppose, and to the elder sister, and what I say goes. Fine, you have big breasts, you and oppose. Rewrite, Qin Feng retorted. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sherfuya seized his ear, prompting him to cry out. Ouch, ouch, I was wrong. Sister is right, sister is right. See if you dare to act recklessly again. Sherfuya chided, feigning severity. Seeing him feign pain, she snorted softly. She massaged his reddened ear and considerately blew on it. Luo Yanhuai, who was seated nearby, watched as the two engaged in their intimate banter, his eyes green with envy. He had known Sherfuya for 2 or 3 years, and she had always been aloof and reserved, adhering strictly to decorum. She was the type of woman who was outwardly warm but inwardly cold. No matter how much money one lavished upon her, she would smile, but her heart would remain unmoved. I have never witnessed her exhibit tenderness and consideration towards any man, nor have I seen her show such meticulous care. It remains a mystery what means this man employed. Despite my own efforts to present gifts of wine, why is there such a stark contrast? Chapter 58. The bar is under surveillance. You cannot deceive me. Luo Yanhua felt perplexed, yet he paid little heed to women. With wealth, what woman could be unattainable? He had been indulging in 5 mistresses, 2 of whom were blonde-haired, blue-eyed twins. Each day was a drain, as nothing he consumed could replenish his vitality. He envied the refined rapport between Qin Feng and Sherfuya, yet he was reluctant to exert effort for mere trifles. It was bothersome to decipher a woman and amp, oppose, as thoughts. It was simpler to pay for services rendered without the unnecessary complications. Luo Yanhua waved his hand, summoning the most expensive bottle of black pearl from a bar, and hurried to find Qin Feng for drinks. Mr. Qin, you truly are a prodigy. Achieving greatness at such a young age, purchasing a multi-million-dollar bar with nary a blink. While flattering him, Luo Yanhua poured the wine, exclaiming, let me toast to you. You must drink this. In my life, I have never bowed to anyone, and you are the first. Your audacity has truly opened my eyes. Qin Feng, unaccustomed to being revered, especially by a wealthy owner arriving in a Maybach, felt slightly lightheaded from the compliments. Though he was not a connoisseur of foreign wines, he noticed Luo Yanhua downing the drink in one go. Without hesitation, he followed suit. As this liquor was milder than Baijiu, possessing a delicate flavor with fruity notes. Upon swallowing, a warmth surged within him, invigorating his entire being. Mr. Qin, let us celebrate with this second drink, congratulating you on finding a devoted sister, and congratulating our dear Xiaojia for acquiring a good brother. Here's to you both. With that, Luo Yanhua downed his glass, raising it with a grin to signal he was finished. Though Qin Feng now enjoyed the freedom to abstain from alcohol, he found Luo Yanhua's words appealing and the drink palatable, so he lifted his glass and drank. Sherfuya, concerned, could not intervene in time, watching anxiously as he gulped down the liquor, sighing as she took a small sip herself. Luo Yanhua was primarily focused on Qin Feng as consumption. Indifferent to Shi Fuya's drinking. He prepared for a third round, his strategy being that after this, it would be either he or Qin Feng who faltered. Mr. Qin, I need not elaborate. All is in the wine. After this toast, we are brothers. Qin Feng, unfamiliar with the etiquette of foreign wines, noticed Luo Yanhua filling his glass as if it were beer, mistakenly believing the alcohol content to be similar. A man accustomed to skewers and beer. He intended to down the drink in one go, but was thwarted by a delicate hand blocking his glass. Brother Luo, allow me to drink this on his behalf. Shi Fuya interjected with a smile. This foreign wine was potent, and Shi Fuya worried about Qin Feng's ability to handle it, stepping in to shield him from excess consumption. Luo Yanhua felt a surge of anger at her apparent betrayal after 3 years of support, now finding her obstructing his intentions. Yet, with Qin Feng present, he refrained from expressing his ire, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "Surely, you understand the rule of 1 for 3? Yes, I understand," Shi Fuya replied calmly, reaching for Qin Feng and Oppo's glass. However, having consumed both types of liquor, Qin Feng was evidently feeling the effects. He raised his glass to evade her grasp, playfully leaning in to whisper into her ear, "Sister, don't make a fuss. This one drink counts for 3. After I finish, you can toast him 3 times. United, we shall not falter against this old bald man." Shi Fuya felt her ear warm from his breath, and upon hearing the term old bald man, she couldn't help but chuckle. Assessing Qin Feng and Oppo's condition, she noted he seemed fine, so she ceased her interference but cautioned, "Just be careful with that drink. It ain't Oppo's strong." Qin Feng grinned, unfazed, and tilted his head back to finish his drink, raising an eyebrow at Luo Yanhua, signaling him to hurry. Luo Yanhua, seasoned in drinking, managed to handle 3 glasses without issue. He happily finished the third and then invited Qin Feng to sit down. Shi Fuya refrained from toasting Luo Yanhua, knowing she was not worthy, and that even if she did, he might not drink. Luo Yanhua took charge of the conversation, recounting amusing bar anecdotes and boasting about his past exploits. As the alcohol took effect, Qin Feng felt a slight dizziness and the world around him began to blur. Shi Fuya, concerned, offered him warm water, fruit, and a damp cloth to wipe his sweat. Qin Feng relished the attention, his eyes half closed in bliss. At that moment, Luo Yanhua subtly inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you acquainted with Qin, I mean?" The atmosphere fell silent, as if the very music in the bar had dimmed. Luo Yanhua's keen eyes scrutinized Qin Feng, seeking any hint of recognition. This was the name of Qin Feng and Oppo's father, and whether he acknowledged or feigned ignorance. Any change in his demeanor would indicate trouble. Noticing Luo Yanhua and Oppo's strange gaze and peculiar question, Shi Fuya felt a tightening in her chest. Her eyes filled with concern for Qin Feng. That name sounds familiar. Let me think, Qin Feng mused, furrowing his brow as he tapped his forehead, straining to recall. Suddenly, as if grasping a long-sought answer, he exclaimed, "Oh, right, that's my dad." Luo Yanhua was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "So, it is Mr. Qin and Oppo's nominal father. How presumptuous of me." His previous doubts evaporated upon witnessing Qin Feng's reaction, which revealed that he had merely forgotten and needed a moment to recall. Little did Luo Yanhua know that Qin Feng had lost his father in childhood, and it was only when necessary for formalities that he remembered. Fearful of offending this formidable figure with his probing question, Luo Yanhua extended a warm invitation for Qin Feng to visit his spa for relaxation, suggesting they play cards or enjoy an exhilarating live show on a cruise later, assuring that all expenses would be covered. Qin Feng felt a yearning for such experiences, but sensed that he lacked sufficient goodwill to accept, unwilling to repeat past mistakes. Thus, he resolutely declined, drowsily resting his head on Shi Fuya's shoulder. Luo Yanhua, not daring to disturb the esteemed guest, slipped him a business card, encouraging him to reach out whenever needed, for he was somewhat well known in Jiangsheng, possessing both resources and connections. Qin Feng remained silent, appearing on the verge of slumber. Luo Yanhua bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew. With the departure of the bothersome figure, Only Qin Feng and Fuya remained in the dim booth. A solitary man and woman in close quarters. Awash in pulsating music, Qin Feng opened his bleary eyes, entranced by the alluring scent emanating from Fuya. Reminiscent of cream with a hint of alcohol. Unable to resist, he leaned in her neck, inhaling deeply. "Sister, do you still have cream?" he inquired, only to receive a playful reprimand as her delicate fingers tapped his forehead. "Mind your manners, or I shall have someone throw you out." Blushing, Fuya playfully threatened, "Hee. Sister smells so good. I enjoy being with you." Qin Feng leaned closer to Fuya, his words laced with infatuation as he whispered near her heated ear. The effects of alcohol emboldened him, and he found himself uncontrollably wrapping his arms around Fuya, savoring her alluring scent. Fuya, enveloped in the embrace of this robust male filled with hormones, felt her body stiffen as her heart raced fervently. However, he was her brother, and she wished to prevent their sibling affection from transforming into something ambiguous. Suppressing her desires, she furrowed her brow and admonished him, "I am your sister. You cannot behave inappropriately with me." With that, she forcefully pushed Qin Feng away. To her astonishment, he stumbled backward as if he were feigning a fall. Chapter 59. I am not a scoundrel. I simply wish to provide a home for all beautiful girls. Feigning intoxication is a natural tactic employed by men, akin to the way women indulge in flirtation. Drunken men often lose their inhibitions, behaving in a reckless manner. However, true debauchery while intoxicated is rare. A genuinely inebriated man is akin to a pig. Those who engage in licentious behavior are typically not overly drunk, but merely pretending. They indulge in drunken antics solely to take advantage of women. Yet, sometimes a naive young girl may feign drunkenness and, in the process, genuinely succumb to slumber. Qin Feng is undoubtedly one such naive soul. He reclined on the sofa, resolving that if Fuya did not kiss, hug, or lift him high, he would not rise. Before he knew it, he awakened to the dawn of a new day. A foreign ceiling greeted him. The bed was soft, the quilt fragrant. The room's decor exuded a delicate elegance, reminiscent of a young woman's boudoir. A glass of water was placed meticulously on the bedside table. As Qin Feng sat up slightly, he surveyed the room. There was no computer, only a dressing table adorned with numerous bottles and jars. To the left of the bed stood an entire wall of wardrobes, while a mobile clothes rack in the corridor displayed an array of spring and autumn coats. On the opposite side lay a little girl, who appeared quite charming. Her sparkling big eyes shone with curiosity as she fixed her gaze upon him. Behind her was a bay window where sunlight streamed in, casting a gentle halo around the little girl, making her resemble a living angel. Wait a moment. Alive? Qin Feng and Appo's senses sharpened as he scrutinized the scene further. The contours of her small nose and mouth bore a resemblance to Fuya. She was clad in a miniature pink and white hanfu, her hair braided into several plaits, tied up with bows and adorned with red ribbons cascading down her shoulders. Her bangs were neatly trimmed, dark and lustrous, accentuating her chubby, fair face. She resembled a plump little princess from ancient times, irresistibly cute, invoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. Qin Feng mused that this little girl was likely Fuya and Appo's daughter, and that he had been brought home by her the previous night. Is it you?" Qin Feng inquired uncertainly. "Uncle, are you awake?" Exclaimed sweetly upon noticing Qin Feng and Appo's consciousness returning. Instantly, Qin Feng was smitten, his gaze softening as he spoke gently, fearful of frightening the little one away. "Yes, I and Appo's am awake." Unexpectedly, this little girl possessed an immense boldness, showing no fear of the unfamiliar man as she approached and tugged at his hand. "Uncle, get up quickly. Uncle, hurry." She grasped Qin Feng's fingers with her tiny hands, leaning back to pull him up. Qin Feng responded with a warm smile, accommodating her wishes as he slowly sat up. From the living room, Fuya's voice rang out, "Do not disturb your uncle and Appo's sleep, understand?" Qin Feng called back loudly, "Sister, I and Appo's am already awake." He chimed in that an Appo's is right. "Uncle is awake. He said he would play with me. What did he ever say that he would play with her?" Qin Feng pondered. wondering if pretty little girls naturally possessed the gift of fabrication. He felt this was inappropriate and could not resist reaching out his hand, gently pinching the adorable child's cheek while chuckling. Uncle can play with you, but little ones must not tell lies, okay? Quite indignant, retorted, I didn't lie. Just now I asked Uncle and he agreed. Did you ask while I was asleep? Qin Feng was at a loss, caught off guard by the child and Appo's cunning. Who would talk while asleep? Where did she learn such tactics? He found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating the necessity of locking the door during sleep to prevent her from entering. Xiaofeng, come out for breakfast. Do not mind Yi. She is quite a handful. Shifuya called out. Yi pouted, her cheeks puffing up in discontent. Qin Feng replied cheerfully, all right, I'll play with Yi after I finish my meal. Okay? Really? Of course. Yi, Uncle is so nice. Yi, Beam, can we go out to play? Yes, we can. Qin Feng nodded. Can we go to the mall? Yi's big, sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. She had been waiting at home since her mother mentioned an uncle had come to visit, eager for him to accompany her to the climbing wall in the mall. She adored climbing high, but her mother was too busy and her grandmother forbade it. Thus, she had never had the chance. With an adult finally present, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Absolutely, Qin Feng replied with a smile. It seemed that regardless of age, girls had an unyielding obsession with the mall. He found himself quite fond of this adorable little creature and decided to indulge her with a shopping spree. Amidst her joyful cheers, they exited the room. Upon entering the living room, he took stock of the home shared by the mother and daughter. It was a high-rise apartment, and from the view outside the window, he estimated they were situated around the mid-level. The layout featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, approximately 100 square meters, with around 80 square meters of usable space after accounting for public areas. One room was slightly smaller, but boasted a balcony adorned with a mother-esque clothing. The living room's floor was intentionally laid with interlocking foam mats, and a box of neatly organized toys rested atop it. Near the kitchen doorway stood a small round dining table with 2 white bar stools and a children's Appo's chair with a ladder. The home appeared compact, yet suffused with a vibrancy of life. Guided by Qin Feng washed up in the bathroom and took a seat at the dining table. A bowl of pumpkin porridge and some pickled cucumbers awaited him. Shifuya emerged from the kitchen, her hair casually styled into a bun secured with a hairpin. She wore a loose white tank top with an apron, paired with casual shorts. On her feet were open-toed slippers, her toenails painted a vibrant orange, accentuating her fair and delicate feet. She held a freshly made egg pancake, her fox-like eyes gleaming with warmth, resembling an elegant and charming young woman. The sight, whether of her or the egg pancake, made Qin Feng yearn to savor both. He wondered how her culinary skills compared to those of street vendors. Shifuya placed the plate down, wiped her hands on the apron, and sat on a bar stool, flanking Yi on either side, both gazing at Qin Feng intently as he began his meal. It felt as if everything was perfectly natural. Being watched by this mother-daughter duo while eating did not embarrass Qin Feng. Rather, it enveloped him in a warmth he had never experienced before. Ignoring the heat from the food, he seized a large bite of the pancake. The skin of the pancake was neither greasy nor tough, and the flavors danced upon his palate, the essence of egg and sauce mingling exquisitely in his mouth and nose. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this simple pancake, enhanced with sesame, scallions, and ham, tasted far superior to any delicacy he had ever encountered. He devoured it with gusto, continuously giving thumbs up in approval. Shifuya stifled a giggle, reminding him to slow down, as both she and Yi had already eaten, and there was no one competing with him. However, noticing how delicious he found it, clamored for some too. With a pang of affection, Qin Feng used his chopsticks to share a portion with her and quickly finished his own serving. Indeed, good food is even more delightful when shared. By the way, that girl named Xia Ting called several times last night, Shifuya casually mentioned. Huh, and then? Qin Feng felt a flicker of joy at Xia Ting's initiative to reach out, though he kept his composure. I think she is quite nice. I answered the phone and comforted her a bit. Shifuya recalled the moment she spoke to the girl, who immediately fell silent upon hearing her voice, and it made her chuckle. How did you comfort her? Qin Feng asked, astonished. I simply told her you were drunk and sleeping over at my place. Shifuya replied with a mischievous smile. It and damp. Oppose. S over. Xiating must be thinking that she has been mistaken for a scoundrel. Chapter 60. What's wrong with me eating vinegar? Qin Feng felt a tinge of sorrow. He held a deep affection for Xiating, not solely due to her outstanding reward of robust health, but also because she was his mentor, guiding him to become a true man. Now, upon hearing that he had spent the night with another woman, she must be absolutely furious with him. Qin Feng felt a pang of sadness, not blaming Shifuya for inadvertently answering his calls, but lamenting the distance growing between him and the golden opportunities that seemed to slip away. He sighed, resigned as he glanced at Xiating's profile, noting her favorability rating had inexplicably risen to 73. Shocked, he recalled it being 68 just before what had transpired last night. He pressed Shifuya for answers, but her evasive responses only piqued his curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he checked his call log and was astonished to find they had spoken for an hour and 30 minutes, chatting until the early hours. He was intrigued, yet helpless, as Shifuya refused to divulge any secrets. As he finished his breakfast in silence, his attention was drawn to Yi, who was gently tugging at his shirt. Though she was quiet, her bright eyes sparkled with a silent plea to be taken out to play. Even those unaccustomed to children could see her adorable demeanor. Setting aside his worries, Qin Feng scooped Yi into his arms, playfully nuzzling her cheek, causing her to erupt in giggles. "Let us go. Uncle will take you to empty them all," he declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Yay, out to play," Yi squealed, kicking her legs excitedly and wrapping her arms around his head. After Shifuya had scolded Yi the previous day, she had decided to take a couple of days off to make amends, planning to take Yi out for some fun. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng appeared, offering to look after the two of them. Observing their joyful camaraderie, Shifuya felt a wave of emotion. She rarely held Yi anymore, primarily due to her weight. The little girl, though small, was surprisingly hefty at 34 pounds. Now, watching as a man effortlessly lifted Yi with one hand, Shifuya suddenly thought finding an uncle for Yi was quite a wonderful idea. "How old is Yi?" Qin Feng inquired softly. 5. Yi proudly replied. "What is your favorite thing?" he asked. "Big monsters." "Oh, why?" Qin Feng was taken aback by her answer. "Because they can stomp on the kindergarten," Yi justified boldly. "Don't you want to go to kindergarten?" "No." Those idiots cry at the slightest touch and say, "I don't have a daddy's" innocent response made Qin Feng acutely aware of the impact of a single-parent household on a child. Glancing at Shifuya, who was quietly tidying the dishes, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Don't mind them. If they dare speak ill of you again, Uncle will teach them a lesson," he declared fiercely. While he would have the same confidence with older children, he felt assured when it came to kindergartners, envisioning himself as a formidable force among them. Yi giggled in response. After some playful banter, the three of them took the elevator down, driving to the supermarket. Shifuya drove her second-hand Mazda, with Yi dutifully seated in the back, fastening her seatbelt and gazing out the window in excitement. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, while Shifuya, clad in a form-fitting black dress with a light brown outer layer and sunglasses, effortlessly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, her hair dancing in the breeze. Her aura was striking, exuding both beauty and confidence. Though Qin Feng initially had no ulterior motives, Shifuya's frequent glances toward him ignited a warmth within. There was an undeniable allure to her haughty demeanor, and he found himself captivated by her mysterious charm. Yet, he resolved to bide his time until he could devise a plan to win her over, ensuring he remained in her good graces. Just then, his phone buzzed, rousing him from his thoughts. It was a message from Xiating. "Scoundrel, didn't you promise to only take me to bars from now on? Where were you last night?" Xiating initiated the confrontation, accusing him of breaking their agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he crafted a response. "I was compelled to go. A boss insisted I join him for a discussion. Who would believe that? You just met the bar owner yesterday, and now you're spending the night at her place? Is it because I didn't exhaust you?" Faced with such accusations, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. In his memory, Xiating had always been a pure and gentle beauty, so her sudden boldness took him by surprise. "Don't misunderstand. She is just someone I recently recognized as my sister," he replied with a hint of humor. Xiating laughed in disbelief. Throughout the afternoon, she had awaited Qin Feng's apology, but until the early hours, he had remained silent. Was it too much to expect him to soothe his upset girlfriend with a few sweet words, even if they were insincere? Yet, his silence left her feeling perplexed. As her irritation grew, she finally called to confront him, only to find he was unavailable. After several attempts, she finally reached him, only to hear a woman's voice on the line. Startled, she hung up, fearing she had intruded on an intimate moment. Her emotions surged, tears welling in her eyes, when suddenly her phone rang again. Gritting her teeth, she answered, determined to let the other party have it. To her surprise, the voice was polite, identifying herself as Xiaoya, whom she had met at the bar. Xiaoya explained that Qin Feng had drunk too much and, not knowing his address, had brought him to her home, offering to let Xia Ting come retrieve him. While Xia Ting contemplated going to fetch him, she faced several hurdles. It was late. Her father wouldn't allow her to go out, and even if she did manage to find him, it seemed unnecessary to disturb him from his rest. Moreover, Xiaoya's high emotional intelligence and her claim of being a widow with a child provided Xia Ting with a sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, the conversation stretched late into the night as they discussed various aspects of Qin Feng's life at school. Hearing from Shifuya that Qin Feng had recognized her as an older sister didn't bother Xia Ting too much, but now that Qin Feng had emphasized it, she felt it was unreasonable and it stoked her anger. Qin Feng, just how many good sisters do you have? Just this one. And what about a little sister? No, it's fine. I've taken a screenshot. If any other sisters appear beside you, I will turn this chat record into a poster and hang it at your doorstep. Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming resentment emanating from Xia Ting and hastily resorted to playful banter. My dear, regardless of how other women may be, you will always hold the foremost place in my heart. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB upset. How about I accompany you to pick up the car tomorrow? The thought of driving a Porsche the following day diminished Xia Ting and Amp. Oppos' anger considerably. So what are you doing today? She wished to cling to Qin Feng, but chose to express it more subtly. I am taking my niece to the mall, Qin Feng stated candidly. Xia Ting ground her teeth in frustration. All right. If there are no other sisters, then they're in Amp. Amp, Oppos, as still the niece, right? Chapter 61. Shifuya is about to give birth. Shouting was aware that Qin Feng was spending time with Shifuya and her daughter. She contemplated seeking out Qin Feng, but her mother advised her against being overly proactive, cautioning that presenting herself too readily would convey an excessive interest in a man, rendering her passive. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for her to intrude on a family outing. Feeling dejected and conflicted for a while, Shouting ultimately resolved to disregard her mother and Amp, Oppos, as counsel. She reasoned that her mother, being an ordinary woman, lacked foresight. Besides, Qin Feng was not her husband, so there was no need for urgency. If she did not take the initiative, she might risk losing Qin Feng to someone else. I am at the Intai shopping mall. Where are you? Shouting sent a message. Her inquiry was cleverly phrased, asking for someone in Oppos' address outright seemed foolish. Instead, suggesting a spontaneous meeting at a location where she coincidentally happened to be was far more astute. At that moment, Shouting was still at home, unkempt and unwashed. She merely speculated that Intai Mall likely had more children in Oppos as play facilities, making it a probable destination for Qin Feng. Upon receiving Shouting's message, Qin Feng cursed under his breath, realizing the predicament. The three of them were indeed heading to Intai Mall, where Shifuya was nearing her critical moment of labor. He wished to avoid any complications. If Shouting were to interfere and disrupt the favorable rapport he had established, which had already dipped to a precarious level, it would be unbearable. This was a matter of 60 million. The outcome would translate into tangible cash. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng opted not to respond and turned to Shifuya, saying, "Sister, let's go to Wanda instead." Shifuya tilted her head, smiling. "Is there something going on at Intai?" Qin Feng awkwardly stuttered. No, nothing in Oppos is happening." Shifuya raised an eyebrow. "Oh, if nothing is happening, why can't we go? Wants to try rock climbing, and only Intai has that." Chimed in from behind. "I want to climb to the highest point today." Realizing he could not keep the truth hidden, Qin Feng hesitantly replied, "Well, Shouting will be there, and I fear you might mind." Shifuya smiled gently. "She is my brother's girlfriend. Why would I mind? That girl seems quite innocent, and I like her. Qin Feng inquired, should I invite her to join us? Shifuya, indifferent, responded, sure, it's perfect since we girls can go shopping, and Yi will be with you. I can also assess that girl a bit more. Qin Feng was taken aback by her nonchalance, unable to discern whether her lack of concern was genuine or feigned. He speculated that perhaps she genuinely saw him as a brother and wished to assist in finding him a suitable partner. A sense of guilt washed over him. Moments ago, he had considered seducing this generous sister, but now her magnanimity instilled a sense of remorse. Yet, this only fueled his resolve. Wasn't it all the more thrilling? With a wicked grin, Qin Feng messaged shouting, we're about to head to the children and Oppo's climbing area. Will you join us? Shouting mother replied on her behalf. I'm getting my nails done nearby, and will take about half an hour. You all go ahead and have fun. By now, Shouting was in a rush, hastily preparing herself, and instructed her mother to respond. Okay, call me when you're ready. Qin Feng set his phone aside and, alongside Shifuya and her daughter, exited the car, while Wang Gang, who had received the message earlier, waited in the parking lot. Wang Gang was in a state of inner turmoil, clutching a parking fee receipt and an accommodation invoice from the previous night, totaling 240 yuan, unsure of how to approach Qin Feng for reimbursement. Last night, after helping Shifuya carry her boss home, he had opted to stay nearby in case anything urgent arose. However, the night passed without incident, leaving him hesitant to mention the unnecessary expense. I should have just bought a sleeping bag to use in the car, he lamented internally, but he feared appearing unkempt would reflect poorly on him in front of the boss. Despite his myriad thoughts, Wang Gang maintained a stoic demeanor, quietly trailing behind Qin Feng and the others. He held on to Qin Feng and Oppo's pinky with one hand and her mother with the other, walking obediently in the middle, radiating innocence. Yi is so sensible. Having a daughter like her must be worry-free, Qin Feng praised. This little one is quite clever. She knows not to play around in places like this. Once we enter the mall, you'll see her true prowess, Shifuya replied with a smile. One must hold an adult's hand to cross the road in places with vehicles, Yi chimed in brightly. Impressive. Do they teach these things in kindergarten now? Qin Feng exclaimed, as he struggled to recall his own childhood, only remembering receiving a large red flower sticker on his forehead. Most of it comes from me. I may have been a bit strict, which is why she remembers so well, Shifuya said lightly. Qin Feng sensed a formidable maternal instinct in her tone. Indeed, a mother's strength is remarkable. Noticing his silence, Shifuya laughed lightly, fearing he might think she was harsh with Yi. I've only scolded her a couple of times. Most of the time, I reason with her, but sometimes children simply refuse to communicate without a firm hand. You'll understand once you have your own child. The two chatted casually while holding Yi's hand, resembling a blissful family of affluence. Passers-by, regardless of gender, could not help but feel envious at the sight. A dapper man, a stunning woman, and an adorable child, with a towering figure following them like a bodyguard. They epitomized the template of life's winners, leaving onlookers wistful and pondering when they might find such love themselves. Upon arriving at the mall, he eagerly led the way to the central climbing area. It was a rectangular structure towering 9 meters high, featuring 4 climbing walls adorned with colorful rocks, standing out vibrantly. Despite it being working hours, several children were already playing on the climbing walls. After paying, Qin Feng ensured the safety harness was securely fastened by the instructor before settling down with Shifuya to watch Yi showcase her skills. Can she manage? Should we hire an instructor for her? Qin Feng inquired. Climbing costs 60 yuan for each ascent and descent, while hiring an instructor for a lesson was 120 yuan for 40 minutes. Not exorbitant, but not exactly cheap either. No need. Although Yi has played little, she has great athletic talent, Shifuya replied confidently. True to her words, Qin Feng watched in awe as Yi adeptly scaled the wall with agility, resembling a little monkey. He couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. She has a natural inclination for adventure. She's interested in all outdoor activities, Shifuya said, her gaze following Yi with pride and joy. Who could have imagined that the little infant she once cradled could now climb with such ease? Qin Feng remarked, I adore such spirited little girls. I wish I had a daughter like her. Shifuya glanced at him, smiling but saying nothing. Then, an idea struck Qin Feng. Oh, I should add some funds here, so she can come play more often. Shifuya, observing Yi nearing the pinnacle of the climbing wall, casually remarked there in amp, oppos, as no need. No matter how much you add, it would be a waste if no one accompanies her to play. Chapter 62. Once a person harbors wicked thoughts, their courage increases manifold. At this moment, Qin Feng truly understood why Shifuya consistently emphasized the meaning behind Yi and amp, oppos, unruliness. He never anticipated that this little girl could be so boisterous. Her energy reminiscent of a spirited husky. After merely a few minutes of rock climbing, having conquered the wall, she began to dominate the entire shopping mall. She dashed around the first floor, then the second, and was now sprinting on the third. Qin Feng chased after her, racking up over 10,000 steps in a short span, utterly exhausted. Come back. I'll buy you candied hawthorn. Qin Feng gasped. No. Giglet mi shirosli ayat. Then what do you want? A plush toy? A little monster? Qin Feng inquired. Halted, contemplating earnestly before replying in her sweet voice. I want roller skates. Roller skates are out of the question, Qin Feng swiftly declined. Without wheels, I can barely keep up. With wheels, you'd surely take flight. Pouted, silenced momentarily, then turned to run again. Qin Feng wouldn't let her escape so easily. He immediately resorted to his secret weapon. How about I take you to the beach to catch crabs? Paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Qin Feng quickened his pace, continuing to entice her. What if I take you to go rafting and surf on the sea? Remained still, turning to look at her approaching uncle, her little face lighting up with contemplation. Do you want to go to the amusement park? At that moment, Qin Feng resembled a cunning wolf enticing a little rabbit to open the door, gradually inching closer to the enchanted creature. Then he seized her, laughing heartily this time. Let us see where you can run. He allowed herself to be picked up, her bright eyes sparkling as she asked, Uncle, are you really taking me to the amusement park? Qin Feng kissed the adorable little girl and replied, Of course. How about I take you and your mother together? He hesitated, but Mommy sleeps during the day and works at night. She doesn't have time to play with me. Qin Feng playfully pinched her little nose, assuring her that won't be the case anymore. Uncle will ensure that Mommy can stay home with you every day. Really? And amp, oppos, eyes lit up. Indeed. But you must stand by Uncle S side and share more about Mommy S likes and dislikes. Qin Feng gently probed. Do you know what Mommy likes the most? Mommy loves money, he asserted confidently. What else does she like? Qin Feng persisted. She likes me. And what does Mommy dislike the most? The goose from Grandma and amp, oppos, neighbor. I meant what your mother despises, not what you dislike. He pondered. Mommy doesn't like going to Grandma and amp, oppos. I guess it's because the neighbor's big goose scares her. Does she dislike going to Grandma and amp? Amp, oppos, Yes, Mommy finds Grandma and amp, oppos, house noisy. Qin Feng mused thoughtfully, carrying as they hurried toward Shifuya. Meanwhile, Shifuya strolled leisurely behind, occasionally entering shops to browse. With a locator on her daughter's wristband and two burly men trailing them, she felt at ease. It was the age when children, around 5 to 6 years old, could be troublesome. She usually needed a leash to keep close when they ventured out together. Shifuya entered a Givenchy Women and Oppos' clothing store, enamored by the brand and Oppos' garments. However, the prices were exorbitant, with each piece costing several tens of thousands. Although she had a high salary and could afford it, her previous financial concerns regarding the child's expenses and future needs had forced her to merely window shop. But things had changed. She now had a man willing to provide for her, alleviating her worries. After perusing the store, she spotted a deep V black lace evening gown and hesitated, contemplating whether to call Qin Feng to try it on and give his opinion. Just then, a rotund man with a receding hairline approached her, asking, Are you here alone? Beautiful? Shifuya shot him a glance. He wore a gray-collared shirt, his belt struggling against his paunch, and sported a flashy gold watch. His small eyes squinted as he smiled, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. Shifuya was repulsed by his lewd demeanor and silently set the dress down. Hey, don't you like this one? I think it suits your figure perfectly. Why not try it on? Bao Hongbiao boasted, showcasing his $30,000 Vacheron Constantine watch as he picked up the dress she had just placed down. He had been waiting for his young girlfriend to change clothes. But upon seeing the enchanting woman with chestnut curls and an elegant black dress, he was captivated. This stunning beauty far surpassed his current girlfriend, who only sought money and had an average appearance. His heart raced with desire. No, my husband is wealthy, Shifuya replied flatly. Bao Hongbiao, noticing she was shopping alone, presumed her marriage was troubled and began disparaging her husband. How could your husband let such a beautiful woman wander alone? He must be quite foolish. This self-satisfied and unattractive man made Shifuya feel a wave of disgust. Get lost. Bao Hongbiao, undeterred by her attitude, grew more excited, saying, gorgeous. Don't be so fierce. Let us connect on WeChat and chat a bit. Shifuya furrowed her brow, glaring coldly at the audacious middle-aged man, contemplating whether to slap him. Yet, she refrained from giving Qin Feng a poor impression, opting instead to endure in silence as she turned to leave. Bao Hongbiao was momentarily stunned by her icy gaze, only to feel an inexplicable urge to conquer her. Recently, he had made a significant profit, and his confidence had swelled. He chased after her, pleading, "Hey, beautiful, how much for your company just once? Just name your price." Shifuya halted, turning with eyes ablaze. She felt an overwhelming impulse to call for help. Having run a bar business for years, summoning a van full of people was effortless. Men like him only became obedient after a beating. If that failed, she could always scare him by threatening to toss him into the water. There were countless methods at her disposal. Bao Hongbiao was intimidated by her fierce demeanor, appearing as though she might strike him. He hesitantly took a step back, only to feel a sting to his pride. Just as he was about to speak, a man entered, cradling a little girl, followed by a burly figure. What's going on? Qin Feng noticed something was amiss as he entered chapter 63 in his youth. Qin Feng was remarkably fierce. He was momentarily taken aback when Shifuya affectionately called him husband. Almost immediately, he felt her warm, soft body draw close to him, causing a slight shiver in his heart. Although he was uncertain about the unfolding events, the fear etched on the man's face ahead, and Shifuya's sudden change in demeanor suggested that something significant had transpired between them. Embracing her waist in response to her endearment, Qin Feng inquired, "Wife, what happened?" This bold gesture made Shifuya's eyelashes flutter slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She understood that Qin Feng did not intend to take advantage of her. His aim was merely to protect her and provide support. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of being sheltered in a man and Appo's embrace. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced up, only to meet the gentle, caring gaze of the man, prompting her to hastily lower her head and calmly respond, "It's nothing. He was just trying to flirt with me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and directed his gaze towards the bald man. It was a common occurrence for other men to flirt with a woman as stunning as Shifuya. However, the idea of his own partner being approached by another man left him feeling distinctly displeased. He coldly addressed the intruder, "Who are you?" "Bao Hongbiao." Upon seeing the beautiful woman's husband approach, especially with a bodyguard by his side, was instantly taken aback. Bodyguards were not individuals one could easily afford. It required substantial wealth to employ them. Judging by the man's expression, he seemed to be no ordinary foe. Given his wife's exquisite beauty, anyone lacking financial means would struggle to hold on to her. Bao Hongbiao cursed himself for having foolishly approached a woman of such caliber. "Brother, I'm sorry. I saw your wife alone and thought she was single, so I chatted with her. I truly didn't say anything inappropriate." He lowered his voice in a submissive apology. Yet this did little to soften Qin Feng's demeanor. It was essential to note that Shifuya was currently carrying a sum of 60 million, just a little more, and that amount could be deposited into their account. With that money, he would ascend to the status of a distinguished VIP player in the game. At this moment, anyone who obstructed his path would be met with dire consequences. With a stormy expression, Qin Feng contemplated whether to summon Wang Gang to deal with this man. But before he could act, Bao Hongbiao, in a panic, retreated 2 steps, trembling as he said, "Brother, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please, Show mercy and let me go. Onlookers began to take notice of the commotion, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama. Shifuya, wishing to avoid any trouble for Qin Feng, gently urged, let it go. He didn't say much. Qin Feng, feeling that it would be undignified to resort to violence in public, asked, what is your name? Upon hearing this request, Bao Hongbiao feared that Qin Feng intended to seek revenge later. As a businessman, he understood, well, that if someone sought to cause him trouble, his livelihood could be jeopardized. Realizing that he may have provoked a formidable opponent, he looked into Qin Feng's cold and confident eyes and felt a wave of fear wash over him. To avoid retaliation, Bao Hongbiao bit his lip and slapped himself across the face, pleading, brother, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Please, have mercy and don't hold it against me. This unexpected act startled Qin Feng, who felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had seen the man somewhere before. He had not anticipated such a cowardly reaction. Shifuya was equally surprised by the middle-aged man's sudden humility before her brother. Did they know each other? Meanwhile, a nearby sales assistant, having witnessed the altercation, rushed over to apologize and urged the parties involved to resolve the matter amicably. Shifuya did not wish for the situation to escalate and gently tugged at Qin Feng's arm, whispering, let him go. I still want to continue shopping for clothes. Seeing that Shifuya appeared unperturbed, Qin Feng reluctantly decided against further confrontation and coldly instructed the man, leave and don't let me see you again. Upon hearing this, Bao Hongbiao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, expressing his gratitude profusely. Thank you, brother. Thank you. He even abandoned his girlfriend, who was in the changing room, rushing out in haste. Qin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing a man in his 40s refer to him as brother. Dismissing the thought, he accompanied Shifuya to browse for clothes. The crowd that had gathered to witness the altercation now dispersed. The more beautiful a woman, the more likely she was to attract unwanted attention. If a man wasn't vigilant, it was all too easy for a stunning girlfriend to be swept away. They walked on, reflecting on the spectacle they had just witnessed. Just when everyone thought the drama had concluded, an attractive young woman suddenly appeared from nowhere, loudly accusing. Qin Feng, did you dump me for this rich woman? Chapter 64. Here she comes what? Has she attached herself to a wealthy woman? Has she callously discarded her boyfriend? The onlookers were utterly thrilled. The earlier spectacle of a man teasing another and Oppo's wife paled in comparison. The drama of a rich woman casting aside her husband was far too enticing. The crowd couldn't help but gather once more, with the staff choosing not to intervene, determined to witness the unfolding events. Qin Feng felt a familiar voice pierce through the air, causing him to freeze. He swiftly turned around, his gaze fixated on the fiercely imposing woman before him. She donned a vibrant red dress emblazoned with the Givenchy logo, her face heavily made up, with narrow eyes and a sharp, caustic expression. Jiang Manxue. In an instant, Qin Feng connected the dots. He had previously noticed the bald middle-aged man and Oppo's appearance seemed somewhat familiar and had pondered where he had seen him before. The moment Jiang Manxue appeared, it all clicked. That man was indeed the one involved with her, a fact he had witnessed clearly that fateful night in the car. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng retorted, what business is it of yours who I am with? You're not my girlfriend. Jiang Manxue and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in fury as her voice rose to a piercing shriek. After all these years, you abandoned me for this woman's wealth and play the role of a father to her child. Have you no shame? Indeed, Jiang Manxue had come with Bao Hongbiao. She had overheard the commotion from the changing room and recognized Qin Feng's voice alongside Bao Hongbiao's pleas for mercy. Mistakenly believing Qin Feng had come to confront her for being out with another man, she hesitated to emerge. However, reflecting on their breakup, she realized he had no right to interfere with her life. Gathering her courage, she stepped out only to find her boyfriend had been humiliated and was now joyfully holding a little girl, while a beautiful woman gazed at him affectionately. The harmonious atmosphere among the trio stung Jiang Manxue deeply. Why should they revel in happiness while her man was driven away? Recalling how Qin Feng had abruptly removed her from his life 2 days prior, berating her for being materialistic, she concluded he must have latched onto a wealthy woman, which bolstered his confidence. Unable to contain her disdain, She aimed to expose his true nature. Qin Feng, you disgust me. To think you would stoop to be someone Esra bound for money. I have always looked down on you. When you worked as a security guard and delivered takeout, I stood by you as you faced scorn and disdain, yet I never wavered. I foolishly remained loyal, and yet here you are, willing to grovel to a second-hand woman. Witnessing her theatrics, Qin Feng felt revulsion wash over him. Irritated, he replied, "Could you perhaps retain some dignity? Must you repulse everyone?" He pointed to his head, explaining to Shifuya, "Ignore this lunatic. She an amp? Oppos. That's not quite right in the head." Jiang Manchu feigned heartbreak, crying out, "Look at yourself now. Have you forgotten the promises you made to me? You claimed I was your salvation, that you would love only me for eternity, striving to provide the best life for me, even if it meant suffering yourself. I never imagined you would delete me for a woman like this. Is money truly that important to you? Do you think you could just disregard the years we shared?" Qin Feng and amp. Oppos. S expression grew increasingly frigid. This woman had squandered 3 years of his life, and now she sought to disrupt his present. Anger surged within him. "Brother Wang, hold her down. I'm going to silence her once and for all." Wang Gang's demeanor shifted as he strode purposefully towards Jiang Manchu, assuming he was Qin Feng's ally. She felt a surge of fear and quickly darted behind the crowd, crying, "Help! These two are attempting to harm me. Save me." As she hid, she proclaimed, "Everyone, stand up for me. This man is a cheat, and the woman must be equally vile, perhaps even betraying her husband." Her outcry incited a flurry of gossip among the onlookers. "That woman is far too beautiful to be innocent. I've seen reports of wives colluding with mistresses to poison their husbands. What a sensational tale. A modern-day Wu Dalong? People today are capable of anything for money. Look at that man. He is only with the woman for her wealth. Rich people engage in the most twisted of games. That man must be quite the charmer, but what good is that now? His ex has exposed him, and look at how the wealthy woman's face has turned crimson. She might very well break up with him after this." Shifuya's expression soured, regardless of Qin Feng's past actions. She could not allow this woman to malign her man without consequence. However, with so many people around, calling for bouncers would only escalate the situation. She decided it best to leave this place for now, planning to confront Jiang Manchu later when they could deal with her in private. Grasping Qin Feng and Oppos' hand, she whispered, "Let us depart, brother. Do not let this woman anger you. She is not worth it." Chapter 65. Still Shifuya in the course of a lifetime. One often finds themselves engaging in particularly shameful acts, which can lead to sleepless nights filled with embarrassment. Qin Feng was deeply vexed, reflecting on the foolishness of his past actions. Now, exposed by this woman in public, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Yet when Shifuya took his hand, a wave of calm washed over him. He recognized that her feelings were paramount at that moment. With victory within reach, he wished to shield Shifuya from sorrow. He gently set aside Yi, entrusting her care to Wang Gang, and then firmly grasped Shifuya and amp. Oppos' hand, softly reassuring her, "My dear, do not heed that woman and amp. Oppos' slander. I was merely jesting with her." "Yes, I understand," Shifuya nodded. The disparaging remarks of that woman did not deeply affect her. How could someone as wealthy as Qin Feng possibly deliver takeout? What delivery person would possess 60 million and willingly offer their services? This was simply a wealthy young man's way of experiencing life. Shifuya held no doubts about Qin Feng. Her concern lay in the potential ridicule they might face for her being a widow. The earlier address of brother was not solely for Qin Feng's ears, but also a reminder to herself. Indeed, for a widow, being an elder sister was far less embarrassing than being a wife. At the very least, it spared her brother the shame. She had never intended to covet anything. It was only in the moment when Qin Feng embraced her and called her wife that a flicker of emotion stirred within her. With a heart laden with guilt, Shifuya murmured, "From now on, just call me sister." Qin Feng gazed into Shifuya and amp. Oppos' sorrowful eyes, realizing that she likely feared being a burden and the laughter of others. An unexpected smile broke upon his lips. If he were to disregard the opinions of others, would there be a chance to deepen their bond? Seizing the moment, he decided to take a risk. "Sister, do not fear." Qin Feng boldly stepped closer, enveloping Shafaya in a warm embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes as he softly declared, "Regardless of what others say, I hold affection for you." Shafaya was taken aback by this sudden confession, her pupils widening and her heart racing. Noticing a slight tremor in her body, Qin Feng smiled and continued, "Since they claim I am with a wealthy woman, let us show them. In the future, I shall provide for you, and you can care for me. I will treat ye as my own daughter. What do you say?" Shafaya's eyes glimmered with uncertainty, wanting to respond, but finding herself at a loss for words, remaining motionless. Qin Feng noticed her slightly parted lips, the allure of her crimson mouth igniting a desire within him. He chose to heed the call of his longing, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he kissed her passionately. As their lips met, inhaling her unique fragrance, Qin Feng became entranced in her kiss. Shafaya felt the gentleness of the man, and in that moment, the walls around her heart crumbled, leading her to embrace him in return. With wide, curious eyes, observed her mother and Qin Feng, her little mind pondering the scene before her. Onlookers stood in disbelief, their jealousy and envy palpable. Wasn't the narrative supposed to be of a wealthy woman casting aside a scoundrel only to find herself enamored with another? How did this couple end up displaying their affection so publicly? Their happiness seemed to flourish, even more so than before. How could such a beautiful heiress find interest in this mere charmer? Was there no justice, no law, no opportunity left for them? Inwardly cursing, yet hesitant to voice their thoughts, they refrained from speaking, knowing that the couple was simply sharing a kiss, a legally harmless act. As some spectators noticed the commotion had settled, they began to disperse. Jiang Manxia, hiding in the background, refrained from speaking further. She had said enough, and the wealthy woman appeared unconcerned with Qin Feng's past. Any further provocation would only lead to trouble. The atmosphere grew tranquil, uninterrupted by outside noise. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. Holding the blushing Shafaya close, Qin Feng teased her softly, "Sister, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence." Having not experienced such sweetness in a long time, Shafaya closed her eyes, nestling against Qin Feng's embrace. Her voice barely above a whisper, "You do not resent us, mother and daughter?" "How could I resent you? My heart aches for what you endure," he replied. "And why do you harbor feelings for me?" she inquired. "Your beauty and strength evoke a sense of home within me." "Have you used such words to charm your former girlfriend?" "Never. I swear I did not even lay a finger on her." Shafaya fell silent, her gaze locked with Qin Feng's, finding only sincerity reflected back at her. This honesty stirred within her an impulse to follow this man. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng gently proposed, "Sister, be my woman." Shafaya smiled radiantly. "As long as you do not disdain me." System notification. Shafaya's affection level 10. Current affection level 89. Spending amount 60.05 million. Congratulations, host. Cashback successful, receiving 60.05 million in cash. Cashback total has reached 50 million, granting one draw opportunity. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Feng beamed with delight. After much effort, he had finally succeeded. Moreover, he had a chance to draw rewards. He anticipated this. Truly, Shafaya was remarkable. A mere kiss had earned him 10 points. What would happen in unforeseen circumstances? Would he not secure a perfect score? Imagining a bright future, he eagerly clicked for the draw in his mind. Congratulations, host has obtained. Hypnosis. 3 uses. Hypnosis, strong psychological suggestion for non-divine units, ensuring unwavering execution of implanted ideas. Qin Feng was astounded. Could I simply ask for a transfer of billions from a wealthy benefactor, or perhaps a share in their company? Wouldn't that be a game changer? Overwhelmed with excitement, he yearned to rush and confront the wealthy individuals. Yet, he quickly remembered that any benefactor's funds were closely monitored, making random requests likely to draw scrutiny. Furthermore, with his newfound wealth, he was practically untouchable. There was no need to court trouble over petty amounts. Regaining his composure, he extinguished those thoughts. It seemed the hypnosis skill would serve as a means of self-defense, or perhaps an opportunity for clever deception. That would suffice. At least he possessed a skill to wield. If Jiang Manxia had dared to provoke him again, He would show her what true cruelty looked like. Having gained an advantage while feigning innocence, Qin Feng, captivated by the enchanting Shafaya, leaned in for another kiss. The onlookers grew furious at the audacity of the couple, cursing under their breath. They wondered why the man's ex-girlfriend remained silent, why she did not rush in to disrupt their moment. Jiang Manshue contemplated intervening to ruin Qin Feng and Appo's happiness, but was deterred by the fear of retaliation from the affluent woman. The thought of the wealthy woman and Appo's potential vengeance silenced her resolve. At that moment, a beautiful woman suddenly emerged from the crowd, angrily addressing Qin Feng and Shafaya. "What are you two doing?" Chapter 66. Xia Ting chose the most comfortable path. Bao Hongbiao, having briefly concealed his face, had not ventured far. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, his mind was consumed with thoughts of seeking solace in the company of a woman, yearning to reclaim the dignity he felt he had lost. He recalled that his girlfriend was still in the shop changing clothes, prompting him to remain in place and send her a message, informing her that he was waiting for her in the car. Suddenly, he noticed a stunning beauty approaching from a distance, even more exquisite than the women in the shop moments before. Fortuitously, she was alone, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she strolled through the streets. Her delicate oval face radiated charm, and her finely crafted features were breathtaking. Dressed in a sweet yet alluring JK outfit, she wore a fitted bright shirt adorned with a red bow tie, the top button slightly undone, paired with a pink plaid skirt. Her long, graceful legs were clad in white stockings, complemented by dainty round-toed shoes, exuding an aura of pure innocence intertwined with seduction. Bao Hongbiao's mouth watered as he watched her waft past, enveloped in an enchanting fragrance. Without a second thought, he decided to follow her, contemplating how to ask for her contact information. This enchanting beauty was none other than Xia Ting, defying her conservative mother's objections. She had deliberately dressed in an innocent and sweet manner, even insisting on wearing delicate white stockings, all to emphasize her youth and beauty in comparison to Qin Feng's sister. Upon arriving at the climbing area, she found no sign of Qin Feng. She speculated that they might have finished climbing and gone to the mall instead. Rather than calling him, she preferred to feign a chance encounter, believing it would appear more natural, reminiscent of classic scenes from television where love blossoms unexpectedly at a corner. Filled with nostalgia, as she walked, she eagerly searched for Qin Feng's figure, spotting a crowd gathered near a women's clothing store. She overheard someone calling out Qin Feng and Appo's name and hurried over. "That guy is incredible, kissing a wealthy woman with a child right in front of his ex-girlfriend. That rich woman is stunning. I wish I could be pampered by her too." Initially mistaking it for a scene of infidelity, she was taken aback by how smoothly the man charmed the wealthy woman. The key was that her daughter was genuinely adorable, standing there obediently, which made Xia Ting feel a surge of indignation. As she pushed through the crowd, she was utterly stunned by the sight before her. Qin Feng was kissing the sister he had just acknowledged the previous day. It appeared that both were thoroughly enjoying the moment, unashamed in broad daylight. Xia Ting was incensed. She had known all along that this man was a scoundrel. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her voice startling the onlookers who had been ready to leave, now captivated by the unfolding drama. To her shock, the previously departing audience perked up, whispering among themselves about the audacity of the man. Following closely behind Xia Ting, Bao Hongbiao, initially hesitant to enter the store, became excited upon hearing such a beautiful woman confront the man, rushing in to witness the spectacle. Qin Feng, startled by Xia Ting's voice, felt a surge of panic at being caught in the act by his legitimate girlfriend. He momentarily considered letting go of Fuya, but steadied himself, bolstered by the confidence that 60 million offered. Ignoring Xia Ting's outburst, he lingered on Fuya's lips for a few seconds before reluctantly releasing her. His calm demeanor suggested that he felt no guilt, as if he were not the one being caught. System prompt: Xia Ting's favorability -1. Qin Feng slowly turned to assess Xia Ting. Her JK outfit suited her beautifully and aligned with his tastes. The white stockings accentuated her long, alluring legs. However, at that moment, her wide, round eyes were filled with fury, and her proud chest heaved with indignation, resembling an irate little kitten. "Ting Ting, you're here?" Qin Feng greeted with a smile, feigning nonchalance. Xia Ting, infuriated to see him still holding Shi Fuya, felt tears threaten to spill as she pressed him further. "What are you doing?" Shi Fuya glanced at Qin Feng and mischievously remarked, "Aren't you going to let go?" She understood that being with Qin Feng would inevitably lead to encountering such situations. With his wealth, charm, and ability to soothe, few women could resist him. She was unconcerned, as long as he was there when she needed him. Qin Feng did not release her, despite his affection for Xia Ting. He had previously made it clear in the car that he would have other women. His earlier restraint was merely to prepare for this moment of openness. "It's just a kiss. Why are you making such a fuss?" "You." Xia Ting pointed accusingly at Qin Feng, wishing she could bite him. "What's wrong with me?" Qin Feng asked innocently. "You have no shame. You promised to be with me." Xia Ting spat with venom. "Yes, but now that you're here, aren't we all together?" Qin Feng responded, puzzled. Stunned by his shamelessness, Xia Ting incredulously retorted, "You want me to join you both?" "Well, is that permissible?" Qin Feng inquired earnestly. Xia Ting was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process his words. You are shameless. I loathe you." Tears welled in her eyes, her voice laden with a multitude of grievances. Qin Feng felt emboldened, unafraid of her tears. He realized that Xia Ting's feelings had only decreased by 1 point upon seeing him with Shi Fuya, leading him to suspect there was more to this than met the eye. A bold thought flickered in his mind. "Don't cry. Come here for a hug," he coaxed, releasing Shi Fuya and smiling at her. "Embrace you? Scoundrel." Xia Ting ground her teeth in frustration. "Then would you like to be my little sister?" Qin Feng stepped closer. Speaking softly, Xia Ting was utterly unprepared for such a proposition. She had sworn never to be a mistress. His words implied she would be relegated to that role. As a respectable woman, how could she endure such humiliation? 3 choices lay before her: to turn and walk away, to berate Qin Feng before leaving, or, You scoundrel, I'll fight you." Xia Ting, teary-eyed and furious, lunged towards Qin Feng's shoulder to bite him. "Ow!" Qin Feng gasped, feeling the sharp pain. Yet it seemed bearable. He endured the pain, resolutely holding onto Xia Ting. Shi Fuya stifled a laugh, which Xia Ting noticed, causing her to bite down harder. The onlookers were utterly astonished. It appeared as though nothing was amiss between them. What sort of enchantment did this man possess? Able to kiss a wealthy woman and then embrace his sister? The crowd looked on, wishing they could intervene and rid him of his audacity. Among them, Jiang Manxue recognized Xia Ting. Although they hadn't been in the same class, the campus belle was renowned, always drawing attention wherever she went. When Xia Ting had first appeared, Jiang Manxue suspected Qin Feng had taken a wealthy woman's money to support the campus beauty. She had anticipated a confrontation that would leave Qin Feng embarrassed, but to her astonishment, they were soon entwined together, leaving her no time to intervene or forge an alliance to denounce the scoundrel. Chapter 67. Ming Mei Hui. Is it my fault? Jiang Manxue was seething with ire. The man she once treated with utter contempt now flaunted a life of success, flanked by beautiful women. The disparity was unbearable, igniting a firestorm of resentment within her. Unable to contain herself, she burst forth from the crowd, feigning distress to garner sympathy. "Please, everyone, be the judge. This scoundrel has been two-timing, abandoning me after a 3 or 4-year relationship, now that he's found new paramours." Her words ignited the already envious onlookers, who began to murmur and cast disapproving glances at Qin Feng. However, they remained composed, refraining from intervening on Jiang Manxue's behalf. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon. The world was rife with philanderers, and Qin Feng was merely another addition to the list. It was her folly to have fallen for such a man. But Jiang Manxue's subsequent revelations piqued their interest. "He's not just a scoundrel. He's a pervert. He wouldn't leave me alone, even during my period. When I refused, he threatened to send nude photos to my family." A hush fell over the crowd as they strained to hear every detail of her expos. Such scandalous gossip was precisely what they craved. They eagerly anticipated further, more sensational revelations. "Once, he got me pregnant and only gave me 300 yuan for an abortion, claiming the child wasn't his." This bombshell left the audience reeling. The relentless barrage of accusations left them in disbelief. Their eyes widened as Jiang Manchu, abandoning all pretense of composure, slumped to the ground, lamenting her man's transgressions with heart-wrenching sincerity. Her impassioned cries and genuine anguish seemed authentic, coupled with the fact that the man before them was brazenly involved with 3 women. Their sympathy shifted toward Jiang Manchu. They couldn't fathom that the seemingly handsome man could be so reprehensible, inciting an urge to berate him. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, with a cacophony of voices blending together in a chaotic uproar. Xia Ting, startled by Jiang Manchu's wails, momentarily forgot her assault on the scumbag. She stared in disbelief at Jiang Manchu, then at Qin Feng, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her surprise wasn't directed at Qin Feng's infidelity, but at the revelation that he harbored a penchant for battling in blood. This was unacceptable, as it could lead to illness. Xia Ting felt compelled to educate Qin Feng on women and oppos, as health. Qin Feng felt exposed and deeply uncomfortable. He never imagined that this woman would resort to such fabrications to slander him. He attempted to interject, but her irrational and vituperative behavior left him helpless. He sighed inwardly, resolving to play along if that was the game they were playing. Jiang Manchu, do you know why I broke up with you? Qin Feng's voice was measured, yet his confident demeanor commanded the audience's attention. Such an aura was naturally exuded by those with wealth and self-assurance. Isn't it because you set your sights on other women? You despicable, ungrateful wretch? Jiang Manchu retorted. Though devoid of tears, she feigned a sobbing fit, seeking to evoke sympathy. Not entirely, Qin Feng admitted candidly, adding with feigned regret. It's also because you've become increasingly unsightly. You were quite attractive when I first met you, but now, even with makeup, you're unbearable to look at, a wretched sight, truly. Jiang Manchu gasped, scarcely believing her ears. She stammered, what did you say? Qin Feng chuckled derisively. I said you've aged, your skin is dull and wrinkled. Your face has lost its youthful plumpness, and your hair is thinning. The most devastating way to criticize a woman is to attack her most cherished attributes. Such targeted remarks would haunt her every time she gazed into a mirror. The mere realization of slight skin laxity or a few stray hairs could trigger anxiety and sleepless nights. For a man to utter such words was as damaging as a woman criticizing a man for lacking a car or a house. Jiang Manchu was incensed, unable to believe that Qin Feng would humiliate her so publicly. She reminisced about a time when he had treated her like a precious gem, only to now ruthlessly denigrate her as old and ugly. She shrieked, lunging toward Qin Feng as if a mental dam had burst. Fueled by rage, she raised her hands, intent on tearing his mouth apart and scratching the faces of the women beside him, ensuring that the despicable group would never dare to show their faces again. Her movements were swift, and she reached Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Just as the onlookers braced themselves for a physical altercation, Wang Gang, who had been standing behind Qin Feng, stepped forward, shielding him from Jiang Manchu. He lowered his gaze, casting a cold stare upon her. The imposing presence of the 6'3" behemoth was overwhelming, his short-sleeved shirt revealing arms bulging with explosive muscle. The tautness of his muscles accentuated the contours of his pectoral muscles. Jiang Manchu instantly regained her composure, halting less than 2 feet away, a flicker of fear in her eyes. The 8-inch height difference forced her to look up at Wang Gang. His impassive face betrayed no emotion, and she sensed that any further advance would result in her being thrown aside. Wang, your salary for next month will be paid in advance, Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang remained silent, maintaining his stoic demeanor to deter Jiang Manchu. He preferred to avoid physical confrontation, fearing that he might inadvertently injure the frail woman and face legal repercussions. Qin Feng, may you meet a gruesome end. May your family be involved in a car accident tomorrow, and may the women in your family be violated. Jiang Manchu spat, her eyes filled with malice. But she dare not approach him. Instead, she placed one hand on her hip and pointed a finger at him, unleashing a torrent of curses. After all, verbal abuse was not a crime, and no one could hold her accountable. You really think I won't lay a hand on you? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Family was a sacred boundary, and anyone who crossed it would face dire consequences. In the past, he had engaged in countless brawls to defend his mother. "Come on, hit me like you used to, you despicable wretch. Have the guts to beat me to death in front of everyone, and let them see your true colors." Jiang Manchue's tirade grew increasingly impassioned, blurring Qin Feng with her former boyfriend, the man who had not only forced her to have an abortion, but had also physically abused her. "You heartless beast. You beat me with a towel-wrapped rod at home and shoved my head into the toilet." Her anguished cries convinced the audience of her claims. Some sympathetic individuals had already contacted women and oppos as protection organizations, urging them to dispatch personnel to apprehend Qin Feng. Xia Ting, unfamiliar with Jiang Manchue, grew uneasy as she listened to the woman's unwavering accusations. She hesitantly asked Qin Feng, "You guys?" Qin Feng fixed Xia Ting with a somber gaze. "Do you believe her words too?" Xia Ting, flustered by his stare, had come to perceive Qin Feng as a pure-hearted young man, gentle, considerate, and doting. He had never pressured her in any way, either in or out of bed, and had been unfailingly accommodating. This was one of the reasons she had chosen to stay. Xia Ting averted her gaze, but muttered under her breath, "Who knows what kind of twisted thoughts lurk in the minds of you men?" Qin Feng frowned. "I never hit women." He added silently, "If I do, I'll have someone else do it." Xia Ting scoffed, "Well, if you ever dare to hit me, I'll hit your son." Chapter 68. The first use of hypnosis beside him. Bao Hongbiao was elated upon hearing that his girlfriend had been assaulted. The audacity of that man to commit such a heinous act against his beloved infuriated him. He promptly dialed the police, firmly believing that justice would prevail. As her boyfriend, it was his duty to stand up for her. With sufficient evidence, he could easily bring the man to court. If it were revealed that the assault occurred while she was pregnant, hiring a competent lawyer could even lead to imprisonment for the offender. The thought of that man behind bars left him fantasizing about the two beautiful women surrounding him entering the single life. While indulging in his daydreams, he loudly informed the operator, yes, at the Givenchy store in Intai building, a man is beating a woman. We all witnessed it. Qin Feng, standing tall and unafraid, knew that even if the police arrived, they could do little more than take him in for questioning. It was absurd that he, merely accompanying a girl shopping, would be wrongfully implicated due to the machinations of his ex-girlfriend. He coldly remarked to Jiang Manchue, "You know I've never laid a hand on you. Are you truly intent on causing trouble?" Jiang Manchue was aware that Qin Feng was not her former boyfriend, yet her resentment towards him remained unabated. It was evident that he had acquired wealth, as evidenced by the two stunning women by his side, his visits to upscale bars, and the luxurious Porsche dealership, all indicating that he had indeed won a staggering sum of 90 million. The mere thought of her former admirer suddenly flourishing and reveling with other women filled her with revulsion, as if her heart had been doused in rancid lard. With a venomous glare, she spat, "So now you're afraid? Weren't you quite pleased when you deleted me the other day? Now that you're wealthy, you're tossing me aside, right? Don't you owe me compensation for the years of lost youth?" Qin Feng found himself amused by her audacity. After all the gifts he had bestowed upon her over the years, she now sought to extort him. Did she truly believe he could be easily intimidated? With a low voice, he asked, "How much do you want?" Jiang Manchue's heart leaped with the prospect of success, and she hastily blurted out her premeditated figure, 2 million. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What if I refuse?" Jiang Manchue hesitated, realizing she truly had no leverage over him. She quickly resumed her outcry. "Then you can forget about leaving here today." Amused by her antics, Qin Feng responded, "You think you have the authority here? Can you truly stop the police from coming?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Manchue recalled that a wealthy individual's dark past could be quite valuable. She possessed ample information about Qin Feng's questionable history and excitedly threatened, "If you don't pay up, I'll release our chat logs for everyone to see." "Are you threatening me?" Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Those records of his past flattery were mortifying. Anyone who saw them would surely feel a pang of embarrassment. Seeing the change in his expression, Jiang Manchue believed she had discovered his weakness. With an air of triumph, she confronted him. "Did you not once swear to me that you would make me happy? Have you forgotten? Now that you and Oppos, re-thriving, you can end Oppos, to even part with 2 million?" At this moment, Xiaoting could no longer contain herself and erupted in fury. How dare someone attempt to touch her man's finances? It was utterly unacceptable. If Qin Feng had indeed harmed that woman in the past, she could understand the 2 million as a price to pay. However, it appeared that he had only pursued her, and now this woman was resorting to such despicable tactics to extort him. Xiaoting retorted sharply. What sort of person dares to demand 2 million? Do you realize that such an amount could lead someone to throw acid on you? You won't see a single cent of that money. Go ahead and release those chat logs. I'm curious to see what scandalous content you have. Who among us has a pristine QQ signature? What is the harm in a little flirtation? She would never admit that she wanted to see them. Come on, let us go. This woman is beneath us, she urged, stepping forward to persuade him. The crowd was becoming overwhelming, and the chaotic atmosphere was unsuitable for children. Bao Hongbiao immediately stepped forward, blocking their path. No one is leaving until the police arrive. Jiang Manchua echoed loudly, that's right. Unless you compensate me for my lost youth. I've endured hardships for you, washing your clothes and cooking for you, only to be unceremoniously discarded now that you have a new girl. You are inhumane. The onlooking women rallied in solidarity, condemning Qin Feng morally. A girl's youth is invaluable. She gave it all to you, you scoundrel. 2 million is hardly too much. My goodness. She was even beaten and aborted. If it were me, I'd sue you into bankruptcy. Don't worry, we will support you. If he doesn't pay up today, we want to let him off the hook. Quick, let us take pictures and expose this man online. A scoundrel who abandons his partner deserves to be punished. The law may not handle you, but we will. Encouraged by the support surrounding her, Jiang Manchua grew bolder, placing herself firmly in front of Qin Feng, preventing him from advancing. Meanwhile, the male onlookers, bombarded by the fervor of the women, felt weak and hesitant to speak up, fearing the ire of their own girlfriends. Only a handful of men dared to act as peacemakers, offering platitudes. Brother, you don't seem short on cash. Consider this a lesson learned. A man must own up to his mistakes. Keep your friends in check. 2 million isn't a bad deal. After all, she did wash your clothes for years and even underwent an abortion for you. For the first time, Qin Feng felt the weight of moral condemnation from so many people. Momentarily believing he was caught in a prank show, he stared blankly at Jiang Manchua, who wore a smug expression, momentarily lost in thought. How could he have been so foolish as to have once been infatuated with such a person? At the entrance, they were completely blocked, with only a few mall security guards arriving to maintain order. The mall and Oppo's management had not yet arrived, leaving the guards uncertain on how to proceed. They faced two options, either pay up or make a break for it, risking a news headline the next day. However, parting with money would make him appear foolish, while waiting for the police would waste his time. In a final bid, Qin Feng issued one last warning, demanding that Jiang Manchua and Bao Hongbiao step aside, or they would face the consequences. After receiving nothing but derisive laughter in response, Qin Feng lost all patience. He focused his gaze on Bao Hongbiao and activated his hypnosis technique. Suddenly, Bao Hongbiao felt something pierce his brain, and his consciousness began to fade. He gazed blankly at Qin Feng, as if waiting for instructions. Despite it being his first time wielding this ability, Qin Feng instinctively understood how to utilize it. Simply put, he could suggest his thoughts to Bao Hongbiao, who would unerringly believe whatever he was told. Initially intending to have Bao Hongbiao strike Jiang Manchua, the ease with which he manipulated this skill inspired him to think bigger. He crafted an elaborate narrative in Bao Hongbiao's mind. You are a reincarnator, returned from the future. Chapter 69. I, Bao Hongbiao, am the protagonist. My name is Bao Hongbiao, and I have been reborn. In the not-so-distant future, I will marry the woman beside me, Jiang Manchua. My love for her is profound. I toil tirelessly to provide her with a life of luxury, fulfilling her every desire. She loves me in return and has blessed me with a chubby son. I believe myself to be the luckiest man alive. However, I could never have anticipated that one day, upon returning home early, I would discover her entwined in the sheets with another man. When I confronted her, she insisted it was merely a misunderstanding, that he was just a male friend, and that nothing untoward occurred. She claimed that as a frail woman, she had no agency. and that she had merely made a mistake that any woman could make. She reassured me that the child was undoubtedly mine. I could not accept her words. Ignoring her pleas, I took our 2-year-old son for a paternity test. When the results revealed I was not the biological father, I was consumed by rage. Even then, she offered explanations, suggesting it might be due to excessive soy sauce during her pregnancy or a mix-up at the hospital. She argued that blood ties were not the essence of love, and that our deep affection should suffice. My anger overwhelmed me, and I collapsed, only to awaken in the ICU, fighting for breath. I heard my wife demanding the hospital cease all treatment and witnessed her attempting to remove my oxygen mask. Struggling to breathe, I opened my eyes in desperation, only to see her hand in hand with another man, discussing how to divide my assets. In a fit of fury, my blood vessels burst, and darkness enveloped me as my heart ceased to beat. Just as I believed I was dead, a voice echoed in my mind. Do you wish for rebirth? Yes, I want to be reborn. I seek vengeance against that woman. In the next moment, I found myself back in a mall 3 years prior, tears streaming down my face. Heaven had granted me a second chance at life. I vowed to devote my existence to exacting revenge on Jiang Manxue. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a man, who had previously sided with her, swung his hand and struck her across the face with an ear-splitting slap. Jiang Manxue felt the searing pain, her cheeks swelling instantly, while a metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Confused and terrified, she gazed at her boyfriend, unable to fathom Chapter 70. Qin Feng's dreams shattered. Jiang Manxue, having finally wrestled free from the man's grasp on her hair, lay prostrate on the ground, writhing in agony and weeping uncontrollably. Why did you hit me? She sobbed. Bao Hongbiao roared, I and amp. Oppos. LL not only hit you, but I and amp. Oppos. LL also make your life a living hell. His threat ignited a furious response in Jiang Manxue, a woman not easily subdued. You disgusting pig, she spat. Do you even realize how repulsive you are? If it weren't for your money, do you think I'd deign to humor you? You promiscuous wench, Bao Hongbiao retorted. You enjoy this, don't you? I'll hire some men too. Bao Hongbiao, she declared, this isn't over. I'll sue you until you're penniless. With a guttural cry, Bao Hongbiao broke free from his security guards and lunged at Jiang Manxue, his hands clamping around her throat. Jiang Manxue retaliated, attempting to gouge his eyes. The pair, heads thrown back, clawed at each other in a grotesque spectacle. The onlookers were aghast. Some, however, captured the scene on their phones, eager to share the spectacle online. Meanwhile, tugging at Fuya's skirt, looked up and inquired, Mommy, why is the man hitting the lady? Fuya, accustomed to such drunken outbursts, simply replied, because she's being naughty. She seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to Be good, okay? I'm good, he responded meekly. Yes, you're the best, Fuya replied, smiling. Let in Oppos. Let's go somewhere else. She then informed Qin Feng that they would be taking a stroll and departed with As they walked away, he glanced back, curious about the outcome of the altercation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng followed Fuya, but noticed Xia Ting lagging behind. Brother, is that woman your ex-girlfriend? Xia Ting inquired, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Qin Feng vehemently denied any connection. I and Oppos. He never even held her hand. Xia Ting, though skeptical, refrained from pressing the issue. Instead, she looped her arm through Qin Feng's, as if their earlier argument had never occurred. Where shall we go, brother? She asked, tilting her head. Qin Feng, uncertain, turned to Fuya for guidance. Sister, where should we go? Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked, bewildered. I asked you where we're going, Xia Ting retorted. Why are you asking her? Qin Feng had assumed that Xia Ting's presence implied a willingness to coexist with Fuya. Wherein end Oppos? We together? He asked, perplexed. Don and Oppos, flatter yourself, Xia Ting snapped. Don and Oppos, think this matter is over. She scrutinized Fuya, noting her elegant appearance. Xia Ting sensed a subtle animosity and retorted, I'm not as skilled as you are. That hurts my feelings, Fuya replied. I thought we had a nice conversation last night. Xia Ting glared at Qin Feng. The air crackled with tension. Brother, let's go, Xia Ting said. tugging at Qin Feng's arm. Let's ignore that temptress. Fuya smiled, observing Qin Feng's reaction. Qin Feng hesitated, glancing between the two women. Chapter 71. Is the bioengineered human not more alluring than a woman? Beside him stood a school belle clad in a JK uniform with white stockings, exuding an aura of pure desire. Opposite her was a captivating woman in a black dress, radiating a cold elegance. Qin Feng yearned for both, yet an instinct warned him that such a choice might lead to mutual offense. What would the wolf warrior do in this situation? After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and lifted the one he deemed easier to manage. And with a smile, inquired, "Where would you like to go, E? Shall I take you there?" E sweetly exclaimed, "Yes. I want to go back and watch the adults fight." Qin Feng. Well, it appeared that none of them were easy to handle. In a bid to divert attention, he suggested they watch a movie. Fuya nodded in agreement. Xia Ting hesitated. She desired a private movie outing with Qin Feng, but seeing his troubled expression, she feared her insistence might lead to an uncomfortable situation, so she remained silent. Her mood dampened. Qin Feng interpreted her silence as acquiescence. The group arrived at the cinema within the shopping mall. The lobby was sparsely populated, adorned with an opulent design. The soft lighting above creating an inviting atmosphere, while the blue neon lights at the counter were quite striking. A few automatic ticket machines stood to one side, alongside transparent glass containers filled with popcorn and assorted snacks. Clamored for snacks, and Fuya accompanied her, while Xia Ting and Qin Feng went to purchase tickets. "Shall we book the entire hall?" Qin Feng mused, his recent windfall of 60 million instilling a sense of extravagance. He had seldom visited a cinema, and had yet to experience the thrill of booking a hall for themselves. What? Booking the whole place? That would be such a waste of money, Xia Ting protested. Upon rough calculation, buying out all the seats would only cost around 20,000, Qin Feng replied. 20,000 is 2 months and Oppo's salary for me, Xia Ting retorted, slightly irritated. I'll be paying, so why are you trying to save me money? Qin Feng queried, bemused. Xia Ting pouted, her expression resembling that of someone witnessing food being squandered, a hint of parsimony evident. Booking a whole hall costs 20,000. You might as well give me that money, and I'll take you to my room to watch. To your room? Qin Feng stared at Xia Ting's profile, captivated. Her gently curved cheekbones bore a hint of youthful softness, and her plump, rosy lips seemed to beckon, as if tempting one to partake in their sweetness. Fine, I'll give you 20,000, but only if you promise that no one will be home, Qin Feng boldly declared. Xia Ting suddenly realized she was inviting trouble, casting a furtive glance at Qin Feng. Seeing his eager expression, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and playfully scoffed, "You rogue. Are you not afraid of my parents finding out? Why should I fear? If you're not afraid, why should I be?" Qin Feng retorted defiantly. Xia Ting dared not pursue the topic further. If her parents discovered this, she would be the first to face the consequences. If the ordinary hall is too noisy for you, we could opt for the VIP hall, where it's quieter and the service is excellent, Xia Ting suggested. In a standard hall, one might encounter unruly children kicking seats, which significantly detracts from the viewing experience. There is also the risk of spoilers from overly vocal patrons. Oh, there's a VIP hall? Qin Feng asked, intrigued. Of course, but it costs 1 to 2 times more than the ordinary hall. It's not very economical for most. She explained. All right, then let us book a VIP hall, Qin Feng decided. Ultimately, Qin Feng chose to reserve a small VIP screening room. The price for booking the VIP hall exceeded 10,000, but for the sake of uninterrupted enjoyment, such expenditure felt justified. Having never visited a VIP room before, he was unaware of the lavishness it entailed. Accompanied by a dedicated attendant, they arrived at the exclusive VIP lounge to await their screening. The lounge boasted a selection of pastries, small cakes, and cold snacks available for indulgence. There were also unlimited servings of popcorn and fries, as well as Häagen-Dazs ice cream. And Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled at the sight of ice cream, insisting on 2 bowls. Fuya allowed her only 1. Qin Feng, unable to resist Yi's pleading gaze, generously filled a large bowl for her. Xia Ting remarked that the cinema was rather cunning. None of the snacks were packaged, making it impossible to sneak any into her bag. After a short while of snacking, the attendant announced that the movie was ready. The 4 adults and 1 child followed the attendant through a private VIP passageway into the screening room. Gazing around, they found only about 20 seats within. Each guest had their own plush sofa-style seat, which could recline for a comfortable viewing experience. Between the seats was a small coffee table, adorned with a menu from which they could order burgers, fried chicken, coffee, milk tea, and other refreshments. A service button was conveniently placed at each seat to summon the staff at any time. Moreover, the VIP hall was equipped with a dedicated restroom, ensuring guests faced no inconveniences. The service was indeed exceptional. The only disappointment was that the movie was still a standard release and not the coveted uncut version. Qin Feng chose a couple's seat in the back row, and Xiaoting promptly nestled beside him, leaning into his embrace. Shifuya and Yi occupied the couple's seats next to them. Wang Gang, hesitant to sit in front or beside the boss lady, grabbed a blanket and settled on a small stool in the corner, attempting to become invisible. As the movie commenced, the lights dimmed and the sound system resonated powerfully, enhancing the emotional peaks of the film. It was a romance, and Yi, lacking interest, soon fell asleep. The remaining adults were engrossed in the story. As the film reached its climax, with the lead couple sharing a passionate kiss, Qin Feng felt a stirring within, particularly in such an intimate and dimly lit setting. With a captivating girl nestled in his arms, the proximity heightened his senses. Her soft figure pressed against him, the only barrier being their thin garments. The faint scent of her lustrous hair enticed him further, and his breath grew heavier. Yet with Shifuya nearby, he refrained from making any advances towards the girl in his embrace, wary of jeopardizing her regard. After all, he was merely 11 points away from acquiring 10 bioengineered humans, loyal protectors, fully equipped with skills, unafraid of pain or peril. He craved their loyalty. With them by his side, he would never again fear being cornered or extorted. Moreover, the system indicated that hypnosis and bioengineered humans belonged to the same echelon. If hypnosis was so formidable, how could bioengineered beings be any less? Should one of those bioengineered beings embody the essence of a war god or a super mercenary? Who in this world could stand against him? As Qin Feng pondered these thoughts, his desires began to wane, and his focus sharpened, allowing him to genuinely watch the film without distraction. However, while he maintained his composure, the woman in his arms began to act more boldly. Xiaoting traced circles on Qin Feng and Appo's chest with her fingertips, deliberately exhaling warm breaths that tickled his neck, and even planted a kiss on his cheek. A shiver ran through Qin Feng, goosebumps rising on his skin. Xiaoting leaned closer, whispering playfully in his ear, "This is punishment for your wandering eyes." Chapter 72. Shifuya is sensitive, freshly inexperienced. Qin Feng found himself overwhelmed, his body ablaze with heat, nostrils flaring with waves of warmth. He clung to a thread of clarity in his mind, gritting his teeth and enduring. "Fairy, are you playing with fire?" "I shall play. What do you do about it?" Xiaoting replied with a mischievous grin, her eyes glinting with playful mockery. "Do you believe I can make you regret it?" Qin Feng stifled the flames of desire within him. "Aren't you afraid of scaring your sister away?" Xiaoting raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her anxiousness. A flutter of excitement coursed through Qin Feng as he gazed down at the girl nestled in his arms. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek. Startled, Xiaoting quickly raised her hand to block him, her gaze flickering, cheeks aflame as she softly pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong." Qin Feng was not swayed by her plea, recalling how animated she had been moments ago. "But I want to dare again," she stammered. "What should we do?" Xiaoting and Appo's eyelashes trembled slightly as she bit her lip, shyly suggesting, "Let us discuss it at the hotel." In the dimly lit cinema, visibility was low, and the armrests of their sofa shielded them from prying eyes. "Are you tired? Would you like to rest your head on my shoulder?" Qin Feng offered gently. Xiaoting shook her head, unwilling to appear weak in front of his sister. Her heart raced as she pondered the implications, just as Qin Feng playfully pinched her again. She exclaimed, the sound drawing a frown from Shifuya, who had been watching them closely. After enduring for some time, she interrupted, her tone cool and disapproving. "Qin Feng, This is a public space. Do not harass the girl. Initially, Qin Feng had merely intended to tease Xia Ting, but her reaction had stirred something within him, prompting bolder demands. Hearing Shi Fuya's discontent, he began to regain his composure. It's she who is bullying my brother, Qin Feng protested. Xia Ting had not anticipated him to throw her under the bus, indignantly retorting, "You shameless creature. Shameless is you." Fuming and embarrassed, Xia Ting snapped back. "You should focus on the movie. Look at you lost in thought." Her wide eyes regarded the man who had so recently exuded desire, now behaving obediently due to another woman's words, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. Sizing him up before sinking her teeth into his arm, Chapter 73. Accompanying two sisters to meet a woman, Qin Feng stopped Shi Fuya and helplessly explained, "Sister, I have nothing to do with that woman. I merely purchased a customized Porsche from her and exchanged a few words. Why are you so eager to clarify?" Shi Fuya cast a gentle glance at Qin Feng and smiled. "Isn't it because I'm concerned about your feelings?" Qin Feng replied with care, "Don't overthink it. I'm not unhappy." Shi Fuya and Amp, Oppo's tone was soft, and her smile was faint, as if she genuinely felt no discontent. However, Qin Feng silently complained, "Damn it, if you and Amp, Oppo's, were not upset, then return my affection, you rascal." Upon hearing that the Porsche belonged to Qin Feng, Xia Ting felt a pang of jealousy and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, brother, how impressive. You just accompanied someone to buy a car yesterday, and now you're already dining with another tonight." Fearing that another jealous rival would diminish his appeal, Qin Feng quickly clarified, "It's not what you think. She's the owner of a restaurant. I casually mentioned I go support her, as she invited me today. If she wants you to go, then just go. I worry about not having dinner today," Xia Ting teased. "Huh, as if I would believe you." After a moment, Xia Ting's eyes twinkled as she suggested, "Since we haven't ordered yet, why don't we go meet her together?" Qin Feng suddenly felt troubled. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Bringing two sisters to a first date might ruin Su Beishi's impression. How could he pursue her afterward? That woman's traits and rewards were quite appealing. The skill understanding a woman and Amp, Oppo's heart would undoubtedly aid him in wooing other girls in the future. Hesitant, Qin Feng turned to Shi Fuya and asked, "Sister, do we really have to eat there?" Shi Fuya replied nonchalantly, "It's up to you. I'm fine with anything." From her tone, Qin Feng sensed her desire to go. After some contemplation, he decided to forego Su Beishi for now. After all, that girl was difficult to please, especially when money was involved. It was better to focus on the blossoming relationships with Shi Fuya and Xia Ting. Without hesitation, he dialed Su Beishi's number, explained that he had accidentally hung up earlier, and that he would be arriving shortly for dinner. 5 people in total. Since he had lost interest in Su Beishi, it was just a simple meal devoid of any worries. Meanwhile, Su Beishi, upon receiving the call, wore a contemplative expression. She had initially believed that Qin Feng harbored romantic intentions and would come alone for a date. To her surprise, he mentioned coming with 4 people, leading her to suspect that he had invited a group of friends for drinks, perhaps using her as a mere distraction for his amusement. Regardless, she had already arranged for the accompanying waitstaff, so she felt confident and instructed the staff to prepare for their arrival. Qin Feng sat in Shi Fuya's car, with Xia Ting squeezing into the back seat to play with Yi. The 4 of them arrived first, while Wang Gang trailed behind in his vehicle. He was slightly delayed by 2 traffic lights, yet his gentle driving style was surprising for someone of his rugged stature at 1.9 meters tall. The Zhuaxian Lu restaurant was positioned at the riverfront, where the shimmering lake at night created a picturesque scene, blending beautifully with the lights. The ambience was exquisite, tranquil, and elegant, with scenery unfolding at every step. Zhuaxian Lu boasted 3 stories, featuring a new Chinese style that exuded an air of luxury amid classical aesthetics. The hostess guided Shi Fuya to park and greeted them with a smile, inquiring whether they had a reservation. After Qin Feng provided the name, a flicker of surprise crossed the hostess's eyes. The esteemed guest designated by the owner had arrived in such a vehicle. However, she kept her astonishment concealed. Qin Feng also noticed that Shi Fuya's car was secondhand and contemplated getting her a better vehicle soon, as well as replacing Wang Gang's car. The 4 of them followed the hostess into the restaurant. At that moment, Su Beishi anxiously awaited in the lounge. Upon hearing the staff announce their arrival, she stepped out to the reception area. Upon seeing a well-dressed young man accompanied by two stunning women entering, Su Beishi was taken aback. She never expected that the man spending 300,000 a dime with her would bring along two beautiful women. What was the situation? Did he bring his own drinks? Especially upon noticing a little girl following closely behind him, she was further astonished. Was he bringing his wife and child to meet another woman? Regardless of how handsome he was, such audacity was unacceptable. She couldn't help but scrutinize Qin Feng, who appeared dapper and composed. While he might not be conventionally handsome, he exuded a charming demeanor that suggested maturity and stability. Especially when he smiled indulgently at the little girl, he embodied the image of a perfect husband. For a moment, Su Beishi was lost in thought, forgetting to greet him. It wasn't until Qin Feng's intense gaze met hers that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly standing up to extend her hand. "Are you Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng, feigning that he couldn't shake hands due to holding the child, merely smiled and nodded, saying hello. "Me Su." The woman before him, standing at 168 centimeters and wearing 10-centimeter silver heels, was only slightly shorter than him. Her face was petite, reminiscent of the leading ladies from classic Hong Kong films, with delicate eyebrows framing her alluring almond-shaped eyes. Her lips shimmered with a dazzling gloss. Dressed in a white blouse and black silk skirt, she exuded an air of sophistication without revealing too much, hinting at a figure that was undoubtedly captivating. Her golden waves cascaded elegantly over her impressive bosom, catching the grand lighting of the hall. Her beauty differed from Shi Fuya's icy allure and Xia Ting's sweet warmth. It was a sensual beauty that ignited primal desires in men. A flicker of longing crossed Qin Feng's eyes, but he skillfully concealed it, wary of becoming too entangled with her at this moment. Shi Fuya and Xia Ting exchanged glances upon spotting the striking Su Beishi, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. This woman was undoubtedly the owner Su Qin Feng had mentioned, and her appearance and figure were indeed remarkable. No man could resist her charm. Meanwhile, Su Beishi felt somewhat awkward. Her hand hung. What does it mean when a man calls his family over to dine with him? Is it a form of matchmaking? Chapter 74. Qin Feng solves a century-old dilemma with sincerity soon. Su Beishi realized that she had been overthinking. From the beginning, Qin Feng had maintained a respectful distance from her, exhibiting a cool demeanor that was neither warm nor cold. Throughout her life, she had been accustomed to the adoration of most boys due to her beauty. Yet, this young man, who had invited her to dinner along with his two female companions, was indifferent to her presence. This left Su Beishi feeling somewhat vexed. After leading them to a private room, she excused herself to check on the food and stepped away. Qin Feng and the others surveyed their surroundings. The private room possessed a certain charm, reminiscent of an ancient tavern's elegant window alcove. Upon entering, there was a screen that obscured the view, while the walls were adorned with traditional ink wash paintings of landscapes. The wall facing the river was completely open, extending onto a balcony adorned with a wooden railing that emitted a soft blue glow. Standing on the balcony, one could behold the picturesque river scenery illuminated by the night. As he entered, she gasped in awe and eagerly pulled Shi Fuya outside to admire the view. Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed suit. The evening breeze by the river was refreshingly cool, enhancing the exquisite scenery. Xia Ting, feeling a bit chilly, nestled against Qin Feng's arm for warmth. "Brother, what do you think of that proprietress?" she inquired. "Not much. She's quite ordinary," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "I think she's rather attractive, beautiful, and curvy. Isn't that what men typically prefer?" Xia Ting teased with a sly smile. "Too exaggerated. It looks uncoordinated, and thus lacks appeal," Qin Feng retorted stubbornly. "Men always talk one way, but feel another," Xia Ting scoffed. "Truly, I believe your figure represents the ideal curve in my mind," Qin Feng suddenly remarked, measuring Xia Ting's dimensions with a serious expression. "Yours must be any cup, right?" Taken aback by his boldness, Xia Ting blushed and swatted his hand away. "I'm not that big. It's just an ordinary D cup." D is just right. I like it," Qin Feng said with a grin. Feeling embarrassed, Xia Ting turned her gaze back to the scenery. Shi Fuya, hearing their discussion, glanced down at her own figure, her expression slightly forlorn. Noticing her mood, Qin Feng felt compelled to comfort her. After a brief internal struggle, he decided to take a bold step. Summoning his courage, he slowly and firmly wrapped his arm around Shi Fuya's waist, discreetly hugging her while keeping Xia Ting in view. Shi Fuya's body tensed momentarily before she relaxed. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng's anxious expression and Xia Ting, who was engrossed in the view. Unable to resist, she teased softly, "Little brother, how bold you are." This caught Xia Ting's attention. Qin Feng, fearful of Xia Ting's potential jealousy, quickly leaned in to kiss her as she turned to look. Having practiced kissing with Shi Fuya earlier, he skillfully closed Xia Ting's eyes with a kiss, while simultaneously holding Shi Fuya tightly against him to shield her from Xia Ting's gaze. The dim lighting on the balcony, coupled with the gentle night breeze, created a scene of unparalleled bliss as he embraced both women. At that moment, Su Beishi re-entered with the dishes and was taken aback by the sight before her. There stood the man, sandwiched between two stunning women, one in a playful short skirt and the other in an elegant long dress, each radiating beauty in their own right. Realizing that this dinner had little to do with her, Su Beishi felt superfluous. Her initial indifference towards Qin Feng transformed into a confirmation of his playboy persona upon witnessing his display of affection. Yet, she found no anger toward his actions. It was entirely normal for a young, handsome, wealthy man to be surrounded by beautiful women. If given the chance, she too would like to test her own worth in such a scenario, especially since she was in dire need of money. However, seeing Qin Feng in his current state, she felt he was too preoccupied to notice her. Silently, she placed the dishes down and turned to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Feng noticed Su Beishi's departure and was puzzled. Did she truly remain unfazed by his actions? Intriguing. As he kissed, his gaze wandered, catching Xia Ting's attention. Following his line of sight, she spotted Su Beishi's graceful silhouette and felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking to herself that he was kissing her while eyeing another girl, all the while claiming he had no interest. Gently pushing away from Qin Feng's embrace, she huffed, "You don't even put your heart into kissing me." "I know. I was just," he stammered. "Humph." Xia Ting dismissed his excuses, turning away and returning to the private room in silence. Qin Feng contemplated pursuing her, but hesitated, realizing that indulging the campus beauty excessively might not be wise. Now that he had wealth, he was less concerned about her few million in cash back. He decided to let loose a little, believing that as long as he spent his money wisely, her affection would undoubtedly grow over time. With a smile, Shi Fuya remarked, "Naughty little brother, have you thought about how to appease her?" Seeing that Qin Feng did not chase after Xia Ting, she assumed he was pondering how to make amends and considered offering him some advice. Having relaxed, Qin Feng couldn't help but notice Shi Fuya's radiant smile. Her stunning lips appeared even more delectable than Xia Ting's. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her. Shi Fuya's eyes narrowed in delight, and before she could react, she found herself lost in the kiss. Qin Feng savored the moment before pulling back, softly declaring, "Sister, you are the most remarkable woman. You possess a generous spirit unlike that young lady." Shi Fuya playfully licked her lips, listening to his charming words with a smirk. "Well, of course, I have the right to be willful since I am pure and innocent, unlike you, dear sister, who is considered a faded flower." "Who says that?" Qin Feng countered firmly. "In my heart, you are the best woman. Then if I am so wonderful, why are you flirting with other girls?" Shi Fuya shot back unexpectedly, her fox-like eyes fixated on him. Qin Feng was taken aback. He recognized the gravity of the question, realizing that a poor response could cost him dearly this evening. Reflecting on the narrative, he slowly replied, "Firstly, I must clarify that I am not a scoundrel. Secondly, I believe I have the ability to provide a warm and happy home for the girls I care for. Lastly, I have a big heart. There's always room for you all." He endeavored to sound sincere, but the essence of his words was undeniably shallow, and no degree of sincerity could disguise his inherent flirtation. Shi Fuya listened quietly, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. "If both Xia Ting and I fell into the water, who would you save first?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, grappling with this monumental dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he finally articulated, "I would always prioritize your safety and do my utmost to prevent such a situation. However, if I must choose, I would likely save you first, as you have contributed financially and your favorability is notably high. Chapter 75. Su Shi's Pledge System Notification. Fuya's Affection 6. Excellent. The affection is restored. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the answer to this kind of question is quite simple, with a standard response, regardless of the variation in question types. Just profess your utmost love and devotion. These young women simply desire to hear your true feelings, not mere logic. If your heart is sincere, then placate her. Otherwise, attempt to reason with a woman if you are so inclined. Qin Feng escorted Fuya back to the private room, their arms intertwined. Xia Ting, witnessing their affectionate embrace, grew even more resentful. Pouting, she turned her face away, awaiting Qin Feng's consolation. Qin Feng sat down beside her, but did not offer the comfort she expected. Instead, he chatted and laughed with Fuya on the other side. Although fond of Xia Ting, Qin Feng found her constant displays of temperamental behavior somewhat tiresome. Unlike Fuya, a barrage of sweet words directly yielded tangible benefits. It wasn't that he was unwilling to appease her, but it felt somewhat exhausting, especially since it didn't increase affection. Qin Feng wanted to observe what would happen if he didn't and oppose to indulge her. At that moment, Su Shi, disguised as a server, presented a plate of boiled cabbage in clear soup. She introduced it as a delicacy from state banquets, once reserved for emperors. This unassuming dish consisted of a few cabbage florets, sculpted into the shape of lotus flowers, arranged artfully but in meager portions. Qin Feng inquired about the price, and upon hearing the response of 648, he was immediately taken aback. A large plate of cabbage with meat slices at a roadside stall only cost 18 yuan. Yet, these few florets cost 648? Even Zhongli couldn't afford this, could he? Having never tasted such high-end cuisine, Qin Feng considered the affluent to be fools, elaborately preparing a few cabbage heads, only for them to be digested in the same manner. He harbored contempt for the wealthy. That is, until Su Shi approached with a small teapot, drizzling clear chicken broth over the jade-like cabbage. In that instant, the dish emitted an extraordinary fragrance. Despite its seemingly bland and vegetarian appearance, it exuded a rich, meaty aroma, stimulating one's appetite. As Qin Feng reached out to grab a piece and sample it, Fuya had already gracefully retrieved a cabbage floret for him, placing it in a clean bowl and thoughtfully added some broth before presenting it to him. She then repeated the gesture for Yi. Her movements appeared gentle and natural, as if everything was as it should be. Contrasting this with the sulking school beauty beside him, Qin Feng mused that if they both had systems, they would surely receive prompts. Qin Feng's affection for Fuya 10, affection for Xia Ting -10. Dismissing the fanciful thoughts in his mind, he scooped up the pitifully small cabbage in his bowl, opened his mouth, and consumed it in one bite. After a brief chew, he was astonished to discover that the dish was excessively delicious. The cabbage, softened by the hot broth, still retained its crisp texture. The repeatedly simmered chicken broth imbued the cabbage leaves with a mellow, rich meat flavor. Upon entering his mouth, it was both crisp and succulent, with the taste buds reaping a complete surprise from the immense contrast. The emperors of old certainly knew how to indulge. Qin Feng was utterly conquered by this dish, exclaiming its deliciousness. He would never again dare to criticize the tastes of the wealthy. Xia Ting, sitting beside him, sullenly ate her food. Seeing Qin Feng preoccupied with eating and ignoring her, she felt somewhat aggrieved. Witnessing Fuya and Appo's virtuous and maternal demeanor as she served Qin Feng, who appeared to be enjoying it, she felt as if they were a genuine family, harmonious and joyful, while she was merely an ignorant outsider. The more Xia Ting pondered, the more miserable she became. If things continued this way, she feared she might be eliminated. No, why should she relinquish such an exceptional man? Xia Ting rallied herself, stood up, and imitated Fuya by preparing a bowl of cabbage for Qin Feng, saying gently, "Brother, if you like it, have some more." Qin Feng glanced at Xia Ting in surprise, not expecting her to calm down without his coaxing. "You're not jealous?" "I'm not jealous at all. What kind of person do you take me for?" Xia Ting said coquettishly. "Oh, it's good that you're not jealous. Try it yourself. It tastes good," Qin Feng said with a smile. No. Xiaoting picked up the bowl, scooped up a piece of cabbage with a spoon, and brought it to Qin Feng and Appo's mouth, saying earnestly, "You ate hers, so you must eat mine too." Qin Feng felt rather full after the meal. A portion was offered from the left, and another immediately followed from the right. He couldn't and Appo's. He refused to eat. The restaurant in Appo's, as proprietress, Sube Shi, did not join them for the meal. She behaved like an ordinary friend, briefly coming over to offer a toast and exchange pleasantries. Seeing Qin Feng being attentively served and fed by the two women, she didn't find it strange. She simply found it unbelievable that these two women, who were in no way inferior to her, were willing to coexist harmoniously and serve a scoundrel together. Women were naturally drawn to strength, and seeing Qin Feng and Appo's as popularity, the idea that had previously occurred to her became more and more frequent in her mind. However, she didn't Appo's dare to voice it. After all, it would be impolite to make such a request after only meeting once. After toasting everyone and noticing that they were all substituting tea for alcohol, she discreetly withdrew. After the meal, Qin Feng and his companions decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. They went to the front desk to settle the bill, but to their surprise, Sube she declined with a smile, saying, "Mr. Qin, you're too kind. The previous 300,000 yuan was sufficient. There's no need for any additional payment." With Xiaoting and Shi Fuya absent, Qin Feng adopted the tone of an overbearing CEO, saying, "Just take it. Consider it your service fee." After saying that, he directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Sube she gazed deeply at Qin Feng, lowered her head, and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. You're welcome. I find the food here quite to my liking. Next time I come alone, remember to join me for a drink." Qin Feng said with a chuckle before turning and walking out the door. Sube she watched his departing figure with a mix of admiration and trepidation, taking several deep breaths before finally steeling her resolve. She furtively composed a message and sent it. "Mr. Qin, I know this is very presumptuous, but I am in dire straits. If your funds are ample, could you possibly lend me 5 million yuan? You could decide the interest rate. During the repayment period, I will completely obey your instructions." After sending this message, Sube she felt as if all her strength had drained away, and she leaned against the stool, staring blankly at her phone, both fearing rejection and dreading Qin Feng and Appo's agreement. Her heart filled with contradiction. Her father and Appo's accident, and her mother and Appo's longing for him had weakened her already frail body, and she was now hospitalized. In order to refund customers and maintain the restaurant and Appo's operations, Sube she had taken out a large number of loans. Now that business was getting worse and the due date was approaching, she had no money to repay them, in addition to the pile of debts her father had left behind. She desperately needed this sum of money. Chapter 76. Confined to a dark room, I was wrong. I was wrong strolling along the riverside embankment. Qin Feng engaged in conversation with the two celestial maidens, reveling in the picturesque scenery. He was somewhat bewildered upon seeing Sube she's request for a loan. It was the first time he had encountered a woman directly asking for 500 yuan, and, judging by her tone, it seemed she was at his beck and call. This was simply splendid. Qin Feng chuckled, his interest piqued by Sube she's figure. "Would 5 million suffice? Send me your car number." Sube she was slightly taken aback when she saw that he was about to transfer the funds without any questions. She hastily sent her card number and typed, "That and Appo's. That's enough. Thank you, President Qin. I will definitely find a way to repay you." Immediately afterward, her phone chimed with a notification of the amount received. Dragon Tail number 7350 card. Online banking deposit of 8,000,000 yuan. Balance 8,032,223,91 yuan. With just a single sentence, the man had transferred 8 million yuan to her. Sube she felt a bit dazed, as if she were dreaming. She picked up her phone to compose a message of gratitude, but felt that no words could adequately express her feelings, repeatedly deleting and retyping. Then, Qin Feng sent a message, "Don't rush to repay. Ask me again if it's not enough." She was stunned. No wonder the women around him were so well-behaved and sensible, referring to themselves as elder or younger sisters in front of outsiders. It turned out this man was a super rich tycoon. The thought of his youthfulness, handsomeness, understated demeanor, and immense wealth suddenly made Su Beishi feel that he was an end amp. Oppos. T so repulsive after all. However, the money she had obtained, which was essentially payment for selling herself, instantly dispelled the budding affection. System notification, Su Beishi and Oppos. S affection 20, current affection 0. After strolling around for a while, sure Fuya had to go to work at the bar, so she bid farewell to Qin Feng. Having just fully taken over the bar, she had many things to attend to and would be busy for a few days before things calmed down after a new manager was selected. Sure Fuya left with Yi. Qin Feng and Xia Ting were left strolling along the riverside pedestrian street like a couple. Wang Gang silently followed behind them, mentally reminiscing about how incredibly delicious the shrimp fried rice at the restaurant had been. Walking down the street hand in hand with Xia Ting once again, Qin Feng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. In just 2 days, there was no longer any trace of his initial awkwardness and caution. He wore a faint smile, observing the vibrant world with great interest. The riverside pedestrian street was bustling with activity, illuminated by bright lights on both sides, with countless snack stalls. Stinky tofu, skewers takoyaki, roasted gluten. The crowds were shoulder to shoulder, resembling a scene of prosperous times. He had often seen this kind of ordinary life before, but with a different mindset, seeing these things again felt much more vivid. The shopkeepers' energetic shouts, the laughter between couples, the children's playful noises, and the sound of the river flowing all seemed to wash away worldly troubles overnight, allowing him to peacefully listen to all the beauty in the world. Qin Feng bought some snacks, eating and observing the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness on other people in Oppos' faces, which he found particularly amusing. Xia Ting, on the other hand, did not share this leisurely mood. She felt that this kind of place was fraught with danger, harboring hidden traps. If she wasn't in Oppos, careful, she would end up devouring several skewers and chicken legs. By the time she realized it, she would have secretly gained 3 pounds. She had sworn at the beginning of the year that she wouldn't weigh more than 100 pounds or her mother would explode. For her mother's life, she could only choose to endure in the face of so many tempting snacks. Watching Qin Feng eat with relish, she couldn't help but drool. Have a taste. It's okay to indulge once in a while. No, I can't let my efforts of the past 2 weeks go to waste. Hey, even if you gain another 10 pounds, you and Oppos, LL still be beautiful. Maybe the meat will all go to your chest. You and Oppos, such a sly old man. In an Oppos, okay, chicken is all protein. It won in Oppos, make you fat. Finally, under Qin Feng and Oppos, coaxing, Xia Ting Kuden and Oppos, resist and picked up a grilled sausage, licking the sauce on the surface to satisfy her craving before returning the sausage to Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Amp, Oppos, mind wandered. This school beauty and Amp, Oppos, little mouth. No matter what she ate, would make people's thoughts run wild. Baby, come with me to the car. How could Xia Ting not understand what he meant? She glanced at him and hummed. No, you Haven and Oppos, even taking a shower. Qin Feng forcefully wrapped his arm around Xia Ting and Oppos' waist, pressing her against his body, feeling the girl's exquisite figure, and whispered, then let's go to a hotel now. Xia Ting twisted her body, coyly saying, you scumbag. You acted so proper when Sister Yu was around. As soon as she left, you revealed your true colors. Qin Feng held her, pretending to struggle, and walked toward the parking lot. Be good, you provoked me this afternoon, and I and Oppos am still upset. Xia Ting glanced at him and said, Humph. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Qin Feng woke up in the same 4-star hotel as before. Next to him was a sleeping school beauty curled up. They had been at it for 4 or 5 hours last night. By the time they went to sleep, they were already exhausted. She needed a rest now. Qin Feng didn't and Oppos disturb her, holding the girl and quietly admiring her beauty. Her long eyelashes curled slightly upward. Her fair face was as soft as water, and her smooth collarbone rose and fell rhythmically with her breath. She truly possessed a countenance that could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. As Qin Feng watched, the woman murmured and slowly woke up. Having just regained some strength, Qin Feng pounced on her again. The two of them got dressed and went downstairs for breakfast, which was already past 10:00 and damp. Oppo's clock. Although the hotel and damp, Oppo's breakfast time had long ended. There was still hot breakfast available for Qin Feng and Xia Ting when they came down. Qin Feng slurped his soy milk, thinking that the condoms from last night hadn't been used, and asked Xia Ting, Ting, are you sure it's okay? I'm in my safe period these days, so it's okay. Xia Ting said calmly as she rubbed her stomach, reassuring him. Qin Feng didn't quite understand this, but since she said it was okay, then it was okay. Even if something did happen, he wasn't afraid. With so much money, it would be easy to raise a child. Chapter 77. The multi-talented Peng Jinyan. After finishing their meal, Qin Feng and Xia Ting prepared to pick up their new Porsche. They boarded Wang Gang and Amp, Oppo's car and arrived at the 4S dealership. From a distance, Peng Jinyan spotted a domestic SUV pulling in but paid it no mind until the window rolled down to reveal Qin Feng and Oppo's face, prompting her to rush over with a radiant smile. Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Is the car ready? Qin Feng casually inquired. It has been thoroughly inspected. Allow me to lead you to the handover ceremony. Peng Jinyan replied with a smile, guiding them ahead. A ceremony? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Indeed. We prepared some small gifts for you, and we hope you will enjoy them. Peng Jinyan said cheerfully. All right, lead the way. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. It was Xia Ting's first car purchase, and upon hearing about the handover ceremony, her excitement intensified. She took Qin Feng's hand and followed Peng Jinyan. Upon entering the delivery showroom, a flamboyant red convertible sat at the center, adorned with balloons and flowers, topped with a giant red bow. A banner on the overhead screen read, Congratulations to Ms. Xia Ting on acquiring a Porsche 911 Turbo S. Wishing you joy and happiness. For different bottles of champagne were displayed on a table, alongside a floral box containing the car keys. The sales staff formed 2 rows, holding celebratory confetti. A professional-looking photographer stood by the car, signaling for Qin Feng and Xia Ting to pose for a photograph. As the confetti burst into the air, a picture-perfect moment was captured with Xia Ting nestled in Qin Feng's embrace before the Porsche. The scene was enchanting, and Xia Ting's heart soared with joy. Her dream had come true, leaving her speechless with happiness as she showered Qin Feng with affectionate kisses. System notification. Xia Ting's affection 3. Qin Feng smiled subtly. The love demonstrated through his actions the previous night had earned Xia Ting 3 additional points of affection. With the car handover, he was now just a step away from reaching the 80-point mark for a reward. Yet, his primary focus was not on the reward, but rather on achieving a 100-point affection level to obtain her remarkable physique. After all, without a robust waist, one could hardly fend off the numerous, alluring women vying for his attention. Ms. Xia, would you like me to provide a detailed introduction to the car's features? Peng Jinyan inquired, adhering to protocol. Yes, please, Xia Ting eagerly agreed, as she was uncertain about how to operate the convertible roof. Peng Jinyan summoned an intern sales associate to sit in the passenger seat and thoroughly explain the features to Xia Ting. Seeing that he had no further role to play, Qin Feng wandered into the adjacent showroom to explore other Porsche models, contemplating acquiring a finer vehicle for himself. Peng Jinyan followed him with a smile, saying, Mr. Qin, please come this way. I will prepare some tea for you. They may require a moment. Purchasing a car was not a matter of urgency. So Qin Feng followed the charming saleswoman into the VIP lounge and settled onto the sofa. What would you like to drink, Mr. Qin? Black tea or green tea? We also have coffee, Peng Jinyan suggested, casually adjusting her hair and bending slightly, her voice soft and inviting. Clad in a stylish suit, her neckline revealed a hint of allure. Qin Feng stole a glance, marveling at her beauty. Just whatever is fine, he replied. After a moment in Amp, Oppo's thought, Peng Jinyan said, I shall prepare you a cup of oolong tea. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, casually adding, perhaps with a couple of goji berries as well. Peng Jinyan teased, Oh, Mr. Qin, have you started focusing on health at such a young age? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. One eventually learns to care for their health. Peng Jinyan instructed a staff member to prepare the tea, then boldly sat beside Qin Feng, her voice gentle. You seem a bit fatigued, Mr. Qin. I happen to know a head massage technique. Would you like me to help you relax? Intrigued, Qin Feng had never experienced a massage before. "Oh, you possess such a skill?" "Indeed, I have many talents. Dancing, yoga, cooking, and flower arranging," she replied. Seeing that Qin Feng did not object, she placed her hands on his shoulders, gently maneuvering him down onto her lap. Surprised by her boldness, Qin Feng had expected her to stand while giving him a massage. Instead, she had him lying on her lap. Just as he was about to speak, he felt her delicate fingers caressing his chin, softly kneading the area around his ears. Momentarily lost for words, he felt a tingling sensation on the parts of his face she touched. Lifting his gaze, he saw only the towering mountains, obscuring his view of her face. Inhaling her unique fragrance, he felt a flicker of desire. However, having been with numerous women, he could not afford to expend energy on someone lacking tangible rewards. He reminded himself of the importance of maintaining his composure, closing his eyes to simply relish the massage. Peng Jinyan continued to tease him, playfully lingering on his face before using her thumbs to hold his head, while her middle and ring fingers gently massaged his scalp. "I have also learned full-body massages, which can alleviate the fatigue of your daily life, Mr. Qin. If you ever have time, you could come to my place to experience the effects." Qin Feng adjusted his position on her lap. RESP Chapter 78. Will the Rolls-Royce avoid traffic? Qin Feng gazed through the mountains, catching a glimpse of her uncontrollable eyes, and smiled faintly. "Just fortunate enough to earn a bit of money," he remarked modestly. "Mr. Qin is too humble. If you're interested in a Rolls-Royce, how about I take you to purchase one? I happen to know their supervisor and can secure you the best price," Peng Jinyan said, her eyes sparkling. The automotive sales circle is neither too large nor too small. A few inquiries can lead to the right contacts. Moreover, bringing in clients can yield a sales commission, albeit with a touch of specialized channels and skills. A multi-million-dollar deal is a rare opportunity. Seizing it could yield a profit equivalent to half a year's salary. Certainly, price is not an issue. I simply desire a well-equipped vehicle that I can drive off with immediately, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Peng Jinyan, filled with excitement, quickly responded, "Let me check if there are any available vehicles right now." With that, she gently pressed on Qin Feng's forehead with one hand while the other reached for her phone to send a WeChat message. Multitasking seemed to work well for her. After a while, Xia Ting, having familiarized herself with a new car, called Qin Feng. Fearing that Xia Ting might discover him reclining in another's embrace, leading to jealousy and a need for appeasement, he decided to step outside. "Xia Ting, would you like me to buy you a Rolls-Royce?" Xia Ting. After a lengthy explanation, Qin Feng clarified that due to familial restrictions, valuable items could not be registered under his name. Since she was the only person he trusted, he wished to purchase the vehicle in her name. Upon understanding, Xia Ting closed her astonished mouth, accepting his reasoning, while secretly reveling in being his sole confidant. However, she couldn't help but wonder about his true identity and how he had amassed such wealth. Under the brilliant midday sun, a brand new red Porsche crept forward at a snail's pace along the road. It frequently slammed to a halt, standing rigidly in the middle of the road, before shakily moving again, reminiscent of a novice female driver. Indeed, that was the case. Xia Ting had never touched the steering wheel since obtaining her driver's license. Making this her first car, she drove cautiously, her heart racing with trepidation, utterly reluctant to accelerate. Upon noticing the red lights ahead, she braked from a considerable distance. Terrified of losing control, Qin Feng, unable to drive himself, sat in the passenger seat, nearly feeling nauseated by her erratic driving. The previous dreams of luxury cars and beautiful women seemed like a distant joke. He yearned for Shifuya, who drove swiftly and steadily, surpassing even seasoned drivers. He resolved to inquire about her preferred car next time and gift her one, vowing never to ride with a novice driver again. Fortunately, the distance was not extensive. Xia Ting took 20 minutes to drive the 10-minute walk to the Rolls-Royce dealership, and upon arrival, she carelessly parked the car across 2 spaces, preparing to exit. Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Peng Jinyan had arrived first, standing at the entrance with a well-dressed middle-aged woman. Upon spotting Qin Feng, she hurried over. "Mr. Qin has arrived." "Welcome, Mr. Qin and Miss Xia." The 2 women greeted him with beaming smiles. The middle-aged woman cast a glance at Xia Ting, but seemed unconcerned about her haphazard parking. Wealthy individuals can often have peculiar habits, including occupying 2 parking spaces. Hello, hello. Qin Feng greeted, taking a moment to catch his breath. He refrained from scrutinizing the middle-aged woman, as even if she were a perfect 10, he had no interest in pursuing her. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you to Ms. Chiu Lily, the sales manager here, Peng Jinyan announced. Welcome to our establishment, Mr. Qin. Please come inside, Chiu Lily said warmly, slightly bowing and gesturing for him to enter. Yanzi has already conveyed your requirements to me. We currently have 2 available vehicles. One is the extended version, which is relatively more expensive. Let us go with the extended version. A man must have the longer model, Qin Feng interjected before she could finish. Chiu Lily was momentarily taken aback, sensing the young gentleman and Appo's spirited personality. She adopted a more playful tone, saying, Indeed, a handsome man like Mr. Qin should not settle for less. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by her boldness, feeling a sense of pride as he replied, It's a natural disposition. I can't help it, though it can be rather troublesome at times. Xiating, aware of Qin Feng and Appo's charm, felt a bit embarrassed and playfully nudged him, saying, With so many girls around, can you refrain from boasting? Qin Feng chuckled, recognizing that discussing such matters at the entrance of Rolls-Royce was indeed inappropriate. Just as he was about to change the topic, Peng Jinyan chimed in, playfully lamenting to Xia Ting, Miss Xia, since you have a car, you wouldn't understand how challenging it is for us without one. Sometimes, we just wish to hear the engine roar. Indeed, female drivers can be quite bold. Xia Ting ignored Peng Jinyan's comment and urged Qin Feng, brother, let us hurry and check out the cars. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce before. Feigning nonchalance, Qin Feng responded, It's nothing special. It can't even transform. Xia Ting burst into laughter. If it could transform, could you even afford it? Unfazed, Qin Feng declared, as long as you like it. I'd buy the sun for you. Xia Ting shyly rolled her eyes at him, saying softly, Stop joking. On a serious note, how much is that extended version? Chiu Lily, leading the way, responded to her inquiry with a smile. Miss Xia, feel free to take a guess. You have 3 attempts, and if you're within $1 million, I'll gift you 3 lamb's wool floor mats, each valued at 68,000. Xia Ting gasped, astonished at the price of a single floor mat. 68,000 for one? That's equivalent to an ordinary car. How exorbitant must the entire vehicle be? In her mind, a Porsche was already the pinnacle of luxury. She had never dared to dream of anything pricier. 10 million? She ventured, hoping for a generous estimate. Not even close. Chiu Lily chuckled. 2 million? Xia Ting let her imagination soar. Too much. That's a bit far-fetched, Qin Feng interjected, having read extensively on the subject. Despite never having driven, he estimated, I reckon it's around 18 million. Chiu Lily clapped lightly in admiration, exclaiming, as expected of Mr. Qin, to guess the price without seeing the vehicle is truly impressive. While she appeared astonished by his ability to estimate the cost, internally, she was somewhat skeptical. The vehicle indeed priced over 18 million. There are many ways to guess a price accurately. It could be a mere coincidence or perhaps Mr. Qin had prior knowledge of the vehicle and Appo's value. The affluent often share connections. Such information is easily obtainable with a few inquiries. Chapter 79, General Qin. You wouldn't Appo's disdain me for being older and less attractive, would you? Summer Ting exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the Rolls-Royce is an unparalleled entity in the automotive industry, and the spirit of ecstasy is a symbol of status and prestige. Your boyfriend possesses exquisite taste. He chooses only the finest, whether it be in automobiles or in people. Chiu Lily's flattery brought a sense of joy to Summer Ting, who smiled brightly at Qin Feng. The group, filled with laughter and conversation, entered a small exhibition hall where a single black car stood. Under the dazzling lights, it shimmered with iridescent hues. The vehicle measured nearly 6 meters in length and 2 meters in height, lying quietly as if it were a slumbering steel beast, exuding an imposing aura. The front featured the iconic rectangular grille, with headlights that conveyed a sense of tension. The classic suicide door design highlighted the car and Appo's uniqueness. At the front, the spirit of ecstasy welcomed Qin Feng and his companions. Mr. Qin, Allow me to present the overall price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base price is 8 million, with an additional 6 million in taxes and 7 million for optional features, bringing the total to 1 million. Summer Ting gasped, muttering, "Are the optional features really that expensive? That could buy 2 Porsche 911s. The hall was quiet, and Summer Ting's words reached Xiao Lily's ears clearly. She smiled and donned gloves, touching the wheel as she explained, "This polished black alloy wheel option costs 380,000, equivalent to a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce is a luxury brand under BMW, so the comparison is effortless." She guided everyone to the rear, pointing at the exhaust pipes. "These chrome exhaust pipes are 150,000. The illuminated welcome light at the entrance, featuring the RR logo, is 180,000. The embroidered patterns on the headrests are 140,000. The electric curtains in the rear seat are 260,000, akin to a BMW 3 Series. The 2 executive aviation seats in the back cost 900,000. The golden gallery on the central console is 700,000. The most striking feature, the starlit ceiling, is 600,000. Additionally, there are the sound system, body assistance features, and the electric rising emblem. "Please, no more," Summer Ting exclaimed, holding her head. Upon seeing such an opulent automobile, she felt her own 3 million Porsche to be rather lackluster, filled with a desire to experience it firsthand. However, recalling her previous rejection, she hesitated to approach. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed. Money had become mere numbers to him. Purchasing this vehicle was primarily for the luxurious rear space and the prestige it afforded. Driving it would also help him avoid many unnecessary negative emotions. He nudged the serious-looking Wang gang and said, "Brother Wang, you should be accustomed to handling a 6-meter-long vehicle, right?" "Yes," Wang gang nodded solemnly, embodying a stoic demeanor. Yet, he had been drenched in sweat upon hearing the electric curtain cost 260,000, and the thought of truly driving such a car made his legs tremble. Goodness, this is akin to having 10 houses on the road. If it gets scratched, will my salary even suffice? Perhaps I should don a protective suit to drive it. What if some mischievous child, like in the news, stealthily removes the emblem at night? Where would I find someone to compensate for that? Wang Gang's mind raced with panic, but no one could hear his inner turmoil. Noticing Wang Gang's composure, Qin Feng silently praised him for his exceptional mental fortitude, a quality honed from his military background. He decisively called Xiao Lily to handle the contract, opting for a full payment and specifying that the vehicle should be registered under Summer Ting's name. Xiao Lily was accustomed to such matters. Wealthy individuals often prefer to keep their assets clean and discreet, as flaunting luxury cars and mansions could attract unwanted attention from big players. Mr. Qin's affection for Miss Summer is truly touching. It requires immense trust to place an 18 million vehicle in her name. Your relationship makes even this old aunt envious, Xiao Lily remarked. Summer Ting, basking in her happiness, gazed adoringly at Qin Feng, her face radiant with joy. Qin Feng reveled in the praise, as every word from Xiao Lily resonated with him. This was akin to ancient emperors favoring cunning ministers. Well-delivered flattery could elicit great delight from the ruler. Observing Xiao Lily continuing to flatter Summer Ting, Qin Feng began to contemplate the prospect of hiring her as a housekeeper. She would undoubtedly be capable of taking care of any future companions he might bring home. "Director Xiao, may I inquire about your salary here?" he asked boldly. Xiao Lily was taken aback, quickly discerning the implications behind his words. After a moment's thought, she replied with a smile, "The salary is average, slightly above that of an ordinary person, but not exceptionally high. The primary appeal of this job is its ease. There are few clients throughout the year. Management is not exhausting, and it is conveniently located." Qin Feng grasped the underlying message in her words and sighed, "Ah, what a pity." Hong Jinyan, who had been observing, teased, Mr. Qin, are you considering poaching her?" Indeed, Director Qiu is not only beautiful, but also detail-oriented. Her way of speaking and working is quite pleasing. I was contemplating whether I could win her over with monetary incentives. Qin Feng replied with a smile. I am unsure of Director Chio's annual salary, but our supervisors earn around 1 million. How much do you intend to offer her? Peng Jinyan asked curiously. Such extravagant offers from the wealthy were commonplace in her line of work, and she was eager to share the story with her colleagues. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng responded, perhaps 2 to 3 times her current salary. Although he could afford even more, he preferred not to overindulge. Excessive compensation could diminish motivation, akin to a cat that, having eaten its fill, loses its instinct to hunt. Everyone present was taken aback, and silence enveloped the room. No one dared to question Qin Feng and Appo's words. After all, those who could afford to purchase a Rolls-Royce spoke with weight. They were merely astonished by his casual mention of such a high salary. 2 to 3 million was no trivial sum. Even top-tier assistants rarely received such compensation. Peng Jinyan felt a pang of envy. Despite being younger and more charming, why did Qin Feng prefer this woman in her 40s? It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking. Qiu Lily was equally astonished by Qin Feng's offer. Their dealership could not be compared to the more popular Porsche outlets. While many wealthy individuals existed in Huaxia, few could afford a Rolls-Royce. Consequently, during lean times, her annual salary often fell short of 1 million. Hearing Qin Feng propose a salary of 2 to 3 million stirred her interest, though she concealed her excitement. With a beaming smile, she invited Qin Feng to the VIP lounge, instructing her colleagues to prepare the contract and insurance. Once everything was settled, she brewed tea for Qin Feng and his companions before politely inquiring, "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Qin. I have indeed considered changing jobs, but have yet to find a suitable opportunity. May I ask what role you envision for me?" Qin Feng replied candidly, "I am in need of an assistant to manage daily affairs and handle some household matters. How many companies do you own? What do they specialize in? Will I need to travel frequently for client meetings?" Qiu Lily asked with concern. "I only possess experience in managing a 4S dealership. If your business is extensive, I fear I may not qualify for the position of executive assistant," she expressed anxiously. She worried that her age and mental agility could not compete with the younger candidates, leading to her potential rejection. Chapter 80. Assist me in managing the harem. I currently do not own a company, but I shall in the future, Qin Feng remarked casually. Qiu Lily immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hypothesizing that this Mr. Qin had yet to take over his parents' enterprise, or perhaps his siblings were alleviating their parents' burdens, thus sparing him from concern. If he were to establish a company later, the pressure on her would undoubtedly be lessened. After all, by that time, she would likely be well acquainted with her employer. As long as he was satisfied, she need not worry about others' opinions. Mr. Qin is truly exceptional planning ahead. If you are intending to start a company, may I inquire what type you envision? It will be beneficial for me to prepare in advance, she inquired. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, revealing a pensive expression, momentarily caught off guard by the question. He had no immediate intentions of launching a business. With the system in place, it was akin to having an infinite supply of currency. Establishing a company seemed unnecessary. However, he recognized that this was contingent upon the system remaining operational. Moreover, should he eventually have offspring, he would need to consider their future without the system's aid. What kind of company would be prudent to establish? As he pondered, a sudden epiphany struck him. He could create an entertainment and media company. This venture would enable him to scout for exceptionally talented individuals, investing in them to elevate them to stardom. The women who garnered the most favor would be the ones he promoted. After all, he possessed ample resources. Investing in talent was simply a financial endeavor. His admiration fund could easily support an entire girl group, training them to debut as idols. Once they achieved fame, and his company became established, his future progeny would not face concerns over their livelihood, even if the system were to cease functioning. Perhaps he might even enjoy certain advantages? With this thought, Qin Feng felt invigorated. Yet his immediate priority was to acquire robust physique and bodyguards, ideally donning a protective suit before proceeding. Presently, he lacked influence and connections. Recklessness could attract unwanted attention. Should an unfortunate incident occur, he would have no recourse for lamentation. Let us not rush into establishing a company for now. It will likely pertain to the entertainment and media sector. For the moment, Your primary responsibility is to assist me in managing household affairs, ensuring my and Miss Xia's daily needs are met, he declared. Qiu Lily was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you suggesting I should spend 2 to 3 million to become your housekeeper? Ah, I meant to say, the caretaker for both me and Miss Xia, Qin Feng clarified. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was hiring for her benefit, Xia Ting perked up, scrutinizing Qiu Lily closely. The middle-aged woman had an elegant stature and dignified appearance. Time had etched subtle traces upon her face, yet these only enhanced her unique charm. Her demeanor conveyed a sense of wisdom and poise. Xia Ting found herself quite fond of this older sister figure, having no objections to Qin Feng's hiring decision, as long as he did not harbor any peculiar preferences. Qiu Lily hesitated, uncertain about the reliability of this arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Mr. Qin, this is quite a significant shift in industry. May I have a few days to consider? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Of course, the role of a caretaker may require a considerable time commitment, so you should inform your family. Qiu Lily managed a wry smile upon hearing the term housekeeper. As a supervisor at a high-end car dealership, the prospect of caring for children felt rather humiliating. Had she not heard the potential for a 2- or 3-fold salary, she would have dismissed the idea outright. I am divorced, with my child granted to my ex-husband. My schedule is flexible, but I lack experience in caregiving, which concerns me, she admitted. You need not worry. Just perform as you did earlier, and we are all respectable individuals, Qin Feng reassured her. He was quite pleased with Qiu Lily. She understood boundaries, exhibited charm, and possessed management experience. He anticipated owning multiple villas in the future, along with a cadre of servants, and felt confident in trusting this perceptive woman with the task. Additionally, with so many young women around, she could assist in coordinating their care. Qin Feng had never contemplated having a woman of exceptional caliber serve other equally exceptional women, fearing potential rivalries. The responsibility of attending to the mistress of the house would be best suited to this astute older sister. Should you agree, I will start your annual salary at 2 million. If your performance is commendable, the year-end bonus will not be less than 1 million. If you can ensure my partner in oppos as happiness and foster her affection for me, you may dictate any salary increase, Qin Feng offered, enticing Qiu Lily thoroughly. Indeed, working alongside such a generous employer promised a brighter future than her current position. Numerous attractive sales personnel had been known to leave their jobs immediately upon attracting the boss's attention. However, she had not anticipated encountering such an opportunity at her age. I am grateful for your kindness, Mr. Qin. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow at the latest, if that is acceptable, Qiu Lily said cautiously. She had already formed a tentative conclusion, but a touch of reserve would enhance her perceived importance. Very well, Qin Feng replied, glancing at the taciturn Wang Gang, and added with a smile, Wang, you will also be subject to this standard. Your performance these past few days has been commendable. Consider yourself effectively promoted. Wang Gang and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the unexpected news. The transition from an annual salary of 100,000 to 2 million in less than 3 days was an experience beyond his imagination. This windfall caught him completely off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. Thank you, boss. I, Wang Gang, am willing to face any challenge for you, he declared fervently. Why would you face challenges? Xia Ting interjected, expressing her disdain for such violence. I. Wang Gang stammered, contemplating professing his willingness to reach for the moon for his boss, but fearing misinterpretation, he swallowed the words. No need for that. In the future, should anyone dare to disrespect you, do not wait for my instructions. Simply subdue them on the spot, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. Wang Gang realized his boss was referring to the incident with his former girlfriend at the mall. He had refrained from taking action, primarily due to her past connection with Qin Feng. At that moment, his focus had solely been on guarding against physical threats, neglecting the potential for emotional attacks. Now, hearing his boss's words, he promptly assured, rest assured, boss. Should anyone dare to offend you again, I will lift them effortlessly. Qin Feng waved his hand, not bothering to inquire how he would manage if the assailant weighed 200 pounds. Returning to the matter at hand, He turned to Qiu Lily and inquired, "When can the vehicle be delivered?" Qiu Lily responded promptly, "It can be delivered tomorrow." Qin Feng nodded, "Very well. I will have Wang come to collect the vehicle. Please coordinate accordingly." "Understood," Qiu Lily replied, taking the documents from the salesperson and turning to Xia Ting. "Please sign here, Miss Xia." Chapter 81. Learning to be a heartbreaker. Becoming a heartbreaker, surpassing a heartbreaker. Xia Ting signed the documents with a sense of relief. Upon seeing yet another Rolls-Royce added to her name, her gaze towards Qin Feng transformed. Initially, she regarded him merely as a successful individual worth millions. However, his conduct today revealed to her that his wealth was indeed extraordinary, possibly reaching the nine-figure realm. For an ordinary person to reach a net worth of millions, it might require a lifetime of hard work coupled with luck. Yet, to breach the billion mark, one would need the backing of a powerful family. She speculated that Qin Feng's father might be feigning poverty, concealing his status as a billionaire, raising Qin Feng in humble circumstances to cultivate his resilience, much like the Prince of Spicy who concealed his vast wealth for over 2 decades. Alternatively, he could have been reunited with a long-lost wealthy father, transforming from a poor boy into a distinguished young man. Having a boyfriend of such elite status would typically bring joy, but Xia Ting found herself troubled. This disparity suggested that they were ill-matched, and it was likely he would never marry her. She felt conflicted, uncertain whether her father's potential arrangement for their marriage would hold any weight. She had heard that some affluent families only desired the children, disregarding the mothers. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. After all the formalities were completed, Peng Jinyan and Qiu Lily stepped outside to discuss commission matters. Qin Feng remained in the lounge, awaiting their receipts and various documents. Turning, he noticed Xia Ting's troubled expression and inquired, "Darling, aren't you happy about the car purchase?" Xia Ting cast him a melancholic glance and replied, "I'm not unhappy. I'm just contemplating our future." Qin Feng smiled. "In the future, I will love you just as I do now, ensuring your happiness." Xia Ting expressed her distress, "But I feel like you're growing more distant each day." With a playful grin, Qin Feng countered, "Last night, our distance was negative. How could it be far?" Xia Ting playfully scolded him, "You're being frivolous." "I'm serious. I feel like you change every day, and it frightens me." "What is there to fear? No matter how much I change, my love for you will remain constant," he reassured her. Qin Feng assumed she was accusing him of being fickle and comforted her, "Do not overthink it. You are my most important girl. Regardless of how many women surround me, you will always be the one I cherish the most." Listening to his sweet words, Xia Ting leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder, and sighed. "You're so handsome and come from such a good family. I feel a bit unworthy of you." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her self-doubt. Could it be that even a girl of her caliber experienced insecurities? He gently massaged her shoulders, planted a kiss on her forehead, and borrowed a line from a drama. "If even you feel unworthy of me, then no one in this world could possibly be worthy." Xia Ting's spirits lifted significantly as she tilted her head towards him, teasing, "Humph, such flattery. You must use the same lines on other girls, right?" "Absolutely not." He replied earnestly, "What I say is the truth." "Only a fool would believe you, you heartbreaker," she retorted, gradually revealing a smile. Casting a fond glance at the man she increasingly admired, she playfully asked, "Brother, will you ever abandon me?" Qin Feng replied firmly, "Never." Then, Xia Ting's gaze faltered as she hesitantly continued, "Is there a possibility that you might marry me in the future?" Qin Feng and Apos' brow furrowed. This was a complex question. The last time Xia Ting and Apos' affection level was at 79, her desire to meet his parents led to a decline in their rapport. Now, reaching the same level again felt reminiscent of that moment. He understood that a single affirmative could elevate her affection level to 80, but he was reluctant to commit, as he suspected that achieving a perfect score of 100 might necessitate marriage, something he was not prepared for at the moment. To avoid losing her affection again, he decided to take control of the situation. "Before I answer your question, let me ask you this. Do you love me?" Qin Feng inquired calmly. Xia Ting was momentarily shocked, but quickly asserted, "Of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I want to marry you?" "You do not love me," Qin Feng stated flatly. raising a hand to silence her before continuing. Love cannot be concealed. Even if you cover your mouth, it will still shine through your eyes. In your gaze, I see no love, only a sense of possession. I do not, Xia Ting stammered, panicking. She desperately sought words to validate her feelings, but realized that apart from physical pleasure, she had not truly made any heartfelt gestures for Qin Feng. Instead, she recalled his numerous acts of patience and tolerance toward her. The wealthy young man, who could afford a Rolls-Royce, catered to her every whim, while she had behaved like a spoiled princess, throwing tantrums. This realization struck her with terror. She recognized that she had not genuinely fallen for Qin Feng. Her desire to marry him stemmed from a greedy wish for a comfortable life rather than true love. Marriage should be a testament to mutual affection. Yet she had seen his love while failing to reciprocate sincerely. Now, she was even demanding he marry her, which felt rather unreasonable upon reflection. In anguish, Xia Ting shook her head, lowering her gaze as tears threatened to spill. However, upon hearing Qin Feng praise the gentle and virtuous Shi Fuya, her stubbornness flared, and she instantly repressed her tears. She wanted to temper her temper and present herself with grace, just like a primary consort, to leave a favorable impression on Qin Feng. But she found it impossible. The moment she saw other women near him, her instinct was to unleash her fury upon them. She could compromise on marriage, but could not tolerate Qin Feng's other women. She resolved to exhaust Qin Feng daily, ensuring he remained devoted to her alone. Chapter 82, Wang Gang, Iron and Steel Backbone Brother, I will never mention marriage again. Please do not be angry with me. Hearing Xia Ting's pleading tone, Qin Feng's mood instantly brightened. Believing his words had made an impact, he gently patted Xia Ting's head, attempting to encourage her in a manner reminiscent of his past flings. At present, I have no intention of marrying. However, if I do decide to wed in the future, I will only choose a woman who truly cherishes me. You are my first choice, provided you can steadfastly remain by my side. Qin Feng gazed tenderly at Xia Ting, and he noticed a glimmer of hope ignite in her eyes. She nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, I will make you understand my feelings. I look forward to your demonstration. Brother, I love you. I love you too." Qin Feng felt immense joy within, thinking that this bout of persuasion would surely elevate his affection rating. Perhaps it would even skyrocket. The thought filled him with anticipation as he awaited the system's notification. 10 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. A minute passed. Yet Xia Ting and Oppo's expression remained sincere, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying a steadfast devotion. Yet, the affection rating did not budge. What could be the reason? This was unexpected. Previously, when he mentioned the prospect of marriage, the affection rating soared beyond 100, and he even impulsively purchased an expensive necklace. Why was it different with Xia Ting? System, are you experiencing a bug? Please respond. System notification. Xia Ting and Oppo's affection rating 0. Seriously? Is this a joke? Could it be that this method of persuasion only works for women and not for men? Have I merely performed for naught? He felt a wave of frustration, grappling with the enigmatic nature of a woman in Oppo's heart. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, once a woman in Oppo's affection reaches a certain threshold, it can only be further stimulated through extraordinary events that evoke deep emotions. At that moment, Xia Ting was overwhelmed with guilt and possessiveness, devoid of genuine love for him. Thus, the affection rating remained stagnant at 79. Despite her heartfelt intentions of growing old together with Qin Feng, a lack of romantic feelings persisted. This was not a failing on her part. It was a universal truth among women. Even if the man in question were the wealthiest in the world, a woman might submit to him for his riches, but who could truly know her inner thoughts? An affection rating of 80, as defined by the system, signifies a woman's desire to journey through life with her partner, irrespective of wealth or status. A perfect score of 100 indicates that even if a man were flawed, having served time, suffered ailments, lost his wealth, or displayed abusive behavior, women would remain devoted, hoping for his redemption. Such foolish devotion is remarkably common among women. Once love takes root, they plunge in recklessly, like moths to a flame. The same can be said for passionate men, although modern society often casts a critical eye upon them, branding them with unflattering labels. Qin Feng had once been a lovesick man, And even now, he still was, albeit with a broader range of potential affections due to his increasing capabilities. Yet, he still failed to comprehend women. He had hoped that mere words would earn him an extraordinary physique, but it appeared far more complex than he had anticipated. Thus, he pondered on how to win Xia Ting's heart. What extravagant gesture could he devise? Congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Rolls-Royce. May the goddess of fortune illuminate your path. As the sales manager's words of blessing echoed, Qin Feng smiled and waved goodbye, stepping out of the dealership. He informed Xia Ting that he had matters to attend to and would join her later before stepping into Wang Gang's car. Xia Ting, reluctant to see him go, yearned to cling to him. However, as he mentioned his obligations, she felt it inappropriate to pry further, and thus drove home in a sullen mood. Yet, as she recalled the prospect of boasting to her mother about acquiring a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth $18 million, her spirits lifted. She imagined her mother's astonishment upon seeing such a luxurious vehicle. However, much to her surprise, her mother was absent, and instead, her father, who had no classes that afternoon, witnessed her return in the extravagant car. Assuming she was misbehaving, he reprimanded her without hesitation. Xia Ting, infuriated, immediately protested by refusing to eat. But those were matters for another time. Back with Qin Feng, he sat in the car and posed a question to Wang Gang. Brother Wang, if you were very wealthy and wished for a woman to fall in love with you, what would you do? The straightforwardly masculine Wang Gang replied, just give her money and profess your love. That carries risks. Is there a more reliable method? Perhaps feed her delicious food until she becomes dependent on you, ensuring she has no other suitors. Qin Feng responded with exasperation. Is there a quicker method? Something romantic, perhaps? Wang Gang confidently suggested. Then buy her gold rings, flowers, and lipstick. My wife loves such things. All right, just drive well. Understood, boss. Having served in the military, Wang Gang embodied a formidable strength. Qin Feng shook his head, reflecting on his unnecessary inquiry. The answer to courting a woman was simple. Just buy her what she adores. How could he have needed to consult anyone about such an obvious matter? Taking out his phone, Qin Feng opened an app to find the villa that Xia Ting had previously expressed great fondness for. He intended to create a delightful surprise and see if it would bear fruit. Soon, he located the contact information and called, still speaking to the same agent as before. Though he had stood the agent up previously while using Xia Ting and Oppo's phone, Qin Feng felt no embarrassment. Hello, this is Unju Real Estate. Who am I speaking to? Qin Feng responded, I found a villa on your app that I wish to purchase as a gift for my girlfriend. Is her presence required to sign the documents? The agent paused, then replied, if the property is to be registered in your partner's name, she would indeed need to be present to sign. I meant to surprise her with the purchase, hence I wish to keep it discreet. This could be complicated. You would require a power of attorney. Would you be able to meet and discuss? Certainly. Please provide your address. My surname is Zheng Daji. May I ask your surname? Qin, as in Qin Shi Huang. Very well, Mr. Qin Shi Huang. Our address is XXX. Please call me when you arrive. I will be at the office. As Zheng Daji hung up, he tapped his lips, dissatisfied with his blunder of addressing the client as Qin Shi Huang. However, he vaguely recalled a previous client with the surname Qin, who had called to inquire about a villa. That individual had kept him waiting for 2 hours at the villa's entrance, but ultimately failed to show up and did not respond to subsequent calls. Could this be the same person? Zheng Daji furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Chapter 83. Not driving a Rolls-Royce leads to death. Qin Feng arrived at the designated storefront and stepped out to make a phone call. A slender young man with a shifty gaze, clad in a suit and tie even in the sweltering heat, hurried out. He glanced around and, upon spotting Qin Feng and a tall figure standing at the entrance, immediately broke into a cheeky grin, cheerfully exclaiming, Gentlemen, you've arrived. I'm Xiao Zheng. Which of you is Mr. Qin? I am Qin Feng, he replied, stepping forward. Zheng Daji approached, grasping Qin Feng and Oppo's hand and giving a slight shake. Then turned to Wang Gang and inquired, what we call this big brother? Wang Gang, standing behind Qin Feng, remained silent. Qin Feng smiled and replied, P.S. surnamed Wang, and doesn't he speak much? Oh, Brother Wang, welcome. Please come inside and take a seat. Zheng Daji welcomed them, ushering them into the store. As they entered, Qin Feng took a moment to survey the premises. It was a modest real estate agency covering roughly 40 square meters, furnished with a few sofas and coffee tables in the lobby, with a manager's office partitioned off in the back. 5 employees, both male and female, sat in a row, busily typing on their computers. Qin Feng settled discreetly onto a sofa, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not encountering the rumored beautiful agents. Wang Gang remained steadfastly behind him, his demeanor stern. Zheng Daji, observing the duo, felt a wave of uncertainty. The scene appeared more akin to that of a boss accompanied by a bodyguard. Nevertheless, he treated Wang Gang with respect, bringing 3 cups of water to the table and politely offering, "Gentlemen, please have some water. It's truly sweltering today. Look at that blazing sun outside." Even though it's autumn, Qin Feng, unperturbed, casually remarked while glancing at Zheng Daji and damp. "Oppo's suit. If it's hot, perhaps you should wear less." Zheng Daji lamented. "I wish I could, but the company prohibits it, leaving me no choice." Qin Feng chuckled. "You could always step outside and remove it." Zheng Daji sighed. "Regardless of where I am, I still face a pay cut if caught." Alas, after a few more inconsequential exchanges, Qin Feng found himself unexpectedly fond of this young man, who had just met him yet spoke candidly about his company. In him, Qin Feng saw a reflection of his own past struggles, chasing after money, caught in the relentless grip of society, donning a mature suit while still so young, almost appearing as a child. However, Qin Feng was no savior. He could only offer to facilitate a property purchase for him, perhaps providing a small commission. Steering the conversation toward the main topic, Zheng Daji grew serious, taking a sip of water before explaining, "Old brother, let me tell you, secretly purchasing a home for your girlfriend can be quite troublesome. First, the payment must be made in full, as involving a loan brings the bank into play, and we cannot risk deceit in their presence. Secondly, we need your girlfriend's household registration and identification. Lastly, we must acquire a power of attorney, which is straightforward, but we will charge an additional fee because this must remain discreet. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng noted that aside from the household registration being somewhat cumbersome, the rest posed no issues. It was merely a matter of money. Moreover, the system permitted clandestine gift purchases. After pondering briefly, he sent a message to Qiu Lily, requesting her to contact Xia Ting and have her send the household registration to the 4S shop for car registration, hoping to deceive her father. Qiu Lily quickly reached Xia Ting, who had just arrived home, and, without hesitation, agreed to the request. She dashed inside to ask her father for the household registration. Having never heard of needing the household registration for a car purchase, her father, driven by the allure of a 3 million yuan Porsche, became furious and resorted to violence. Seeing the situation unfold favorably, Qin Feng smiled and nonchalantly declared, "All right, you can start the process. Money is not an issue. What is the quickest you can get it done?" Zheng Daji was taken aback, failing to grasp the situation. He hadn't even determined which property Qin Feng intended to purchase. "Boss, have you already chosen a property?" he asked. Qin Feng replied, "The villa priced at 8 million that you mentioned for your childhood friend, Sweet Potato." Zheng Daji scratched his head. "Boss, I don't recall having hosted you before." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Feng explained, "I called you a couple of days ago, but couldn't make it due to some matters." Zheng Daji exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you're the one who stood me up the other day?" Qin Feng awkwardly admitted, "I'm sorry, something came up." Zheng Daji, still astonished, speculated, "You can't be serious. Did you decide to buy a house without even viewing it?" Qin Feng smiled and nodded, mainly due to a lack of time to inspect it. He figured that the property was there, the area was known, and if necessary, it could always be renovated. After all, it was merely a few million yuan. There was no need to waste time inspecting it. "Are we not discussing the housing price?" Zheng Daji pressed. "And what about our commission? Are you out of your mind?" Zheng Daji exclaimed incredulously. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance. Wang Gang also raised his head, unsure if this constituted mental warfare, silently pondering, "Let us wait and see." Zheng Daji spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the other salespeople, who peeked over curiously. Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones, and anyone interested could easily hear them. The salespeople exchanged whispers among themselves. Do you think this person is a genuine big shot or merely teasing Xiao Zheng? I suspect he is just here for a laugh. Who buys an 8 million villa without even looking at it? Exactly. He even brought a bodyguard to create an impression. Who does that? Did you see his car? I noticed him getting out of a regular domestic vehicle earlier. He is clearly just fooling around. Zheng Daji, having graduated from university and worked at this agency for nearly 2 years, had never encountered such an approach to purchasing a home. Meeting for merely 3 minutes and relying on a video to claim he would spend 8 million to please his girlfriend seemed utterly absurd. Such scenarios were improbable even in dramas. If there were truly wealthy individuals spending money without a second thought, they would have specialized financial advisors to assist them. It was inconceivable for someone to personally visit their small agency and insist on a full cash purchase while requiring discretion. Adding to his skepticism was the fact that Qin Feng had stood him up previously. Zheng Daji would have wagered that these two were indeed eccentric. Boss, please don't toy with me. I'm just an ordinary person. If you're interested in villa videos, I can recommend some properties worth over $1 billion. Would you prefer to negotiate with their agents? Qin Feng maintained his composure, responding nonchalantly, I'm not interested in men. I'm not joking with you. That is not it, Zheng Daji emphasized. This is an 8 million villa, not 800 yuan. Who buys a house like buying a watermelon? Letting the seller choose without even looking? Qin Feng glanced at his phone, where Shifuya was inquiring if he was free to take Yi out for a day of fun. As he replied, he added, if you don't believe me, I can simply check with a neighboring real estate agency. Surely, there must be more than one source for the property. Chapter 84. If I call you father, dare you respond? Zheng Daji could hardly believe that this pretentious individual could afford a villa. At this moment, seeing him calm and composed, putting on an act, Zheng Daji impulsively remarked, fine. If you could provide a deposit of 100,000, I will call you father right here. Qin Feng chuckled. What if it in Oppos? S1 000,000? Zheng Daji retorted indignantly. I would strip off my pants and run naked outside. Are you serious? Qin Feng inquired. Absolutely. Zheng Daji asserted with bravado. Qin Feng gave him a thumbs up. All right, you have guts. Go prepare the contract and provide me with a corporate account. I will transfer the funds first. As his words fell, the onlookers were stunned. Wow, is he serious? One muttered. Could he possibly be a real big shot? This is going to be entertaining, regardless of the outcome. I feel like little Zheng is in for trouble. Laughter erupted if the big shot pays and little Zheng doesn't run naked. I wonder how the big shot will react. I don't know, but if he does run naked, he will surely lose his job. Serves him right for being so arrogant. He deserves to roll out. Look at him. With those shifty eyes, clearly not a good person, yet he pretends to be a nice guy. So hypocritical. Zheng Daji ignored the chatter around him. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated to draft the contract. He regretted making this bet. If this man truly produced the funds, he would be humiliated. Naked running would be a lifelong shame, an indelible stain. If he ran naked, not only would he lose his job, but he would also end up at the police station. However, if he chose to back out, the repercussions of offending a wealthy individual could be dire. Such a person, capable of spending millions to please a woman, was indeed intimidating. Who knew what actions they might take? Just as he found himself in this dilemma, the door to the manager's office swung open, revealing a poised woman. Clad in a beige suit paired with a white blouse, her short skirt accentuated her long, flawless legs. Her attire was simple yet elegant, exuding a subtle allure, and her appearance was undoubtedly feminine. Qin Feng assessed her, 29 years old, a score of 88. A pity, just a fraction short. This woman, named Lu Ziki, approached Zheng Daji and reprimanded. Little Zheng, what is going on? Why are you shouting? Can't you speak properly? It's not me causing trouble, Sister Lu. It's this big brother claiming he wants to buy an 8 million villa outright. I got a bit flustered and shouted. Lu Ziki was momentarily taken aback. Having heard her staff yelling from inside, she had rushed out to see what was amiss. Upon hearing Zheng Daji's explanation regarding the villa, she realized the gravity of the situation. She turned to Qin Feng, her previously furious expression transforming into one of radiant warmth. My apologies, sir. Our staff may not have provided the best service. If you have any requests, please let me know, and we will do our utmost to satisfy you. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. I have no particular requests. I'm merely curious to witness someone running naked. This left Lu Ziki momentarily speechless. After Zheng Daji briefly recounted the betting incident, she quickly understood. Observing the composed Qin Feng and the stern Wang gang behind him, her seasoned demeanor kicked in. With a bright smile, she hurriedly reassured, Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. Our staff is quite young and prone to making silly jokes. Please disregard that. Running naked would negatively impact our company. Seeing the manager come forth in a humble plea, coupled with Zheng Daji bowing in contrition, Qin Feng did not wish to complicate matters for the employee. After all, no egregious remarks had been made. It was merely a moment of doubt. I was just speaking whimsically. Let us move on to drafting the contract, he said cheerfully. Lu Ziki, having successfully calmed such a valuable client, straightened her posture with a hint of pride. She assumed Qin Feng's graciousness stemmed from her beauty and promptly suggested, Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Qin. Perhaps we could arrange a dinner sometime? All right, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, returning to his phone conversation with Shifuya. Lu Ziki, quite pleased, invited him to her office for tea and instructed Zheng Daji to prepare the deposit for purchasing the villa. Seeing that Qin Feng had so easily let him off the hook and still intended to buy the villa, Zheng Daji was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, you're amazing. Qin Feng, noticing his audacity, teased, What did you say you would call me? Zheng Daji, with a thick skin, boldly declared, Father is amazing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. Qin Feng indeed felt uncomfortable, a bit repulsed. Then let us stick with elder brother. Older brother, I wish to provide for you. After signing the agreement and transferring the 1 million deposit for the villa, they arranged for the homeowner to come in for the official contract signing tomorrow. The other sales representatives began to look at Qin Feng with newfound respect, while also feeling envious of Zheng Daji for encountering such a wealthy benefactor. How fortunate, calling someone father so easily. I wouldn't accept a deal from a dog that licks its way into a sale. How did that foolish dog get so lucky? Having a wealthy buyer just appear out of nowhere. Little Zheng must have a different background. His connections surely lead to wealthy individuals. True, it's quite disgusting. In the end, it's all about family connections. The sales representatives' discussions were tinged with jealousy, as they envied Zheng Daji for making a considerable profit from a single sale. Not wishing to exert the same effort, they secretly banded together to undermine him. After all, it was far more gratifying to find faults in others than to acknowledge their superiority. Fortunately, there was a certain Mr. Ma in this world who set a commendable example for these individuals. Once Lu Ziki confirmed that Qin Feng had indeed signed the agreement and was undoubtedly wealthy, her demeanor shifted to one of even greater enthusiasm. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? We still have some residential and commercial properties for sale. If you're interested, perhaps we could share a meal and discuss. As she spoke, she poured tea for Qin Feng, leaning low in her office with only Wang Gang present. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at her attire. Indeed, the view was quite enticing. The curves of her figure were subtly accentuated, fair and radiant, captivating one's attention. For reasons unknown, since acquiring wealth, such sights had become more frequent. Qin Feng merely glanced and then shifted his gaze away, feeling little desire for such distractions at present. Let us discuss the office building later. I'm not interested right now. Lu Ziki, maintaining her tea-pouring position, tossed her hair back, suggestively stating, Then let us just have a simple meal without discussing work. How's that sound? She assumed Qin Feng was the type who needed to be coaxed, believing that a little effort on her part would yield results. After all, a man who could casually purchase an 8 million villa outright was worth a dinner and some conversation. Lu Ziki considered herself irresistibly charming, believing that a proactive approach would yield success, regardless of a man's wealth. However, to her surprise, Qin Feng stood up and turned to leave. I shall forego my meal today, as I find myself rather preoccupied. Lu Ziki extended her hand, gazing vacantly at the man as he vanished through the office door, her eyes wide with astonishment, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. This man had not even mentioned when he might be available. Chapter 85, Shifuya and Appo's seaside attire, Dear Adoptive Father. Should you have any requests in the future, simply give me a call, and I assure you I will be at your service. Zheng Daji proclaimed excitedly as he escorted Qin Feng out the door. There is indeed one matter I wish to discuss. Qin Feng mused before continuing. I would like you to find a wedding planning or event organization company to help me set up the villa in a romantic fashion, so I could surprise her. Do you understand? Absolutely. Creating a romantic ambience is my forte. Back in our dormitory days, it was my assistants that led my 3 roommates to win over their girlfriends. Zheng Daji boasted with pride. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Feng inquired curiously. Zheng Daji's smile faltered, turning awkward as he replied, let's not delve into that. His appearance and modest background made the pursuit of romance significantly more challenging for him. After graduation, he became engrossed in his work, preoccupied with selling houses, often working late into the night seeking properties, honing his sales techniques, and creating videos to attract clients on various platforms. At times, he was so busy that he barely had time to eat, let alone pursue romantic interests. His plan was to save enough for a down payment on a house before contemplating a relationship, believing that having a home would give him the confidence to engage with women. However, with his current salary, it would take at least 3 to 4 years of hard work to afford a down payment. His parents had little savings to assist him, so he relied solely on his own efforts. Noticing the awkward expression on his face, Qin Feng refrained from pressing further. After all, adulthood is seldom easy, and it is not unusual to be without a girlfriend. He offered a few words of encouragement, assuring him that as long as the outcome was satisfactory, money was no object. They then boarded the car heading towards Shafia's neighborhood. Shafia had spent the night working and only woke up around noon. After picking up Yi from her parents, she intended to take her out for some fun, but Yi insisted that her uncle take her instead. Consequently, Shafia sent a message to Qin Feng, inquiring if he was available to accompany Yi. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she held Yi and Appo's hand and waited for Qin Feng at the community entrance. The mother and daughter wore matching white floral t-shirts and shorts, making them a striking sight together. Passers-by couldn't and Appo's help but admire Shafia and Appo's husband for his good fortune in marrying such a beautiful woman and having an equally lovely daughter. Many men thought that if they could have such a stunning wife and daughter, they would work 3 jobs to support them. Amidst the envious glances, Shafia gently reminded Yi, when we and Appo's, out Don and Appo's, eat indiscriminately, Don and Appo's, run off, and Don and Appo's, shout. Before she could finish, a domestic SUV slowly approached. Uncle Yi exclaimed as she recognized Wang Gang and Appo's vehicle, promptly breaking free from her mother's grasp and running towards it. Shafia shook her head in resignation. From a distance, Qin Feng spotted Yi rushing towards him and quickly exited the car to greet her. As she reached him, he crouched down to embrace the little princess. Did you think of me? He asked. I did, Yi replied, lifting her tiny hand to express her thoughts, her voice sweet and innocent. I thought of you once before bed, once when I woke up, and just now again. Qin Feng was utterly charmed by Yi and Appo's earnestness, showering her with playful stubble kisses that made her giggle uncontrollably. With a fond smile, he said, Yi, you are truly wonderful. How about we go to the beach today and catch some crabs? Yay! Yi squealed with excitement, bouncing in Qin Feng and Appo's arms, her little feet kicking joyfully. Seeing their happiness, Shafia couldn't help but smile softly and interjected, Yi, be careful not to move too much. You might fall. Unfazed by her mother's warning, Yi giggled, I won't fall. Uncle Yuan and Appo's, let me. Qin Feng reassured her, Don and Appo's, worry sister. I and Appo's, you got this. Shafia sighed, fine, do as you please, but if you fall, Don and Appo's, come crying to me. With a playful spirit, Yi danced triumphantly, declaring her steadiness. After some bustling moments, the 3 of them settled into the back seat of Wang Gang's car. Did you greet everyone? Shafia instructed Yi. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yi obediently called out, her sweet voice transforming Wang Gang's stern demeanor into a gentle smile. Hello, Yi, he replied, his tone warm. As the car began to move, Yi grew a bit mischievous, standing up to lean on the front seats, asking Wang Gang how much longer it would take. After receiving an answer, she would rush to one window, then the other, causing quite a ruckus. Meanwhile, Shafaya was discussing the bar's arrangements with Qin Feng, inquiring if they should change the bar's name, consider renovations, or clear out some personnel. As a mere delivery man, Qin Feng was ill-equipped to handle bar management. He understood that decisions impacting revenue could be both advantageous and detrimental, and thus he chose to deflect the topic with vague responses. Shafaya, observing Qin Feng's tendency to defer to her, found the situation both amusing and perplexing. She initially thought he was merely fulfilling his promise made when he gifted her the bar, to enjoy the venue without engaging in its management. Feeling trusted and valued, Shafaya relished this sentiment. She shifted the conversation, asking, "Brother, are we really going to the beach?" "Yes, I promised you yesterday," he confirmed. "But it's rather sudden. Doesn't T have her swimsuit? And we didn't bring sunscreen. Those items can easily be found at stores nearby." "Money is no object," Shafaya replied. Suddenly, a memory from her youth surfaced, a longing to wear a white dress and stroll along the beach. Glancing at the affluent Qin Feng, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "All right, I will follow your lead." Jiangcheng, being a coastal city, attracts countless tourists with its unique seaside scenery, delectable seafood, and pleasant climate. The beach was not far. The nearest coastal area was just over an hour's drive away. After navigating a few hills, they arrived. Upon exiting the car, they encountered a row of small shops selling beach toys, various water guns, plastic shovels and buckets, swim rings, flip-flops, swimsuits, and sun hats. The group casually entered one shop, purchasing an assortment of items, which they draped over Wang Gang. They then visited a clothing store to buy several outfits suitable for the beach. Once everything was settled, Qin Feng held the bouncing and Oppo's hand as they walked down the path leading to the beach, while Shafaya discreetly captured their moments on her phone. Behind them, Wang Gang carefully balanced an armful of items, including 2 water guns, taking careful steps to avoid dropping anything. Upon reaching the beach, they found a dedicated bathing facility where they could change clothes, 10 yuan per person for the public shower or 100 for a private room. To save money, Qin Feng opted for a private room, thinking he could share it with Shafaya. However, to his surprise, Shafaya and teamed up to push him out, leaving him no choice but to use the public shower. After a quick rinse, he donned a floral shirt and shorts, stepping out of the facility to wait by Shafaya's changing room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Shafaya in a newly purchased white sundress. The dress, reaching just above her knees, showcased her smooth, slender legs, while the minimal fabric revealed a significant expanse of her fair back, partially concealed by her chestnut hair. The alluring off-shoulder design accentuated her graceful collarbones, and the soft material clung to her figure, highlighting her exquisite silhouette. Undoubtedly, it is the battle attire of a goddess by the sea, causing Qin Feng to gaze in sheer astonishment. Chapter 86. Brother, your demise was truly tragic. Shafaya appeared unaccustomed to wearing such innocent and youthful attire, feeling somewhat awkward in front of Qin Feng, particularly under his unabashed gaze. She felt an added sense of embarrassment. She gently tapped him, signaling him to avert his eyes, before taking the hand of her daughter, who was clad in a sweet pink princess-style swimsuit, and preparing to head to the beach. In the presence of such beauty, Qin Feng felt his heart stir with youthful impulses, yearning to admire her up close. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly seized Shafaya and Oppo's arm, saying, "Sister, you've missed a spot with the sunscreen on your back. There's still some white residue. Let me help you reapply it once we're inside." Shafaya regarded him, observing his serious demeanor, and her skepticism began to mount. She held little faith in her daughter and Oppo's application. Indeed, having a patch of unblended sunscreen on her back would be rather unsightly. He interjected defensively, eyeing Oppo's. He blended it all in. "Uncle is just making things up." To prove his point, Qin Feng used his finger to dab at Shafaya's back and presented it to her. Seeing the trace of sunscreen on his fingertip, Shafaya reluctantly accepted his ruse. Once inside, facing away from him, she casually remarked, "Just wipe off the excess, no need to apply more." "That won't do. The sun is quite fierce, and if it's not blended properly, it will clump, Qin Feng insisted. Why don't you lie down on the bench, and I'll reapply it for you? With a smile, he closed the door and added, E is right here. Do you still fear what I might do? E, feeling her contribution dismissed, stood with her hands on her hips, indignant that her mother had not applied sunscreen on her back earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Shifuya acquiesced and lay down on the long bench, her curves spilling together. Qin Feng reveled in his success, chuckling to himself, realizing that the tricks he had learned online were indeed effective. He squeezed out some sunscreen, rubbed it between his hands, and gently spread it across Shifuya's back. The silky, cool sensation elicited a slight shiver from her, causing her body to tense. Sister, relax. If you're stiff, it won't tea blend well, he said, his hands gliding over her back with a tenderness akin to caressing a precious jade artifact. Taking a deep breath, Shifuya gradually relaxed. Despite her mental preparation, the physical contact M. Chapter 87. Even the prettiest little girls can be annoying, rest assured. I'm quite astute, Qin Feng remarked, relying on the system's favorability detection, unconcerned by the woman's machinations. Only the truly dim-witted constantly assert their intelligence. Shifuya gently covered her mouth, her foxy eyes crinkling with amusement. If I'm so clever, do you know what I desire right now? Qin Feng inquired mischievously. I and Oppos, do you rather not know? She demurred, but before she could finish, Qin Feng removed her hand and captured her lips in a fleeting, tender kiss. He encircled her waist, pulling her close, savoring her exquisite essence. He then released her, uttering a suggestive remark, Tonight, I and Oppos, LL demonstrate how a fool operates. A rosy blush crept up Shifuya and Oppos' cheeks as she cast a gentle, acquiescent glance at Qin Feng, seemingly consenting to the evening's prospects. Qin Feng was elated. After lingering a while longer, they returned to find Yi, who had indeed unearthed several treasures: a moon snail, a starfish, a handful of tiny crabs, and a few unidentified seashells. Qin Feng expressed his admiration, showering Yi with praise for her cleverness, which only spurred the little girl to dig with even greater zeal. Given their seaside location, a venture onto the water was inevitable. Qin Feng, flush with funds, noticed high-speed yachts available for rent and suggested, Sister, there are yachts over there. Shall we charter one for a spin on the sea? No, Yi is too young to ride, she replied. Then perhaps we could go, and Wangge could watch Yi? Shifuya hesitated, reluctant to leave Yi's sight, particularly during an outing. It wasn't a matter of distrusting Wangge. Yi was simply more precious to her than life itself. Any mishap would drive her to despair. Sensing her apprehension, Qin Feng wisely refrained from pressing the issue, merely casting an envious gaze at the young people frolicking on the waves. I apologize, dear brother, Shifuya said regretfully. Next time, let's bring Ting Ting. You two can surf, and we'll wait on the beach. Qin Feng offered a few words of comfort. Indeed, traveling with a child presented limitations, precluding any ventures into potentially hazardous areas. Earlier, while passing the wharf, they had noticed several fishing vessels docked at the shore, bearing a sign that read, Charter for a fishing expedition, 1,000. All seafood caught may be taken. Qin Feng had initially considered asking Shifuya if she was interested, but abandoned the idea upon seeing Yi in his arms. In the event of an accident, would he choose to save the mother or the daughter? Such a decision was unbearable. Furthermore, Qin Feng himself couldn't swim, making him another person in need of rescue. This prompted him to consider learning to swim. After playing in the sand with Yi for a while, digging numerous holes without finding anything, he managed to catch another crab. Frustrated, he tossed aside the shovel and joined Shifuya on the sunny beach behind them, where they rented a shaded canopy for 100 yuan and reclined on chairs to bask in the sun. The canopy contained 2 lounge chairs and a small round table. Wangge approached, placed chilled drinks from the bag on the table, and quietly returned to watch over the child. Shifuya donned sunglasses she had brought from the car, rested her hands on her stomach, and closed her eyes to rest. The sun was pleasant, the breeze gentle, and the wind softly caressed her dress, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her legs. Her delicate features, enhanced by the sunglasses, exuded an aura of aloofness, while the white dress lent her a touch of refreshing sweetness. He recalled his first encounter with Shifuya, when she coldly ordered someone to strip another person naked, her demeanor as ruthless as a mob boss. Now, she lay quietly by his side, occasionally glancing at Yi with the tenderness of a devoted mother. This contrast captivated Qin Feng. Sister, how about I buy you a villa with a swimming pool? You could sunbathe like this every day without worrying about you wandering off. No, Yi enjoys playing outdoors. Then, I and Appos, I'll buy you a car. What brand do you prefer? Porsche? Mercedes? What is it? Are you embarrassed by the car I drive? No, I simply want to provide you with a better quality of life. She pushed her sunglasses back, revealing her hair, and turned to Qin Feng with a smile. Silly brother. If I were after a high quality of life, I would have been kept by wealthy men years ago. Shifuya said with a smile. A car and a house are sufficient. I'm not one to indulge in extravagant pleasures. My greatest wish is for E to grow up happily and for my brother to live safely. Her tone was gentle yet firm, her laughter filled with hope, as if expressing a simple, heartfelt desire. Yet, it was this very ordinary wish that stirred Qin Feng's heart. He had to admit that he was smitten with this woman. Since graduating high school, no one had truly cared about his personal well-being or wished him a safe life. Everyone only cared about how high he soared, how far he traveled, and how much money he possessed. Shifuya's attitude of accepting everything as long as he remained safe touched him deeply, like a genuine family member. Qin Feng said emotionally, but I want to give you a better life, to buy you nice cars and houses, to hire nannies and servants to make you more comfortable. Shifuya smiled tenderly. Silly brother, have you forgotten that you still have 2,200,000 yuan with me? I'll buy those things myself when I see something suitable and appealing. Don't worry, I won't save you any money. Realizing that he couldn't rush things, Qin Feng ceased trying to force her to accept his gifts. Seducing a woman was an art, and with someone like Shifuya, who already had enough money, showering her with more was futile. He was unsure how to make her fall completely in love with him. As Qin Feng lay on the chair in contemplation, he heard Shifuya's voice, "Come and give your sister a massage." He immediately jumped up, ran to Shifuya with a grin, and imitated Peng Jinyan's technique, gently scratching her from her chin to her ear. Shifuya closed her eyes, savoring the unusual comfort. Qin Feng and Appos' hands moved from her neck to her shoulders, then down further. After receiving a playful slap, he moved to her legs to provide relaxation. Her fair, slender legs gently curved, evading Qin Feng's wandering hands. It was nearly 5 o'clock when they returned to Shifuya's home from the beach. The three of them were somewhat soiled from the seawater. Shifuya took Yi to bathe first, while Qin Feng sat idly on the sofa, sending messages to console Xiating, who had been beaten. Xiating sent a tearful voice message. I merely said, "This was bought for me by my man." In an Appos, "That's none of your business," and Appos. "And my dad hit me 555, my mom didn't," in Appos. T helped me either, and even said my car was ugly, not as good as a BYD. I can end Amp, Appos. T stand this family any longer. Brother, take me away. Qin Feng surmised that she had been beaten for wanting her household registration book. Putting himself in her parents' and Amp, Appos' shoes, he imagined his daughter returning home after being out all night, driving a luxury car, and immediately asking for her household registration book, declaring that her man was wealthy and that it was none of their concern. Difficult to judge. There were many ways to seek death, and Xiating had chosen the most direct one. He hoped her father would and Appos, be angered to death. After offering a few words of comfort, Qin Feng thought to himself that raising a daughter was truly exhausting, requiring one to treat her like a princess from a young age, and then worrying about her being taken advantage of by a scoundrel when she grew up. However, raising a son didn't seem any easier with their mischief, brawls, and tendency to create enormous problems. Qin Feng sighed, reflecting on the burdens of parenthood, feeling somewhat hesitant about having children. At that moment, Shifuya emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a delicate blue silk camisole nightdress. The satin fabric, smooth and soft as milk, accentuated her porcelain skin with its cool hue, while the lace trim of the neckline exuded both sensuality and elegance. The hem of her dress fluttered, sending ripples through the water. She radiated an enchanting femininity. igniting a surge of excitement within Qin Feng. If it weren't an oppose, T for that bothersome little one nearby, he would have rushed forward without a second thought. The young one, clad in Pikachu pajamas, dashed toward Qin Feng, imploring him to dry her hair. With a resigned glance at Fuya, who offered an apologetic shrug, Qin Feng fetched the hairdryer. When you're older, you could dry your own hair. Doesn't want to grow up. Growing up means playing outside without mommy's supervision. No, you can have ice cream, wear pretty clothes, and have lots of friends. Will Uncle still be with me? Uncle has to be with your mom. Then doesn't and amp. Amp, oppose, do you want to grow up? Sitting on the stool, swinging her feet, she looked up at Qin Feng and declared, wants to be with you forever. Not if I have anything to say about it. Qin Feng muttered inwardly, envisioning a future where he could whisk Fuya away without the encumbrance of her niece. Uncle doesn't and oppose. Like anymore? Her expression shifted, her eyes pleading. Qin Feng relented, defeated by her earnestness. I do, I love the most. Then why doesn't and amp? Oppose. Uncle want to be with Uncle misspoke. After much cajoling, Qin Feng managed to appease the little pixie. He meticulously dried her hair and, consulting a tutorial, fashioned a simple bow. Fuya, witnessing their rapport, prepared noodles, adorning them with a fried egg, greens, sausage, and beef. Qin Feng devoured a large portion, barely chewing. Being fed by her mother, stared at Qin Feng, her spoon forgotten. Slow down, Fuya chided. Your noodles are delicious, Qin Feng praised, grabbing more beef. Want another bowl? I'm all right, it's better to eat less at dinner. So, I have room for a midnight snack, Qin Feng replied. You want a midnight snack? Exclaimed. Midnight snacks are bad for you, Qin Feng advised. Really? Asked her mother. Yes, Fuya confirmed. Frowned, her eyes darting around, lost in thought. Qin Feng, eager to prevent any interference, attempted to send her away. Go sleep with Grandma, and tomorrow Uncle will take you to the amusement park. No, I want to sleep with Uncle, pouted. Uncle has to fight tigers at night, Qin Feng warned. Tigers don't eat good children. The male tigers don't. But tonight I and oppose. Am fighting a female tiger, and she eats everything. Fuya blushed and glared at Qin Feng. He was captivated by her expression. Fuya, flustered, said, Don and amp, oppose, corrupti. Sensing the tension, exclaimed, Uncle is lying, there are no tigers, Uncle just doesn't and amp, oppose, want to sleep with Qin Feng wanted to banish her. I and amp, oppose, buy you a toy car. No, roller skates? What do you want? Uncle to tell me a story and lull me to sleep. Qin Feng was trapped. Fuya smirked. Qin Feng considered escaping, but Yi's tearful visage softened his heart. He relented. Just for tonight. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi cheered and added, Mommy should sleep with us too. Qin Feng was aghast. If he eats her food, Mommy will sleep with you, Fuya declared. Qin Feng swallowed hard, dreading the evening. At 9, after showering and donning new pajamas, Qin Feng played with Yi. Fuya, having washed Qin Feng and oppose, as clothes, managed the bar remotely. Yi, growing tired, nestled against Qin Feng, her eyes closing. Qin Feng gently carried her to bed and tiptoed out. He ventured onto the balcony. Just keep them from handing out flyers. Zhangxing can handle it, but Don and oppose, be too rough. Fuya was interrupted by Qin Feng and oppose, as embrace. She gasped, then continued, It's nothing, I'll see you there, text me if anything happens. Qin Feng caressed Fuya's neck, his hands exploring her silk nightgown. A female voice on the phone asked, Are you okay? I and oppose, am fine. Fuya hung up, suppressing a shiver. Qin Feng murmured, Is asleep? Fuya and oppose. Heart raced. The room's lighting shifted from bright to warm. After 3 attempts, Fuya relinquished her contest with Qin Feng, yielding to him as she allowed the alluring warm hues to envelop her body. The atmosphere, saturated with suggestive undertones, pervaded the room, leaving one breathless. Chapter 89. Qin Feng considers buying toys online after concluding their round of sparring. Qin Feng reclined on the bed, smoking a cigarette. The woman beside him didn't and oppose. Object to his smoking, unlike the ardent Xiating. Fuya was exceedingly accommodating, allowing him to indulge as he pleased, with boundless tolerance. Observing her gently wiping away his perspiration, Qin Feng was disarmed. "Sister, if you indulge me like this, I'll become incorrigible." "Heh, I never expected you to be virtuous," she replied. The following morning, at 7:30 a.m., Qin Feng awoke to find Shi Fuya absent. Upon checking the adjacent room, he discovered her cradling Yi in her sleep. Not wanting to disturb them, Qin Feng performed his ablutions and descended the stairs. He intended to grab breakfast and bring back a heartwarming meal for them. The early autumn morning was temperate, with crisp, invigorating air. The sun rose early, casting a warm glow. Exiting the residential complex, the streets teemed with activity, workers hurrying to their jobs, elders escorting children to school, and seniors leisurely strolling and shopping. Qin Feng paused at the entrance, admiring the tranquil scene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman dashed past him, leaving a fragrant trail. She wore a figure-hugging pink yoga outfit and athletic shorts, her lithe legs gleaming in the sunlight. A red headband emblazoned with the words strive and struggle adorned her forehead, and her ebony hair was casually tied up, bouncing with each step. Her profile was stunning, with delicate features, a pert nose, and rosy cheeks, a vision of radiant beauty. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Feng felt she added a vibrant touch to the beautiful morning. He found her increasingly captivating, with a sense of familiarity. He felt he had seen this beauty somewhere before, but he couldn't recall who she was. He activated his scanning ability. Name, by seeing age, 22 charm, 91 romantic entanglements. 8 the name didn't ring a bell, and her age was young, ruling out classmates. However, her romantic experience was quite extensive for someone so young, suggesting a liberated nature. Qin Feng had no designs on her, but her running form piqued his interest. His back had been aching lately, a result of last night and Oppo's exertions which had earned him some affection points. Continuing at this pace, he feared his body might not hold up. He was seized by a whim to exercise and go for a run. Thus, he pursued her, tailing the young woman. She ran, and he ran. She walked, and he walked, prompting her to glance back at him repeatedly. Feeling self-assured with his newfound wealth, Qin Feng offered a sincere smile and a nod. This gesture startled her, and she bashfully averted her gaze and hurried away. Qin Feng assumed he had frightened her off and shook his head in resignation, abandoning the chase. He had merely found the young woman aesthetically pleasing and her running a delight to watch, hence his brief pursuit. Since she preferred no interaction, he couldn't force the issue. He continued walking, scanning the street for breakfast options. He then noticed that the young woman ahead was slowing down, glancing back as if subtly encouraging him to catch up. Qin Feng smiled and maintained his pace, neither hurrying nor lagging. Noticing that the man had ceased his pursuit, stopped, and waited for him to approach. With a smile, she inquired, "Handsome, you look familiar. Have we met before?" As Qin Feng drew closer, he recognized her captivating face, like a rose just shedding its innocence and blooming into full splendor. Her luminous eyes, seemingly filled with flowing water, were particularly striking, and her voice had a sweet quality. Then Qin Feng remembered. He had delivered meals to this girl several times when he was a delivery driver. She wore flesh-colored yoga clothes at the time, apparently broadcasting from her home. The sheer fabric clung to her body, accentuating her figure with every movement. It made a very deep impression. He remembered her well because of her recognizable dimples and her affected voice, as well as her 200-pound best friend. The beauty had been as daring as she was now, asking the delivery man if he was able to fix computers because hers kept freezing while she was broadcasting. He would have gone in to help her fix the computer at the time if her best friend had Oppo's been so enormous. Perhaps I have a common face, Qin Feng said with a chuckle. Pinched her chin, pondering for a moment, but couldn't place Qin Feng, who remembers what a delivery driver looks like. She didn't dwell on it. "Are you out for a morning run too?" she asked casually. "No, I'm foraging for food." "Then let me recommend a delicious breakfast spot. Their specialty crab roe buns are heavenly, and their spicy soup is incredibly comforting." "Oh, where is it?" Qin Feng was intrigued by the crab roe buns. "Turn right up ahead, about 300 meters, Bai Siying said enthusiastically, pointing to the fork in the road. Qin Feng, cheered by the young woman's enthusiasm, smiled and thanked her. I was just looking for a breakfast place. Thank you very much. Would you like to join me for breakfast? No, no. You don't have to be so formal. I'm going to continue my run. Bye-bye. Bai Siying waved at Qin Feng with a smile and resumed her run towards the lakeside park. She had stopped to chat because Qin Feng seemed familiar, and his composed demeanor, carefree smile, and floral shirt gave off an extraordinary vibe. It would be odd to dine with someone she had just met. If she had agreed so readily, he would have assumed she was an unreserved girl. She had declined and hurried away, hoping Qin Feng would pursue her and extend another invitation, demonstrating his sincerity. That was how her devoted admirers doted on her. Chapter 90. How could I possibly fall here, as Qin Feng observed the girl frequently glancing back at him with a smile. He felt a hint of temptation to pursue her. He returned her smile with a subtle nod and refrained from chasing after the young girl who had already experienced 8 romantic relationships at such a tender age. His invitation to dine was merely a pretext to peruse her profile and discover what rewards might accompany his strategy. At present, he had a newborn at home and an ailing sister. He had no time to indulge in fleeting romances. Furthermore, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the allure of love was hardly worth the pursuit. Today, she might smile at him with a flirtatious glint, but tomorrow she could easily extend the same charm to other strangers. If fate allowed their paths to cross again, he would simply splurge on a taste of her company, avoiding the tiresome games of chase. With 2 women and a small child occupying his heart, he found no space for additional romantic entanglements. Qin Feng strolled leisurely until he located the dumpling shop she had mentioned. The establishment was spacious, adorned in a distinctive style reminiscent of ancient inns. Flags fluttered overhead, proclaiming, "Top Scholar S-Crab Soup Dumplings." The clientele was sparse, with only 3 out of 10 tables occupied. Steam billowed from numerous baskets atop the stove, while takeout orders streamed in, accompanied by the familiar jingle of a delivery app. Upon examining the price list, Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that a single crab soup dumpling cost 20 yuan, while a small basket of 5 was 30. He was astonished by the exorbitant prices. He recalled a time when 2 large meat buns and a soybean milk cost merely 5 yuan. In an even earlier era, one could purchase a meat bun the size of a face for just 3. Were these dumplings perhaps filled with gold? Deciding to sample the crab soup dumpling, he placed his order. Once seated, following the server and Oppo's advice, he bit into the dumpling, allowing the broth to cool before gently sipping it. The soup was clear and rich without being greasy, bursting with flavor. As he devoured the dumpling, the freshness of the crab roe enveloped his palate, revealing a delightful salty texture, likely from being stir-fried over high heat. Whether it was worth the price remained uncertain, but the taste was undeniably exquisite. He acknowledged that there was a rationale behind the steep cost. Pleased with the experience, he ordered additional dumplings, soybean milk, and even 2 servings of fried dough sticks and tea eggs, disregarding whether 3 people could finish it all. When the bill arrived, it totaled 160 yuan. Qin Feng paid, reflecting on how the world had changed. He could hardly believe that breakfast now cost over 100 yuan. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace to prevent the dumplings from cooling as he returned to Shifuya's home. Upon arrival, he found the door secured with a fingerprint lock, having registered his fingerprint the previous day. Once inside, he discovered that Shifuya was still asleep, while Yi was awake, sitting in the living room engrossed in a children's book. The little girl rushed over to him, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "Uncle." Qin Feng ruffled her hair gently and replied, "Go wake your mother for breakfast." "But Mama usually sleeps in the morning. We can't disturb her," Yi replied, lowering her voice with a serious expression. Qin Feng glanced towards the half-open bedroom door and caught a glimpse of Shifuya's graceful figure still nestled in bed, a thin blanket accentuating her alluring curves. A thought crossed his mind. He laid the breakfast on the dining table, handed Yi a pair of chopsticks, regardless of her proficiency, and instructed, Eat first. Uncle will check if your mother is awake." With that, he entered Shifuya and Oppo's room, shutting the door behind him. Yi furrowed her little brows, concerned that Qin Feng might disturb her mother's slumber, and even more so that her mother might scold him. She stared at the closed door, a hint of worry flickering across her cherubic face. "Darling, it's time to wake up." Qin Feng exclaimed cheerfully as he leaned over the bed and kissed Shifuya's delicate face, whispering softly in her ear. The beauty stirred, letting out a vague murmur, her long lashes fluttering, yet she showed no intention of opening her eyes. Her body shifted slightly, as if protesting the interruption of her sweet dreams. In her slumber, she lacked the captivating allure she possessed when awake, yet exuded an irresistible softness and gentleness. Her enchanting eyes remained closed, concealing pools of amber, while her cherry-red lips resembled ripe fruit. Qin Feng gazed upon her exquisite visage, noticing the traces of kisses on her collarbone. Unable to resist, he lifted the blanket and laid his hand upon her. Shifuya, deeply immersed in her dreams, sensed his touch and slowly opened her eyes. Recognizing him, she first glanced at the closed door, then, with delicate hands as pale as jade, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her beautiful fox-like eyes sparkling as she murmured, "Brother, don't tease. Just a little teasing," Qin Feng replied, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her. He gently pulled the thin blanket off her, climbing onto the bed. Shifuya offered a gentle admonition. "Too much of this isn't good for your health." "It's perfectly fine. This is merely the beginning," Qin Feng asserted confidently. "It wouldn't be wise to be hungry. Let me prepare breakfast for you," Shifuya coaxed softly. "No need. I've already purchased breakfast," Qin Feng declared proudly. Shifuya, with no retort, playfully pinched Qin Feng's cheek just as a voice from outside called out, "Uncle, hurry and open the door. Let he wake Mama up." A mischievous child's voice echoed from beyond. "E can eat first. She'll call after she's full," Qin Feng responded, startled, as he hurriedly tried to appease the ruckus. "E wants Mama to feed her." The child continued to shout. Exasperated, Qin Feng disregarded the commotion and lunged toward Shifuya, who met him with laughter, using her knee to block him. "Brother, let us eat first." Qin Feng feigned indignation. "Sister, how could you be so cruel?" With a gentle nudge, Shifuya laid him down, soothingly saying, "E is still small. She can't go hungry. Once she finishes eating, I'll take her to her grandmother's, all right?" Frustrated, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "Sister, that private international school you mentioned, it's a boarding school from elementary onwards." "Isn't it?" "Yes, but I don't plan to send you there just yet." "Why not?" "Because I have a means now," Shifuya replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his forehead, smiling. "I have the time to be with her, so there's no need to worry about elite schools. As long as she is happy, any school will do. You'll help me take care of her. Want to you?" Shifuya nuzzled against Qin Feng's cheek, her voice tender. Imagining the days ahead, with E shadowing Shifuya, he realized he would have to navigate a clever dance of wits with the little girl to maintain his blissful relationship with her mother. Overwhelmed by a sense of despair, he forced a smile that was on the verge of tears and replied, "Of course, I will cherish her as my own daughter." Shifuya chuckled softly, kneeling before him, her beautiful eyes glinting with mischief. "Then should I let E call you daddy?" Qin Feng was taken aback, slightly flustered by her unexpected proposition. Chapter 91. Such matters cannot be left solely to the woman. Qin Feng held a deep affection for E. The little girl was both adorable and innocent, her playful demeanor bringing joy to his heart. At times, he imagined having a daughter just like her. However, the time was too fleeting. Qin Feng was not yet prepared for the responsibilities of fatherhood. Being a father was entirely different from being her uncle. As an uncle, he could simply spoil her. But as a father, he would have to concern himself with her well-being, education, and future. He felt ill-equipped for such a role. He believed that one should not make promises they cannot fulfill. Thus, he chose silence once more. Shifuya noticed his dilemma and suddenly chuckled lightly, saying, "Silly brother. I was merely joking. Don't overthink it." Qin Feng understood she was not joking. Since he had decided to be with this woman, the matter of her daughter would inevitably arise. Rather than let her harbor unspoken concerns, it would be better to discuss them openly. "Sister, I also wish to be Yi's father, but..." Shifuya gently covered his mouth, halting his explanation with a smile. "No need to say more. I understand your predicament. I do not have any unrealistic expectations. He can simply call you her uncle." Deep down, Shifuya knew that a wealthy young man like him, regardless of his wishes, would not be permitted by his family to adopt a non-biological daughter. Their relationship was destined to remain in the shadows. Perhaps he would agree to let Yi call him father at home, but outside, he would only be uncle. This was undoubtedly cruel for Yi. It would be better for her to remain as simply uncle. Her tentative inquiry contained a flicker of hope. If he could indeed be Yi's father, it would allow the two of them to emerge from the shadows and live openly in the sunlight. How wonderful that would be. Yet, reality was often merciless. In his profound gaze, Shifuya saw the struggle and uncertainty. She recoiled, thinking that having an uncle was good enough. She should be content. Qin Feng, completely oblivious to Shifuya's thoughts, found her understanding and gentle nature endearing. After being rejected, she showed no sign of resentment, but instead sought to comfort him. He felt a twinge of guilt. However, the notion of becoming a father was not something to be taken lightly. After all, Yi was not his biological child. The sudden call of father felt strange to him. Yet, he did not wish to hurt Shifuya's feelings. After contemplating, he wrapped his arms around Shifuya's waist and said resolutely, "Sister, how about, you have a child for me?" Shifuya was taken aback. She had imagined many responses, but never anticipated Qin Feng would utter such words. She gazed at him, bewildered. With our own child, I could rightfully be Yi's father. Qin Feng felt a surge of pride in his cleverness. Our child? Shifuya asked, still dazed. Her thoughts were consumed with Yi. She had never considered her own desires. Yes, sister. Do you know? Among all women, you are the only one who stirs my heart. I love you, and with that love, I love Yi as well. I wish to provide both of you with a respectable home. Qin Feng's heartfelt words enchanted Shifuya. She desperately wished for it to be true. Tired of the darkness, she longed to return to the warmth of the sun. Cautiously, she asked, "Do you not mind what others might say?" "I do. But who could blame me when you are my woman? A little hardship is nothing," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Moreover, our child will call Yi sister. She cannot continue to address me as uncle, can she? That would be quite a muddle." Hearing the man's playful banter, Shifuya was deeply moved. If it truly were as he said, and they had a child, they could openly be together. He would have a father, and he would have his own child. Would that not resolve all their issues? However, all of this hinged upon this man remaining alive. "Brother, will you abandon us again like you did?" Qin Feng assured her. "I will not. I will shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood and ensure that you and the children grow up happily and safely." Shifuya and Appo's heart surged with fervor at Qin Feng and Appo's words. "If you could do that, I will follow you for the rest of my life, serving you." With a teasing smile, Qin Feng replied, "Who was it that knocked me down earlier?" Shifuya, wiping away the joy from her eyes, gazed at Qin Feng tenderly, her smile radiant. "I'm sorry, sister is wrong." Before Qin Feng could respond, she called out, "Eat your breakfast. Mommy will sleep a little longer." Then, she playfully pushed him on a bed. System notification, Shifuya and Appo's affection level 5, current affection level 96. After a brief slumber of 15 minutes, Shifuya emerged from the room, her face glowing with a rosy hue that added to her charm. Qin Feng felt somewhat weak, sitting at the dining table and swaying slightly. He thought to himself that he must acquire that exceptional physique as soon as possible, even if it meant resorting to deceit. "Uncle, did mommy hit you?" "Yi ruset over. Notijin vin feng Appos, se hostet demenor." She gently touched his cheek and said, "Mommy was very fierce this morning. I didn't and Appos. T dare disturb her." "Yes, mommy is quite fierce," Qin Feng replied, feeling a sense of unease. "If mommy hits you again, just cry. That way she will stop." Yi whispered conspiratorially in his ear, sharing her wisdom. "What if I can't cry?" Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. The little girl earnestly instructed him. "You want an Appos, to be unable to cry. Just start crying, and soon enough, tears will come." Such a young child, yet she understood the art of feigned crying. "So, is it true that women are naturally adept at crying?" Qin Feng felt his understanding of women had reached a new level. "Were the two of you whispering about so mysteriously?" Shifuya said cheerfully as she emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming bun. "Nothing much." He quickly climbed back in her chair, obediently declaring, I want to eat soup dumplings. Didn't you already eat? Ee? Shifuya asked. I wanted to wait for Mommy to eat together. Ee sweetly replied. Shifuya picked up a soup dumpling, tested its temperature, and placed it on Ee and Appo's, as plate, softly saying, Ee is grown up now. You need to learn to eat by yourself. Ee shook her head vigorously, saying, I Don and Appo's. Do you want to grow up? Qin Feng watched in admiration as Shifuya wiped Ee's mouth and peeled a tea egg for her, feeling a surge of emotion. It was indeed better to be a child, carefree and unburdened, enjoying food while being fed. Any problem could be resolved with a good cry. Noticing the look in Qin Feng's eyes, Shifuya smiled and peeled an egg for him. Brother, you should also have one. It will do you good. Chapter 92. The useless Qin Feng, step aside, let me take over. Qin Feng rubbed his waist, biting into a boiled egg with a fierce expression, and declared, just wait. One day, I will make you pay back. He felt as though his masculinity was being questioned and was eager to prove himself. Shifuya let out a playful laugh and suddenly remembered something, casting him a flirtatious glance as she advised, don't take medicine recklessly. It's not good for your health. Rest assured, I have no need for medication, Qin Feng retorted defiantly. He noticed that Shifuya seemed considerably more cheerful now. Previously, she had been reserved and composed, seemingly indifferent to everything except for Ee. But now, her smile was becoming increasingly lively, and her speech was imbued with femininity. She even learned to tease herself. Is Uncle sick? Ee asked with concern upon hearing about the medicine. Shifuya gently patted Ee's head and reassured her, Uncle is not sick. Don't say such things. Oh, Ee mumbled, lowering her head to nibble on a bun, her eyes darting around. Qin Feng buried himself in his meal, determined to replenish his energy. After the three finished breakfast, Ee rushed to turn on the television and settled onto the sofa to watch cartoons. It seemed she had refrained from doing so earlier because her mother was still asleep. Such a well-behaved and understanding child was truly endearing. Qin Feng leaned against the kitchen door for a moment, watching the woman bustling about in the kitchen, feeling a sense of relaxation. He approached, closing the sliding door behind him, and embraced Shifuya, who was clad in only a silk nightgown. Aren't you afraid of being consumed by the dust? Shifuya laughed lightly. Not at all. It's all for our child, Qin Feng proclaimed with faux seriousness, but he could feel his strength waning. He had exerted himself quite a bit with Xia Ting a few days prior. One egg was hardly sufficient. Stop it, behave, Shifuya said, wiping her hands and turning to halt his advance. Noticing the futility of his efforts, Qin Feng ceased his antics. After a brief embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance of her body, he voiced his concern, Sister, what if we can't have children? That's not my concern. He has already proven that I can give birth. If there are issues, it must certainly be yours, Shifuya teased, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Qin Feng stammered, feeling a mix of determination and insecurity about proving himself, his formidable physique feeling somewhat inadequate. Shifuya gently caressed his cheek with her cool hand, comforting him, don't worry. With modern medicine, if you're anxious, we can consider in vitro fertilization. Qin Feng felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. The way Shifuya spoke made it seem as though they could hold a child any moment now. The sudden prospect of fatherhood was both thrilling and overwhelming. Akin to the urge to relieve oneself without being able to, Shifuya shot him a teasing glance and softly inquired, do you want a boy or a girl? Or perhaps twins? Qin Feng asked in astonishment, can we choose? Shifuya replied with a knowing smile. I'm not sure. Perhaps you could inquire at the hospital. Let us just go with the flow. As long as the child is as obedient as Ee, that would be perfect, Qin Feng responded in a fluster. What? Are you lacking confidence in your genes? Shifuya teased, lifting his chin with her hand, a mischievous smile on her face. The two were close enough that, despite the thin layers of clothing, he could feel her soft body. Qin Feng retorted, you can rest assured. I will definitely ensure that our child is extraordinary. Shifuya challenged, I shall await that day. Realizing he was getting into deeper waters, Qin Feng retreated, leaving a parting remark before hastily joining Ee to watch cartoons, ignoring the echo of soft laughter behind him. After a while of watching cartoons, Qin Feng found the animated series Paw Patrol quite enjoyable. It told the story of a young boy and 5 rescue dogs helping others. The content was uplifting, the plot exaggerated, yet thoroughly captivating. Adding to the ambience, the little girl beside him cheered, "Mao Mao, Aki." Rescue mission. Shifuya brought over a bowl of washed grapes, placing them on the table as she joined him in watching. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized that watching cartoons could indeed be a delightful experience. With a virtuous wife and a well-behaved daughter, he wished for nothing more than to live such a tranquil life, free from worldly chaos. Yet, life is never devoid of complications. Qin Feng's phone began to ring incessantly. The first call was from Wang Gang, who announced that he had acquired the car, and Xiating was also at the dealership, asking what to do. What to do? You ask me, but who should I ask? Qin Feng pondered deeply, finally deciding to have Wang Gang ask Xiating if she wanted to join them for cartoons. Wang Gang straightforwardly posed the question, but the response was that Miss Xia seemed quite upset and had driven away. With a sigh, Qin Feng hung up. Just as he was about to send a message to appease her, the second call came through. It was Chiu Lily, who agreed to be a nanny and inquired about today's work arrangements. Qin Feng hadn't even purchased a villa yet. How could there be work arrangements? He instructed Chiu Lily to come by and meet someone while casually discussing the logistics of picking up and dropping off EE in the future. The third call was from an agent, confirming an appointment with a landlord to sign the papers at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The fourth call was from Jiang Manxue, who stated that she was alone in the hospital and craved milk tea. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. What did her desire for milk tea have to do with him? I said, "Dear sister, who are you? Are we even that familiar?" He exclaimed in confusion, drawing the attention of Shifuya and EE, who turned to look at him. "Qin Feng, I know you still love me. I've noticed your actions over the years. You've been trying to provoke me lately. Haven't you? You want me to cut ties with others and be with you, right? Fine, I promise from now on. I will be good only to you." Qin Feng quickly attempted to employ a hypnotic technique, wishing to erase her from his memory. However, he soon realized that the method required direct eye contact, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He interrupted Jiang Manxue's incessant declarations, pleading, "Sister, I'm sorry. It was my folly to have been interested in you. I won't pursue the money I've spent on you over the years. Let us both move on, shall we?" To his dismay, Jiang Manxue's voice grew louder, her piercing soprano cutting through his ears. "I've deleted everyone else. What more do you want? Do you want me to strip and stand before you for your forgiveness?" Qin Feng felt a compelling urge to tell her, "Even if you stripped bare, I wouldn't spare you a glance." "Stop, Jiang Manxue. I will say this one last time. I do not wish to see you again. Please do not harass me any further." "Qin Feng, are you even a man? Your girlfriend is in the hospital, and you don't even care to visit her. Yet you want to break up with me? We have never had any monetary ties. I warn you not to speak recklessly." "Fine, since you wish to sever our ties. Then give me 2 million. From henceforth, I shall never trouble you again. You should take a good look in the mirror. What makes you worth 2 million? Qin Feng chuckled in exasperation. Is there truly someone so shameless in this world? To demand money after having committed so many wrongs? Talk about thinking the world revolves around her. I and Oppos. LL give you 3 days. If you don an Oppos, T transfer the money. Prepare to become famous online. Jiang Manxue threatened before hanging up. As Qin Feng listened to the busy signal on the phone, his fingers turned white from C chapter 93. This woman is ruthless. And I am enchanted when a person suddenly acquires immense wealth. Those around them often become envious, their eyes gleaming with greed. The closer the relationship, the more entitled they feel to extract something from that newfound fortune. In the ordinary ward of the first hospital, Jiang Manxue lay on her hospital bed, gnashing her teeth as she perused old records. She resented the fact that her once devoted admirer had cast her aside upon acquiring wealth. Despite never having formally dated, she believed that after years of conversation, he had indulged in fantasies about her, and thus owed her compensation for the loss of her youth. She did not ask for much. After all, he had 190 million. What was 2 million to him? If Qin Feng refused to pay, she contemplated seeking out his parents to accuse their son of abandoning her. She would even sit at his doorstep, causing a scene. If all else failed, She would disseminate their chat records to everyone around Qin Feng, exposing how despicable he once was. Is it that woman again? Shifuya asked with concern, noticing Qin Feng's troubled expression. Yes, Qin Feng replied, frowning slightly. Do you want me to handle it? Shifuya offered with a subtle smile. How would you handle it? He inquired, puzzled. You don and Appos. T need to know. She will definitely not disturb you again, Shifuya replied with a calm smile. Having already devised a plan to confront that woman during their last encounter, she had withheld her actions out of consideration for Qin Feng. Now that the woman had come back uninvited, there was no reason to spare her. Any means necessary could be employed against such a repugnant individual. Qin Feng looked at the smiling woman before him, feeling a twinge of fear. He now recognized that this seemingly gentle and virtuous woman had once been the partner of his elder brother and possessed a multitude of methods at her disposal. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to decline her offer, not out of weakness, but out of concern for Shifuya's safety. Some matters, when probed too deeply, could become perilous. As a law-abiding citizen, he could not act recklessly. Furthermore, Jiang Manxue did not strike him as a person of integrity. She was likely hiding something, and it would be prudent to investigate first. Holding his phone, Qin Feng pondered who would be suitable to handle this matter. Coincidentally, Qiu Lily appeared at the doorway. Good morning, boss, Qiu Lily greeted, dressed in a dignified professional outfit, her hands clasped in front of her waist as she bowed slightly. Good morning, Qiu Jia. Please, come in and have a seat. I have something to discuss with you, Qin Feng replied, smiling. Qiu Lily cautiously changed in a house of slippers and entered the modest yet impeccably clean home, which bore a distinctly feminine touch. Upon glancing at the stunning woman on the sofa alongside a child, she quickly surmised that this was likely the mistress Qin Feng kept hidden away, perhaps one of his wives. She immediately bent slightly, smiling. Hello, Mrs. Qin. I am a manager for Mr. Qin. I look forward to working with you. Hello, Shifuya replied, observing Qiu Lily's modestly knee-length skirt and appropriate attire, smiling as she greeted her. She then waved to Come here and say hello to Annie. Auntie, hello. Chirped sweetly, gazing at Qiu Lily with her big, bright eyes, unperturbed by the presence of a stranger. Qin Feng made a brief introduction before inviting Qiu Lily to sit. Mr. Qin, there's no need for formality. I'm used to standing. Please, go ahead with your matters, Qiu Lily said with a cheerful demeanor. All right, I will be straightforward. Given your experience in sales, you must know some professional private investigators, right? Qin Feng inquired. Who does Mr. Qin wish to investigate? Qiu Lily asked, intrigued. A woman who is attempting to extort money from me, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. I understand. What do you have in mind? Qiu Lily responded, now fully aware of the situation. There were countless opportunists hoping to blackmail the wealthy, and as a supervisor at a 4S dealership, she was no stranger to such affairs. Go play in your room, Shifuya said, not wanting the child to overhear the ensuing conversation, promptly sending her off. Okay, replied, clutching her book and obediently retreating to her room. Once the door was closed, Qin Feng spoke calmly. For what I've gathered, it is highly likely that this woman has been involved with multiple men. I would like to hire a private investigator to compile evidence of her past illegal activities and then present it to her current boyfriend to report her to the authorities. Do you understand my intention? Qiu Lily's expression turned serious as she nodded, saying, I comprehend. If she has indeed engaged in unlawful behavior, I can certainly procure the necessary evidence to ensure she receives appropriate punishment. As a supervisor, Qiu Lily had numerous contacts, and dealing with such an indiscreet woman posed no challenge, especially if she was not from a wealthy family or aristocratic background. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you. Can you complete it in 3 days? Qin Feng asked. The timeline is a bit tight. It may be somewhat complicated, Qiu Lily said, her brow furrowed. While the investigation itself was straightforward, if nothing was uncovered, they would need to rethink their strategy. How long do you believe it will take? Qin Feng inquired. Approximately a week, she estimated. I and Appos am not keen on waiting. Is there a way to expedite the process? If the budget is sufficient, perhaps extra motivation could lead to quicker results, Qiu Lily suggested, her tone slightly apologetic. Understanding that finances were a motivator, Qin Feng smiled and asked, how much would that require? If everything goes smoothly, around 100,000 should suffice. Private investigators are not overly expensive, and gathering information doesn't demand a large budget. However, Qiu Lily explained patiently, if unforeseen complications arise, it could escalate to tens or even hundreds of thousands, as there are numerous expenses involved. Qin Feng held up 2 fingers and calmly asked, 200,000. Can you have it done in 3 days? Absolutely. Qiu Lily assured him without hesitation. 200,000 is more than adequate. There are plenty of people willing to work overtime. Good. I will send you the funds along with her identifying information. Please handle it immediately, Qin Feng said with a smile. Thank you for your trust, boss. Though she understood that a wealthy employer would not be concerned about finances, Qiu Lily could not help but feel exhilarated by the trust bestowed upon her. Sometimes being aligned with the right person is more advantageous than mere hard work. Qin Feng took out his phone to transfer the funds, casually adding, I won't scrutinize your accounts, and you need not provide me with invoices. Just ensure my affairs are resolved. Whatever you earn is your merit. If things go awry, I cannot predict the consequences. Rest assured, boss, having served wealthy clients for many years, I possess a strong sense of professional ethics. The funds you provide will solely be allocated to your matters. I won't misuse them, Qiu Lily confidently replied. While everyone appreciates wealth, at her age, she had grown less desperate for it. She simply wished to work diligently for a few more years to secure her retirement, as she could no longer withstand life's tumult. Earning a fair and just income to live the latter half of her life contentedly was more than enough. I trust you. Should you execute this well, expect a generous bonus. Qin Feng nodded, sending over the necessary information and funds. Thank you, boss. I'll get to work and report progress to you tonight, Qiu Lily said, glancing at her phone before bidding farewell with a smile. Chapter 94. The 2 types of people I disliked the most after Qiu Lily departed. A serene silence enveloped the house. Fuya refrained from inquiring about Qin Feng's past relationship. She engrossed herself in a melodramatic romance drama, occasionally popping grapes in her mouth. Naturally, Qin Feng offered no explanations, seeing Fuya leisurely enjoying her grapes. He opened his mouth and let out a sound of anticipation. With a playful smile, Fuya picked a grape and was about to feed it to him. However, this man took the opportunity to recline on her lap, tilting his head back in a manner that suggested he was eagerly awaiting his next morsel. Please don't. You will see us, she cautioned. Yet she still extended the grape towards him. It was of little consequence. Let her acclimate to witnessing how her parents expressed their affection. Qin Feng chewed on the grape a couple of times and swallowed it whole, skin and all, before opening his mouth again, signaling that he desired more. Noticing Fuya's small hand curling slightly, poised near his mouth as if waiting to offer something, he was momentarily puzzled and let out another sound of eagerness. Fuya cast him a glance, chuckling softly, as she peeled a grape with tenderness and placed it in his mouth. The absence of the skin diminished the tartness, allowing the sweet flavor to dominate. Qin Feng instinctively squinted his eyes in bliss. Time spent in carefree abandon always passes swiftly, and before long, it was noon. After savoring the lunch prepared by Fuya, Qin Feng intended to indulge in a refreshing nap. However, upon hearing Fuya and Appo's reminder, he recalled the $8 million property awaiting his signature. Gratefully acknowledging her reminder, he settled into a Rolls-Royce and set off to the real estate agency. Wang Gang drove with a serious demeanor, maintaining a slow yet meticulous speed, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, fearful that some reckless individual might emerge from nowhere, attempting to cause trouble. Qin Feng reclined in the spacious back seat, stretching his legs comfortably, with ample room to spare. The massage function of the aircraft-style seat provided a soothing experience. After a brief exploration, he quickly figured out how to activate the massage feature. Relishing the comfort that wealth afforded him, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. As the vehicle gradually arrived at the agency, he was deep in dreams. Wang Gang parked the car steadily and turned to see his boss sleeping soundly, the sound of his snores indicating a peaceful rest. He pondered whether waking his boss would lead to any morning irritability. At that moment, only a few minutes remained until the appointed hour, and he hesitated on whether to rouse Qin Feng. Zheng Daji was anxiously scanning the area outside the agency. The landlord had already arrived and was sipping tea in Lu Ziqi's office, tasked with welcoming his adoptive father. He grew increasingly impatient as he awaited the arrival of the modest domestic car belonging to his father. Instead, a menacingly luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled into the parking space he had reserved for his father. The limited parking spots at the agency were typically off-limits to outsiders. Yet he dared not request that the owner of such an extravagant vehicle vacate the space. While he might confront someone driving a $100,000 car, this was clearly a vehicle for the exceedingly wealthy, and it was best to avoid any potential confrontation. As the scheduled time approached, he was about to call his father when an impeccably dressed young man, donning gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of arrogance, emerged from within the agency. "Miss Liu, didn't and Oppos. Till we agree on 10 and Oppos. Clock? What time do you think it is? My time is valuable," the man exclaimed impatiently, his voice loud and commanding. Following closely behind, Lu Ziqi smiled apologetically. "My apologies, Mr. Wei. Mr. Qin may have encountered some delays. I'll have someone call to check." This man was the seller for the day, and Zheng Daji could not fathom why he was so irate. He quickly turned to his supervisor, attempting to placate Mr. Wei. "Mr. Wei, I'm already making inquiries. Please hold on a moment." Wei Fan frowned sternly, admonishing, "How do you conduct your business? How much of my time will be wasted due to his oversight?" Lu Ziqi spoke soothingly. "Mr. Wei, please calm down. It's only just past the appointed time. Perhaps there has been traffic, and he will arrive shortly. What good does that do now? Time waits for no one. A missed appointment is a missed appointment." Wei Fan huffed, preparing to walk back to his car. Seeing this, Zheng Daji hurriedly approached, grasping his arm. "Mr. Wei, just give me a minute to ask about the situation." Wei Fan shrugged off Zheng Daji's hand, striding away while loudly declaring, "The two types of people I detest most in life are those who are chronically late and those who put on airs in my presence. So what if he paid a $100,000 deposit?" At that moment, within the Rolls-Royce not far away, Qin Feng was awakened by the ringing of a phone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 1:02. Without a second thought, he shifted the blame onto Wang Gang. "Brother Wang, didn't I ask you to wake me at 1? Wang Gang, feeling utterly wronged, thought to himself that had Qin Feng truly said that, he wouldn't have been so conflicted for so long. "I'm sorry, boss," he replied with a hurt expression. "Let us just forget it this time. I'll be more careful next time." Qin Feng exited the vehicle and noticed a commotion at the entrance, where several individuals were engaged in a tug-of-war. Approaching with a smile, he cheerfully called out, "Xiao Zheng, Sister Lu, I'm sorry for being late." The group fell silent, staring in astonishment at the man emerging from the Rolls-Royce. No one stepped forward to respond. Zheng Daji, momentarily dazed, had not dared to look at the car earlier and thus had not recognized Wang Gang. Now, seeing that it was indeed his adoptive father's vehicle, left him utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom how his father had transitioned from driving a domestic SUV yesterday to a Rolls-Royce today. The contrast was staggering. After a brief pause, he collected himself and was about to step forward to greet Qin Feng when someone else beat him to it. Mr. Qin, what an honor it is to finally meet you," Wei Fan exclaimed, striding forward with enthusiasm, extending his hand with a sycophantic smile. "I am the seller of your villa. Wei Fan. You may call me Xiao Wei or Xiao Fan. It's all fine. Hello. I apologize for the delay. It was entirely my driver's fault for not waking me," Qin Feng said, shaking his hand with a smile. "No delay at all. Your arrival is perfectly timed," Wei Fan effusively replied, his flattery insistent. This was primarily due to his recognition of the Rolls-Royce, the latest extended Phantom model priced at 18 million. In Jiangcheng, the number of individuals who could afford such a luxury vehicle could be counted on one hand, their status unmistakably elite. Although his own father owned an older model, he felt compelled to flatter anyone of such high standing. Upon seeing Qin Feng's vehicle, Lu Ziqi's eyes sparkled, and she rushed over to grasp Qin Feng's hand, her voice sweetly teasing. "At last, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. We were all getting quite anxious." Not relinquishing her grip, she leaned against Qin Feng's arm, urging, "Come in and take a seat. I'll prepare some tea for you." Feeling the overwhelming warmth of their enthusiasm, Qin Feng smiled and exchanged pleasantries as he was ushered inside by the two. Zheng Daji, with the word father lodged in his throat, was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 95. Will there be expenses? After half an hour of pleasantries and conversation, Qin Feng discerned that Wei Fan was a quintessential second-generation rich kid, nestled between two older brothers and a younger sister, leaving him somewhat neglected. Coupled with his penchant for revelry, his father severed his financial support, compelling him to seek employment at the family business, a proposition he vehemently rejected. Thus, he contemplated selling the house his father had provided, aspiring to launch his own enterprise. Qin Feng, indifferent to the motives behind Wei Fan's decision to sell the house, readily affixed his signature to the purchase agreement. The process of acquiring a property outright was not overly complex. It involved online registration, transfer of ownership, and tax payments. However, the entire ordeal would consume several days. Lacking the inclination for hassle, Qin Feng boldly transferred the funds to the real estate agent, entrusting his adopted son to handle the particulars. Grateful for his adoptive father's trust, Zheng Daji proclaimed passionately before the assembled company, "I am devoted to serving my adoptive father." This declaration caused Qin Feng and Oppo's ears to redden, prompting him to urge Daji to lower his voice before inquiring about the villa and Oppo's decoration plans. "I have consulted several wedding planning companies and procured a few proposals for your review," Zheng Daji stated earnestly, retrieving his phone. Qin Feng perused the renderings, which showcased extravagant balloon arches, lush red carpets, vibrant flowers, and decorative. While visually appealing, the proposals seemed excessively ostentatious. Upon examining the pricing, the most luxurious package was priced at 180,000 yuan, which included a large backdrop display capable of showcasing customized videos, along with 2 wedding dresses. Qin Feng and Oppo's brow knitted in contemplation as he imagined himself in the position of a woman, pondering whether he would accept a proposal presented in such a manner. It is undeniably romantic, yet I feel it lacks sincerity, devoid of that exhilarating surprise, he mused, shaking his head in discontent. At that moment, Wei Fan, who was sipping tea nearby, approached to inspect Zheng Daji's proposals. "Bro, are you proposing to your future wife?" he inquired. "Not a proposal, but a declaration of love," Qin Feng corrected. "Oh, I see. Wei Fan replied, a knowing smile gracing his face as he rifled through the remaining proposals. His expression shifted to one of realization, and he exclaimed to Zheng Daji, "Young man, let me tell you, this is utterly inadequate. It lacks sophistication and grandeur. Such arrangements might fool naive university students, but anyone with a modicum of discernment will not be deceived." Zheng Daji, feeling somewhat affronted, remained silent, his pride stung. He had instructed the wedding planning company to design the scenes of the highest standard and, upon reviewing them, could not fathom what improvements could be made. Lu Ziki, taking a glance at the proposals, found no fault and smiled as she addressed Wei Fan. "Mr. Wei, little Zheng has just graduated and lacks experience. How would you suggest we proceed?" Leaning back against the sofa, Wei Fan sipped his tea with an air of superiority. "You are mistaken in your approach. My brother is declaring his love. Do you think a 180,000 yuan spectacle suffices? What would that say about him? In these proposals, I see only scenery, devoid of people. Without people, where are the envious gasps of admiration? Without those, how can there be an atmosphere of romance? Moreover, what about the interior decor of the house? Are you not going to include themes like Chinese, French, or Korean designs, celestial blue skies, crystal feasts, and floral fantasies? These beautiful visuals, do they not evoke any sensory experience? Shouldn't Oppo's we arrange for a live band and provide gourmet meals, desserts, cakes, and fine wines? If possible, let us enhance the ambience outdoors as well, perhaps arranging for a few rainbows, hot air balloons, and falling flower petals, while giving the villa a beautiful makeover. Wei Fan's elaborate description of a luxurious, romantic ceremony painted an extravagant tableau that momentarily transported Lu Ziki into a daydream, imagining herself as the central figure. The vision was so enchanting that she found herself entranced by the fantasy. If a man were willing to go to such lengths for her, she mused, she might be open to exploring new experiences, even those that seemed utterly unreasonable. Zheng Daji, caught in a trance, finally snapped back to reality and, trembling, asked Mr. Wei, would this entire affair not exceed 1,000,000 yuan? Wei Fan glanced at Qin Feng, who was nodding thoughtfully, realizing that Qin Feng was receptive to his proposal. With a smug smile, he declared, you see, this is not merely about money. It is about my brother's love. Can his love be valued at a mere 180,000 yuan? It should start at least at 1.8 million. Consider the purpose behind my brother's house purchase. Listen to me. Hasten to find a high-end event planner. Engage professional designers. And ensure the occasion is extravagant and grand. Cost should not be a concern for you. Zheng Daji, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt utterly humiliated. He had initially believed the house would be the focus, thinking that as long as he presented the property deed alongside a thoughtfully arranged scene, any reasonable woman would accept his proposal. However, after hearing Wei Fan's words, he realized that the affluent approach to romance was indeed beyond comprehension. Who could resist such an opulent display of affection? Even he felt inclined to kneel in awe. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, Zheng Daji put away his phone, gazing at Qin Feng with a look of desperation. Adoptive father, grant me another chance, and I will ensure the proposal is nothing short of perfection. Qin Feng, skeptical of his capabilities, replied coolly, are you certain you can execute what Mr. Wei has suggested? I am absolutely certain, Zheng Daji affirmed confidently. He believed that such extravagant endeavors were achievable for anyone willing to spend the money. With a shared glance between Qin Feng and Zheng Daji, the latter's fervent desire was unmistakable. Deciding to trust him one more time, Qin Feng said, very well, proceed with the proposal, and be sure to include the time required for the arrangements. Qin Feng patted Zheng Daji and Oppo's shoulder casually, adding, remember, my requirements are efficiency and excellence. Unleash your imagination, as money is no object. Fully convinced of Qin Feng's capabilities, Zheng Daji nodded earnestly. Upon hearing Qin Feng's insistence on expediency, Wei Fan promptly produced the villa keys and placed them on the table. Bro, here are the keys. The transfer process will take about 5 to 6 days, so you can begin preparations for the setup in the meantime. Thanks, brother, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing himself elevated from Mr. Wei to brother, Wei Fan beamed with delight. It's no trouble at all. Assisting you is my honor. Chapter 96. Xia Ting's allure fades in comparison to Shifuya's grace. With the agreement finalized, Qin Feng took his leave. He added Wei Fan as a friend, proposing a future outing. Amidst Lu Ziki and Oppo's lingering gaze, he nonchalantly entered the Rolls-Royce, instructing Wang Gang to return to Shifuya and Oppo's residence. En route. Qin Feng recalled his neglect of another bell and promptly messaged Xia Ting. My dear, are you still upset? Xia Ting retorted. Have you finished entertaining your big treasure? She and Oppo's merely my sister, not mine. Oppo's treasure, and Oppo's. Only you hold that title. Hee. Spare me the end Oppo's. Hee and Oppo's. Be good, darling. We agreed not to dwell on anger, didn't Oppo's. Tiwi? Xia Ting, having spent the morning awaiting Qin Feng's consolation, felt increasingly discontent when his initial attempts seemed perfunctory. I'm not angry. I'm merely your mistress, with no right to be upset. Am I? Qin Feng, unnerved by Xia Ting and Oppo's sardonic tone, struggled to respond and resorted to a trite phrase. If that and Oppo's, as your perspective, I can and Oppo's, alter it. Xia Ting, incensed, wondered if this implied her status as a mistress, while Shifuya reigned as the primary love interest. Go watch cartoons with your sister. Don't concern yourself with my well-being. Overwhelmed by Xia Ting's jealousy, Qin Feng, massaging his lower back, reluctantly offered, don't be like this. How about a movie night tonight? Anticipating a physical sacrifice, he was met with a barrage of questions. Is it because your sister is unavailable tonight that you seek my company? Am I merely a substitute in your eyes? This morning, you even suggested I join her in serving you. What do you take me for? Have you considered my feelings? Faced with the coquette and amp, oppose, accusations, Qin Feng felt helpless. Despite his lavish gifts, she remained unappreciative, indulging in whims and jealousy. Compared to the amiable Shi Fuya, she seemed like a child. Moreover, her apparent aversion to Shi Fuya was disconcerting. Qin Feng's reverie shattered, leaving him disheartened and speechless. He resolved to await the completion of the villa before making a heartfelt confession. If that failed to elicit affection, he would be at a loss, perhaps unable to provide what she truly desired. Meanwhile, Xiaoting, noting Qin Feng's prolonged silence, questioned her harshness. As she contemplated apologizing, the thought of him possibly embracing another woman intensified her resentment. Combined with her father and Oppo's reprimand for taking the household register and her recent dismissal for absenteeism, she felt utterly dejected. Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears. Qin Feng returned to Shi Fuya's abode, where Shi Fuya was preparing dinner and Yi was watching television. Their smiles upon his arrival and Yi's eagerness to play with him, coupled with Shi Fuya and Oppo's offer to prepare his favorite dishes, evoked a sense of belonging. He embraced Yi and approached Shi Fuya in the kitchen, declaring, "Whatever Yi enjoys, I shall enjoy as well." She and Oppo's a rabbit, fond of carrots and greens. "Are you sure you want to eat those?" "What do you typically eat at home?" "He usually has dinner at kindergarten around 4 p.m. I typically prepare a nutritious vegetable soup with an egg for her around 7 p.m. Observing Qin Feng's hesitation, Shi Fuya chuckled. "Think carefully before answering. What do you desire?" "Meat," Qin Feng exclaimed. "Meat," Yi echoed gleefully. As evening descended, the trio dined together. Shi Fuya planned to take Yi to her maternal grandmother's before heading to work at the bar. Qin Feng, unoccupied and disinclined to remain alone, accompanied them. Wang Gang chauffeured the family in the Rolls-Royce to Shi Fuya's old neighborhood, a dilapidated complex with aging buildings, tangled wires overhead, and overgrown lawns. The area was predominantly populated by elderly residents who gathered in the evenings to escape the summer heat. Qin Feng, upon disembarking to purchase cigarettes, overheard snippets of conversation among the women, piquing his interest. He slowed his pace,